to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. You can't start your Friday losing to the frickin' Colorado Rockies. Come on, man. It's a Friday. We want to have a great weekend. It's May. We're giving out frickin' Star Wars stuff at the yard. We got basketball tonight. We got Game 7 at Chase Center. And you're telling me you lost to the Rockies? I'm going to have a hard time not being pissed for 4 hours. So why don't we make that our journey? To be not pissed, Marcus, on a Friday morning. So good morning, brother. Try to make me unpissed off, bud. Good morning.
Yeah, Murph, these are not the vibes I'm looking for on a Friday morning. Right now, it feels like there's a Rocky Mountain low with the vibes. By the end of a Reggae Friday, by the time we start talking about the Warriors tip today at 6 against the Houston Rockets, maybe those vibes will be back to a Rocky Mountain high.
Reggae Friday, you just started my journey back. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Here we go, Murph. It's only up from here. Only up from here.
Young Tony has an assignment now to find a reggae cover of Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, it's out there.
Reggae cover of Rocky Mountain High. Rocky Mountain Low. That game was a Rocky Mountain frickin' oyster is what it was.
Oh, no. I don't want any of those.
People say they're delicious.
No, I see, like, I'm pretty adventurous. Like, I've talked about, like, eating kangaroo out in Amsterdam, but I don't know if I'd ever do the Rocky Mountain oysters, Murph. Have you ever indulged?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I've never been to Coors Field.
Really?
I toured it once in the off-season, but I've never seen a game there.
That's surprising.
I keep telling my buddies, we make our dream trip every year, and I keep telling them, guys, we've never been to Denver. It's pretty easy, pretty doable, be pretty fun. Everybody's like, yeah, no. I'm like, what do you mean, yeah, no? We've been doing this thing for 30 years. How do we miss Denver?
No, and I heard it's a pretty damn fun ballpark to go to. I was actually talking to some Rocky fans yesterday. Yes, they do exist. But I was down at the ballpark, but they were talking about their ballpark and like the party scene that they have right outside of the stadium. I think it's called 16th Street, maybe. Double check my facts on that one.
They call it Lodo for lower downtown.
There it is. And he said the area right outside the ballpark is a great place to hang out.
Well, they were partying last night.
Yeah, they were.
And so people don't, if you didn't know, the Colorado Rockies came from behind last night.
For the first time this season, Murph.
Oh, my God. I mean, it's only, okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of Rocky stats today.
We got a lot of people listening. You're a Warrior fan. You're focused on the Rockets. I get it. We're going there. Maybe you're a 49er fan focused on Brock Purdy's contract, and maybe you didn't really pay attention to just how bad the Colorado Rockies are. Ooh. It's time to explain to you what happened last night. Giants lost to a team off to the third worst start in the history of Major League Baseball. And it would have been the worst start in the history of Major League Baseball had they not won on Wednesday. I guess we should take solace that they actually beat a different team on Wednesday. It was the Braves. I think they beat the Braves on Wednesday.
Yeah, and now they're on their first win streak of the season. Back-to-back wins.
They come in 5-25. I said it again, 5-25.
5.
They have one road win on the entire season. They've never come from behind in a game, and they've lost 12 straight in San Francisco. And so what happens? Colorado Rockies 4, San Francisco Giants 3. That's what happens.
How?
And I hate to say it, but the villain was Tyler Rogers. And the guy's got a job where it's pretty much, bro, you got to be perfect. And if not, you got to give up a run when you have more than a one-run lead. He comes in with a 3-2 lead. Justin Verlander, in case everybody missed it, pitched real well. 6 1/3, 2 runs, does his job. Melvin goes and gets him in the 7th. He's at 85 pitches. I don't know. I still don't know why he went and got him. Doesn't matter. Camilo Duvall pitched the rest of the 7th. It was tidy. So what you do is you always do. You give the ball to Tyler Rogers, who's given up a run in only once in 16 outings entering that game. And the Rockies string together a bunch of opposite field at bats, hit a couple doubles, score 2 runs, take the lead 4-3. Giants never answer, including a chance where a brief rally is snuffed when, I'll say it, Brett Wisely. That's right, Brett Wisely just got called up because while you were sleeping, Tyler Fitzgerald cracked a rib and had to go on the IL. Wisely comes in, has one job. To steal second base, and he gets thrown out. With the new rules, with the bigger leads and the bigger bases and his speed, he gets thrown out. The very next pitch, Mike Yastrzemski singles up the middle, would have scored the run. Giants go down quietly 4-3, and I'm pissed, Marcus. Did I miss anything in the summary?
No, I think that was a pretty good summary, a pretty good wrap. and I'll ask you the same question I asked the boys this morning. Are the Giants ever going to get Justin Verlander a win? Because in that breakdown, Justin Verlander did pitch good enough to win. And then Camilo comes in, holds the lead. I know Tyler Rogers is going to be a big talking point today. I thought Yaz, if he doesn't stumble a little bit and double clutch on that throw home from right field, maybe has an opportunity to throw the guy out at home. But this is a Giants team that we've seen pressing all the right buttons and executing down the stretch so far this season. Last night was not one of those games.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if you want to go big picture, Tyler Rogers said it after the game. He goes, listen, it's a long season. It's May 1st. Now it's May 2nd. He said, you're going to have some ups and downs. And he said, hopefully this is a down that lasts very briefly. So I can tell you this right now. It's mandatory they win the next three. Mandatory. Otherwise, I'm giving them an F. I'm giving you going big fat bum baby on Monday. And like 3 out of 4 to me at home against the Rockies is barely passing your class. I got to make the dated reference to Fast Times at Ridgemont High when Jeff Spicoli, Mr. Hand, has to come to his room. And he says, as soon as I cruise history, Mr. Hand, I'm not coming near your side of the building. He goes, cruise history? He goes, pass your class. And so he's just trying to pass the class. He's not going to go near that side of the building. Dude, you got to win 3 out of 4 to cruise history.
Just to get a pass.
Just to get a pass.
We're going pass-fail here. We're not even getting letter grades.
And Robbie Ray, it starts with the bat. The bats are cold. They can't hit. They didn't play Jung-Hoo Lee last night. The lineup looked empty without him. Just a rest night. Luis Matos, he's hurting. 0 for 3 with a strikeout. He's hitting 146. Pat Bailey went 0 for 3. Pat Bailey went 0 for 3. He's hitting 155. I mean, now I'm starting to get grumpy.
I know. Again, not the Friday vibes I'm looking for. But Murph, I walked into the ballpark yesterday with my vibes pretty high, especially when Elliot Ramos has a leadoff home run, and he's hit bombs in back-to-back games. And I said, ooh, this is going to be a good one. With the Colorado Rockies in town, the Giants offense is going to put on a show. And they did end up with 9 hits on the night, but only 3 runs, Murph. Got to say, that was disappointing after Elliot Ramos got it started early.
So no call-in today. No ringing up Rob Manfred. Tonight, Robbie Ray goes against Antonio Senzatella. And I think what we got to do is just sort of keep an eye on this Giants offense. Keep an eye on it. There's a lot of bad metrics. We brought it up to Manassian yesterday. They're bottom 10 in a lot of categories. And, he kind of hit it with, And you brought up the point that they've been getting, timely hits when they need them. And now you're going to get the, quote, is this sustainable crowd? That's what's going to come out if you lose another game against the Rockies. By the way, they're 0-3 against the NL West now because they haven't played the Dodgers or the Diamondbacks yet, but they lost 2 in San Diego and just lost 1 to the Rockies. And the other thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to try to change my mood because we got Game 6 tonight at Chase. Should be really fun. I think I said Game 7 earlier because it feels like a Game 7, but it's actually a Game 6.
Pump that back a little.
I was going to say... I lost my train of thought, Mark. So I was going to try to say something positive or negative. I lost my train of thought, buddy.
Well, Giants
Save
are negative.
me on a Friday.
Giants are negative. You're talking about the NL West and how the Giants are 0-3 so far against the NL West.
You got me.
And all those games matter at the end of the year.
No, here's what I was going to say. You lose 1 to the Rockies, you lose 1 to the field. This is like a golf phrase. Like if you're playing in a golf tournament and you're in a scramble, you come to like an easy hole and you're supposed to birdie it, and you par it, your group pars it, you're like, we lost a shot to the field because everybody's going to birdie that hole. But we didn't. We made a par. That means you lose to the Rockies, you lost a shot to the field because everybody beats the Rockies. Yeah. So you got to assume the Dodgers are steamrolling the Rockies, the Padres are steamrolling the Rockies, the Diamondbacks are steamrolling the Rockies. You're out here losing a shot to the field.
See, those are the assumptions that the Padres, D-backs, and Dodgers are not going to lose any games to the Rockies. But it kind of seemed like that was the assumption for the Giants going into this 4-game series also, that they wouldn't lose any games to the Rockies. Yeah. But that's what's so different about baseball on any given day. Even a team as bad as the 5-win Colorado Rockies, the worst teams in baseball still win 40, 50, 60 games per year. They're going to find a way to win a couple. I get it. People are frustrated with Tyler Rogers, but the sky is not falling. The season is not over, Murph.
You sure?
I'm sure.
All right.
I'm sure. It's May 2nd.
I don't know, man. Something about last night pissed me off.
No doubt. It's the Rockies.
Way.
Nobody wants to lose to the Rockies.
And so now you at home when you're trying to build like a little. This is where you make your hay, right? This is where you make.
Well, especially after the
hay.
2-game sweep in the set against San Diego. Yeah, it's a bad look to lose 3 in a row to start your weekend.
Dodgers swept them. I'm looking at their schedule. Dodgers swept them 3. Padres swept them 3. So that's what I mean about losing a shot to the field.
You're losing to the field.
All right, enough of that belly aching. Let's start thinking positive. Warriors Rockets Game 6 tonight. Warriors are 5.5-point favorites. Vegas likes them.
Yeah, they do.
Vegas likes him. And by the way,
him.
for Raymond Ritter, do not let Raymond Ritter down. 6 o'clock tip tonight.
Be there.
I still don't know why.
Or be
It's
square.
ESPN's game, and it's ESPN says you're gonna tip at 6. So we got to tip at 6.
That's it. 6 p.m. West Coast, 9 p.m. East Coast.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation I can give you.
Well, let's do it. It's going to be obviously a Steph Curry thumb game. It's obviously going to be a playoff Jimmy type of game. And we'll see if somebody else can step up. Draymond Green, obviously. And just see if it can just kind of snuff out the Rockets, who had some sort of, like, if the Rockets are going to ride any kind of storyline, it's, hey, man, we steal this one. Now we're cooking because Game 7 is Sunday in Houston. And then maybe they ride a little bit of that momentum from Game 5, which was Amen Thompson looked good against Steph. They started making some shots. They started making some free throws. They harassed the Warriors. Their defense, their trademark defense, harassed the Warriors. That's what the Rockets are riding into the arena. The Warriors are riding into the arena of, bro, Game 5, we didn't even try. And now we're gonna dispose of you.
Feels like they mailed in Game 5 to set up Game 6 at Chase Center.
So if you mailed that in, you better put the freaking stamp on it.
That's
you know what I mean?
Signed,
tonight,
sealed, delivered.
All right. Reggae Friday. I'll try to get over this loss to the Rockies. I think we will eventually. We'll get the guest list. Say good morning to Young Tony, Stony Tony on the other side. Friday morning, Reggae Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What inning would we suggest he pitches?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Today is our last day of this new contest. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh at the Masonic out in San Francisco on November 29th. Shout out Tosh.0. Daniel Tosh still doing his thing. We love to see it. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
He throws. Line drive down the left field line. Hooking. It is fair. And that will knock in the tying run. It hits off the netting along the side. Tyler throws. Line drive base hit to right field. Yaz charges it over near the line. Coming around third, heading home. Beck. Here comes the throw home. Offline. And the Rockies have scored the go-ahead run. Now Alexander again ready. There he goes. The pitch. Outside. Here's the throw down to second base. The slide. Out. Now he's swinging. It's a high fly ball to right. Waiting for it is Moniak. It comes right to him. And the Colorado Rockies, for the first time this year, have a winning streak.
Is that Reggae Fridays? Is that your thing? I like it.
Danny Cannell saving us from our sadness as the Giants lose to the lousy Colorado Rockies, who had 5 wins coming in and achieved 20% of their win total in one game. Jordan Beck hit a ground rule double. Scoring Brenton Doyle. Actually, Brenton Doyle, I was listening on the radio. Those guys, he had a nice year last year. I hope somebody has him in your fantasy thing. He had 23 bombs, 30 steals last year.
You know, it's funny. You were asking me, and before the show, I was thinking about it. I was like, does anybody own any Colorado Rockies at all in the entire league? Now, I will say I do have Chase Dollinger, their top pitching prospect, who the Giants are not going to see this series. But I think Doyle might be the one guy that is owned from this roster.
He'd be good. He scored to tie it, and then Hunter Goodman singled on a line drive to right. Yaz maybe didn't clean it. But Yaz also, by the way, saved Randy Rodriguez. Could have been a 5-3 game. Yaz had to make a really, really, really nice running catch in right center field to save Randy Rodriguez from coughing up a run in the ninth.
Great play by Yaz.
So, just bad. I mean, listen, guys, they're 19 and 13, you know, you'd kill for that start, all that, you know. If I offered you 19 and 13 the first 32, you'd be like, hell yeah, let's go. But the 3 in a row is now bringing up the is this the real team crowd? Like, you know, they're you know, listen, you get enough people in this world and get enough people listening to the show, get enough people texting in, you're going to get the salty crowd. And the salty crowd is now feasting on this 3-game losing streak, saying, aha, see, this is who they are. They can't hit. They got a bunch of guys on the interstate, and their starting pitching is suspect. Although, again, Justin Verlander last night, real good.
Yeah, Justin Verlander pitched well enough to get the win, which is something I feel like I've said about 3, 4, or 5 different times now. Like, Justin Verlander is the only starting pitcher on this roster, I believe, that does not have a win this season. And I get it, in this day and age, a lot of people really don't care about wins anymore. But I can tell you who does. Justin Verlander, as he's trying to get to 300 wins before the end of his career. Once again, Verlander pitched good enough for the Giants to win this game. And that's why I think it's so disappointing, Murph, because of the expectations. The expectations to beat the Colorado Rockies. The expectations that this is a gritty team that can battle back even late in games in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. What we've seen them do 10 different times this year, trailing by 2 or more runs late in ball games. It's the expectation that they've had one of the best bullpens in all of Major League Baseball this year. So when Tyler Rogers coughs up a few runs, it's disappointing.
Dude, you mentioned Verlander. I'll give you his last 3 starts. At Anaheim, 6 innings, 1 run. Versus Texas at home last Friday, 6 innings, 2 runs, only 1 earned. And last night, 6 1/3, 2 runs. So, bro, that's 18 and a third innings in his last 3 starts, 4 earned runs. Yeah. So, bro, he's getting it done.
And nothing to show for it.
He is getting it done.
Which raises the question, is this the curse of number 35?
See, JT Snow put out a sort of a combative tweet yesterday that the Giants didn't invite Richie to Brandon Crawford's ceremony.
No, I did not see this.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if that what the story is on that. I was like, yeah, sometimes you don't want to hit send. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Sometimes you don't hit send.
Yeah.
I know that Brandon Crawford, I had heard from his camp that he's very shy and he didn't want to call up a bunch of people and say, hey, come to my celebration. Now, it's up to the Giants to do that. It's not up to Brandon Crawford.
No doubt.
So, anyway, just thought I'd throw in a little controversy.
Oh, getting spicy on a Friday morning.
Speaking of spice, we should probably say good morning to Young Tony and get our guest list coming up here. Young Tony, good morning to you, dude.
Good morning.
How's Reggae Friday treating you?
Solid. Dave actually just sent me over a Rocky Mountain High reggae version.
Let's go,
so,
Dave.
6:30.
Hell
Stay
yeah,
tuned.
OD.
So we have it. Hey, you're a Giants fan. How are you feeling about losing to the Rockies?
Not ideal. I'm a Tyler Rogers guy. I think he's a great pitcher. He's always super deceptive on the mound, hard to pick up. But it's, everybody has a bad day. You shoot 109 out at Stanford or you go to play Harding Park, you shoot 102. I'll be honest, I didn't have a great day there either. You have a bad day. Wow. Then you go out and you play well the next day.
Are you being philosophical?
I'm trying to be. Hopefully I wasn't too offensive there.
You're not pissed?
No, I mean, it is what it is. It's one bad game. They're going to go do it again tonight. I bet you they win. I bet you they win the next 2, next 3.
Let me tell you what.
At minimum.
They better.
Yeah.
To cruise history and not go near your side of the building, they better win 3 of the next 4.
I'm not tripping, though.
By the way, 408 says, I'm not as upset at the game as I am with Copes taking shots at Jim Nance.
Dude, I have this in the cooler content. I ran in
bro.
with this today.
Well, why? I don't think I want to hear it.
One of the worst takes I've ever heard from Coach.
My God.
I don't, 408, I have no idea. I'm here, I'm trying to sort through the loss of the Rockies.
We have it if you want to hear.
Then what happened to Friday? What happened to Reggae
where's the
Friday?
good vibes,
Well, you know what?
I got Tyler Rogers coughing up runs in the 8th inning. You're going to lay this on me?
This take?
Well, I heard Young Tony chopping it up this morning. I'm like, Young Tony, these are not the Friday vibes I'm looking for when I walk in at 5:15, 5:30 in the morning.
Giants lost to the Rockies. You might as well play it. All right, what do we got?
So they were doing a giveaway. They were playing a cue to call with Jim Nance. Here's the cue to call, and then here's Copes' take.
And now, here to kick off the 2009 Red Kettle Campaign, 19 RCA recording artist, Daughtry.
I gotta tell you, I'm not the biggest Nance guy.
Really?
He's fading on me.
Well, you don't have to worry about him in 10 years.
He announced he was going to retire in 11 years or something. Right? I was like, what?
So, it'll go fast, Copes. Don't worry.
2036. I think he's, anyway, I think he's friends of the morning show and all that. I don't think I'm a Nance guy.
Okay.
I don't think Nance would be a dirty word guy.
Probably not.
Doesn't strike me as a dirty word guy.
He's good on the mic. He's solid with his play-by-play.
Yeah, he's a very,
What?
Yeah. Yeah, he's good. I mean, he's good with play-by-play. Sometimes
Easy, man. He might be listening. He lives in the area.
I could give a damn.
It's just
Wow.
wow.
We should just dump that.
Kind of tell
We shouldn't even replay that on these airwaves.
There's the old phrase. Was it the thing speaks for itself? It speaks for itself.
I mean, this is bad.
I just let
we
that-
got D Papa and Cope saying, yeah, he's good on the mic. He's good on the mic.
Let it go.
Yeah, he is more of a morning show guy.
Yeah.
I will say he's not an afternoon show guy.
yeah.
You know who also is not a dirty work guy? Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, Bruce Bochy. You want more? I can keep going. You want a Matt Barnes?
We can keep going.
You want a Jay Billis? I mean, I can keep going with this list. I can keep going and going and going, Murph.
Tom Izzo.
I mean,
on and on and on.
this-
Carl
this
Yastrzemski.
is the-
No, and now here's Stan Tim. Yeah, Stan Tim, your takes are bad lately, bro. Your bad takes are bad. He says he rolls with Copes on the anti-Nance take. So Stan
Damn.
Tim, I think you're on text probation, bro.
Damn. And this is coming from
the Stan Tim gave us a Charlie Gito's gift card in St. Louis. That was the whole friendship started with that. I think the statute of limitations on the gift card is now expired.
See, Murph, sometimes it will be your own, whether it's Stan Tim on the text line or Copes, who used to be on the board for the morning show.
Yeah.
Don't forget where you came from, Copes, because I used to be the producer watching Copes sing and dance every time we played Let's Dance when he came on the airwaves.
Yeah, we should probably move on.
Yeah, we'll move on. We'll keep it moving here.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you have a take on this, buddy?
No, dude, that's a terrible take. That might be his worst take of all time. I was doing laundry. I just threw it on. I'm like, I'm a dirty work guy. I'll tune in. I'll see what they're doing. And then he fires off the cue to call and then gives that take? Yeah. I was like, first of all, I was like, dude, morning show content immediately. And second of all, just terrible take.
He probably should have had a hotter take on the fact that he was introducing Daughtry, is what he probably should have had a hotter take on, who I believe Bob Fitzgerald was a fan of.
Yes, sir.
Back on the day, because I think they used to play a Daughtry song as part of their show. What was Daughtry's like? You guys, this This is back when I used to watch American Idol. I actually knew who Daughtry was.
Wow.
I saw him finish like 4th in American Idol some year. He had some hit, and Fitz used to go to. Fitz used to play.
It's Not Over?
Yeah,
Over You?
Maybe is that it? It's Not Over? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it.
It's not over.
Anyway, I don't know. No. Is that it?
Yeah, I know this track.
Fitz in Brooks University. Don't you guys remember? He used to play. Yeah, and then Rod would crush him. Yeah. This must have been the one. I think he used to say this like if the Warriors were down, 15 with 3 minutes to go. You know what I mean? It's not over. So, all right, guys. So, all right.
Yeah, who's on the guest list
Yeah,
today?
all right. So-
Jim Nance. Who do we got?
That would be incredible.
Buster Posey. I mean, these are all morning show guests. I mean, if you want Farhan Zaidi, he's kind of a dirty work kind of guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
That's Copes' buddy.
Oh, boy. Anyway, go ahead, buddy.
All right,
Yes,
well, to cheer everybody up, Mike Krukow is going to join the show at 7:30, his usual Friday hit. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Susan Slusser will join the show at 8:15. We're going to have cooler content at 8:30, and then Anthony Spice Adams. We're getting a little spicy this morning. Spice Adams is going to join us at 9:30 this morning.
All right. Hey, listen, we got to talk about the Warriors and the. Did you mention Matt Barnes? I'm sorry, I was reading the text.
Oh, we're going to do a Matt Barnes replay at 6:50. Thank you.
Matt Barnes. There we go. So we'll do the Warriors at 6:50. So let's hear what the Warriors Giants had to say after that terrible loss. Is there anything you can say about losing a shot to the field, Tony? You're in your young golf career, you haven't reached the point yet where you playing like tournament charity scrambles, have you?
No, not yet. No.
Yeah, you'll get there, buddy. If you play your cards right.
Yeah, if you ever get an invite again from Murph.
Did you guys see that Santa Rosa Jeff, who was our great guy to play with, and Becky, his fabulous gal, they took pictures and sent them to us. And there's a picture of me and Tony it's a glorious picture. We're in the Stanford sunshine, standing in the fairway. We have our arms around each other. I said, this is a historic photo, Marcus. The last round of golf young Tony and Murph ever played.
Damn, I normally have that effect on people, One round.
Hang that one on your fridge, Tony.
So anyway, the point is that when you play in these charity scrambles, the expectation is you're going to make birdie on every hole. And if you get to like a particularly easy hole and you par it, you're like, man, we lost a shot to the field. Because everybody's going to birdie that hole. We just made par on that hole? Damn. Giants last night lost a shot to the field. Padres have swept the Rockies. The Dodgers have swept the Rockies. And you go out. These are the games you have to win. I'm okay losing to the Cubs next week in Wrigley. They're smashing the ball all over. Did you see what they did to Paul Skeens?
They got Skeens. I think it was the first time ever he allowed 3 home runs.
3 bombs.
In the same game.
Yeah, and he walked 4 guys, too. Yeah. And so that's a lesson for a 13-year-old kid. I said, hey, kid, look, guy hit a double off you. Look what happened to Paul Skeens. Mm-hmm. He gave up 3 homers in 1 inning.
Even the best in the world get hit.
Yeah.
So, even Tyler Rogers will cough up a couple runs.
It's funny. One of the texts early in the morning, I looked at 6:02, and a guy hit me with my own medicine on the Rockies. He goes, hey, man, the Rockies drive Cadillacs, too. That's been always my favorite phrase. When you're kind of out of excuses, It was the famous line. I think it was, which baseball player said it? It was like Reggie Jackson or somebody. And he struck out 3 times. They're like, hey, man, you're supposed to hit home run. You struck out 3 times. He goes, hey, man, pitchers drive Cadillacs, too. Yes, they do. So some guy goes, the Rockies drive Cadillacs, too. Mm-hmm. All right. We'll hear what they had to say after the game. Next on The Sports Leader.
I'm not the biggest Nance guy.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
2-0 pitch. Swing. There's a shot. Deep left center field. Way back there. And adios! Pelota! Over the 399-foot marker. And for the second day in a row, Elliot Ramos hits a shot. 1-0 Giants. This one to start the Giants' night.
Hey, listen up. Listen. Listen to this. Okay, we got to change the lyrics here because we got to say, who's the artist?
The Coconut Hillbillies? I don't know.
Hey, now.
This barely qualifies as reggae, doesn't it, huh? Anyway, we were going, if you missed it, here it is. Rocky Mountain Low. Yeah. I've seen that purple. Walk in 5 and 25. There you go. I was telling, all right, that's good stuff. I was telling Marcus, even the Rockies don't expect to win when they come to the yard. You know what I mean? So
doesn't feel like it, Murph.
Scarecrow wants to talk me off the ledge. Is that right, Scarecrow?
Come get him off the ledge,
Down in
Scarecrow.
King City, California. I'll take a call from King City. What's up, Scarecrow? How are you, man?
What's up, Scarecrow?
I'm just here, guys, to talk you back away from the ledge a little bit. Yeah, it's a little disappointing that the Rockies managed to actually pull off a win, and they are a major league ball club, for lack of anything else better to call them. So the point being, at some point, I didn't think they would probably sweep them, but I'll take 3 out of 4, which is still on the table.
No. Here's the deal. The Dodgers swept the Rockies 3 straight. Padres swept the Rockies 3 straight. So this is what you got to keep pace with the field. Can't give up a shot to the field. So you can it's okay to lose. It's okay to lose to, the Cubs next week or split 4 in Philly and all that. You got to go 4 for 4 against the Rocks. That's my take.
Well, the problem is, I actually had to sit down and watch a damn Dodger game last night because I couldn't get the Giants. So, yeah, I will happily take 3 out of 4, and hooray, they managed to sweep. The Giants are a good ball club. They're a lot better than they were last year. They're entertaining as all get out. And it's a 162-game season.
Yeah.
A little patience is not necessarily a bad thing.
You're of course, everything you're saying is correct, Scarecrow. By the way, people want to know, one day you're in Coalinga, one day you're in Lafayette, one day you're in King City. Are you just picking names out of a hat? Are you picking cities out of a hat, or are you on the road?
I'm on the road.
Dare we ask what brings
Seriously.
Dare we ask what brings you to these far-flung places?
People's need for hardware that they are not going to be able to get for much longer, assuming that the orange hobgoblin gets his way.
Look at that. Nice little, I'll take that too. Scarecrow, you're the man. Try to stay tariff-free, and I'm going to put a tariff on the Giants for losing that game. All right? How's that?
Well, just remember this. They don't win them all, and to get to the playoffs, 85 to 90 games will do it, and it's a 162-game season. So guess what? There's going to be a couple of valleys in there someplace.
All right, Scarecrow. All right, I'll buy about 49% of what you sold. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, who knows where Scarecrow's going to pop up next? Maybe he'll be calling in from Argentina in a couple of days, Murph. I mean,
that guy Bertram,
with all of our callers,
I was thinking about that call because he went for the wacky name Bertram. It's kind of funny. He went Argentina. I mean, that's pretty good. And then he dropped the Baba Booey. He pulled it off. He was a success.
Yeah.
By the way, 623 thinks that the song that Fitz and Brooks used to play was called "Home" by Daughtry. Is that right? No. Isn't that by Philip Phillips, the other American Idol guy? 623. Is this it? Oh, is this Daughtry?
This is "Home." Yeah.
Okay, then maybe this is what Fitz used to say about if a team needed to get home. I don't know.
All right.
Did you not listen to Fitz and Brooks?
No, I was not a graduating member of Fitz and Brooks.
Who are you, Cubs?
I've always been a Greg Papa guy. I'll leave it at that.
Young Charlie, are you down with a Daughtry?
Not really. I mean, I've heard some of their songs. Yeah, I've heard some of their songs, but I'm not like a huge Daughtry guy.
It's actually just a dude. His name is Daughtry.
This guy put me on blast. You ever listen to Fitz and Brooks?
We could have lied. You're supposed to.
I could have.
Theater of the mind.
I could have.
Theater of the mind.
I was too busy working on the wheelhouse House with Greg Papa and John Lund.
Well, there you go.
That's
Oh,
it.
there you
I was
go.
working
There
at
you go.
another station that will not be named on these airways.
You used to sneak out and go listen to Fitz and Brooks.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem
Murph,
with Fitz and Brooks for me was nap time. And so it would be rare when I would get them. And just like with Papa and Silver, I get their first hour because I'm commuting home and all that. But after that, it's nap time for Daddy. But
Daddy
they
does pay the
did
bills.
a couple of times. They would play this Daughtry song, and it was like Brooksy would always tell Rod, he goes, "You have the musical taste of a 14-year-old girl. You know that." Cool. And Fitz was like, "Yeah, I'm here for it."
Little Daughtry. Well, I can tell you the Giants did not reach home as many times as the Colorado Rockies. And I did want to give out this take about Tyler Rogers before we get into our Matt Barnes interview on the other side. Because I've mentioned this before with Tyler Rogers, and I've seen some of the texts today. I saw social media freaking out, saying you can never pitch this guy in the 8th inning, despite the fact that he's been damn near perfect this year. I mean, he's literally only allowed one earned run the entire season. It was at Yankee Stadium earlier this year. So Tyler Rogers is efficient. But even I, myself, personally, have said that I would prefer a guy like Camilo Duvall in the 8th inning over Tyler Rogers because I think Camilo and Ryan Walker are your two best arms out of the bullpen. Now, to start the season, Camilo wasn't throwing as many strikes, and that's why I understand Bob Melvin's decision to go with Tyler Rogers in the 8th inning. But my biggest issue with Tyler Rogers is the familiarity within the NL West. Because young Tony even pointed it out last segment. Tyler Rogers is in Major League Baseball because of the deception that he creates. Because he's a submarine pitcher. It's an arm angle that you do not see a lot unless you're playing this guy 13 times per year. And I went into some numbers, and it's not like Tyler Rogers has terrible numbers against the Colorado Rockies. I mean, this is a team that also hasn't won a game at Oracle Park since 2023. But in 41 appearances, a 3-2 record with a 3.29 ERA. Not bad, but 41 appearances is what I'm focusing on because that's 41 times they got to see that arm angle. And the more and more you see that submarine arm angle, it's easier to hit. And I understand there's roster change and stuff like that, but when you have an NL West opponent, it's something that I'm already thinking of down the stretch, down the season. When you do have these matchups against the Padres, against the Dodgers, against the D-backs, these are all guys who have seen that arm angle, have seen that deception. And so, in my opinion, they have a better chance of having success against a guy like Tyler Rogers.
Well, I mean, the argument against you is his numbers are pretty darn good. You know, so I mean, he's 16 in the third innings, you know, only 3 walks, 11 is 0.85 whip, you know, so, and it's his first time he's faced the Rockies all year.
Yeah,
so.
Well, I'm saying, like, overall, though, like, with these matchups this season, I just pointed out, had only allowed 1 earned run against the New York Yankees, but this was also the first time he's pitched this season. Not sure if he hopped in against the Padres, but, like, we're talking about these NL West matches. I'm just talking about the familiarity.
When Bob Melvin asked, what inning would you suggest I pitch him, why didn't you jump in? You should have jumped in.
Well, you asked the question, not me.
I know, but you could have said, hey, I have a thought.
Yeah, well, like, again,
next time we get him.
Next time we have Bob, I can talk to him about that concept of the familiarity of just NL West teams seeing him more often than other teams. That's the point I'm making.
Bring this to Krukow. See what he says.
Yeah, we do definitely.
We don't have to be combative about it.
No, not
at
all.
Morning show, but just say, hey, man, is there a problem? Is there a chance that the more people see Tyler Rogers, the less effective he is? That's the phrase.
Yeah, I would say that's the case for damn near any pitcher, but especially a submarine type pitcher where you don't see that arm angle very often.
Right. Of course it is. Yeah, but if your stuff's so good, it's hard for guys to hit stuff.
No doubt.
Like, you know, the more you see Paul Skeens, although the Cubs hit 3 homers off yesterday. Bob Melvin after the game cut M about the Rockies' approach against Tyler Rogers here.
Just good approach. Hit him the other way. I mean, sometimes it's going to happen, but like you said, it's just so unexpected the way he's pitched this year. But you got to give them a credit. You know, they had a good approach off him, strung some hits together, which doesn't happen often.
Yeah. So he's like, I think the long way S happens.
Yeah.
S happens. Melvin talking about Verlander. Says Verlander, this is only the second time in his 20-year career he's gone 7 starts without a win. The other time was 2015. It's a string of bad luck, man. And so, Melvin on that.
Well, look, of course we want to get him his first win here, but the more importantly is just winning the game, period, no matter how you do it. But he pitched well enough to win. He's done that probably a couple times now. So, unfortunately, hasn't gotten that win yet. We'd like to get him one. But a team loss is a team loss.
Yeah, and so we just mentioned the 3 really, really good starts, the last 3 in a row. You know, let's say you don't win them all, but you get him 2. He gets up to 300's a tall ask, 38 wins at his age, but you might as well make a run at it. And now he's like, dude, how can I make a run at it if you guys can't get me one?
Yeah, that's the issue, and he does want to pitch until he's 45, only on a one-year contract. But yeah, he would like to start stacking up some wins, especially when the Giants start off the season as hot as they did.
Well, here he is himself, Justin Verlander, after the game here. Justin Verlander about, not getting the win.
This is where it's, kind of difficult as somebody who likes to win, likes to win as a team. You want to do your part. But also I think you try to look at it like you give your team a chance, and if you give your team enough chances, the wins will start coming. You go deeper in games and keep a lot of runs off the board, and those things just kind of fall in line and start happening. It's just, we're sitting here talking about it. It's just been unfortunate. I mean, our bullpen's been phenomenal all season, and just unfortunately a couple starts for me. But that's baseball. Like, you can't sit here and be like, "Woe is me." It's, you got a bunch of teammates, and you got to trust each other, and we do, explicitly, and our bullpen's been one of our biggest strengths. So, going forward, I'm more than confident in continuing to hopefully do my part, give us a chance to win, hand it off to the next guy, let them do their job, and hopefully we score some runs, and that's how wins start happening. So just happy to be pitching a little better than I was early in the season.
Look at Justin Verlander being the pro, doing all the things, checking all the boxes. I got my guys. We'll do it. Didn't happen. We'll keep going. Reminds me, his attitude is the opposite of the story I always go to. Howard Bryant told me when he was playing rec league softball on the weekends, he said they had some tough loss, and they were like a competitive league. That's some tough loss, and everybody was pissed. And the guy next to him was zipping up his bag. His name is JP. Howard goes, JP, man, zips up his bag, throws his bag over his shoulder, storms out of the dugout, and the last thing he mutters under his bag is, "I went 3 for 4. He's walked.
Yeah, I know. Those are not guys you want in the clubhouse.
So I see Verlander zipping up his bag, laying in the clubhouse last night, walking past Roger. I went 6 1/3. Yeah. JP is out the door.
There are a lot of guys like that. Yeah, there are. There are a bunch of guys like that.
So Verlander wasn't that guy last night.
No.
All right. Hey, we have Matt Barnes. He joined us yesterday. He was great. He was really, really, really good from all the smoke. We should tell everybody that the first late round draft pick of the Niners, well, not late round, but third round draft pick, Upton Stout, is going to be on KNBR today. Papa and Silver at 10:15 this morning. So is this a time before we get to Barnes to remember his famous "Let's do it, let's do it, Coach, let's do it"? Do you want to play the original the phone call and then maybe a little laboratory work or what? Let me know how you want to do this here, buddy.
Yeah, why the hell not? It is a Reggae Friday, so in honor of Reggae Friday, we cooked up a couple collabs, one of them being Jay Boog, who we usually hear on a Reggae Friday. So this will fit in perfectly, but first let's set it up. This was the original call from John Lynch and the 49ers to Upton Stout.
Upton, it's John Lynch from the Niners, man. How you doing?
Man, let's do it,
Let's
Coach.
do it. I didn't even have to ask you. I tell you.
Let's do it, Coach.
We're ready to do it, man.
Let's do it, Coach. Come on, Coach.
I love it.
Let's do it.
I love it. I'm going to put you on with Coach. Here's Coach Shanahan, man.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
All right. So somebody went to the lab and put on the the ones and the twos?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like, here we go.
Nice to know ya. Let's do it. How we did it on a one night.
Not bad. Not bad. It comes around a second time.
Yes. Nice to know ya. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. I approve.
All right.
I approve.
So we went to the lab and we're like, maybe we can do a little mashup. Maybe we can throw together Upton Stout with a little Waka Flocka. Let's do it.
Flocka.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. That one kind of slaps a little bit. All right.
So then there was that. And then I don't know how the hell we even came up with a third one, Tony.
I got more for you if you want to go in the lab.
I think this was Murph. Wild Thing, Tone Loc.
Okay.
Yeah. And some textures.
And this
I think a texter sent it in.
Yeah, and this is literally
but it's a good call.
Just for the intro.
Yeah,
Tony.
Let's do it.
That's it. Just give it to me one more time, Tony.
Let's do it.
I'll take it.
Let's do it.
I sent you. There's a few more. We can keep going.
We can keep working in the lab.
Very, very good. Well, Mr. Upton, you guys probably string them all together in one.
I'm saying, give us a quick little mashup. We just wanted to debut to the people. And Murph, as a wise man once said, It's something.
Hey,
It's something.
There you go, buddy. We learned. We learned from the best.
Yep.
All right, Matt Barnes. All the smoke between the Rockets and the Warriors. Next on the Sports Leader.
Let's do it.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the... Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You and Dylan got into it. It looked like you guys were having fun. Like, took it back to the playground almost, it looked like. What was it like out there? And it looked like you guys were, like, going back and forth. Did you enjoy that element of the game?
No, we're not having fun. You get me on record for this. I don't like Dylan Brooks, so we're never having fun. I'm a fierce competitor. He's a fierce competitor, but there ain't nothing fun about that.
Yeah, man. Jimmy Butler and Young Tony asked us in the what did Young Tony ask today for is he a top 4 villain, a mountain villain more? I think we said yes. Is that recency bias?
Maybe a little bit. Now, the real question is, did you come back today with a different take? Because it seems like you always update your answers. You're always mad about leaving somebody out.
That one hasn't addled me as just as some other ones. I'm good putting Dylan Brooks on. You know why? Because it encompassed 2 teams. Yeah. Went from Memphis to Houston, and he's been a villain twice now. Yeah. So I'm going to go with that.
He has been a while.
I'll stick with him.
Has he taken over the Chris Paul pest role? It kind of seems like the Chris Paul hate died down a little bit since he came to the Warriors.
I don't think Paul ever even got to the level of Brooks. Brooks is out here. I think Brooks is out here like actively trying to start S, whereas Paul was just more. People thought he was more of like a whiner.
Yeah, people just were more annoyed of Chris Paul. It feels like where people really get pissed off at Dylan Brooks because he's an agitator. Well, I mean, he's a habitual line stepper.
He's swinging his hands.
He's a dollar store Draymond Green,
which we asked Matt Barnes about. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You ever shop at the dollar store?
Oh, all the time.
What can you get there?
Anything, everything. I mean, it's like I used to go there just for
what's in there that's worth it.
Oh, bro, like kitchen supplies. Like when I was in college, dude, I lived at the dollar store.
Okay.
Like you needed a broom and a dustpan, $1.
Okay.
You need some paper plates, $1. Okay. You need a spatula, $1. I would go in and grab like 20 to 30 items.
I got to bone up on the dollar store.
Oh yeah. Some decent snacks too. Underrated snacks at the dollar store.
Is there one near you in the city?
In the city, no, but there was a bunch down in the South Bay.
There was. All right. Young Tony, you dollar store guy?
No, I was just gonna say I've been in there before. Not everything's $1. Not gonna lie.
That's true. Now I don't like the fact that they've raised the prices to $1.25. I feel like I'm not getting that same value. And you're right. There's that one like little zone where it's like $3 or $5. It's the dollar store. Everything should be $1.
The dollar store is not $1. I mean, that's the ultimate. That's the ultimate in marketing, right? The dollar store. Come on in. Yeah, it's $5.
Yeah, it's $3.
Well, it doesn't matter. What you're called the dollar store? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's $5.
I'm not paying $3 for a steak. I'm in the frozen section.
All right. Well, Matt Barnes was worth more than $1. One more digression. Old Paulie's favorite story of mine was when I was high school football covering the Dorsey-San Fernando game, and I was at that gas station in a not great neighborhood in L.A. on a Friday night, and I was trying to send the story on my payphone, and I had to be on my hands and knees because these acoustic couplers you had to send. So you had to call and get a beep, and then you had to stick the beeping noise into these acoustic couplers, and you had to keep it steady for like the entire time. It would send it over the electronic transmission. And I was on my hands and knees at a pay station down by Dorsey High School, which is not the best neighborhood in L.A., and a guy comes walking over. It's like a 10:30, 10:45, dark night. Guy comes walking over. Guy doesn't look like he's citizen of the year. Doesn't look like he's a Boy Scout. He's got a shower cap on.
A shower cap?
He comes up and I'm like, well, here we go. I got it. And I'm like, well, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. He goes, hey, man. He goes, loan me $1.
Yeah.
And I keep in my left hand I reached into my wallet and I extricated $1 and I gave it to the guy.
Wow, you pulled the $1 out with the wallet still in your pocket?
It was like a tax.
That's a pro move.
So I'm wondering, does the guys want to go to the dollar store?
That's it. Let me hold $1. You can go get a Gatorade. You can get some good snacks, some top ramen.
Hey, man, I'm headed to the dollar store. Loan me $1.
That's it. Let me hold $1.
All right, Matt Barnes joined us yesterday from All the Smoke. He's good basketball talk. So, good morning, Matt. How are you, man?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
No, it's always good to talk to you, dude. And dude, last night, let's get right into it. I mean, the Warriors get blown out. They sit their starters in the second half for the most part. They come home for Game 6 tomorrow night. Just go big picture, Matt. If you're the Warriors flying home from Houston last night, what's the mood of the team, you think?
We got to handle business at home because we don't want to go back to Houston. Last night you saw a desperate Houston team with their back against the wall. And I think, that's a veteran Warrior team, and I think they knew that. So they know they need to take care of business at home so they don't have to go back to Houston.
The Warriors were down 27 points after the third quarter yesterday. They cut that lead down to 13 with a lot of their backups in the game. What do you think about Steve Kerr's decision to not put his starters back in the game at that point, Matt?
I mean, I get it. I think he was looking big picture. It would have took a lot out of those guys to bring the team back and possibly get a win. So, instead he gave some bench guys some minutes. But my question is, with all that happening, what is going on with Kuminga and Kerr? There's something really going on. Obviously, I'm not in the mix no more. I saw in the report, I guess he had an illness, but I don't necessarily believe that. There's some real beef between those two, it seems like. And to me, on the outside looking in, again, obviously I feel like the Warriors have set a certain standard and a culture that was actually started by the players, which is always the best. But it's hard for me to believe that the Jonathan Kuminga, at his height, his athleticism, his ability out there, can't help that team, especially with the lack of size that they have. Do you guys have any insight on that as just a fan of the Warriors?
We have beat writers, we have broadcasters, we have our guys, we have everybody, and nobody, what they tell you is he doesn't do what the coaches want him to do when he's in the game. Like, he doesn't move the ball the way they want him to. Kind of the anti-Jimmy Butler. Like, Jimmy moves it.
The ball stops.
Yeah,
the ball stops.
The ball stops, yeah. How does that sound to you?
I mean, obviously, again, they've set a standard of how they win and how they're supposed to play. And, obviously, this past offseason coming into the season, you saw him, ask for a huge extension, and it didn't, sit well, I guess, with the team and the organization. And it just seems like it's been a really up and down year for him. Again, I don't know him. This is all obviously outside looking in, but for someone who averages 16 points a game, you would think that, you can definitely get something out of them. But again, in the playoffs, you want to go with who you can trust, and I guess there's just a huge trust issue there.
Yeah, that's what it breaks down to me also, Matt. I think there's a trust issue between Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr and his future moving forward. But focusing on the guys who are actually on the court, there's a lot of beef between the Rockets and the Warriors, a lot of physicality in this series. What's been your breakdown on the way that the Rockets have guarded Steph Curry in this back-and-forth action with guys like Dillon Brooks swiping at his thumb?
I wish I was still playing, because I'll slap the shit out of Dillon Brooks, excuse my language. But I love it. I think that, where this team is at. The main source of scoring, is going to be Steph. And if you see an injury, it's only right for these guys. It's a little old school. You're going to attack, any kind of weakness that you see. But I love the physicality. I think this plays, obviously, I think, to be honest with you, it plays more into the Warriors' hands, and particularly Draymond's hands, because he's a guy that walks this line and has walked this line his entire career. And I think he's someone that can, use the physicality against them from a standpoint of kind of getting in their heads. And you saw, the ability to possibly get in one of their bigger guys' heads, maybe a Sengun or even a Dillon Brooks. As much as people don't like him, he's a huge value add and a huge part of that team. So I understand it. And really, Houston has taken on the kind of the mantra and kind of what their coach was. I had a chance to play against Ime, and he was always just a hard-nosed type player, and that team is bought into what he is selling on the defensive end, and physicality was definitely one of his better traits.
Matt Barnes is the voice you hear, and of course he and Steven Jackson, former Warriors, have the highly popular podcast All the Smoke. They recently signed Vernon Maxwell to the All the Smoke roster. Vernon Maxwell likes to smoke. Recently hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube and 1 million subscribers on Instagram. They'll be part of the Fanatics Fan Fest in New York City in June. Check out at All the Smoke Productions across any social media platform. Matt, of course, Northern California's own Sacramento kid, and won a championship with the Warriors in 2017. Matt, the specifically, Marcus just asked you about the thumb a little bit, just specifically on that. Just want to kind of get the NBA code. Draymond said it's okay. Steve Kerr called out like the rule that you're allowed to hit a guy after he releases. So Steph's thumb, I don't know if you've seen the picture, it's really bad. And he's going to have to gut it out. How do you feel about Dillon Brooks, like, taking aim at that thing specifically?
I mean, again, as a fan of Steph and a fan of the Warriors, I don't like it. But again, as much as I would like to, be in there and slap at Dillon Brooks, I love the way he plays. I love the way he thinks. And it's kind of old school. Like, if you see a weakness, if you see some blood in the water, you have to attack it, because, that team knows and the league knows, for that team to win, it has to be Steph. Steph has to be incredible. And the fact that he's been able to gut it out thus far and still play the way he has with a thumb on his shooting hand, I take my hat off to Steph. But again, you see any sign of weakness, you're going to attack it. So again, I don't like it, but I definitely understand what Dylan Brooks is trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, I'd love to get your breakdown of the role of the referees, not just in this series, but across the playoff landscape in the NBA, of how physical it's been and how really we're seeing a completely different product of what we're seeing in the regular season.
Well, I love the fact that they've turned up or allowed the physicality to increase in the playoffs, and I wish they would allow that to happen more in the regular season. I think them kind of swallowing their whistles or holding their whistles has to me, made it a better game and a more physical playoffs, but at the same time, big calls being missed. You look back to the Laker game in Minnesota with the trip where Luka got tripped by McDaniels when they didn't call it, but would have put Luka to the line to take the lead. You look at particularly the Detroit and the Knicks series with the foul at the end of the game where Hardaway would have had 3 shots to ultimately put Detroit over the top, and then they go into New York, and now it's 3-2 Detroit instead of 3-2 the Knicks. So to me, it's really frustrating from just a bad call standpoint. I don't mind the physicality. Obviously, I came from an era of physicality, but what bothers me is these mistakes during crunch time that can really shift or send a team home. And I've always wanted, and I know current players informed, but we want more transparency with the refs. I mean, when players mess up and make mistakes or play horrible or criticized or talked about as front page, when the refs do it, it's behind closed doors. It's a secret society. Like, what happens to the refs that blow these games? I'd like to see Detroit advance. You know what I mean? But if they go home now, the first thing you're going to look at is, dang, that was a big missed call. What happened to that ref? Is he fined? Is he suspended? Can he not, do the playoffs? Is he out the rest of the playoffs? I just wish there was more transparency when it comes down to these calls that are missed. Because, again, it's not the regular season now. These calls can send teams home or advance teams.
Man, that's really well said. It's just a gigantic sort of, lack of accountability, but we'll definitely
absolutely
keep our eyes on that. Last couple minutes here with Matt Barnes, who, of course, you can enjoy on All the Smoke with Steven Jackson. You can check it out on YouTube and Instagram, and they just signed Vernon Maxwell, too. Hey, since you did go take us to a little bit talk about the Knicks and the Pistons and a little bit on the Lakers and the T-Wolves, I got to get the Matt Barnes take on Anthony Edwards. He's burning up the headlines today. I mean, he's 23 years old. He just knocked out Luka and the Lakers and LeBron. Last year they did it to Jokic in the Nuggets. He took a victory lap outside of the Staples Center last night, talking that smoke, giving all the smoke to Laker fans. I just love to hear it from a veteran, a man who played 14 years in the league. You see a young hustler like this. What's your reaction?
I absolutely love it. I mean, he's someone who talks but can back it up. And that's rare. He's been a giant slayer. As you just listed, he's knocked out some of the greats in this league and is sending them home early. And as someone who says he doesn't want to be a face, he's doing a bad job at, at not doing that because he's playing so well. I think Anthony Edwards is obviously one of the best players in the world. His game matches his confidence. I think sometimes he wills his team to victory. He makes all the guys believe, and all the guys have the same kind of, confidence that he does. I mean, look at Rudy Gobert last night. I don't think we've ever seen Rudy Gobert play that well, particularly in the playoffs. And then, Julius Randle, everyone thought it was a horrible trade. He hadn't really done much in the regular season, then comes out and obviously playing his former team, he's going to be more energized. But I just think Anthony Edwards put the battery in that entire team's back. And, obviously we're going to wait to see. Hopefully it'll be the Warriors next round, and they're going to have their hands full, with who can stop him. And, if they're not able to stop him, they'll slide to the Western Conference. So I'm a huge fan of Anthony Davis. I think, him and Jason Tatum are probably the 2 best young American players that, we're always talking about who's next. After we see Steph and LeBron and KD go, I think we're looking at them. I think Anthony Davis is going to be definitely one of the faces of the league, and obviously Jason Tatum has been well documented. He doesn't get the credit he deserves as far as being one of the best players in the game. So to answer your question, I love everything about Anthony Edwards. I love the fact that he can talk smack and back it up at the highest level. And he's going to be a real problem because I don't see anyone in the league being able to slow him down.
Yeah, Matt, that's really one of the ramifications for me for the Warriors not closing it out in Houston last night is getting that extra rest ahead of a potential matchup against Minnesota. But I guess that's my last question for you. When you're led by a team where Draymond Green's 35 years old, Jimmy Butler's 35 years old, Steph Curry's 37, do these guys still have enough gas in the tank to compete with a team like Minnesota and move on and make a title run?
We are going to see. I mean, I guess we're going to have to see. I mean, obviously, everyone on this call wants to see that and hopes to see that. But, it's no secret that the Warriors are older. And, for them to be able to do what they've been able to do over this amount of years and for Jimmy Butler to come to this team and inject some new life into them, at the end of the day, they're still an older team. And just what you said, I thought it was crucial for them to go into Houston, get that win, and get some days off to really rest because, now they know who's coming. But we kind of figured it was going to be Anthony Edwards. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, they don't want to look ahead. They still got a very young, dangerous Houston team ahead of them. But if they are able to, get over this Houston Rockets team, they're going to have their hands full with Anthony Edwards. They're going to have to throw several different looks at him, from Moody to Jimmy Butler. I'm sure Draymond might even, obviously get switched out on him. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what lies ahead for this team because it's no secret, these older teams like the last of my era, all the guys that I play with are coming to the end of their run. And there's definitely a lot of new young sheriffs in town that are hungry, athletic, and can run for days.
Man, good stuff, Matt. You do a great job at this, buddy. You're pretty good on the mic, man. So everybody check out All the Smoke. We knew that. That's why you guys have 1 million followers on YouTube and Instagram. So way to rep the NorCal vibe, the Sacramento kid, and keep doing it with Stack Jack. Say hi to Stack Jack for us. Tell him KNBR in the morning, guys. Murph and Marcus, because he's a dude we've hung out with on occasion, too. So it's all good, and thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Man, thank you guys for having me, and good luck.
Yeah, it's Matt Barnes. Hope you all enjoyed that early morning hit on a Friday morning as you're grinding out your Friday as Matty Barnes gets you guys ready for Game 6 tonight. So, not looking ahead, but looking ahead, if the Warriors somehow are fortunate enough to win tonight, which we'll talk about on the other side. Warriors are 3-1 against the Timberwolves this year. However, haven't played them since January 15th.
Ooh.
So haven't even played them with Jimmy.
Yeah.
So totally different vibe. Totally different team.
Also, Minnesota has been playing a lot better since January.
Yeah, they're much better, too.
Julius Randle finding his footing.
Well, listen. Marcus Thompson came on yesterday with Papa and Silver talking about the season being on the line tonight. We got thoughts on the Warriors. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you truly worried about tonight, or are you thinking the Warriors take care of business tonight? Steph's thumb, Jimmy's rear end. Can somebody step up the pods? Should Moody start for Buddy Hield? That's something people are talking about. Maybe Buddy's coming back down to earth a little bit. Moody got a little surge in Game 5. So all these things to talk about, and we will on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680 D Sports Leader.
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Sorry about the good people at Provident Credit Union, where it's smart and safe with your money. This is huge. Smart and safe with the moves with your money. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate. You can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. That's right, Provident Credit Union. Hey, are you building an emergency fund? Are you planning ahead for college costs? Home projects, or just looking for a financial peace of mind? Choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Provident Credit Union named recently one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another reason you can trust where you bank. This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providencecu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday. God, I see I'm already like in a better mood than I was at 6:01 when I was hot about the Giants losing to the Rockies. Uh-oh. Just saying that's getting me hot again.
Oh, come on, Murph. Come on. All right, well, let me cool you down because, Murph, I know that you've always been a reggae guy.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since, you know.
See, this guy's got great instincts, this guy, Boucher.
You know?
He's got great instincts. I am now nice and calm again. Thank you very much.
Simple as that.
And I'm also calm because I don't know, maybe I'm drinking Surfside because the Bay Area Sports Calendar, we do this on Thursdays and Fridays. It's sponsored by Surfside. The Houston Rockets are in town to face the Warriors in Game 6 tonight at 6. That's where we give you guys a little, look at you. You did it. The Ventures, buddy. Look, this kid learns. You know the Ventures?
Tony. I'm trying to see if I know this song. Oh, of course I know this song.
Yeah, so the Ventures would be considered maybe like the number one, the GOAT of surf music here. The Houston Rockets are in town to face the Warriors in Game 6 tonight at 6 o'clock. Raymond Ritter wants you in your seats early. He wants the whole Bay Area to know this game is at 6. So adjust your Friday accordingly. Be in Shea Center by 6. And despite Marcus Boucher's entreaties, wear the shirt.
Wear the damn shirt.
Meanwhile, if you are a baseball head who could care less about basketball, there's a baseball game Friday night, 7:15 tonight. Colorado Rockies facing the Giants. See, now I'm back angry again. Because we're talking about the Rockies. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. The gentleman playing those guitar licks is named Dick Dale. He was iconic. Like, that's like he's got to say his name, and surf guitarists everywhere nod in approval. I believe we lost Dick Dale somewhere in the last few years, but the Ventures were iconic. All right, buddy.
Well, question for you real quick about the Surfside calendar. What does a young single man on a Friday night do with his life? Does he go down to Chase Center for the Houston Rockets Game 6 matchup? Or does he go out to Oracle Park to watch the Giants try to get revenge against the Rockies? Because I know what young Tony's doing tonight, and I know what I'm doing. But Murph, if you had the choice, what would you pick?
It's a great question. By the way, real quick, is this the Ventures?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wipeout. Ventures.
Okay. Somebody said it's their Surfaris. No, it's not. It's the Ventures, bro.
Ooh.
Anyway, what
feels
would I
like
do?
we're going on a surf.
You got to go to Game 6.
Yeah, you got to go. Game 6.
Yeah,
so I think tonight might be the first game all season for the San Francisco Giants at Oracle Park that I won't be at, Murph.
No, you got to go to Game 6.
The streak is going to end tonight. Last year, we got up to, 17 or 18 straight Giants home games before Mother's Day weekend. I've been to all 14 home games so far. But unless the Giants go late tonight and I sneak down for a little Terry Francois two-step for maybe the 9th inning, feels like the streak's going to end today, Murph.
Here's the catch. Young Tony, you're going to the Giants game with your boys, your crew.
Yeah.
The guys you called on the way home from Stanford.
Squad.
Yeah. I texted him. I didn't call him. Not like that. Come on.
Tell me about willingly blowing off a Game 6 from the Warriors.
Yeah, so I'm going with some Kings fans.
Fans?
They're not Warriors fans. Not all of them.
That explains it.
Yeah, but we always go to one of these Rockies games, and it was like $25 in the bleachers. I was like, sign me up. Why not? I also thought, I'll be honest, I thought the Warriors were going to close it out in 5.
How do you feel now about missing the Warrior game?
Not ideal. Okay. I'm a little jealous.
Well, here's the thing. I'll FaceTime you during the fourth quarter, Tony. We can show each other what we're missing.
I remember I've been at Giants games during key Warriors games, and it's a weird feeling.
It is.
It's a weird feeling. Like, everybody's kind of on their phones, and I remember specifically, was it the play? When did they lose the play-in game to Memphis? Was it 21 or God, the break?
Yeah, I think it was 21.
I got to tell you, personal digression on my brain. Coming out of COVID, like, we came back to work in 21. That year, 21 is a mess for me. Like, I'm not sure, were we home or were we not home? Don't ask me anything that happened in 2021. Because 2020, I know where we were. We were home. 2021, we were half home, half not. Some sports were playing, some weren't. Some allowed you there, some didn't. So, was it 21 when they lost the play into Memphis? What happened to your brain, bro? Exactly, dude.
Yeah, because it has to be, because 2022, they won the NBA Finals, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
See, I need things like that.
Yeah,
So anyway, I was at the Giants game. I guess they let us back. And the guy sitting to my right had the Warrior game on his iPad, and he and I made friends that night. And the Warriors lost. And we were like, bro, what is going on? Then we were trying to, it was like the Giants are playing a meaningless game. But I remember these kind of things happen when the Warriors are playing an important playoff game, but you have Giants tickets. You're like, yeah, I got to go, you know? So.
And it's awesome where it sets up like last Saturday, where I was able to go out to the Giants game for the Brandon Crawford celebration and then do the Terry Francois two-step because there was a later start on Saturday night. So that was a perfect world, but hey, life ain't perfect. You got to deal with it. You got to make a decision tonight, Giants and Warriors fans.
Yeah, and the decision is to probably heavily focus on the Warriors.
Yeah, I'd say 90% of Bay Area sports fans, probably even more, are going to be tuned in on the Warriors tonight.
Particularly because the Giants should be sent to their room and be on probation. No dessert for you after losing to the Rockies last night.
You're on timeout.
Marcus,
go stand in the corner and think about what you did.
They used to go stand in the corner.
Yeah, with their nose in the corner.
Pretty much.
Just stare at the wall.
That's what I had to do. It made me the man I am today.
And here we are.
Marcus Thompson came on Papa and Silver yesterday about Game 6, and he calls it the season right here, Young Tone. Here it is.
Perhaps Houston bails them out and plays a poor game. They've put together a few solid games. And the last couple have been really good. They're probably due for a stinker, but they just can't bank on that because teams get up. They get up for the Warriors. So I think this is the season right here. This is the must-win game for whatever ambition they have, however far they want to go. It begins with them winning this game on Friday.
Okay, it is the season. I mean, listen, these guys truly believe. Draymond Green told us at the All-Star break, we're going to win the championship. Multiple basketball voices we had on over the last 2 months since the Jimmy Butler trade has said, I believe the Warriors are a legit contender to win the Western Conference. They took a 3-1 lead in this series. Now, a couple games are close. You had to stop Şengün on his last shot, but hey, you got the win. All these games are close, right? Look at the Knicks last night.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson has to hit a shot. I heard the East Coast guys on the way in calling it Jordan-esque.
Oh.
The Brunson shot.
I mean, it was beautiful, clutch shot. I mean, that's why he was the clutch player of the year, and he did it over the other Thompson twin.
Yes, Asar.
Yeah, shout out to Asar, though. He had a great stop like 2 possessions before against Jalen Brunson. He played some great defense, but that's the type of defense that the Thompson twins are bringing to the table.
So that's one of the things we got to look at tonight. Ahmed Thompson got some momentum from Game 5. Now, again, momentum against what? A Steph whose thumb was racked up, and the Warriors team was sort of mentally checked out prior to this. But he did pick Steph a couple times and shut down. Steph looked, I heard one of the writers called Steph listless in Game 5. Like he really wasn't engaged in Game 5. And maybe that all started with Kerr. Platty checked in. He says, Warriors win tonight. He said, because Kerr is so smart about playing the long game, and he rested his guys. So this old team didn't have to put out all that energy in Game 5.
Yeah,
so you'll see, hopefully, you're going to see ultimately the payoff tonight.
Yeah, and hopefully there's some payoff because the Warriors G League team, the Santa Cruz Warriors, led by Pat Spencer and Kevin Knox out there, were able to get the starters from the Houston Rockets back in the game. So maybe that extra mileage will pile up a little bit longer in Game 6.
Yeah.
And that's really the key here. It felt like it was a load management game in the playoffs, which sounds ridiculous, but this was a team that was up 3-1. Steve Kerr talked about it before the game. He talked to Draymond and the guys at halftime. Draymond said, give us 5 minutes. They were 5 minutes in. They were still down 20-plus points, so they pulled the plug and never put their starters back in. We'll see if it pays dividends tonight because rest is so important for this older squad, Murph. We talked about it yesterday. If they close out tonight, Game 1 against Minnesota will be on Monday, so they will get 2 days of rest before taking on Anthony Edwards. But if they lose tonight and force a Game 7 on Sunday, they would come back if they win that game and play on Tuesday. They would only have 1 day off in between. So we're talking about playing for the difference between 1 rest day and 2 rest teams, which matters for a team that is led by 35 and 37-year-olds.
Man, oh man, that's what's at stake tonight, guys. So Ahmed Thompson, can the Warrior defense be more engaged? Houston got hot in this game in Game 5. Again, it seemed like a weird game. I don't know how much you can take, truly, from Game 5, but Houston got hot. They moved the ball better. They shot it better. You guys see Van Vliet's been shooting a lot better these last 2 games.
Yes.
It's something to keep an eye on.
Yes, maybe that's why you make a move to put Moody back in the starting lineup over Buddy Hield.
I would think that's the move. I really would. You guys just slow down Van Vliet right away, do their thing. And don't forget, the Houston defense was the thing we talked about coming into this series, and they muddied up the works on the Warriors in Game 5. Again, though, just putting an asterisk on how engaged were the Warriors. We had Kerr before the game talking about, I don't know how long we're going to chase this thing tonight. It's like, wait, what? It's like Marcus leaving North Beach at 9:30 on a Friday night. Yeah, I'm not chasing it tonight.
Yeah, I'm not chasing it tonight.
All right.
Like, why'd you even come out then? Should have just stayed your ass home.
Because you said you probably went. This is the equivalent of you going out to North Beach on a Friday night, see what happens in the first hour.
Yeah.
Something might fall. Something might happen. But if not, I'm going home.
Yeah. Who knows? I might be down 20 early tonight. But then you never know. There's always that 2 a.m. angel that can save a game.
Well, 2 a.m. you got to stay till 2 a.m.
That's it.
Kerr didn't want to stay till 2 a.m.
No, he wasn't looking for no angels.
He was like, I'm good. Tonight we're going to go home and get our sleep.
That's it. Sometimes you just got to chalk it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing good happens after midnight.
That's okay, though. That's okay. So that's the things we're looking at. The Warriors, by the way, if they win, will make their 9th Western Conference semifinal in the last 13 years. Here's the stat I saw. In the previous 18 years, they made one Western Conference semifinal. So for all you Warriors of a certain age, so what I just announced, the last 31 years. So let's say you came Warrior fan when you were like 12. So if you're a Warrior fan in your 40s, and hopefully we have listeners in their 40s, because that would put you in the demo.
Yeah.
If you're in your Warrior fan in your 40s or up to age 54, you guys remember the 18-year drought, and the only team to make the semis was the We Believe team. That's it. Now, this would be their 9th time in the last 13 years. That's the kind of glory we're living in here right now.
And that's why you've got these youngins calling for Steve Kerr's job every time they lose a game. It's ridiculous. It's
I had another one this week from a guy my age.
Wow.
Like 3 years, a guy in his 50s.
All right.
He's like, they should have fired him years ago. I'm like, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Years ago.
I don't know what to tell you.
Years ago.
And by the way, I turn on the radio, I say things wrong. Dick Dale and the Ventures, two separate things. Dick Dale not in the Ventures. Influenced the Ventures. Influenced the Ventures. My bad.
I forgive you, Murph.
My bad.
I forgive you.
All right, guys. Well, at least the thing on the radio is you can correct yourself, whereas if you do it in print, it stays there all day. In newspaper days, cyber, you can call in and correct.
Ooh.
Speaking of which, I have to write a jock blog today, which nobody will read.
Coming soon to KNBR website near you.
That's partially my fault, because when I file them on a Friday, that's death. Nobody's online.
You know, I've always had this issue with you posting these on Friday. It's like waiting all week long to do your homework on a Friday night. Yeah. You should knock these things out on like a Monday or a Wednesday.
You're right. I'm going to use you as inspiration.
There we go.
Mike Krukow, and Mike's way more philosophical because he's a pro base. Man played in the bigs. He knows you're going to lose some games. Now he's got to talk to an idiot who's mad at the Giants for losing to the Rockies. Next on The Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow is part of the Murph and Marcus Show, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly on the UMA guest line every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Mike, I hated losing to the Rockies. Talk me off the ledge. Good morning.
Hey,
how are you?
Good morning, Mike.
I know. Well, it's just baseball being baseball. I mean, it's sort of a superstition that goes around in a clubhouse when you're watching the game, and when I say the game, the baseball around the league, and you're watching who's doing what. And when you see a team that's going 5-25 and they're coming your way, you think, God, I hope they win a few games before they get to our place, just because it takes the stink off, right? Because they're due, and that's what is the superstition. You always feel if you hit a team that is losing. I mean, their talent may be a little below average, but they're having bad breaks. If you take a look at the scores that the Rockies have had come in, they've had breaks go against them. Well, sooner or later, those breaks are going to go the other way. I mean, the Giants had a ton of great breaks in the last homestand. Then they go into San Diego, and for 2 days, they didn't get a break. A lot of cheap hits. They lose 2 games. Close. They battled. Didn't win. And then we get the Rockies last night, and lo and behold, they kept close. There was a couple times they could have blown that game away. Didn't happen. They stayed close. Now it's a one-run game, and then you bring in Tyler Rogers, who's been absolute money since day one, and he gives up 3 runs, and that's the game. I guess it was 2 runs, and you couldn't recover. So I mean, baseball was just being baseball. Tough one to lose, because certainly you thought the way the Giants have been playing and the way things have been going for the Rockies, it was going to be a weekend where they could do some damage. Well, didn't happen. Baseball was baseball.
Mike, I wanted to make sure to ask about Tyler Rogers, but I wanted to make sure to put it in context that this is not just an overreaction to what we saw last night. Tyler Rogers, in my opinion, I have this theory I wanted to run by you, Mike, has more success against non-NL West teams versus teams in his own division. And if you look at his career stats overall, he has a 2.88 career ERA, but against the NL West, he has a 3.91 ERA. And we know the key to Tyler Rogers having success is the deception of being a submarine pitcher, but you face off against a team like the Colorado Rockies, who I've seen him 41 times in his career. To me, I kind of have this theory that maybe he doesn't have as much success against these teams because they see him more often. I know that could be the case for damn near any pitcher when batters see you more often, but just tell me your thought process about playing these teams 13 times a year and maybe these guys being more familiar and having more data on a guy like Tyler Rogers.
Well, certainly the more you play an opponent, the more you know the opponent, the more you learn about the opponent. That's why it's essential when you're a big league player that you continue to change your game. Look, I mean, the big leagues, that's where it stops. I mean, you play guys in high school and then boom, they're gone. Then you go to college and then boom, they're gone. And all through the minor leagues, whatever level you're at, A-ball, AA, AAA, you're gone. But when you get to the big leagues, that's it. You go no higher. So you wind up playing against the same guys. If you have a lengthy career, 5 to 10 years, you're going to play against these guys, and you're going to get as a hitter anywhere from 50 to 100 at-bats against a guy. Well, I mean, you get that many at-bats against a guy, I mean, you're going to know everything about the guy, and he's going to know everything about you. So then it becomes a chess match. Then it becomes a guessing game. What are you looking for? What type of movement? What side of the plate are you looking for? And for a pitcher, if you're going to stick around for a long time, and for Tyler Rogers, I mean, he's in his 6th year, close to his 7th year. And, I mean, you have to come up with new looks, and he has. When he first got to the big leagues, he was pretty much a 2-pitch guy. Now he's got 5 different types of movement that he can command, and pretty much, for the most part, he's down around the corners. But still, when you see a guy like him who's so unique and so unusual enough times, you're going to have a plan. You're going to have an idea. I mean, maybe I'm going to set up on the low part of the zone. I'm going to set up and I'm going to think away. I'm going to look for nothing but slow. I'm going to double tap my foot. I mean, there's a lot of different methods as to how you try and go about beating the guy. But the thing that you look at, and this is where even the inflated ERA by about 1.5 of what he does against the teams in his division opposed to the teams in the other divisions. Take a look at how hard they hit the ball. And this is where it's one of the weirdest things in regards to Tyler Rogers. They never hit the ball hard off him. He's got one of the lowest barrel rates where opponents are barreling the ball in the sweet spot of the bat than anybody in the gate. So, to a degree, I mean, it explains it. I mean, it's just that he's hasn't been as fortunate. I do agree with you that, the guys who haven't seen him, they're really disadvantaged because he is king of funk. But I still want him in there in that 8th inning being the setup guy. And I think that the Giants feel the same way. Last night was just kind of an aberration.
Well, obviously, the next few days or the next several weeks will tell the story, but you're right. Prior to that, he had allowed 1 run in 16 outings. Now he's allowed runs in 2 of 17 outings. So we'll see how Bob Melvin uses him the rest of the weekend against this Rocky team. 7:15 tonight. Robbie Ray tries to end this 3-game skid against Antonio Senzatella, who's 1-4 with a 5.22. Just kind of like other things that happened last night. Tyler Fitzgerald went to the IL. Interesting. And you know what's interesting, Mike, is that even though he's the 9-hitter, he actually was one of the better hitters on the team because you look at those batting averages. So it's for an offense that's maybe, they're 12th in runs, but they're bottom 10 in a lot of other things. It's a blow to the offense. Now you go to Christian Koss, maybe Brett Wisely. I don't know. How do you see the Fitzgerald injury affecting the Giants lineup?
Well, they're going to mix and match. The injury is, if you've ever had a cracked rib or a broken rib, it's extremely painful. And when he first went out, he hurt it back in San Francisco on a dive, and they thought it was a bruised sternum, and he was really uncomfortable. But he grinded out. He went out there the last day in San Diego, and he played with a cracked rib. If you ever want to question the intestinal fortitude of Tyler Fitzgerald, question no more. He goes out there, he plays, and finally it was just too painful. They had to put him on the IL. I don't know how long it's going to last. It could be anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. Those things kind of have a mind of their own. But in regards to who fills the spot, they have options. And you know what? Koss is having some good at-bats. He had a great night with the bat last night. And Brett Wisely, he was getting hot. I think, the day before he got called up, he had 3 hits, including a home run, and he had 3 RBIs. So he's seeing it well. So they have, I think that whoever they put in there, they have confidence in they're going to get some offense out of them. But what is better and what we're starting to see more is Adames is starting to heat up. And we're seeing better swings from Chapman last night than he had the previous week. He was mired. It was like 3 for 39 or something crazy. And then and Wilmer had a rough series down in San Diego, but he swung the bat well last night. And the other guy, Elliot Ramos, he's starting to come out of it. So we're starting to see some of these guys come out of it. The fact that they're 2-8 against left-handed pitching is I just don't understand that. I thought coming into spring training that was going to be one of their assets. They had so many right-handed hitters, they were going to thump lefties, and it just has not happened. So teams are starting to take advantage of it. They're going to start seeing more lefties. So hopefully they're starting to turn things around and they can generate some more offense because right now it's a bit stale.
Mike, you mentioned Elliot Ramos. He got the party started yesterday with the leadoff home run for the Giants. He's had home runs in back-to-back games, but I do want to go back to that home run in San Diego because we talked about it a lot this offseason of pitchers trying to climb the ladder against Elliot Ramos. Well, he squared up a high heater and sent it into the second deck down at Petco. Have you seen that adjustment from Elliot Ramos this season to maybe take advantage of some of those pitches up in the zone?
Yeah, to a degree. I still think he's vulnerable to it. I still think a lot of the swings that he takes that are above the strike zone, his best defense against is just to let it go. And the other thing, too, I could say about Yastrzemski, he's hitting the higher pitch better than he has. Here's a guy with a natural uppercut, good low ball hitter, but teams have been pounding him up. And this year, he has some defense against it, which has improved his numbers, especially when it allows him. I think, with him, he doesn't try to pull that high pitch. He thinks the other way, going to left field, which I think has been a pretty good philosophy to try and beat that. That's what it is. Teams know you. They know a weakness. They try to exploit it, and until you make the adjustment to correct it, they're going to keep pounding you. And some guys get pounded into submission, and they're out of the game. They can't make the adjustment. But, I think what we're seeing from Elliott is that he's trying to combat that high pitch. The one pitch that he hit in San Diego, that was a bomb. It makes pitchers at least think, hey, he's coming out of this thing. I don't know if that's as good a spot to go to anymore. But I think it's more than that with Ramos. I think until he uses right field, he doesn't have control of his front side. I think he flies that front side a lot, and when he does that, he loses power in the outside part of the plate, and he gets pull happy. But, I think he's coming out of that pull happiness, and I think he's going into a better place.
Everybody, go the other way. Derek Jeter, Buster Posey, right center field. Mike, we kind of buried the lead and didn't talk about Justin Verlander's ongoing woes. As an old starting pitcher, I mean, you could probably feel that pain. That's 3 straight outings now where he's gone at least 6 innings and allowed 2 or fewer runs. He didn't get a win in any of them, and, he said all the right things after the game, but how hard is he biting his lip? Is there blood coming out of that bottom lip right now? He's in he's a snake bit, Mike.
Well, I mean, he's not getting wins, and everybody is concerned for him to get to 300. He's 42 years old. The chances of him getting to 300, they're not great. But if you're around this guy, he doesn't talk about that ever. What he wants to do is he wants to fit in and make contribution. This is his 20th year. And you last 20 years because you're good, but you also last 20 years because you're a good teammate. And you make contribution not only on the field but in the clubhouse. We've got leadership in that clubhouse. It's badass. This is a team that holds itself responsible and accountable for everything that goes on the field or off the field, for that matter. And for Verlander, he's doing his part now. I mean, he's not the loose wheel on the car. I mean, he's a guy that when he goes out there now, we all think the Giants are going to have a chance to win. The Giants think they're going to have a chance to win. And that's all it is. That's where it goes. If you get the wins, I mean, it's a byproduct of a good night. Wins have never been harder to get for a starting pitcher than now because of the pitch count and the fact they come out of the games early. The wins are in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Guys aren't being allowed to go to that depth. And certainly when you're 42 years old and you're trying to manage a guy so he is going to be able to contribute in August, September, and hopefully October, it isn't the most important thing for him to go deep into a game. I mean, he was fantastic last night, and he has been fantastic. The guy can pitch, and that's his, and he's doing his job. That is your job. Eat up innings, and that's what he's done more than anything. He's been great at that. So, I mean, yeah, he'd like to get to 300, but he's already in the Hall of Fame. I mean, it's not like you get a better chair if you get more wins. They're going to give you a rocking chair on the porch there in Cooperstown, so it's just a matter of time when he gets there. He's going, so I think he's just having fun being a Giant.
Okay, that's positive for sure. By the way, I saw some really great pictures of you. I think Janie McCauley from AP posted you and Clint Hurdle hanging out. I've always been a Clint Hurdle fan. He debuted as a 19-year-old back in '77 as a Royal, and then he's kicked around the National League when you were there, Reds, Mets, Cardinals, etc. And then all those years managing the Rockies. Is that one of your old salty dogs there, Mike? Is that one of your guys?
Yeah, he's just an old ball player. And, we were talking about, just the game and our journeys. He was down in the minor leagues with the kids and having a ball and kind of feeling like he's semi-retired. Then all of a sudden they've asked him to come up here. And he's a really good teacher. And he's a really good communicator. And this team is snake bit right now, and they're hurting. So, and he's also a real positive guy. So they wanted more positivity in there, and he's a good vibe guy. And it was good catching up, and then it was a chance to say hello to Bud Black as well. I mean, one of my favorite guys in the game. And look, I've been through what they've gone through. I mean, the 1981 Cubs, if we didn't have a 51 game day strike, we would have probably lost 125 games. We weren't a very good club. And then we lost 185 with the Giants. So when you go through a year like that, what the Rockies are going through right now, I mean, it's tough. And for people that you care about, you pat them on the back. They know the deal. I mean, they've been around it. You've been around this game long enough, you're going to go through a year like that. It's just inevitable for everybody. And they're going through one now. You just hope that they can really start getting hot on Monday, but not now.
Man, I need 3, Mike. I'm not settling for any less than 3. So there you go. Go tell.
Well, you got to worry about one first. So I mean, that's how it goes.
You should probably worry about strike one first. You know what I mean? Just throw strike one, and we'll take it from there. So
you did a pitch at a time.
Pretty good job talking us off the ledge, but I still need 3. All right, Mike. Always great catching. Oh, by the way, we should have, while the Giants crowd is listening, it is Star Wars weekend at the Yard. The Giants wanted us to tell everybody Star Wars weekend. You got giveaways Saturday. Marcus is wearing the bucket hat and a BB-8 jersey presented by Evercharge. The bucket hat presented by Oracle Park. That's on Mike. Sunday, May the 4th, be with you. So sfgiants.com/Star Wars if you want all your galactic gear, Mike. You're going to be wearing them, Mike, right?
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you rank the Star Wars movies? Do you have a favorite or no?
No, but you know what? I have 5 children, and well, they're all adults now, but 3 of them are just nuts about Star Wars. My oldest son probably is the wackiest. I mean, he knows them all. He's watched everything. I mean, and he just loves it. And now, he's the funkle. I mean, he's the fun uncle, right? That's what he calls himself. And so Jarek is now starting to educate the grandchildren. We have 5, and it's been a great way to communicate from the funkle to the grandkids, and it's fun. And then they're all pumped up of it. And he's telling me, Dad, you got to get this stuff. You got to get this stuff. So.
Well, you got it. We have it here. If he needs extras, we have them here at the station. So, all right, Mike, always fun. Have a great broadcast. We'll talk to you Monday.
Got a bit.
Mike Krukow, he's the best. Kind of talked us off the ledge. All right, big hit. Warriors Game 6 tonight. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you assured of victory, or did something happen in Game 5 that has you worried? Should Moses Moody start for Buddy Hield? All these questions. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Marcus is whipping a Star Wars BB-8 jersey over his head on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is our last day of this new contest. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. Shout out Tosh.0. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy app in the entire world. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. Now is the time to cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from the court to your Prize Picks lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, assists, take your pick on more or less for your shot to win up to 1,000 times your money. And with the Warriors hosting the Houston Rockets tonight at Chase Center, you have plenty of options to pick between points, rebounds, and assists. You can take Steph Curry to have more than 25 points or more than 35 total points, rebounds, and assists combined. Jimmy Butler, a.k.a. Jimmy Buckets, will playoff Jimmy have more than 22.5 points. If you want to throw a couple shekels on Day-Day, Draymond Green, you can take him to have more than 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. All these options are available right now on Prize Picks, so join us and download the Prize Picks app by using the code word LEADER, and we'll give you a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, we turn the page quick and just start talking about possible adjustments that we can make, things we see, stuff we can get into. But yeah, we flipped the page really fast. We're fine. Our confidence isn't going to waver any. We know how good of a team we are as a unit. As starters, we got to kick us off better, which we know that we will do. We'll be fine.
I think we have some things that we can do going into Game 6 to get more organized and get a better rhythm offensively. I did notice tonight was an even more concerted effort. You know, Thompson got me twice at half court when I was trying to set up a play, worrying about, you know, everything that was going on behind and not worrying about him. We need to get Jimmy more involved in the half court with the right spacing around him. It is on me to balance all of that and, you know, put some points on the board and get ourselves some rhythm early.
You know that dude, that's Steph Curry talking about tonight's challenges of Game 6, talking about that Game 5. The more I hear and the more I think about Game 5, when you've lived a little, shout out Gary Radnish, you know what that game was. The game was what it was in 2022 in Memphis and any number of closeout games. We gave you the stat yesterday that teams that are up 3-1 trying to close out on the road are 30-68. Now, the counter to that is that Minnesota Timberwolves went down, beat the Lakers in Game 5 in a closeout game. Then Anthony Edwards took a victory lap and started talking about Matilda as his favorite movie.
Yeah, he did.
But the history shows that frequently teams don't win Game 5 on the road, so you can't make like people say don't make too much out of the Giants losing to the Rockies because it's 101-62. I'm actually more mad at the Giants for losing to the Rockies last night than I was for the Warriors losing Game 5 in Houston. I'm that confident that the Warriors will win tonight because this is where I go from the Jock blog that nobody reads because I follow them late Friday afternoon. Who reads on a late Friday afternoon? And that's because I just flat out procrastinate, and that's my own damn fault.
You know, I wouldn't peg you down as a procrastinator.
You got me.
Yeah.
I am, unfortunately.
I thought you'd be on your P's and Q's.
I know. Well, I'm not when it comes to getting to work and all that stuff. It's just when these writing assignments. Part of why I got out of sports writing, man, deadlines started to make me stress. Shout out Dochi, anxiety.
Anxiety.
I was, shout out
somebody's watching, Murph.
Shout out 21 Pilots stressed out.
The KNBR digital team.
Exactly. It's Mari.
Anxiety.
Mari's all over me.
Ooh, anxiety.
But part of the reason I've always thought, let's keep the main thing the main thing. The Warriors have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. The Warriors have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. So I was looking outside ESPN, had the big question, what's the biggest factor for the Warriors to close out the Rockets tonight? It's Steph and Jimmy. It's Steph and Jimmy. Now, will Steph's thumb affect him? It hadn't affected him, prior to Game 5. He'd been playing pretty well, although I gave you guys that stat that he has scored under 20 in back-to-back playoff games for the first time since 2018. It's a little deceiving because he only played 23 minutes in Game 5, but still, it's out there. I mean, I'm not going to you, what's the biggest factor tonight to close out the Rockets?
The biggest factor is the Warriors need to win for the rest ahead of this second series, potentially against Minnesota. And I think that's going to be the main difference tonight. I think you're going to see a team with a different approach. I mean, we literally had Steve Kerr talking before Game 5 about maybe not playing his starters the entire game, before the game even started. Then he had the halftime conversation with Draymond Green about, maybe I'll give you guys 5 more minutes to see what you got, but we're shutting it down, waving the white flag in the third quarter. So that was almost like a predetermined load management game for a team that has veterans and a team that was up 3-1, knowing that they'll have the opportunity to close things out at Chase Center on Friday. But now you can't play with your food. Now you have to put your foot on the gas because Minnesota and Anthony Edwards are now waiting for you. They're now the team getting the additional rest when they also have home court advantage in the next series. And there's a big difference between winning tonight and winning on Sunday. Hell, if we get to Sunday, there's no guarantee they win in the first place. But if they win tonight, Game 1 against Minnesota would be on Monday. That would enable them to have 2 days of rest before that series, where if they're forced to play a Game 7 on Sunday, if they win on Sunday, they would play on Tuesday. That's only 1 day of rest, and that's a big, big difference for a team that is as old as the Warriors. So I expect them to be locked in with a better mentality. And also, my other big key is I don't think the Houston Rockets are going to shoot like they did in Game 5.
Yeah.
They shot the lights out, ended the game shooting over 55%. In the first half, they were 60%. The Houston Rockets are not that type of offensive team, and I expect the Warriors to lock in defensively tonight. I don't think the Rockets get over 100. I think Steph Curry says night-night tonight at Chase Center.
So you think the Rockets will cool out? And who comes through for the Warriors tonight?
Well, it's the simple answer, like you said, is Steph Curry, is Jimmy Butler. Hell, I'll take a couple more buckets from Draymond Green. Seems like he always starts the game at Chase Center with a corner three. But I want pods. I want the pod man. Brandon Pajemski has been great down the final last couple months of the season and even into the playoffs. So I'm looking for pods to step up. Going to be interesting to see the decision they make, whether they start Moses Moody versus a Buddy Hield. I think they have enough offense on the court with Moses Moody in that starting lineup. I like him defensively to maybe slow down a Jalen Green or stop a Fred VanVleet from getting hot early. But that's one of the decisions that we'll pay attention to tonight as they tip off at 6 down at Chase Center.
Yeah, by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. If you want to bang the number, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 949 is the first text I look at. It says, do we end up missing Game 6 Clay? It's important to shout out Game 6 Clay on the day of a Game 6.
Hold that, haters!
Now, he wasn't Game 6 Clay all the time. He was on a couple of celebrated occasions. But given that it is Game 6 tonight, salute to the Game 6 Clay. I think they can win it without Game 6 Clay. 707 says the Warriors have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler tonight, and the Niners have a last place schedule. That's what he says here,
that'll
too.
settle you down on a Friday.
831 says, I need Steph to have a night. I know he's getting hounded every possession. The Rockets' top priority is to take him out of the game, but it's all going to come down to Steph. He needs to be aggressive and get to the rack like in Game 1.
What I think is even more important tonight for Steph Curry is to not have those careless turnovers, because we focus so much on the three-point shooting, which we should with the greatest three-point shooter of all time and arguably the team that's done it the best over the last decade. But what's also has always killed the Warriors is the turnovers, Murph.
Yes.
So that's going to be key tonight. Take care of the ball. If they do run those traps, I don't want to see too many hook passes or behind-the-back passes from Steph Curry. You got to go in there with the game plan to take care of the ball and, of course, to hit your shot.
I think tonight's a night for pros. I think tonight's an adult night. Tonight's a night that remember in the swimming pools, young Tone, did you ever you're swimming around in the summer, then they blow the whistle like Adult Swim? You're like, oh man.
Shout out Cartoon Network, Adult Swim.
Yeah, exactly. But did you ever experience that? Did you guys live through Adult Swim?
No,
I lived through it.
I think I really remember them having Adult Swim.
Did you ever live through an Adult Swim? Like you're in the pool having fun and then they blow the whistle and you got to get out?
Oh yeah, it sucks.
Anybody ever throw the Baby Ruth in the
pool? Well, I'd like to, but and then eat it, of course. But dude, yeah, this is tonight an Adult Swim night. This is where the Warriors, as 415 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says, we will miss Game 6 Clay, but we have playoff Jimmy.
Yeah.
So I feel like tonight is Steph, Jimmy, Dre.
And this is where your experience should shine against a team that's as inexperienced as the Houston Rockets. I mean, hell, they almost blew that game in Game 5 to Pat Spencer and the Golden State Santa Cruz Warriors, Murph.
Yeah.
And that just shows me how unserious they are.
That has to factor. They have to be flying here like, damn, we had to fight those guys off. Yeah.
I had to put my ankle braces back on while Steph Curry was chilling courtside.
I mean, the Warriors were up 3-1 going into that game, too, by 4-way with a rift. Will Kerr rest his regulars to prepare for Game 7? But no joke. Resting those guys in Game 5 was the classic Kerr move that angers the sort of the reactionary sports fan, the reactionary Warrior fan, whereas he's the long-term guy's like, bro, what do you need? Dennis Rodman stories? Because I got them. What do you need? Jordan stories? Because I got them.
You want some Tim Duncan, David Robinson story? I got those too.
Exactly, dude. 925 says, more ejections tonight? What do you guys think? Will it be chippy?
I definitely expect it to be chippy, and I'd expect if the Rockets are down double digits in the fourth quarter, maybe we'll see Dillon Brooks ejected, but I think Draymond Green has got to be the cooler head here, which is always a big ask for Draymond Green. I mean, this has been a chippy, physical series. I'd expect more of that tonight, Murph.
Now, 415 says, top of the morning, fellas, the Warriors need to start GP2 over Moody. We were saying Moody over Hield. He says GP2. Moody, it's funny, I was listening to the radio broadcast, and Tim and Tom were doing it, and Tim was asking Tom, do you think this will give Moody confidence going into Game 5? And Tom was like, it's hard to say because every game is its own entity in the playoffs. And that's something we try to forget. It's like, so what happened in Game 5 will likely have very little bearing on what happens in Game 6. Crowd's got to be loud. got to be, you got to hear the Warriors chant. They got to feel the love. Rockets have to feel a little hostility. That's why Raymond Ritter wants everybody there by 6. Don't forget, and Friday traffic in the Bay Area, let's be honest, it sucks. It sucks, man. There's a lot of people living here, and they all have cars. So you guys better plan accordingly. And I know some people are working. But you know what? Based on our, driving in this morning, it's funny. I just noticed, I was like, am I the only guy here in the city? Fridays are quiet.
What's funny you say that. Look at our parking lot on a Friday.
Yeah.
We share a parking lot with a few other companies around this location, and it is a ghost town on Friday. So I know a lot of people are now doing the 4-day work schedule, which must be nice. Over here sitting complaining about our work schedule, like we got to be out here digging ditches. But yeah, Murph, I get what you're saying. Friday's not as packed as most people think, especially post-pandemic. Doesn't seem like traffic is as bad on Fridays.
By the way, when you say that, the ditch digging crew comes after you.
I know. Someone got offended by that. I want to make sure to clarify that I use that as an example to show that we're not doing hard work. I'm giving you credit for digging the
nice
ditches.
Nice spin.
That's why I said we're not digging ditches. Yeah, I would never complain.
In other words, you're saying we don't even put in an honest day's work.
No. People ask me all the time, oh, don't you hate waking up that early? No, dude, my dad was a street sweeper for the city of Palo Alto. He woke up every single morning at 3 a.m. He busts his ass. He's a blue-collar worker, and we have those workers who are listening. So when I say we're not digging ditches, that's me giving credit to the blue-collar workers that are keeping our society alive.
I want some applause for that take. That's a hell of a take. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. No shade being thrown here. No shade being thrown.
510 does a pretty good one. He says, Game 5, the Warriors were like Murph off the tee. Game 6, they're going to be like Young Tone.
That's the key. Need to rifle it at that pin.
I am having tea trouble, which is why I need to go to Bigelow and tea proudly. I may need to sip some tea before I tee off here. And so here we go, guys. 408 says, tonight is a night for the big dogs. And we have 3 of them in Curry, Jimmy, and Dre. The Rockets have been reduced to dirty tricks. Skills win out. Although Rick Barry told us he feels like the refs are actually taking skill out. It'll be interesting to see how the whistle goes tonight. We all agree the refs have kind of butchered this series. It's led to a lot of ugliness. Amen Thompson undercutting Jimmy, all these things going on. So here's Rick Barry on our show saying you're taking skill out and rewarding thuggishness here.
And I just, playoff basketball drives me crazy because it's like there's another rule book that I've never seen in my life before that I used to ask the officials, what's the rule book we're playing by now? And I don't know why the NBA does this, but it's been my biggest pet peeve as a player and as a fan watching, is that they allow the game to become overly physical, and that's giving an advantage to a less skilled player. It doesn't take ability and skill or talent to hold and grab and shove and push, and they allow it to happen, and they don't. And it's both ways. I mean, on both sides of the court. I mean, it's just crazy. It's mayhem. Some of the stuff these guys are doing to people out in the court, if you did it out in the street in public, you'd get arrested.
Yeah, I agree with him. Although Matt Barnes came on our show and he said he likes the physicality. So I mean, I don't know. Are you enjoying the physicality?
I am, to an extent, though. And I said this yesterday after talking to Matt Barnes. I don't mind the physical nature that we're seeing, not just in this series, but across the entire NBA playoff landscape. My bigger problem is the inconsistency with the whistle. How some quarters, some possessions, it seems like the refs are calling it completely different as they were calling it earlier in the game or in game 1 or game 2. That's the biggest issue. I like it when you set the tone and you kind of say, hey, this is what we will allow, but we're also not going to let you push the edge a little bit too much. And it seems like the Houston Rockets have kind of stepped on that line or stepped over with the way that they're grabbing Steph Curry and swiping at that thumb.
You know what? The more we talk about it, I'm getting more pissed. Let's flush these guys tonight. Flush these bums. Although Matt Barnes, he came on, and he's from the more new era, and he said he kind of doesn't mind the physicality, and he talked about how refs officiate playoffs.
Well, I love the fact that they turned up or allowed the physicality to increase in the playoffs. And I wish they would allow that to happen more in the regular season. I think them kind of swallowing their whistles or holding their whistles has to me, made it a better game and a more physical playoffs. But at the same time, big calls being missed. You look back to the Laker game in Minnesota with the trip where Luka got tripped by McDaniels and they didn't call it, but would have put Luka to the line to take the lead. You look at particularly the Detroit and the Knicks series with the foul at the end of the game where Hardaway would have had 3 shots to ultimately put Detroit over the top, and then they go into New York, and now it's 3-2 Detroit instead of 3-2 the Knicks. So to me, it's really frustrating from just a bad call standpoint. I don't mind the physicality. Obviously, I came from an era of physicality. But what bothers me is these mistakes during crunch time that can really shift or send a team home.
Yeah, he just wants better officiating. It's like kind of what you said.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Better,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we've seen the physical brand of basketball before, but it really does seem like we're watching two different leagues here. Like the regular season versus what we're seeing now in this playoffs. It's two completely different brands of basketball.
Somebody on the text line asked for more TJD to combat Şengün and what he called Aquaman, Steven Adams.
I just want TJD out there with Pat Spencer looking for some smoke. They should go full slap shot and just start a fight before the national anthem even plays.
Well, there you go, buddy. There you go. Somebody actually said that, start the scrubs and drop the gloves.
Yeah.
You out. Remember they throwing all the Hanson brothers out. TJD did play for Draymond in game 4, was it? And then Şengün went off.
Yeah, and we saw Steve Kerr kind of try to combat that combination of Şengün and Steve Adams, which is so tough to play against on the board and so tough to penetrate offensively as well because those guys are great rim protectors. So we saw that combination, and it really wasn't working. So he went to the Loon Dog and put in Kevon Looney, and he just started to hack a Steven Adams strategy, and that was one way they got them off the court and how they got back in that game.
If I'm the Rockets, actually, I would leave Adams in during the hack of Kiwi. Because give him a chance to make a free throw or two, but he adds so much value for you on the defensive end and offensive glass. You know, maybe if it starts to avalanche the other way and he misses 8 straight free throws and you got a problem. But if I was Ime Udoka, I'd leave him in.
Yeah, I'd go with my bigs against the Warriors.
Yeah, so there you go, guys. A big hit. What will it take for the Warriors to close it out tonight? I think we answered that. If we didn't, we'll do it again later in the show. Susan Slusser is our Friday Giants guest. Giants, what a terrible loss last night. Can she talk us off the lid? They lost 3 in a row for the first time all year. Tyler Fitzgerald is a cracked rib. You know, maybe just our first little bit of turbulence. Somehow I imagine Buster Posey's nice and calm. But we'll ask Susan Slusser about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is a Ray Gay Friday on the morning show. It also means it's the last day of our new contest. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh, who is still doing his thing. He's going to be at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's that Friday time. We hear Style Council means time to talk Giants baseball. Susan Slusser. Giants lost 3 in a row. Uh-oh. Is the party over? Let's talk about it with Susan. She's sponsored by our friends at River Islands. That's right. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. She's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Hi, Susan. Happy Friday.
Hey, morning, Susan.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're okay, but actually I lied. I'm not okay.
Yeah, Murph's grumpy today,
I was
Susan.
very upset at the loss to the Rockies. Very upset.
Yeah.
You got to
well, it's a 4-game series, Murph.
I know
the odds are in their favor the rest of the way.
They need to win all 4.
All 4? That's a little greedy. I would take 3 out of 4. I think most teams would be happy with 3 out of 4.
Well, now they got to win 3 in a row.
Sure.
Well, my feeling is, I've been making this argument all morning, is that in golf there's this phrase, like if you don't birdie a par 5 and everybody else does, you quote-unquote lost a shot to the field because everybody birdied that hole and you didn't. The Rockies, the Dodgers swept the Rockies, the Padres swept the Rockies. Now the Giants, like this is, if there's any place to make hay, it's here, is my argument.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But still, I mean, sweeping a 4-game series is hard no matter who the opponent. Winning a series against the bottom team in a division, that's a must, yes. But a sweep, tough.
Susan, we started the week talking about how great the Giants were playing. The walk-off victories are a 19-10 ball club. Then they lose 3 games in a row to the NL West. And the overreaction this morning is, this is who the Giants truly are. So, Susan, I'll ask you the question. Are they closer to the team we saw start the year 19-10, or are they closer to the 0-3 that we've seen these last 3 games?
You know what? It's a little bit of both. I hate to kind of straddle the fence. But, we knew, even as they were winning all those games, when you've got that many comebacks, that many close wins, those things can kind of change. Some of that's a little bit of batted ball luck, things like that. And from even before the season started, there were questions about the offense, and the offense is not their strength sometimes. They do need to, they're kind of near the bottom in on-base percentage, things like that. They are scoring runs, but they really need to pick up the pace. They need to have a little bit more of a threat, a consistent threat offensively. Flip side is, some of the veteran starters that got off to slow starts look now like they are starting to perform better. Justin Verlander, very much a case in point now, 3 quality starts in a row, really should have had at least 2 wins in that span. Robbie Ray's pitching better. So I think the rotation's coming around pretty well, and the bullpen's been great. You know what? Tyler Rogers has been so phenomenal. You chalk that one up. That's just their 2nd loss this year in a game in which they've had a blown save.
Yeah, it was just very unfortunate all across the board. So we're going to have to deal with it and process it and bounce back tonight. As you mentioned, veteran pitchers, Robbie Ray is going tonight. Verlander, as you mentioned him there, he's been pitching a lot better. Let's just focus on him for a little bit. 3 straight starts, as you mentioned, could have gotten 2. And the way he's kind of handling it, this is only the 2nd time in his career He's gone 7 starts without a win. I know the win is quote-unquote meaningless, but not to Verlander and probably not to the clubhouse. So I don't know. How's he handling it like a pro and keeping that, clubhouse culture together? And I don't know if the team really wants to grind and try to get this guy some wins.
Yeah, I mean, he wants 300 wins. So, and that, but each of the 2 games that they've lost that he's been on the mound that they really should have won, immediately the bullpen has said, it stinks to blow this save. And it kind of even more so when it's Verlander. They know what sort of is at stake for him. But also, a guy doesn't want to start off the season winless going into May. That's a rough one after 7 starts. So he's looked better. That's the main thing. And he's seen and kind of done it all. He takes everything just very much in stride. And he said, basically, you got to have the big picture view here. And at the age of 42, there's nobody that's going to have a better big picture view than Justin Verlander.
Susan, we went into the season talking about one of the Giants' main strengths is the depth they have with starting pitchers. And we've seen Hayden Birdsong pitch fantastic this year out of the bullpen. Carson Wisenhunt is dealing up in Sacramento. And we saw Kyle Harrison's velocity numbers bounce back up in his last start up in Sacramento also. So to your point, big picture, the Giants are still 19-13. But when do you think they start thinking about maybe some of these options and bringing up some of these arms when you do have 2 of the top left-handing pitching prospects in baseball in AAA right now?
I don't know if they feel like there's a pressing need. It's probably going to be more of a, if they have a need because of an injury. Jordan Hicks is kind of the one question mark. I think he gets at least, probably through mid-May, late May and he's looked better. This stuff is good. I don't think they feel like, hey, now is the time to make a change in the rotation. 3 losses in a row. I mean, this is not a dire situation. Nobody is underperforming to the point where they need to make any sort of drastic changes. And I think we're seeing from this new front office that drastic changes are not their style. This is a patient stability. Let's figure things out with what we have right now. And only then, if you've kind of exhausted your possibilities, I think, would you see a move, or, certainly in the event of an injury. But yeah, Hayden Birdsong is 100% kind of like the unsung hero of this team. And at some point, for whatever reason, he will be in the rotation, even if it's just as a fill-in starter, emergency starter, 6th starter, something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that at some point here in certainly this month.
It's true. If you're keeping an eye on AAA, man, it's hot down there. So keep an eye. But the other side, you mentioned the offense not getting it done. I'm going to just shine the spotlight on one guy, Pat Bailey. And I said to Marcus during the break, I said, what are we going to do about Pat Bailey? And Marcus said, nothing. He's a great catcher.
Yeah, you're going to sit back and watch him play Gold Glove defense.
But he's hitting 155, which is like, wow. And I know it's May 2nd, but it's not April 2nd, so I don't know. Susan, you walk around the clubhouse, you see the front office, you talk to the coaching staff. I mean, is there any kind of, I don't know, are they checking out Pat Bailey's offense and trying to think about what they can do?
Well, I think everybody feels like he has more in there. We have seen it. He usually starts fast. I think that's the one real concern. It's since last June 17th, he's that 155 average has been about constant.
Wow.
Since last June 17th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've talked to a couple of scouts who've said maybe he should, ditch hitting righty, just go all lefty. But there have been years in which his numbers are better the other way, and you don't suddenly just start hitting left-handed if you've never done it before. So I don't know if that's an answer. Okay, it has been I'm throwing both catchers into this. This is, not the production they need from one spot in the order. They need to get it together. If Sam Huff starts hitting a little bit at all, maybe throw him in there a little bit more often. But besides some flashes of power, we're not seeing a lot from him either. The one thing I will say for Patrick Bailey, he's not hitting, but when in big situations, when there's runners in scoring position, he is a guy who, is driving in runs, or at the very least, that's when we're seeing him have his very best at bats. So I think that is something maybe to be at least a little bit optimistic. He's, it's in there. He's young. He's not tired yet. So what's going on? I don't know. It's typically timing. It is tough to catch in the big leagues, but it's tough to switch it in the big leagues. And he's trying to do all of that at once. It's a lot.
I don't know if you get addicted to that website, Baseball Savant, the metrics. It's incredible to look at because his fielding run value, which is his defense, is deep red, 94th percentile. His hitting, his batting run value is ice cold 3rd percentile. So it's like such a contrast.
It's a rough one. Yeah, and you know what? I did that story last week about the disappearance of the high strike. His value as a pitch framer is so huge, and he is not, nobody is really getting that top rail consistently. But he went from getting strikes called there close to 60% of the time, which is amazing, to closer to 40%, which is a huge difference, massive difference. So that's rough too.
Yeah, I know Patrick Bailey wants to be hitting better. All Giants fans want him to swing the bat better, but at least he's trying different things, Susan. I mean, he did debut the torpedo bat earlier this week. Now, I believe both him and Tyler Fitzgerald broke the 2 torpedo bats that they were using in that game. So what's the latest update on the latest shipment of torpedo bats?
Well, that's what I heard was there were actually 8 in the clubhouse. I think there were 4 guys with 2. So I think there are probably still a couple more in there. Obviously, Tyler Fitzgerald's now on the IL, so he doesn't need one. But if Bailey's feeling good with a torpedo bat, if there are some that are still unbroken, and obviously the right weight and all of that, the feel is good. I would be kind of passing off my torpedo bat to Pat if he really likes the feel.
One question I've always had, Susan, about these torpedo bats, of course, the Yankees made it super popular, but they said that they've been tracking this data for years about where guys barrel bars, and they track that kind of data. Do we know if the San Francisco Giants have been tracking a similar type data so that they can use that type of analytics to maybe use these torpedo bats?
Well, that's all coming basically off of the Hawkeye and TrackMan and all the systems that Major League Baseball has available. Like, everybody has that data. It's a matter of applying it, the ways in which you feel it's most appropriate. I would imagine the Giants have been doing something similar, maybe not quite exactly the same, but yeah, the knowledge has been out there about the torpedo bats. So it really was not necessarily all that new. The Yankees weren't the first to do it. There have been other teams that have had the torpedo bats. So it does make sense when you hear about it, but my guess is if they break this easily, I'm not sure this is a trend that's going to last. They're a little bit more expensive, too, than the regular bats. Not that that's a concern for a big league team or even most big league players, but at some point it becomes a consideration.
We talk about offense, and second base now just lost Tyler Fitzgerald, who quietly was one of the better hitters in the lineup, even though he was down there at the 9-hole. Now they go to Koss and Wisely, Susan, and Bet Ruzzi off to a tough start, getting caught stealing last night when he had one job to steal that base. So I don't know. We talk about an offense that's not awesome, and now they lose one of their guys. Is that going to be a big area of concern the next couple of weeks?
Well, I think the hope is with Tyler Fitzgerald, he doesn't miss too much time. Casey Schmidt's not going to be an option. Obviously, he's out for a while. A mild concern, I would say, but it's kind of extra things for Tyler Fitzgerald because you're right, he really was sort of starting to turn it around. He had a slow start and was getting it together, looked pretty good. The one thing with Christian Koss is you're going to get great defense. So, and he's very fast. He just needs to get on a little bit more, but look, I think he's hitting 222. That's basically right in line with most of the rest of the lineup. So, I would tend to run Christian Koss out there for the defense first, but I don't think he's hurting them offensively any more than a lot of other people are, and he's got that elite speed.
Okay, Susan, so losing to the Rockies, no bueno. Offense slumping, no bueno. Not getting Justin Verlander a win, no bueno. But they're 19-13. So
bueno.
Probably, bueno. So, and I need to have them at 22-13 at the end of this weekend. So, all right, Susan, what's your next road trip? You going somewhere?
I will be in Chicago and Minnesota next week, so I'll be talking to you guys from Minnie.
Get ready for the swinging Cubs. They hit the ball.
Yeah, I've seen that. Between spring training and then the A's opened with them, and I went up to that series in Sacramento. I feel like I've seen the Cubs a lot. It's not a bad team.
No, their run differential plus 52 is one of the best. I think it's tied with the Mets for like the best in the National League and the Yankees. Actually, yeah, I just looked at it. Mets, Yankees, and and Cubs have the best run differential in baseball. So they just hit 3 homers off of Paul Skeens. So
impressive.
Got to keep your head on a swivel at Wrigley Field, Susan. So, all right, have a great trip. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah, there she is, Susan Slesser of the San Francisco Chronicle, going to Chicago. Yeah, dude. Remember I was kind of bragging about the Giants' run differential a couple weeks ago? Yeah. It's sunken down now.
Yeah.
It used to be like top 1, 2, 3. Now it's like 8, 9, 10, something like that.
They say water finds its level, Murph. Uh-oh. It's 3 games. 3 games, folks.
I feel like we have all like golf games. Water seeks its own level.
Yeah, Tell the young Tony, too.
This kid, I don't know. Stony Tony. Cooler of content on the other side. Some great sounds, as always. With a highlight, we got... Young Tony, you got a highlight for me that we can keep the listeners wrapped here?
Hell yeah, I do. So Upton Stout going to join Papa and Silver at 10:15. A little in-house promo. We've got some Upton Stout mashups. I just finished off the Let's Do It with the Staple Singers.
Well, you shouldn't tell them. You got to surprise them.
Well, you haven't heard it yet. I just told you.
Surprise,
Hey, by the way, why aren't you on our screen?
Well, Susan just came on. We're about to break.
Mm-hmm. Tony takes himself off the screen for guest interviews.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I was today when I figured that out.
As opposed if I was Tim Webb, walking out of the studio during an interview, it's a bad look.
Oh, hey, yo, shots fired.
Well, yeah, we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah.
Cooler content, some mashups coming your way. Spice Adams, who's great, former 49er, now actor, comedian. He's going to be part of the Dwight Clark event in San Jose. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Look at Tone. Going old school. I love it. See, now, you know me. I'm an old head. Young Tony, inform the masses on Reggae Friday here, buddy.
Yeah, so this is Cool Down Your Temper. I want to make sure I have the right song by Roy Ellis.
Okay, let's go. All
right.
Cool Down Your Temper. You should have said that, played this for me after the... you told me that you were bragging about beating me in golf.
Oh, could have played it after the Giants lost to the Rockies last night.
I was not bragging.
Keep this going. This sounds great. Yeah. Maybe if you listen to this song, you definitely will cool down your temper, right?
I mean, if you're listening to reggae in general, you got to cool down your temper. It's a vibe, Murph. It's a Reggae Friday vibe.
You know what? For the first time all day, I'm not upset about the Rockies loss.
Yeah. You know why, Murph? You know why?
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since. You know?
Oh, man. I'm in a great headspace. Sun's out. Let's go.
It's going to be a good day, Murph.
Warriors are going to win.
It's going to be a good day.
Reggae Friday, making me feel good. And I just went on social media during the break to see what's going on. And on Facebook, I saw that Sean from San Rafael got Jung Hoo Lee's autograph last night.
Our guy, Sean.
He's very excited.
Nice. I like it.
Keep
Sean.
this plan as I tell everybody the cooler of content is sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. The crew I run with, and they tend to spill out kind of into the Stinson Beach, Bolinas area. This is the stuff they play when they're hanging out and drinking beers.
Oh, is this on the playlist, the golf playlist that your buddy was talking about?
Big Malk, who scratched on us. Yeah, he would play this, although he's a little more J Boog heavy, but he would not reject this at all. No.
How could you?
Well done, Tony. Okay, cooler of content. Let's go. Let's start with the. We're gonna go from something kind of cool and chill to something kind of like, bro. Jeff Ulbrich, former 49er, San Jose's own. Feeling good about him, you know. The Niners wanted him as a D coordinator. Yeah. Good coach.
Not the kids.
Not the kids. Unfortunately, when somebody told him, hey, your kid made the call to Shooter Cinder, he said, not my kid.
Oh, not the kid.
Not my kid.
Not my own kid. Not calling Dion's kid.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
If you guys missed that, that's back in Hard Knocks when they were going to go do a summer scrimmage against like the Ravens or the Commanders or something. One of those little mid-Atlantic things where they meet in Delaware and scrimmage each other. He goes, we're going to go down there and show them who we are, man. We're going to steal their women and we're going to pee on their kids' toys. And Quinn and Williams are like, whoa, no, not the kids.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
And Elbrick's like really trying to work the bit. No, the toys.
No, the toys. I'm talking about the toys.
I've been in Elbrick's shoes where you try a bit, it doesn't work, then you keep trying to push it, you're like, no, stop the bit.
Yeah, we've all been there. This ain't going in the right direction.
Unfortunately, his kid, not my kid, he had to make a public statement. He got fined $100,000 personally.
Ooh.
Bro.
What would be the reaction in the Murph household if one of your kids got you fined $100,000?
Can you play Cool Down Your Temper again?
Yeah, sorry.
Give me some Cool Down Your Temper.
I'm going to get Murph mad again.
I'm going to tell me again now.
Yeah, Murph.
I got fined $100,000. Okay.
You come home to find out you've got $100,000 fine because Rory the Greek is illegally betting on the San Francisco Giants.
Now I'm going to go into the room. I'm going to go into a padded room and listen to Cool Down Your Temper. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, there's the cops. There's the sirens. They're coming for you, Murph. They're coming for you and Rory the Greek.
All you have to do is not even find me $100,000. Just have him recklessly drive a golf cart in La Quinta.
Oh, yeah. We don't want to go down that road.
So Jeff Ulbrich, he had to actually publicly address the fact that his kid made the prank call to Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, obviously not happy and shocked. And so I made the Falcons aware of the situation. And then our next course of action was to try to get a hold of the Sanders family so we could apologize in person, which we were able to do. The Sanders family, Shedeur and Coach Sanders, were amazingly gracious, more gracious than they needed to be in a moment like this.
That was a phone call?
Yes. And it was an opportunity for myself and for my son to apologize.
Man, the hushed tones of a Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah.
The sadness.
And I think he's handling it well, or as best that he can. I mean, I don't know how much you blame a parent for a kid getting access to your iPad It'd be like, if Roy or Declan snuck into your iPad and prank called Jim Nantz because there's a couple other shows that don't think he's any good.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
It's better we move along.
But it's been a tough week for the father-son duos across the sports world. It started with Shador and Dion, then the slide. And then, of course, you have the Ulbrich father-son duo with the prank call. And then we had Tyrese Halliburton's dad out here talking trash to Giannis. It's been a bad week for father-son duos.
By the way, it's a great call. Did you see that the Pacers banned Little League Dad from the game?
Oh, he got banned.
Yeah, they're going to play. Who do they play in the next round? They play the Heat. I mean, they play the
Celtics.
No, the
right?
Knicks play the Celtics.
Yeah, you're right.
They're going to play
My
the Cavs.
Yeah.
He ain't going to be able to be in the building. Part 2, man. Jeff Ulbrich had to continue his hushed tone apology tour here.
First of all, I'd like to publicly apologize to Shador and the Sanders family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blaine, Terry Fontenot, Raheem Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment.
Man, taking his beating. The Falcons had to pay $250,000. Tell Art Blank, $250,000 out of your bank account.
Yeah.
I mean, Arthur Blank's got a lot of money, but I think he likes $250,000.
No doubt.
I think he'd rather have the $250,000.
I think he'd rather not lose it, but hey, these are the punishments you need to face now. I don't think Ulbrich needs to lose his job. I've seen some people on social media calling for him to be fired. I don't think he needs to go that far. It sounds like the Sanders family and the Ulbrich family have had a kind of good conversation to hash everything out, and it seems like they kind of all admit this was a dumb decision by the kid.
Damn. All right. That's a lot of money. $100,000. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah. Some people checking in on 510 saying if my kid cost me $100,000, well, yeah. He says we can't endorse what he says. John Kruk. So baseball, Curly loves when baseball players tell stories. So John Kruk, the great former Philadelphia Philly, was on a broadcast for the Phillies and just decides to tell a story of when he got arrested because of a Tony Gwynn prank. Here it is.
Did I ever tell you I almost got arrested in Oregon?
Doesn't surprise me, but no, you never told me. What were you doing in Portland? Oh, playing minor league ball.
Yeah, rookie ball. I got arrested, handcuffed, put in the back of a cop car.
Was it a mistaken identity?
No, Tony Gwynn had a friend who was a cop out there, and he had me arrested. I was up thinking like, man, I know I had a few beers last night. What the hell did I end up doing? You got a lot of bad thoughts when your handcuffed in the back of a cop car.
I can imagine. How did this end though? Did they take you downtown? Did they book you?
No. They never left the parking lot of the hotel. All I heard was Tony laughing. I'm like, that.
You were pranked by a Hall of Famer, John, and you didn't even know he was a Hall of Famer.
I did not know. I knew he was going to be a great big leaguer.
That's right. You forgot Kruk came up as a Padre. Wow. You got to forget about that. Yeah. So they would have been together in the Padres system.
I mean, I guess that is a little rookie hazing of a prospect, but I don't know. I don't want to be thrown into a back of a cop car after a couple beers.
I got to say, getting cuffed and stuffed is probably like, ooh, boy, it's gone a little far.
Yeah, now to look back on it, yeah, it's a funny story to tell on the broadcast, but like our guy John Joe Curley has connection to some cops here in the city. Like it wouldn't be funny if one night I got scooped up in North Beach and they threw me in the back of the car.
Cuffed and stuffed is a lot. Like maybe pulled over and like maybe harassed. Mm-hmm. And then when they're leaning in the window, they're like, by the way, Curly sent me. Oh, right.
Yeah.
But dude, when get out, spread them. Throw the cuffs on.
See, that's
like, whoa, what's going on?
Like, it'd be funny if they pulled like a Super Troopers and did the bit like, I'm going to arrest you right meow, and like we're dropping stuff to kind of mess with the guy a little bit. But to put you in cuffs and in the back of the car, I'm starting to think about all my bad life choices at that point.
Super Trooper. There you go, buddy. Okay, hey, we should tell everybody the 49ers third-round draft pick Upton Stout is going to join Papa and Silver at 10:15. Now, Upton Stout's the nickelback from Western Kentucky, who famously, when John Lynch called him, all he said was, "Let's do it, coach." In fact, this is what he said, yeah.
Upton, it's John Lynch from the Niners, man. How you doing?
Man, let's do it,
Let's
coach.
do it. I didn't even have to ask you or tell you.
Let's do it, coach.
We're ready to do it, man.
Let's do it, coach. Come on, coach.
I love it.
Let's do it.
I love it. I'm going to put you on with Coach.
Okay, so we said, well, this calls for, you got to go to the lab here.
Yeah,
so
and
Tony,
I think live real quick, you counted how many? 15 or 16?
11.
Let's do it. Oh, 11 let's do it in one phone call.
Yeah, by the time he got to 11. So to the lab, you got to, great music producers are going to do what they're going to do, Tony.
Let's do it. do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Nice to know ya.
Let's do it.
Again. How we did it on a one night stand. Girl, I wanna be more than a friend to ya. Nice to know ya.
Let's do it.
Nice. Jade Boog hits Waka Flocka.
Waka Flocka Flame. Waka,
I almost swore on the air.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
The kid's still working back there, including diving into some 70s R&B. Staple singer and Curtis Mayfield, they're Upton Stout fans?
Do it. Do it.
Ooh.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
This is nice.
Do it.
We're ready to do it, man.
Do it.
Let's.
Come on, Coach.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
Nice, buddy. By the
Nicely
Staple
done,
Singer's not
Tony.
even mincing words. They're like, let's do it in the morning.
Do it.
Let's do it in the afternoon. Let's do it in
That's
the
a
evening.
good song, dude.
That's Curtis Mayfield and Staple Singers, and they're not making any bones about it, by the way. They're chasing it.
Oh, yeah.
They're chasing it.
They're chasing those
They're
pictures
not
like
Steve
Patrick
Kerr-
Bailey outside of the strike
They're
zone.
not like Steve Kerr in Game 5, buddy. And she's asking, by the way, for an all-day job, too.
Hey, now.
She's like, let's,
Props to you for pulling an all-dayer, young Tony.
At any point in the song, does she ask for 20 minutes and a ham sandwich?
Oh, no. See, this is not a job for the Minuteman Marcus.
That Staple Singer sounded good.
Do it.
Man, that sounded good.
Let's do it again.
See, 415 says that was epic. Give me that again from the Staples.
Yeah.
You guys need more Staple Singers and Curtis Mayfield in your life. Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
The Lynch works.
We're ready to do it,
Do
man.
it.
Let's.
Come on, Coach.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
Very, very good.
let's
Young
do
Tone
it.
expanding his horizons. I
Heck
like
yeah,
it.
Tone.
Next up for you is Black Eyed Peas. All right, so there you go.
Although we didn't think it sounded great. It says, let's get it started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, but then later in the song, he goes, let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, you
Let's
might be
do it,
right.
do
So the
it,
name of the
do
song
it.
is Let's Get It
Yeah,
Started.
later in the show.
But
Later
later
in the
on,
song.
you're right, Murph.
Yeah, maybe I
Good
should do it
ear
too.
by you, Murph.
All right, guys. There you go. All right. Good, fun, cooler content. Anytime we get Staples, man. Woo! That sounds good. Reggae Friday continues. Anthony Spice Adams at 9:30. We'll try to war between the rage against the Rockies' loss and planning for a Warriors Game 6 win next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Let's go. In addition to the thin crust pizzas that we have, let's do the Detroit style pizzas. That's right, the Detroit style pizzas at all 12 Bay Area locations. Okay, we're talking about rectangular, cut into square slices, thick crust, light and airy in the middle. Listen, you guys had them? I'm telling you. I even had them at the Pier 39 location. So you're eating this, they bring you this Detroit style pizza, you're looking out at the bay. It's a pretty solid day, pretty solid situation. You can also get them for dine-in and for takeout, but the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan. It creates that crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. Let's do it. Let's do it again. All right, the Amici's Detroit style pizzas. You really want to try them out. I can't recommend them highly enough. Indulge in these new crunchy, pillowy Detroit style pizzas. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do it. Do it.
So,
let's do it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
We're ready to do it, man.
Do it. Come on, Coach.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
oh, man. That's not a Reggae Friday. That's not a Reggae Friday. That's a special request, actually, because we just finished a cooler of content. And good morning, everybody. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher here on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR. And Anthony Spice Adams is going to join us at 9:30. Who's, of course, who played 9 seasons in the NFL, played 03, 04, 05, 06 with the Niners. He's part of the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, which is May 21st. But anyway, the point of the story is that we were doing the cooler of content and having some fun. And when we heard that Upton Judge sound, it was like, wow, man.
Upton Stout.
Upton Stout. Who's Upton Judge?
Good question.
I don't know who Upton Judge is.
I know a BJ Upton, a Justin Upton.
And we go to school with Upton
Stout.
Judge? Upton Stout.
Upton
I was
here,
close.
Upton here.
I was close. Anyway, Upton Stout, we were like, we went into the lab and had some fun. And the one that we finished with was the legendary Staple Singers and Curtis Mayfield, Let's Do It Again. And I'm like, well, okay. All right, ladies. And in the middle of it, we got a text from somebody who thought it was really funny. Said he was, quote, laughing his ass off and wanted to tip his cap. Niner GM John Lynch. So there you go. Who has a co-singing role in this one, actually, if you hear it.
Well, this is not the first time we have featured John Lynch on a matchup. I Wish I Knew was a hit of the summer last year, and now John Lynch is featured in this new track with Upton Stout, talking about Let's Do It Again, Coach.
It's a Friday, and you're trying to get the Rockies out of my mind. You might as well play all the John Lynch hits there. So how would you phrase this one? Say, like, how in the world did the Giants lose to the Rockies last night?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. I wish I knew,
Yeah, I'm with you, John. I wish I knew how they lost to the freaking Rockies. Mm-hmm. So on a much more mellow, chill vibe, hey, are you ready to do it with your guy Upton Stout? John Lynch, grab the mic.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
We're ready to do it, man.
Do it. Come on, Coach.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
Very, very good. So, yeah, John said that kid is the real deal. That kid is the real deal. Oh, we have a little breaking news here. You want a little?
Ooh, I got you.
Shams Charania just broke some news 10 minutes ago. Greg Popovich will no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs and is transitioning full-time to team president, sources told ESPN. Obviously, the health problem that sidelined him last year. And, boy, you want to talk about a run. I mean, honestly, we should probably go through some of the stats here, guys, on Popovich. One of the great coaching careers in NBA history. On the short list, right?
Absolutely. And think about the influence that he's had over the game of basketball, but over the guys like Steve Kerr, which has now taken a lot out of the Popovich playbook and now has implemented it with the Warriors over the last decade.
5-time NBA champ spanning from 1999 all the way to 2014. And this guy came from like tiny Pomona College back in the 70s and early 80s, man. This is kind of nuts, right? I've been to Pomona College on college tours. You're like, wait, Greg Popovich came from here? You're like, wait, man, there's a bunch of nerds going to the library here, man, and amidst leafy pathways and all that. So he winds up, of course, being the gold medal winner of the 2020 Tokyo basketball team, and as you said, a huge influence on Steve Kerr. Yeah. He was also a Warriors assistant under Nelly in 92 to 94. Don't forget, back in the day. So anyway, we wish him well. He was with the Spurs since 1996, literally before young Tony was born?
Literally before young Tony was alive.
Isn't that true? Do I have that year right?
Yeah.
I was born in 98, so yes.
Pop started with the Spurs in 96.
Damn.
He would be the single longest tenured coach of your life Yeah. There's no question. Yeah. Well, shut up. I always liked him, too.
Yeah, I mean, tip of the cat to a true legend. Hopefully everything's going well with his health. And I would assume, based on the indications, that he's going to stay with the team as team president or president of basketball operations. Yeah. I think that's a good sign for where he is health-wise. Again, I'm assuming here, but nothing but respect for Pop.
76 years old. He turned 76 in January, so there's a little breaking news.
Looking forward to Greg Papa breaking this down later on the show, too.
Oh, yeah.
With his ties to the San Antonio Spurs.
And also, was Greg with the Greg knows Popovich. Yeah, we'll have to definitely get some Greg Papa breakdown of that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Community Media Station. Let's stay on the NBA, or do you want to stay on the NBA, or do you want to go Niners? Do you want to go Niners?
Ooh, dealer's choice.
In honor of John Lynch. A story we hadn't played in honor of John Lynch, like in the Staples Singers and Curtis Mayfield.
Let's do it.
Let's do it again. Diana Rossini reported an interesting tidbit that's pretty ripe for sports talk radio. The classic, would you have done this? What do you got here?
I know there was a team that had a conversation with the 49ers the night before the draft about a possible trade for Kittle, a second rounder they were looking to get in return.
What?
They turned it down. The 49ers decided to keep him and really move this situation forward by getting a deal done. But there was a little interest there, some poking around.
Why didn't they move him? The second-round pick for a 32-year-old tight end, that seems like a really good return on investment, no?
I don't think the 49ers ever wanted to walk away from George Kittle either. I don't think George Kittle wanted to walk away from the 49ers. I think they always wanted to be together. Everyone just wanted to feel like they were winning in the negotiation.
Could you imagine Kittle not a 49er? It doesn't make sense.
So that's Chase Daniel, the former Missouri quarterback, who doing that with her. So, by the way, he's another case where you raced up his age. He's not 32 till October. Easy now. He's 31.
You always got to project, Murph.
But he will turn 32 during the season. So, okay, you get a call, John Lynch, and when you're not listening to mashups on KNBR, you get a call and you hear, would you take a second rounder for George Kittle, knowing that the second rounder might not get you the tight end you want, the Colston Loveland or Michigan or Tyler Warren out of Penn State, because they'll be gone. Or maybe it changes you that you can take the tight end in the first round and then move your D tackle DN down to the second round. I don't know, man. Put your take all the emotion of George Kittle out of it and the big puppy dog that he is and the signature feature, or can you take that out of it?
Yeah, see, that's tough. That's the part that's hard for me, is to take the emotion out of it, because how emotionally invested George Kittle is to this franchise. What he means to this offense, what he means to the heartbeat of the locker room, to be completely honest with you. And so that's why my first answer would be no. But if I am taking those emotions out of it, I can understand the thought process of moving on from a 31, going to be 32-year-old tight end, especially when you had the option of maybe drafting Tyler Warren, who is still on the board with that number 11 pick. Because my initial reaction is like, how the hell would you replace George Kittle? Well, Tyler Warren's a great tight end prospect, and we've seen a couple really good tight ends come out of the college game over the last couple of years. Even with a guy like Brock Bowers out in Las Vegas, he's going to be a phenomenal tight end, but it's going to be tough to kind of replicate anything that George Kittle does, not only as a receiver, but as a run blocker. And it's something that we've been screaming about George Kittle's entire career. The way he sets the tone by blocking, which is a huge difference when you look at tight ends like Travis Kelce or maybe some of these other guys who are going to put up the elite receiving numbers. George Kittle is a huge part to this offense, running the ball and throwing the ball. And hell, even as a pass blocker, when they need him to stay in two, you don't want him in that position. But I just think George Kittle is so valuable to this offense where I would reject this trade for a second rounder.
Had you traded Kittle, you surely would be saying at this point, the rebuild is in full effect.
Correct.
Like you're saying, so by keeping Kittle, are you still keeping... You still got McCaffrey, right? You still got Ayuk, right? Are you still saying, we got a chance to make a sleeper run deep into the playoffs by keeping a guy like George Kittle as opposed to trading him? I do want to tell you, what would have happened in the second round. I just looked it up. 3 tight ends were taken with the 42nd pick. The New York Jets, it looks like, took Mason Taylor, the tight end at LSU. He took him right before the Niners took Alfred Collins, the D tackle from Texas. 3 picks later, the Rams took an Oregon tight end named Terrence Ferguson. We'll have to be dealing with this guy. And then 4 picks later, the Seattle Seahawks took a guy that I heard a lot of draft experts say was a really good pick, the Miami Hurricane tight end Elijah Arroyo. Mm-hmm. So they could have gotten one of those guys to replace Kittle if they wanted to. Now you're resetting. You're going cheap. the whole deal.
Well, that's the difference to me. And we've talked about this topic a lot this offseason. Are the 49ers tearing it down? Are they rebuilding or are they retooling? And I never looked at this as a rebuild because it's hard to rebuild a roster when you have Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Deommodore Lenoir, Brock Purdy, who you think is your franchise quarterback. Like, on paper, the 49ers still have one of the best rosters in football. We saw them kind of trim the fat a little bit with contracts that they did not want to have moving forward. We've also seen them replace a lot of those players in last year's draft and also in this year's draft. So to me, this entire offseason has been a retooling. And if you're going to retool with the thought of getting back to the Super Bowl, you need George Kittle to be part of that retooling process. If this was a true rebuild, then maybe they do think about trading him, trading Christian McCaffrey, trading Trent Williams at this part, and maybe starting over with a whole new nucleus of young guys. But because they still have all this talent, to me, it's not a rebuild, it's a retooling.
Well, if they hit on the draft picks, we've seen teams, you can go young and win. You can. You just got to hit, man. I mean, the Rams recently with their D tackles, those were 2 rookies on their D line last year, and the Rams were good. They made the playoffs, right? So they better have hit, man. But if that's the case, you still have weapons, man. You got Kittle and McCaffrey. When you break the huddle and you got Kittle and McCaffrey, you got a chance for a first down. So.
And I know we're still kind of uncertain about Brandon Ayuk this season, but you did pay him as a number 1 wide receiver. And I don't know if this is a positive sign for his rehab, but he was on the golf course earlier this week with George Kittle and Brock Purdy.
It's true. There was
maybe that's a good sign that his knee's feeling all right.
Niners had obviously a team outing, one of those they probably were taking care of some sponsors or something, but there's a picture of Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and Brandon Ayuk all in the tee box together. Yeah. So people are saying, and also, did you guys see Trent Williams showed up, and so did Nick Bosa for voluntary workouts?
Dude, it seems like the guys are, I don't want to say more motivated, but we talked about this so much last year too, the Super Bowl hangover, and how maybe after losing that big game, maybe Trent Williams and Nick Bosa are like, I need a couple more weeks to myself. I need a vacation time. I need to get away. But it feels like there's this hunger this year with guys showing up to OTAs because their season did get cut short, because they didn't make the playoffs. So now there's kind of this like renewed, kind of re-energized, refueled kind of mindset. At least that's the perception I'm getting right now.
Yeah, John Lynch did he talked to NBC Sports and said, yes, Trent's here and Nick Bosa, and they're, quote, here to help teach the standard. So it's entirely what you just said, and it's entirely the opposite of the bummer summer, although then they gutted that February, the bloodletting in February and March was really, really tough. But, I remember just writing a jock blog saying, like, they're farther from the Super Bowl now than they were. But you keep Kittle, you make these draft picks, we'll see what happens with Ayuk's rehab, etc. Look at tons of reaction on all this. 209 says, on paper it makes sense to trade a second rounder for George Kittle, but there literally would have been pitchforks at Levi's, and don't sleep on Slick Rick Pearsall. 916 says, we've lost enough. Don't take Kittle from us, too. There's that, right? It would be a huge PR loss. At 209 says, heck no. It's not a second-round pick for a 31-year-old tight end. It's a second-round pick for arguably the best tight end in the league, so I'm not doing it.
I agree.
Okay? 623 says, with all due respect, if John Lynch is texting in to appreciate Young Tony's mashups, can I assume that the Brock Purdy deal is done?
Yeah, well, just like funny. John Lynch said, I think we all wish we knew.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. 925 says, sleeper run for the 49ers will only run if Jake Moody can make field goals. I did write down in my notes today. They did invite in the Lou Groza winner, Louisiana's Kenneth Almendarez. Now, they said they're going to bring a veteran kicker. This guy's a kid out of college.
We got some kicking competition.
Ken Almendarez. So I don't know if they would take a rookie to beat him out, or are they going to sign a veteran between now and the start of training camp? 408 says Purdy's going to need George Kittle for the next 2 years to justify his $300 million contract.
Well, I would say even more, not just to just justify the $300 million contract or whatever the hell the total is going to be at the end of the day, but look at George Kittle's numbers over the last 3 seasons with Brock Purdy as his quarterback. I mean, they have a great relationship. They have a great bond. They were just hanging out together out in Nashville. Like, they have a huge connection. So, yeah, if you are thinking about Brock Purdy for the next 5 to 10 years down the road, you want the first 4 to 5 to be with George Kittle. That's not
right.
a question.
And 415 text in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text says you can't trade him unless you replace him with someone better. So
that's the key.
It's true. And 209 says a two for Kittle. This is Clay is his name. A two for Kittle is an insult. I don't know. Second round pick's pretty good.
Yeah, and it's more
interesting that two division rivals took tight ends that round. Yeah. And I told you I hate when this is me in my childish ways. One day I'll grow up. One day. But I get so upset when I read about the Seahawks having great drafts. That's one of my pet peeves in life. It's like, oh man, Seahawks did great. I'm like, ugh. People told us that a couple years ago, and they weren't that good last year. Who's their QB this year? Darnold?
I always hate, it's going to be slinging Sam Darnold, the greatest arm talent.
We can make him see ghosts, right? Someone's going to make him see ghosts.
No doubt about it. But Murph, I'm with you. I always get frustrated when there's like a college player that I like a lot, and then he goes to a team you hate, but they're like, yeah, but I was like kind of a hipster. I was in at the ground floor. I like this guy in college. Can I still root for him? What do I do with my life now? What do I do?
No, you got to ride with the silver and black.
Yeah. Well, like a guy like Christian McCaffrey, who I loved at Stanford. And then, of course, he goes to the Carolina Panthers. Next thing you know, I'm watching Carolina Panthers games every Sunday, and now he's on the 49ers, and he's still my favorite running back in the league.
That's my rule. How are the 49ers going to do this weekend? I don't know. Is Christian McCaffrey playing? Yeah. And the answer last year was no. And they went 6-11.
Yeah, but it sounds like this year he's showing up to OTAs with no restrictions.
Well, that's that's why Carolina traded him, was availability.
No doubt.
It's kind of why the Mavericks traded Luka, which we haven't even talked about, like JJ Redick calling out, my team needs to get in championship shape.
Yeah.
Bro, the static has begun.
Championship shape.
Static has begun.
Last time I checked, Luka made it to the championship last year drinking beers. All of a sudden, he joins LeBron, and LeBron starts dragging down Luka's career. That's the way I'm seeing it.
Does making a final and losing a final, is that good?
I don't know. Ask Giannis. That's a question for him, not for myself.
Very, very good.
But
actually,
Luka was drinking beers last year and dropped 73 points in a game.
Here's JJ Redick already starting that smoke down there with Luka.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape, and we have a ways to go as a roster, and certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is we have to get in championship shape.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Gotta get in championship shape. Does that include LeBron James, who ran out of gas in back-to-back games in the fourth quarter? What do you have, 5 combined points in 2 fourth-quarter games?
Maybe. Did you see there's a viral clip going around of Luka like at age 19 when he's like a slender deer just sprinting down the court? The guy who wrote the caption on the tweet that's going viral says, Luka before he discovered American food.
Oh, man. Welcome to America.
Somebody said, show that to RFK Jr.
Too many Fruit Loops for Luka.
The red dye or whatever. But, dude, he looks like a slender gazelle sprinting down the court.
Red 40.
Oh, man.
That's funny. But, hey, I got a hot take. I think Luka's going to be in L.A. longer than J.J. Redick, so I'd watch those comments if I was J.J. Redick about Luka's body.
He will be there for sure. All right, guys. All right, well, listen, thanks to John Lynch for inspiring some Niner talk, because that was interesting about Diana Rossini. And you had the one last one on her talking about Brock Purdy's contract, which, again, everybody's guessing until it gets done.
All guesswork.
Here's Diana Rossini's latest guess.
There's some talk out there that they're far apart on this and that it's going to take a while. I don't get that sense. The sense I'm getting is they're closer than what we think. I don't believe Brock Purdy shows up for OTAs if he doesn't feel good that they're near a number that he's happy with, right? Like, that's how it usually works with players. Very rarely are guys showing up if they're that far apart. It just doesn't work like that. So to me, just that action alone tells me that they're closer, but also doing some digging on it. I think this is still moving in a really good direction. I don't think there should be any concern.
All right.
Okay. Listen, we keep saying Boy Scout, Boy Scout, Boy Scout, but, just do it like you did with Kittle. Sign the damn thing and let us go on with our lives.
Yeah, but that's the difference that we talked about with Matt Mayoka yesterday. This wasn't Kittle's first rodeo. He had to go through this too with the Valentine's Day massacre, with the lowball offer and his first contract extension. Now he's a seasoned vet. Now he's getting paid. Brock Purdy's still looking for that first big payday.
Man, oh man. All right, fun stuff. 49er football, and good to hear from John Lynch too. And, of course, Upton Stout.
Let's do it.
How should I could never forget his last name, because Guinness Stout is the greatest drink in the world.
You think Upton can split the G, Murph?
You millennials.
What? It's a Guinness joke.
Millennials. I know, but you millennials.
Yeah. I can't help it.
Curly, I'm telling you, the pint at Harding Park's not that bad. Not that bad. They serve it in that nice, they call it the chew. It's so funny. In Ireland, the T is a CH. So they say tulip when they mean tulip. So I was told, he goes, oh, you got a nice tulip glass. I'm like, what's a tulip glass? They're like, oh, it's a lovely tulip glass. I'm like, am I supposed to chew my lip?
Huh.
They're like, no, tulip, man. Tulip. I'm like, well, you said tulip.
Huh.
They said, yeah, tulip.
Interesting.
Anyway, it's the shape of the glass. It's got a nice little rounded situation.
You've got me fixed on this TSCHs. So would they call it Troy Chillowisky?
Yes, they would.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Famously, there's a pub there called the Big Tree, TREE. But that's what my buddy Brian Kalu would say when he would say, there's 3 of us coming. He'd say, there's 3 of us coming. And so when he told me he was going to a pub called the Big Tree, I'm like, you mean the Big 3? And he's like, nah, thank you. It's the Big Tree.
The Big Tree.
I'm like, well, I can't tell with you guys. And then there was a pub called the Foggy Dew, DEW, but they call it the Foggy Jew because DE is like a G.
Whoa.
So I said, is the Foggy Jew, is that like a rabbi who's not that quick on the pickup or what? And I'm like, no, it's the Foggy Jew, man, DEW. I'm like, well, you guys, I can't understand you guys.
I'll meet you there for a pint.
So the whole point is Upton Stout. That's the whole point.
Yes.
I'll never forget that name.
Never forget.
All right, there you go. You ask him if he splits the G, not me.
Yeah, I'll ask him if we get him on. Hell, we'll have Greg Papa and Greg Silver ask him today.
And Papa on Popovich.
That's it.
Who just retired.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. Anthony Spice Adams at 9:30. Some Warriors thoughts before we get out of here. Next, Game 6 tonight. What do you think? What's the biggest factor on the Sports Leader?
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. Shout out Tosh.0. Daniel Tosh still doing his thing. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. And when you hear the cue to call, you're going to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation. And you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. You know the good people at Provident. I just saw Jim and John this week, and, it's always reassuring. There's such stability there at Provident Credit Union. I have my mortgage with Provident and sleep like a baby. Plus, they help you make smart, safe moves with your money. It makes sense. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate is what I'm talking about, where you can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield. 4%. And grow your savings safely. So if you're building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs or home projects or just looking for financial peace of mind, choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Provident Credit Union recently named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another reason you can trust where you bank. This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're fine. Our confidence isn't going to waver any. We're going to start out better. We're going to play a better overall game because we know how good of a team we are as a unit. We know how good our players are as individuals. So we just got to, as starters, we got to kick us off better, which we know that we will do. We'll be fine.
There it is. The no, it's fine. The famous words from Draymond Green after losing game one at home.
No, it's fine.
In the 2022 NBA Finals. As it turned out, it was. They did win the championship that year. Warriors losing game 5. They quickly moved on. The general feeling, at least here, I think, on this show, is that there wasn't a whole lot to take from that game 5. Now, if you want to be a sort of a panic monger, you could say some things developed. We can discuss. But first, Reggae Friday, Young Tony, you want to help the crowd here?
This is Marcus's request. I believe the guy's name, how to pronounce it, is Assad. Song called Warriors.
Warriors!
Look at you.
Fighting for Game 6 tonight, Murph.
Okay, let's do it. Anthony Adams, Spice Adams, going to join us at 9:30. And 2 tickets to Daniel Tosh, the comedian, November 29, my kid's birthday. Do it right now. Do it for my kid's birthday. Win 2 tickets to see Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29. The tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. 2 tickets, Daniel Tosh, November 29th at the Masonic. Live Nation furnish these tickets, and you can call John Joe at 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to see him. One other item, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Want to remind you guys, we're less than 2 weeks away. Thursday night, May 15th, Hyatt Regency in Barcadero. We'll all be out there. I'll be emceeing it, trying to keep it moving, y'all. Cocktails at 5, dinner at 6:30. Many, many VIP sports celebrities attend every year. It's the elite sports banquet of the year. Gosh, I remember seeing Ricky Henderson last year.
Yeah.
You know, and gosh, it makes me sad, but, this is the kind of people that come out. These are the kind of people that come out to this thing. Alex Morgan, the famous Olympian and World Cup soccer player from Cal. Joe Rudy, the 3-time World Series baseball champion, saying goodbye to the Oakland A's there. Eric Wright, one of the great corners, most underrated corners in Niner history. Him and Jimmy Johnson, a 4-time Super Bowl champ. Mike Montgomery, arguably one of the best college basketball coaches in the history of the Bay Area. Not even arguably. He is one of the best college coaches in the history of the Bay Area. And the distinguished Dr. Harry Edwards, of course, who Bill Walsh hired to come on and Well, he's talked to the Niners about culture and society and make these guys more than just football players, or letting them live their lives as more than just football players. He was a great guy to have around, man. Let me tell you what, Doc Edwards, though, man, he walks into a room, you stand to attention. Doc's about 6'8", and he stands ramrod straight. Ramrod. Shout out great posture. By the way, you know what I mean?
I've got terrible posture.
I have the worst.
I'm always slouching.
I have the worst. And when a guy walks into a room with 6'8" and he ain't giving an inch on his posture,
you start sitting up straight.
So there you go, man. How's your posture, Tone? How's your posture?
I think it's solid. I remember a long time ago, actually, not that long ago, but someone was like, Tony has great posture, staring at me in the control room camera.
Maybe that's the golf swing. It helps you maintain your spine angle.
See, now I've never been told I've had great posture because I've been slouching in my chair since elementary school, and I used to get yelled at all the time.
You didn't want the teacher to call on you to read.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hiding behind the book, like, don't pick me, don't pick me. But the biggest compliment I have gotten on my posture was from the one and only Marty Lurie, who walked into the Scottsdale booth down in Arizona, and all he said was, you look comfortable. You look comfortable. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, there you go, buddy.
So that's it. I look comfortable. I don't got good posture, but at least I look comfortable.
Oh, man. I got to stand up. So one time I was walking through after a Little League game, and a mom who's a yoga teacher walked up to me and just without even saying a word, put her one hand on the lower back, one hand on the upper back, and she shoved me up.
Ooh, hey now.
She said, come on.
I don't know if she's allowed to do that after I took those HR videos yesterday.
There you go, buddy. Rockies Giants today, 6:15 pregame, 7:15 first pitch. John Miller, Dave Fleming on the call. Antonio Senzatella against Robbie Ray. Oh, bro, there's only one option tonight. There's only one option. Don't get me started. Let's talk about the Warriors here. Game 6, because we had Spice Adams on the other side. Game 6 tonight, I'm feeling very confident. My pick all along was Warriors in 6. I'm not making too much out of Game 5. I kind of saw it going that way. They got some rest. The Rockets starters had to come back in. I can't see Van Vliet continuing to shoot the lights out. I can't see playoff Jimmy not distributing and making people work. Oracle crowd. Chase Center crowd. I misspoke. Should be there at 6. Raymond Ritter. Don't let Raymond Ritter down. And it's Fridays are gnarly now on the traffic, so account for that. See, tell your boss you got to leave early to get there because they need to hear those Warriors chants early on. If the Warriors can kind of get off to a real good start, and that's a question I'd ask you then, do you move Buddy Hield out of the starting lineup and move Moses Moody in, or as a listener suggested, GP2, just to kind of maybe the Buddy thing is maybe coming back to earth a little bit?
I think, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, I think the Warriors have enough offense without Buddy on the court to the point where they can get by starting either Moses Moody or GP2. Pick your poison, whoever you want. Some people think Moses Moody can stretch the floor a bit more than GP2. GP2 can get to the basket. Again, we're talking about guys who they're known for their defense. And if you want to slow down Jalen Green, who got off to a hot start, if you want to slow down Fred VanVleet, then yeah, maybe you do make that choice. I know Steve Kerr talked about putting Buddy Hield in the starting lineup to space out the floor because Şengün was going straight to Moses Moody and kind of just letting him be wide open at the three-point line. So I get the strategy there, but this has been a chess match all series long between Ime Udoka and Steve Kerr. We've seen the combination of Şengün and Steve Adams have a lot of success. We've seen Steve Kerr go to his bag of tricks and play hack a kiwi with Steven Adams with Kevon Looney going on against him. So this is going to be all about who has the better strategy and who has more experience tonight, which I think 99.9% of the people would agree it's the Warriors, and that's why they should close out this series tonight.
And how it will be officiated. You know, they're not going to let too much of this craziness go down here. 415 points out the point. Role play, the old NBA axiom, role players play better at home.
Yeah, and we saw that last game with the Rockets.
And yeah, exactly. So you know everything, but Vegas likes the Warriors a lot. They have them at 5.5 point favorites. Yeah.
And last thing I'll say, you said there's only one option tonight for the Giants to win.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about the Warriors.
Yeah.
Not saying that they can win a Game 7 if it gets there, but because rest is so important for this specific roster, where if you take care of business tonight, you'll get 2 days off before squaring off against Anthony Edwards on Monday. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have to expense more energy with these veterans on this team ahead of a potential 7-game series against Minnesota. That's if you make it past Sunday, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Take care of business tonight. Don't be sitting at the dinner table playing with your food. Eat your veggies and take care of business.
You stick the knife in, go for the kill, and this is a time for Steph Curry to do his thing. All right, guys. I wanted to get that out there. A little bit of Warriors talk. I'm sure it'll continue. In fact, one of the things we want to talk about, too, is promoting other shows. Greg Popovich has stepped down as the head coach of the Spurs, according to Shams Charani of ESPN. We're saying be sure to listen to Greg Pop. I'm sure he'll have thoughts because he's close with Popovich there. So, all right, so here's the deal. The Dwight Clark Legacy Series is now turning into a thing. It's the 5th annual, and the Niners do a great job of interacting with Kirk Reynolds and the group from the Golden Heart Fund that raises money. This is all for Dwight. Dwight said when he was leaving us, he said, I want everything to go for my teammates. And some teammates have a hard time after football. That's why the Golden Heart Fund was created by Eddie DeBartolo. So what this event does is it raises money for that, and it gathers a bunch of people together to talk Niner football. And the tribute this year, they do several tributes. They give out a player award. I'm not sure who's winning it this year, but they also do a fun panel. And the panel this year is honoring the 80th birthday of the great and legendary Niner team photographer Michael Zagaris, the Z-Man. And the Z-Man is the greatest, as you know. Anytime he comes on the show, first of all, you got to have the dump buddy ready, but the man has been covering the Niners since Kezar Stadium, and he has every story in the book. And one of his favorites was Spice Adams. They got along great because Spice is a funny guy, and Spice has a worldview. He's a TV host, he's an actor, he's a comedian, he's got a YouTube situation going on. So he's going to fly out from Chicago to be on the panel for the Z-Man. And of course, he played for the Niners 03, 04, 05, 06. So he'll join us.
Yeah, and real quick, just to update you, it's the hyena, Diamo Lenore, who's being celebrated at this
you got
event.
that? Mm-hmm. Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Also, Matt Mayoko can't host it this year, so I have to, I get to host it with Laura Britt. So that's going to be, I just want to get you guys the date, May 21st. So what is that? That can't be right. That's the wrong day there, buddy. I got to do that.
Uh-oh.
Let's get this right
Uh-oh.
here.
Let's get it on the other side.
It's May, no, that's right. Is that right? May 21st. My bad. May 21st is the day. On me.
You better update your calendar,
Wednesday,
Murph.
May 21st. I got it right. Wednesday, May
Set an
21st.
alarm.
Down at the Hammer Theater in San Jose. Wednesday, May 21st. And you can get tickets at dwightclarkaward.com. I heard there's only 65 tickets left. So go get them. And we'll talk about the Niners with Spice Adams next on The Sports Leader.
I just know the hyena can't be with.
The hyena can't what?
Can't be with.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, let's talk 49er football. We got a fun guest right now. Well, he came into the world as Anthony Adams, but then he became Spice Adams, of course. Went on to Penn State, got drafted by the 49ers, played for the Bears. Now crushing it on all kinds of social media, whether it's inside the Bears or his YouTube and his comedy and his acting. Let's catch up. It's Anthony Spice Adams, 49er 03040506. He's coming on out to San Jose on May 21st for the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. That's awesome. That says a lot about him as a person. So, Spice, I believe it's the first time we've had you, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. Good morning, Spice. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Spice?
Good morning, man. It's definitely the first time y'all had me. And you want to know why? It's because I'm a nose guard, man. Nobody cares about nose guards, man. They just let us take the double team, and everybody else just go make the tackles, because that's just how we treat it.
Man, today's Nose Guard Appreciation Day, Spice.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. There you go.
You're a first
Finally get to
honoree.
celebrate something.
Man, oh, man.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on? Hey, that's cool. You're coming out, man. Tell us. We'll start on the positive note. You're coming out back west. I know you live in Chicago, right? So tell us about coming out. You heard the Z-Man's getting honored, and you said, I got to be there, huh?
Dude, this is awesome, man. Like, Z-Man is 80 years old. Like, from the pictures that Z-Man has, oh my gosh, you would never think that he's like 80. Oh, he has pictures of the Rolling Stones, like Jimi Hendrix, Mick Jagger, like the who's who of superstars. Like, can you imagine what an 80-year-old camera looks like?
Yeah. Well, maybe like a pinhole camera. Do you know his whole story of how he got started, how he made a fake press pass and kind of charmed some cops when he was 16 years old? And walked out at Kezar Stadium and introduced himself to George Halas and Vince Lombardi?
Oh, my gosh. That sounds like Z, though.
He said
that sounds like Z.
He said you were one of his favorites, he says, because you guys could chop it up a little bit. You had interests beyond football sometimes, huh, Spice?
Yeah, you know what was so cool about Z-Man was that when I first got on the team, being a rookie, I didn't talk much, so I just kind of observed everything. And I was like, what's up with this dude, man? He had like this funky hat on, this vest, and these crazy jeans. It's 100 degrees outside. Why is he dressed like this? Why is he sitting in the back of the bus just yamming it with us? I'm like, is this guy a player? I don't understand. Then we get to the stadium. Z-Man has his own locker. I'm like, what is going on, man? Like, I'm like getting dressed, getting ready for the game. He's in the shower. I'm like, why is he in the shower? Who is this dude? But he's the photographer. And he's put in so much work and done so much for so many people that, you know, after so long, it's just like Z-Man is family. And you start to understand why he has his own locker. You understand why he has his own pair of cleats. You understand why he has his own laundry bag. Because he is the man, though. And so I'm glad that he allowed me to be a part of this, man, because him turning 80 is the best ever.
Yeah, we love the Z-Man. We kind of view him as part of the KNBR family. He's a big friend of the program here, too. But, like, that's what this event really represents to me, Spice. The Dwight Clark Legacy event kind of encapsulates the 49er family. Because, of course, there's 32 teams around the NFL, but it feels like there's a different viewpoint of former players who have worked with this organization specifically. So tell us what it means to still be a part of the 49er family at this point of your life.
Oh, man, it's great, man. And the fact that we get a chance to be on the stage to represent Dwight Clark. I mean, if you think about the catch, like it's so iconic that they just have to nickname it the catch. Mm-hmm. I mean, everybody was watching it. And this wasn't even the Super Bowl. This was the NFC Championship game to get them into the Super Bowl, but everybody was watching it. And it's so cool that it happened to a person like Dwight Clark. And there's a lot of times when you create a foundation or you create a fund and people just they make the fund to be whatever they think you might want it to go towards. But his Golden Heart Fund is going to find a purpose, health and wellness, relationships, and personal finance. Like, he knows what it's like to be outside of the NFL and the struggles that we have to go through with trying to provide for our families. So he knows what that struggle is like. So the fact that Dwight Clark created this Golden Heart Fund and the fact that I have just a little bitty teeny part of it is special, man, and I wouldn't miss it.
Well, you're coming out. I'm going to be out there helping you host this thing, Laura Britt. We're going to do this thing at the Hammer Theater in San Jose, Wednesday, May 21st at 7 p.m., and tickets are available at dwightclarkaward.com, although they're going fast. Charles Haley's going to be there. Dude, what's your Charles Haley experience?
Oh, you know what? I got coached by Charles Haley for a good 5 seconds. This was enough to know that he is not a person you want to mess around with. He showed me how to go through a double team that I don't think any person in the world could do but Charles Haley. Like, there's absolutely no way you can take a step, take both of your hands, pick one guy up, move him out of the way, take the other hand, pick him up and move him out of the way, and then that's how you do a double team. I'm like, man, I'm not going to make it in the NFL.
Charles had that move.
This was at the Senior Bowl. I'm like, if I got to do this in the NFL, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't draft me. There's absolutely no way I could do that.
Anthony Spice Adams is a voice here this morning on Uma Guest Line, and the 49ers did end up drafting you in the second round of the 2003 draft, and we were having some fun earlier with one of the 49ers draft picks this year, Upton Stout, and how we counted during his phone call. He said to John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Jed York, "Let's do it, Coach," 11 different times. Anthony, what can you tell us about your phone call when you got selected by the 49ers?
Oh, man, I got drafted during a commercial break. So I really didn't get that experience where somebody at the podium saying their names and things like that. And then I was in Pennsylvania training, and there was a lot of mountains and everything in there, so my reception wasn't good. And so I hung up on Terry Donahue a couple of times, and then and then I got drafted like late at night, so around like 8:30, and the mall closed at 9, and I didn't have a square for the press conference that was going to be held the next day. So I hurried up to the mall, and I pieced together the worst ensemble of what some people may call a suit that you ever want to see. And I'm glad Z-Man wasn't today, because that picture is probably the most hideous thing you ever want to see in your life.
You weren't handling it as like the star you became, man. So Anthony Adams, of course, spent 9 years in the NFL. Does stuff in Chicago's home now, huh?
Yeah, man, I'm out here in the suburbs of Chicago, man. This is nice, man. But I'm from Detroit, so I'm used to all of the seasons. But it's the wind here is crazy, man. It really is a hawk. It really sounds like a hawk, like coming straight to your ears, man.
Dude,
so no joke.
They don't call it the calm city. They call it the windy city, baby. So wait a minute. So catch us up now. The comedy, the acting. You've become a dude. Here's what I remember when Spice Adams. Do you remember when Andre Iguodala quoted you? Like, it was either the NBA Finals or the playoffs. Do you remember that? Because he goes, it's like the great philosopher Spice Adams said, you can't climb a mountain if it's smooth.
Yeah. You know what? It's very cool to be on the social media side of things and to create all these different videos. And there's a lot of people who say, man, I didn't even know that you played in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So it's just a testament of the work that I'm doing and the fun that I'm having and the journey that I'm taking everybody with me. You know, I've rebranded my YouTube channel, so all of the characters and everything that everybody likes are going to live there on the YouTube page, where I can kind of just use all my personality and everything and just put it all into video form and put it up on YouTube, man. And it's been great, man. It's been a great ride. I haven't played football professionally for 13 years, and I'm still able to, you know, provide for my family and, you know, create laughs for everybody to come check out.
Yeah, I'd highly suggest for anybody not following Anthony Adams to follow him at Spice Adams on all social media platforms. And Spice, I was going through your Twitter feed and I saw that you did address the topic that has been sweeping a nation, whether or not 100 grown men can take down one silverback gorilla. But I'll ask it to you this way. Do you think 100 nose tackles could take down one gorilla?
Oh, man. Realistically, no. But since, everybody want to talk about it, I would say we'd be the ones that will give them the most running for their money. Because we're not expecting a thank you. We're not expecting a good job. We're not expecting good work. We're not expecting to hear anything. We're just out there for one goal, and that's to protect the A-gap, because that's what nose guards do, man. We live and die in the gap. Never forget that. So the next time y'all think about, we're going to have Brock Purdy on the show. We're going to have Ayuk on the show. We're going to have Kittle. Think about having a nose guard. Happy Nose Guard Day.
By the way, I need to, as I go through your characters, can you explain Cream Biggums to us?
I can't. I don't think anybody can explain it. So Cream Biggums is the guy that does not lack confidence at all. He thinks he's better than Steph Curry, and he's shooting the three. And he's the guy that when you have one more person left that you have to pick to get 10 players, you're like, oh, my gosh, we don't have a choice. We have to pick this guy. This is the only reason that he plays. And he's coming down the court. He's running different plays that nobody knows because these people are not his teammates. Nobody has ever played with him, but he's going down the court and he's jacking up threes with the confidence of LeBron mixed with Steph, mixed with Michael Jordan. He does not care. But anyways, this character came about where I was just in my garage doing all these different moves. And I videotaped it. I didn't even have a tripod at the time. It was on like a rusty ladder. It was living in the back of my phone. And I had some time. And I was just like, man, I'm going to post this video, finally get it out of my brain, and I'm going to go to sleep. When I woke up, I had all kind of notifications from my friends just like, yo, Kevin Hart just posted that video. I'm like, yeah, right, man. This dude is a full-blown superstar. Maybe he commented on the video, but he didn't post it on his page. Sure enough, he posted on his page. Then Ludacris posted on his page, then Jamie Foxx, then House of Highlights, then all these people with million followers or whatever. So I had to create an account for Cream Biggums. He has like 300,000 followers right now. And he was on 2019 NBA Live with 89 rating, one higher than Magic Johnson.
By the way, you still have your store, shopspiceadams.com. You can get some
merch.
Yeah, you get some Air Biggums or some Cream Biggums socks. You still got that?
Yeah, man. Pump it up for
there
me, man.
It is,
I got four kids, and tuition ain't going down. 100% of the proceeds go to ifmykids.aren't as athletic as me.com.org.
And Spice, sorry, I have to jump in because when I saw the name Cream Biggums, the first name that I thought was Tyrone Biggums from the Chappelle Show. So was there any influence there? Are you a big Chappelle guy, or who are some of your comedic influences?
Oh, my gosh. Definitely a huge Dave Chappelle fan. Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, Red Fox, George Carlin, like so many people, man. I've been influenced by a lot of those guys, and watching Martin Lawrence on Def Comedy Jam, it's dope. But Cream Biggums came about because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he liked Cream Biggums' game so much that he changed his name to Kareem to be like Cream Biggums. That's what the story is.
And that's the laugh, by the way. You can get that on gear, too, on sweatshirts, too. So.
I appreciate y'all, man.
Are you kidding me,
dude.
Spice? No, you're awesome, dude. And, you're fun. I mean, you got skill, you got talent, you played in the NFL, and you're doing your thing. But you actually do some, just a quick, like, one sports take, man. I know you still follow the Niners. They took five defensive guys. And the guy,
know, right?
The guy you got to look at is the guy who does what you do, the nose tackle, Alfred Collins out of Texas. They say he's 300, 320, 330. Anyway, he's big. And Matthew McConaughey sent out a tweet. The great actor said, sweats early, sweats late. So I don't know. Does that sound like your kind of guy, Spice? Alfred Collins, the big old honking nose tackle?
No question. The only difference is he has a 6. and next to his height. I got a 5. I'm 5'11".
Oh, dude.
I'm 5'11.8". I just played taller than what I really was, man. But I'm glad that the Niners went defense. It's saying that they have solidified everything that they have on offense. I know that Deebo Samuel is going to be a huge miss, but they didn't play with him a lot last season, so they know how to adjust to that. I was more concerned with them going after a running back because, you're going to need somebody, to spell C-Mac, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so I think what they're doing right now is they're going to create a competition of who's going to back up C-Mac. And so I like James Jordan. I think he runs between the tackles. He's short. He's stocky. I think he'll go get you those tough 3 and 4 yards that you need in that third quarter, that fourth quarter when you need a grinder. I think he can be that grinder, but that's not taking anything away from whoever the number 2 back is right now. Like, you got to go get it. They creating a competition, so you need to be looking at this like, oh, they trying to bring somebody in to get me out of here. So I think the number 2 guy right now is Isaac
Garenda.
Garenda. Yeah, like, hey, Isaac, if you listening to this, let's go. Let's go. Let's create that competition because you don't know, like, you could go so hard that they'd be like, hey, man, we need to keep this guy around for special teams.
Yeah.
And then, like, you know what I'm saying? Then you might turn to Terrell Davis. When Terrell Davis come down and smack somebody, then they say, hey, we need to keep this guy on the team. Mm-hmm. And so now you just make the team that much better. Now people don't want to play you because you got special teams guys who trying to get some playing time.
Yep. No, this is
but what do I know? I only played 9 years.
Yeah, but there you go, buddy. Hey, he'll be out at Hammer Theater in San Jose on May 21st. Anthony Spice Adams at 7 o'clock. He's flying west to be with his guy Z-Man, all his Niners teammates. DwightClarkAward.com. I'll be out there, Laura Britt. We're hosting it. We got Charles Haley, Spice Adams, Garrison Hurst, Fred Warner, the Z-Man, more and more too. The Niner, maybe Demo Lenore gets that award, I think. By the way, just wrapping it up here, I know we got long here, Spice, but Alfred Collins, I forgot to tell you he's 6'6". So Kareem Biggums would have trouble scoring on Alfred Collins, the 6'6" nose tackle.
Yeah, I don't know with that hook shot, man. It may not work, man. You might have to go into the toolbox, man.
Well, you take him out to the three-point line, do your thing, right?
Oh, triple threat, man. You don't know what I'm going to do, man.
Yeah. Real quick, before we let you go, does Kareem Biggums have a prediction for Warriors and Rockets Game 6 tonight?
Ooh.
Warriors all day. They're going to win. It don't even matter, man. I say the Warriors 125. Rockets are going to have 97.
Ooh, drop the mic. Spice, we'll see you.
Jimmy Buckets, 34 points.
Okay.
I like it.
I will see you in 2 weeks in San Jose.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Can't wait.
There it is.
Thanks,
Spice Adams on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we went long with Spice Adams. He was really fun. So let's get right to young Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, dude, it's become a tradition, right?
It has indeed. I watched the original Karate Kid last night.
The original Tony.
Yeah.
Had you seen the remake?
Yeah. Had I seen the remake, that was the only one I had seen. That's the only one I knew about.
That feels like a crime against humanity if we're talking Karate Kid and you bring up Jaden Smith.
Are you, and your review?
Mr. Miyagi. It finally makes sense now. I've heard about this guy my whole life. Wax on, wax off. I'd never understood what that was all about, but now I do. Sand the floor, right circle, left circle, paint the fence, paint the house.
You going to catch a fly with chopsticks?
Yeah, I wish.
It
Not
all
that
makes
good.
sense now.
Can I end the show on a PG-13 note and tell you that, before the internet, Elizabeth Shue and the Karate Kid?
Yeah.
Let's just say there was an influence.
For sure.
Let's just say there was an influence on a generation.
She was in the slideshows you put it earlier.
Well, hey, that's a little graphic. Now.
Hey, now that was an off-air conversation.
And then the Netflix show Cobra Kai of the last several years was,
and I believe Ralph Macchio in that same show. And I did the whole movie. I'm like, this is me. I'm just watching myself on screen because you guys comp Ralph Macchio to me.
Is history unkind to Johnny that he's kind of a wuss? And you kind of root for Cobra Kai to sweep the leg?
You root for the bad guy?
I don't think so. No, I was rooting for him. Also, Mr. Miyagi was my favorite character in the movie.
He's legendary.
Alone.
And shout out Arnold from Happy Days. Well, there it is. The Film Review Friday. How many quarter zips?
I'm going 4 out of 5. Little long.
It's no conclave, am I right?
Nice.
That's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good job, young Tone. Putting in that work, kid. Putting in that work. All right, Curly, Tony, Marcus, Greg Papa is here live. He's going to the Warriors game tonight. We'll see what he has to say about it. Tune in at 10 a.m. Giants, you only have one option. There better be 3 wins by the time we get here on Monday.
Win.
And, of course, the Warriors should be getting ready for Minnesota by the time we get in here on Monday. All right, let's go. Have a great weekend, everybody. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Think about having a nose guard. Happy nose guard day.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're ready to do it, man.
Come on, Tony.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
With the 100th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Upton Stout, defensive back, Western Kentucky.
He's out of Houston, Texas. He's 5'8" and he's fast. Lewis ran 4.44 at the combine.
Yeah, he's just small. But he is tough as heck. Primarily played in the slot for Western Kentucky. They move him back to the back end and play a little bit of safety. But as a nickel corner, which is really what his specialty will be, this guy will bring it. He is twitchy. He's fluid. He's got good hips. He's a guy who is tough as heck as a blitzer, full-speed tackler. He'll battle wide receivers in soft blocks and situations, and he will chase the football. He's got some positional versatility, like I said. You can move him in the back end, play some split safety stuff, maybe put him in the middle of the field with his range and his closing quickness, but he's just small. So I think he's going to be a little bit limited in some of the positions that you can play him, especially when you're talking about on the outside against taller, more rangy wide receivers. That's not the matchup you want. But inside, this guy will get it done.
Oh, yeah. Happy Friday, everybody. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. We're just going to get right to it. We're coming in with Upton Stout highlights. Why? Well, if you were listening to the show at the end yesterday, you found out that Upton Stout, the 100th overall pick, is going to be joining Papa and Silver at 10:15. So we are getting right down to it. We also have the Giants with their first 3-game losing streak. Oh, they lost to the Rockies. We'll get into that a little bit. And, of course, the big one today, the Warriors are now 8 hours away from their most important game of the year, Game 6 at Chase Center. Wow. Big Friday, big weekend, big Papa Day in studio. What's happening?
How are you, bro? Love the Valkyries gear. You got your purple going on. So hopefully we have an overlap where the Warriors are playing with the Valkyries as well. Their season will start early in May. How deep will the Warriors go in May? So I know you wanted to go 5-0 this weekend. Rough one. Tyler Rogers doesn't get hit around like that often, but the ball was up a little bit, and Giants crushed some balls last night that should have left the yard. Chapman drove one deep. Yaz just missed a home run. Brett Wisely, you can't get caught stealing in that situation. Tyler Fitzgerald, we asked about what's going on, and then he's got fractured ribs. So, tough guy. Anyway, we'll spend most of the show. We are going to pay our respects to our good friend and a former Warrior assistant coach, Greg Popovich. We knew this day was coming, but it's a sad day, one of the very best in the history of professional sports and certainly the NBA. Taught me so much and changed the game and changed the way. Those corner threes in the NBA are shot because of Greg Popovich and Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker. But in any event, Danny Green. So a lot going on. The Warrior game is huge. We're going tonight, so this is it. A big game. So to get in the mood for the Warriors, and they have got to win this game tonight, we are going to go with Let's Do It! Upton Stout, who was the rage last week during day 2 of the NFL draft. I mean, John Lynch was busting a gut, gave the phone to Kyle. Let's do it. I'm a dog. Gave the phone to the owner, Jed York. Let's do it.
Let's do it, coach.
So we reached out to the Niners to get him on as soon as possible. He's coming to town next week. We'll meet him. They're going to have a rookie mini camp next week. A lot of rumors. Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 10:50. We told you about the George Kittle, what they would do, pivot at that point. Tyler Warren was on the clock when the Niners were drafting. They didn't go that way, and they re-signed George. But we'll get Matty's thoughts on the draft, obviously, the re-signing of George Kittle and everything. But Upton's going to join us right away. We need energy at 10:15 in the morning. He'll come through. Obviously, you heard ESPN and their thoughts on who he is. Louis Riddick nailed it. He's 5'9", 181 pounds. He did play outside corner. He played 2 years at North Texas, 3 years at Western Kentucky. He's a ball hawk. In 2022, he had 4 picks, 6 in his career, both stops, and a couple of pick sixes. But last year, and we'll ask him, was the move inside to nickel? Because he could play outside corner in college football. But at his size, there's smaller guys that play outside corner in the NFL, but he really is built to be a slot at 5'9", 181. Is that why they moved him there, just to prepare him to be an NFL player? And I mean, last year, he's first team all-conference at Western Kentucky. I watched a lot of his snaps. 58% of his snaps were in the slot. And the last couple of years, Greg, he allowed 0 touchdowns in coverage. Now, some of that's deceiving with PFF, but he's a ball hawk. Last year, they only targeted him 8 times. Yeah. How do you not throw in the slot all year? I mean, college football is a lot in, out, and they, with the huge hash marks, you got a field side and the boundary side, but that just tells you how good he is. You heard Louis Riddick talking about him blitzing, and the comp here has been K'Wan Williams, and K'Wan had that shark blitz. And I think the Niners, they've tried to duplicate that since he left and went to Denver in free agency. Jimmy Ward could blitz from the slot a little bit, but really that's where, that cat blitz from the slot is closest to the quarterback. And K'Wan was really good at it. This guy is good at it. And the thing about K'Wan and Jimmy Ward, because Jimmy could play safety and obviously go in the slot, Jimmy fit the runs so well, and so did K'Wan Williams when he was healthy. When he was not, he had a hard time in that championship game against Cooper Kupp, and that kind of flipped the game. But K'Wan played compromised a lot. But this guy's even stronger. On the bench, and he's not a big guy, so he got shorter arms there, but he benched 225 pounds 21 times. 21 times, by far the most of any DB, and he ran a 4.44 at the Combine. So, and he came out for a 30 visit. We're going to have him visit with us coming up in about 9 minutes, and we just need a jolt. I got my double venti. Boom, boom. Oh, what do you got going there?
Going a little La Colombe peppermint mocha can here.
Ooh.
I know it's not December, but still.
Peppermint mocha?
Tastes delicious.
Is it good? So we're going to get a blast of double venti with Upton Stout. But we got a big day, obviously, and we'll get to the Warriors and what they need to do. I'm sure there'll be some Niners. Trent Williams is in town. Nick Bosa is in town. We'll check in with Mayoko about that. So all the stars are going to be out. So we'll start with Niners, but this game tonight, and we'll get into lineup. Steve is remarkably honest about the lineup when they asked him about changing it up and taking our guy out of the starting lineup. He said maybe he would take Buddy Hield out of the starting lineup. He offered anything. I think, and we'll talk to Ron Kroichik, and Ron's a big fan of Gary Payton II. I think Gary Payton II is the answer on a couple of fronts, but we'll get into it. So, but whatever it is, no matter the lineup, it only is the way you start the game. They just got to come with force tonight. They got to come with energy tonight. No one wants to go to Houston, Texas on Sunday for a winner-take-all Game 7. So let's do it. Upton Stout will get us in the mood, but it's going to be a lot of Warrior basketball today, obviously, because tonight is a ginormous game.
Absolutely. And yeah, the only Houston, Texas talk I want to be doing is just saying that Upton Stout is from Houston, Texas, and that's about it. I want to leave it there.
Wonder if he's a Rocket fan.
Yeah,
you want to go there?
Go there? We'll find out. So, after Upton Stout, we do have Matt Mayoko at 10:50. We got Ron Kroichik at 11:50, and then you and JD, when I was out at the courtroom. By the way, quick digression. My dad was like, you should probably tell people you got
went
jury
back to
duty.
the courtroom again?
No. Just the one time.
Oh, the jury duty. Okay.
Yeah, he said, he goes, you should probably tell people it's jury duty so they don't think you're a criminal. And I go, you don't know what I've been doing. Maybe I got married. Anyway. Matt Thomas.
I know a lot of criminals that ascend to the highest jobs in the land, so it used to be a bad thing. Now it's not so much of a bad thing.
Now it's just a thing.
Overcome that.
Yeah, it's just a thing. So,
very strange, very strange.
So you and JD spoke to Matt Thomas. I was absent for that one, but he is going to join us.
The radio voice of the Rockets. He also was their PA announcer.
Little double duty.
He is interesting guy.
Well, he's going to come by at 12:50 and going to be good to get the Houston
The last time we're talking to him.
I see.
We're not dealing with them. After today, the Warriors beat them. Not they'll beat him on Sunday, so we don't have to deal with it. Matt's a hoot. We love Craig Ackerman. I just, the amount of zone that they play is what is interesting to me. But good to have Walter back in studio. He's feeling better. He was all excited when we said Upton was coming on the show today. He thought it was Justin Verlander's bride.
With a beer.
She is a stout Upton, Kate. But no, it's Upton Stout we're having on, not the Stout Upton. Is she in town, by the way?
I don't think so.
Maybe that's why he's not winning. Is she living back on the East Coast somewhere? I don't see her at the games. I don't see her on camera. Would you need to bring her here?
He just tied his longest winless streak to start the year, 7 games. Kate, you got to get out here, man. In the meantime, before we tag out, let's just get the good energy going with the little Young Tony mashup. Young Tony, been just a beautiful musical producer in addition to radio producer. Here's a little Upton Stout jams for your Friday morning.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Nice to know ya.
Let's do it.
How we did it on a one night stand. Girl, I wanna be more than a friend to ya. Nice to know ya.
Let's do it.
How we did it on a one night stand. Girl, I wanna be more
I think the J Boog, that last one, that was my favorite. By the way, we got the contest
Did we
line
start with
up.
Funky Cold Medina there? Was that where we went?
Tone Loc.
We went Tone Loc to open?
Let's do it.
Here's the way he says it. Keep your hands high up. That was great. Is that like his thing? Is that, or he just, because he got drafted in the NFL, it became his thing? That has to be the Niners' motto. Mantra, whatever it is this year.
Day 3 of the draft.
Let's do it.
Jed York was tweeting hashtag Let's Do It on day 3 of the draft. I think it is the thing. And you know what? Let's tag out. Let's do it on a Friday. We got the jolt that we needed. Upton Stout, carry us from 10 to 2. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Let's do it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, let's just forget about last night. Elliot Ramos homered. It was 1-0 early, feeling good about it. And then the 5-25, now 6-win Colorado Rockies come back to take it 4-3. Still 3 games to go in the series, but the Orange and Black suffer their first 3-game losing streak of the year. Is it time to panic? Sound off in the YouTube chat.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Second and goal. Robichaux in the backfield. Robichaux again. Taken down. What a play. Upton Stout.
One timeout left and the 2-minute timeout. Picked off. He got it. The Houston kid, Upton Stout, had one denied. This one you will not take away. Watson working middle. Quavez Humphreys, usually the big play threat. And Upton Stout is pesky all over the place.
Yeah, you know, if every Bay Area team's going to start having their slogan, I don't know what the Valkyries season 1 is going to be as I'm wearing their hoodie today, but we got nothing like it by the Giants and LaRussell. We got maybe playoff Jimmy for the Warriors, and we'll see tonight. I think the 49ers is already catching on to let's do it.
Let's do it!
That's right. I'm bringing in the 100th overall third-round pick for the San Francisco 49ers and already a fan favorite across the board. Upton Stout joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Upton, thanks for being with us. Greg Silver and your voice of 49ers football, Greg Papa, who's going to be saying your name a lot on Sundays. But how are you, man?
Hey, let's do it. Man, I'm good. It's a blessing to be on here, man. I appreciate you guys, man. I got me turned up right now.
Now, the moment he got picked and John Lynch was cracking up and Kyle and Jed York, the owner, we thought, we got to get Upton Stout on. So this let's do it. Is that just your thing? And what exactly are we doing, Upton? I want to be clear on that.
I was just, because when I had my 30 visits out there in San Francisco, I just told the coach, man, bring me here. Like, this was the place I wanted to be. I felt like I gelled with the coach as well, and the coach around it was just a good coach, and it just felt like home. So when I got on the phone and I knew it was John, I'm like, man, let's do it. Like, man, thank you. Like, it's a blessing. Like, I'm just glad to even be here. I'm glad I can't wait to get around the players. And, like, it's just a blessing. Like, me saying let's do it, it's just like me, like, let's do it. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever comes. I'm just ready to face it all head on.
Look, we can't wait to have you out here as well, Upton. I mean, George Kittle just signed a big deal, and Kittle's been one of those guys that is not only a fan favorite for his production on the field, but the energy he's bringing constantly off the field as well. So I know you're going to fit right in. But, yeah, just a little bit more.
He had texted me. I was turned up when he texted me. I say, okay, man, let's do it.
Let's do it. So, yeah, just your general reaction to the phone ringing and everything. You mentioned coming out here to San Francisco, the visits, it went well. And, I mean, do you even remember that phone call? Was it a moment where you just kind of blacked out a little bit? Like, how was just it all, the emotions processing your lifelong dream getting fulfilled in that moment?
Oh, honestly, when I seen the number call, I answered it, and he was like, "It's John Lynch." I was just turned up, like that off rip, like that's all I had to hear. Like once he said it was John Lynch, I'm like, okay, I'm going to 49ers. Like, man, I'm turned up. I'm happy. Like, that's the place I wanted to be. Like, after my 30 minutes, I text my agent, like, this has to be the place. Like, whatever we have to do, like, we have to push it. Because, like, this is the place I want to be. No matter where it is, no matter what round, like, this is where I want to be. Like, I honestly feel home out here. So, right when I got on the phone and then he said it's John Lynch, I was turned up. I was happy, man.
That's John Lynch, Hall of Fame safety and a Super Bowl champion. And one of his teammates there is kind of the guy that invented the slot corner position and went to the Hall of Fame as well. Rondé Barber was one of the first to move in there full time. So tell me about your 30 visit when you came out. Did you meet and talk to John and then Kyle, but more so Robert Saleh, the DC here, Daniel Bullock's the defensive backfield coach. Just tell me about your interaction with all those guys, Upton.
Really, like, me and John Lynch probably talked for like 30 minutes. And that conversation was just turned, because I just felt like I was talking to myself. Like, it was just like, man, like, I'm really talking to a legend. But me and him kind of got the same mindset. Like, we both feel wired. So it was a real energetic conversation. And then me just talking to the coach as far as the DC, the DB coaches, it was just like, it felt comfortable to talk to me. I didn't feel like I had to go and put on a different persona. I feel like I can just go into the office and be me. So me just going there talking ball, telling them who I am, just walking around seeing the facility. It was all just funny. It was another reason why I was just so turned when I heard it was John Lynch on the phone with me coming to the 49ers, because like, this is the place I wanted to be.
Talking to Upton Stout here, 49ers third-round pick, 100 overall. And Jed York, your owner, tweeted, "Can't measure heart" after that draft pick. So NFC West, this division in particular, got some pretty damn good receivers. You got Puka Nacua. You got Devontae Adams now over here. Cooper Kupp just went from one NFC West team to another in Seattle. And then if you look at some of the youth, Marvin Harrison Jr., a young up-and-comer in Arizona. you thought much about who you're looking forward to facing and challenging most?
Honestly, not for. I'm looking forward to go against everybody. Honestly, and it honestly starts in training camp with the receivers we got on our team. So it's like really just picking off the brains of the DB crew that we already have. Because I feel like I'm getting to what they already have, and they already have greatness on that side as far as Fred Warner, Bosa, Diamador, and Mustafa, and then the list goes on. Then the rookie cornerback Ronaldo. So the list goes on. So it's like me really not focused on who I'm going against every day. It's just me trying to get better at my craft and learn from the people around me who've been doing that at a high level for so long.
No, I'm with you. I can't wait to see you go one-on-one in training camp against Ricky Pearsall, the rookie last year. Good player. Lines up everywhere. Ready, so you mentioned Diamador Lenore. What a story this guy is, Upton. And he became one of the best slot corners in football, but he also has the ability to play on the outside. Tell me about your evolution. 2 years at North Texas, 3 at Western Kentucky. When I was watching tape of you earlier, you were playing outside corner, and then you moved exclusively inside to nickel, or 58% of your snaps last year were in the nickel. Tell me about the thought process. Did they move you in there to prepare you to be an NFL nickelback, or was that best for your team?
Honestly, it was kind of like a 50-50. Like, the coach felt like it would be better for my resume if I moved into the slot, because that's what a lot of the coaches see me as for the league. And then it was just better for our team at that time, because at that time it was just like a lot of explosive plays getting put in the slot. So it was like, we'd rather put you here to eliminate all the explosive plays, and it's nothing to put like the safety over the top of the corner and put help, but like we have to eliminate the explosive plays coming from the slot. So it's kind of like a 50-50.
Upton Stout here with us, and just to step away from football for a moment, because I'm really always curious about what athletes are doing outside the game. And, Jimmy Butler, when he came here, Big Face Coffee, his coffee brand, there was a lot made out of that. And you launched a clothing brand of your own in Lazy Ways. And so I just kind of want to learn more about that. Just what inspired the launching of the brand? Was it like a passion for fashion? Was it just wanting to find comfort in what you did wear at school, or maybe a chance to just spark some creativity off the football field?
Honestly, it's just like me being young, not having really all the clothes, and then me getting to North Texas, I was just thinking, like, what's the way, like, I can just, like have a lot of clothes, but, like, not having to pay the top dollar for them, because I didn't have that much money at that time. So I was like, let me try to make a clothing brand. I just kept thinking, I'm like, man, I'm going to call it Lazy Ways. They're like, man, but you're not lazy. It's like, that's the point. It's like, it's just, like, it's a feel of the clothes. Like, when you put it on, you just want to feel relaxed. So it's just, as far as, like, when I was at North Texas, I was paying for, like, a print. And the print, I would pay probably $40 for the print, but nobody was buying it, so I ended up selling the T-shirt for like $10. So I really wasn't making no money for it. So once I got to WKU, I started buying hoodies. I just go get blank hoodies, and I just started painting on them. And after I started painting on them, like, that's kind of when it took off. And I just started just making custom hoodies for everybody on the team. And then after that, everybody on campus started rocking. I was like, yeah, like, that kind of took me off where I could start doing graphic design and more things like that after I started doing custom hoodies.
I can't wait to get my hands on them. That's what I wear. Lazy Ways. We want comfortable.
Step aside.
Yeah, well, we got some people on this team that have ties to apparel lines. So you are not a lazy football player. Warren Ball, the 49er scout, said you had the heart of a lion. So just talk about moving in that slot position. I see you blitzing a lot from that slot, and most teams are in the 3 wide receiver, 11 personnel package, 3/4 of the snaps. So you're going to be, if you do get on the field early on, it could be Demo, we'll see. But that nickelback spot is an extension of the linebacking level. You got to fit the run. They love to run the shark blitz. They called it with K'Wan Williams. So one thing about you, watching you on tape, you like to come up and splatter people. Talk about just the way you tackle, Upton.
I just feel like I'm fearless. Like that's the part I love about football. I like the violence that the football game brings. It's just like, hey, you don't expect that of a player like me. So anytime I can go in there, put my shoulder pad on, just let you know I'm here. Like, I feel like that's just exciting. As far as like the slot, like, I feel like that really shows the type of versatile player I am. When I was at corner, I was able to make plays, but it really didn't. I wasn't able to showcase my whole package. I felt like I was still in the bonus. But when I got into the slot, I was able to show I could play man. I could blitz. I could play in the half. I'm a versatile player. So honestly, I just felt like the slot really just had my name on it. And me being able to come in and learn from Diamador is really going to be huge for me, because he's been doing that at a high level. He was one of the highest paid slots this past season. So it's just like me being able to pick his brain and seeing how I can get better at my game, learning from his game is going to be real huge for me year one.
Few more minutes here with Upton Stout. Big energy here to get us going on a Friday. All right, so a lot is made about the transfer portal and NIL and all the changes in the college landscape. And you did transfer from North Texas, but you spent 3 years at Western Kentucky, and I went back, listened to some interviews from your coaches and your staff, and I just want to have you get a chance to talk about your ties to the school, the connection to your staff, the community. I know you were very involved in doing events out there. So, what was it about WKU, even if not necessarily your Power 5, I guess now Power 4 with conference realignment, that just had you so committed to be the best you could be at that program?
I just feel like right when I stepped on campus, the coaches poured into me. Like, they gave me everything they got. So I just felt like it was really, like, the vibe that they gave me, it was never about, like, the money and things like that. And I feel like if I was moving for money, I'd be moving for the wrong thing. And the Lord told me at that time, just be where your feet are. My feet was at WKU, and the people was great to me. The coaches was great. The staff was great. The community was great. So it was all love at WKU. And then my teammates going into the locker room, like, we all gel together. So in my head, I was like, I don't want to go somewhere and just be another name somewhere. I want to be a reason, like, why we try to stay around. I want to leave my legacy at a place. I don't want to go somewhere and just be, okay, they just got this another player drafted. I want to be one of the main people. I want to be, like, my main thing was coming back to WK was leaving my legacy and leave it better than what it came in as. And I feel like as far as last year, that's what we did. So really, my main thing was staying, just staying connected to the coaches, just believing in God and just trusting the plan that he had me and the plan that the coaches had for me. And my DC put a great plan for me last year as far as putting me in different situations where I could win and just really just developing me into a better player.
Love your energy, man. I can feel it through the phone line. You got to jack up this defense. You're going to fit in well with Nick and Fred and Diamador and Renardo. So next week, the 49ers are going to have their rookie mini camp. What's the schedule?
Yes,
when are you coming to town? And I see the clips of you getting ready. Tell me about leading up to coming to the Bay Area next week.
Really just trying to make sure I'm prepared, making sure I'm ahead of the playbook, just trying to make sure I'm ahead of the game, honestly, just coming in with my body. I'm texting the coaches 24/7, just asking little questions and things like that, just make sure, like, I'm ready, just keeping my pro mindset that I feel like I've been having these past couple of years and just making sure, like, there's no shortcuts in the process. And when I get out there on the 8th and just giving the coaches everything they had and me going out there being myself and just trying to learn from everybody else and be the best player I could be in year one.
Well, Upton, you talk about the commitment to Western Kentucky and not just leaving somewhere for money. We hope you can get both here in San Francisco because people are loving you on our YouTube chat, on the text line. I'll leave you with this one, 707 in all caps. This kid, Upton, is electric. I'm ready to run through a wall.
Let's do it! I got one last question for you, Upton. The Houston Rockets are in town for a humongous Game 6. You are from Houston, went to North Shore Senior High School in Harris County. What'd you go, 31-1 over your last 2 years there? Let's do it. That means win.
Yeah. We
but who are you rooting for tonight? The guys in red or the guys in blue? The Rockets or the Warriors?
No. Yeah, I know who brought me. I gotta go for the Warriors right now.
Are you for real? Or are you just saying that because you?
No, I gotta go for the Warriors right now. I need Steph to come light it up. Come on now.
Well, come out next week. If they win this series, they'll take on Minnesota, and you can come watch a Warrior playoff game, Upton.
Oh, let's believe I'll be there.
Let's do it!
Yeah, let's do it, man. Thank you.
Let's do it. Thank you, Upton.
Thank you, man.
Wow. Man. I cannot wait to meet him in person and get some of that energy. Like I say, don't always love the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, but they're pouring the love right back into Upton Stout.
The phone line wasn't great. He is a fast talker, because he's a fast player, so he's got a lot of energy. But I think that the point was to just feel. And that's what the Niners, part of what they do is you got to watch the tape and all, but you got to fit. You got to love football. These guys love football. Does Upton Stout love football? He's texting Salah and Daniel Bullocks 24/7. Wait till you get to the mini camp, bro. We'll teach you then. So love the energy. He'll fit in well.
Oh, man. Well, on the other side, we'll do a little bit of reaction to Upton Stout as well as other 49ers news. You mentioned the little George Kittle rumor, and then Matt Mayoko is going to join us at 10:50. Then we'll do a little bit on the Giants and what went down last night, and it's going to be a big sprint the last couple of hours with a lot of Game 6 preview and your Golden State Warriors, who apparently have somebody on their side in Upton Stout. It's all next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. Just had an awesome conversation with third-round pick Upton Stout. Talked fast. The energy is there, and he's rooting for the Golden State Warriors tonight. By the way, YouTube chat and text line continues to just love the energy that Upton Stout was bringing, saying, I like this dude. He's so fun already. Let's do it, coach. Let's do it.
Yeah, he's a special young man, and he's a heck of a good football player. That's the way he's got a lot of energy, obviously, in the way he speaks and talks and handles himself, and he loves the game, and you can see it on the field as well, especially from that nickelback and the way he plays the run and also covers really well. So he'll be a good player. We're number 21 in college. That's a good number for defensive backs. We'll see. But his energy, we hope to just have it vibe all the way to the Warriors tonight. They, I keep going back to Game 6 against Sacramento. Again, that team is not this team. A lot of comps from previous playoff experiences. This team is different. It's completely different. You got young guys, Quentin Post, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski. Kuminga is over the migraine. Doesn't figure like he'll be in the rotation, but we'll see how Jimmy goes. And Steph's older, Draymond, Kavan. I mean, there are some commonalities, but it's got to start with the energy. You always say, let's get off to a good start. They don't have to get off to a good start. You can fall behind in the NBA by 20 or 30.
This version of the Warriors, I feel like more often than not doesn't get off to a good start.
I don't think you want to go that way and make it anxietal. I think, especially with Houston, and we'll talk to their radio voice, Matt Thomas, They've come here and they've hung in games. They haven't been blown out. But they're not playing the same way they certainly played in games 2 and 5 in Houston. They're a good road team, and we saw them here on April the 6th. They choked the Warriors. They suffocated Steph. So, and they got veteran guys, but I think more so the Warriors can play from behind. But I think just to set the tone of the game and let the Rockets know we're not at Toyota Center. We're at Chase Center. This is our building. You've been here twice. We beat you. And you're not going to have a chance to breathe. So, and we'll get into it, obviously, when Ron Krojcik joins us, because he talked to Steve yesterday, and Steve was open. They asked, are you going to start Buddy Hield? And he said, we don't know. This is the playoffs. It's all about matchups. And I think that Şengün dynamic is so critical. It forced Moses Moody out of the lineup, and then you put Buddy Hield in the lineup, and the way they're matching up now, Jalen Green is going to get Buddy Hield. And it's Şengün is the guy. And I think that's a big reason why, Podziemski didn't play as well last game, but, who did, except the guys off the bench. But Şengün has been guarding Brandon Podziemski. You like that matchup, so maybe you don't want to screw around with that. Yeah. If you do bring Gary Payton II in, maybe they put him on Gary Payton II. I don't know. But I think just the fact that their offense got flow, attacking Buddy more off the ball. Buddy can guard on the ball when Jalen Green has the ball. They didn't do that the other night. They ran a lot of action. They ran doubles for Jalen Green, had him start over on the wing, dribble handoffs, trying to pick off Buddy. And he, fighting through screens is a different skill set than just guarding the ball. So I think they're going to try to attack that to get into their offense. And then obviously on the other side of it is what do you do with their zone? We'll ask Matt Thomas. I was texting with Craig Ackerman, their TV voice, Matt's their radio voice, yesterday. And I said, you guys always play this much zone? And he said, when we play the double bigs, we do, against non-shooters. They jumped into a zone. When early, before the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams, came into the game, they jumped into a zone, or they jumped in a zone when Steph Curry was on the floor. So did you read, this one shocked me, that the Warriors have the worst offensive rating of any team in basketball against zone defenses this year? Wow, that took me back. There was the one game, and Jimmy was not a Warrior, and I was at that game. Larry Nibby and Gina Nibby invited us, and we sat right there, and Jimmy was, expelled from Miami. But Eric Spoelstra played zone. He played man the first 6 minutes of the game, and then he played zone the next 42. I'm like, who plays that much zone? I went to Spoelstra, Rick Carlisle. He may, played some zone when he was in Boston, but I think the Warriors figure out zones. I mean, it depends what zone it is. Obviously, the first thing on what it is. Is it a 2-1-2? Is it a 2-3? Is it a box and one? I think it's an amoeba matchup, but you get the ball to the middle of the zone. The Warriors, they didn't practice yesterday, but they had a walkthrough at 3 o'clock, and it accompanied a film session. And Steve said, and Ron Krojcik will enlighten us more, that they spent a lot of time on zone and how to attack the zone. Now, they give you different looks. The Warriors are even confused exactly what it is. Steph was talking after one of the home games, like, I don't know what they're doing. And I think they change. When Steph gets the ball off in action, they go right to a box and one, boxes and elbows. Otherwise, it looks like a 2-1-2, but they're good at it. When they're those two guys up front, and Amen Thompson is just long. So normally you shoot over the top of his zone. With that guy, when he's on top and extends his arms out there, or Dylan Brooks, they can cover. It's an amoeba accordion where they just flow out. They come back in. They're not just guarding court. They're guarding men. Yeah. It's a matchup zone. And then Steven Adams comes up. There are times he's in the middle to take the middle away. The old line about a zone, get the ball to the middle and pivot out of the middle. I remember when, the lollygagger was here, Kyle Anderson. The Warriors busted a lot of zones, getting the ball to him in the middle. Draymond can go there. Jimmy Butler can go there. You got a bunch of guys that can go there. I think that's the one thing, and we'll ask Matt Thomas, the scouting report on them is they play zone when they go big with Şengün and Adams and Jabari Smith. They're playing more zone than I think they have all year. And the Warriors have been good against it at times, but they were not good again. When they fell behind in the first quarter, in Game 5, Greg. They had no clue how to attack the zone. Now, if they make those shots, but those weren't good shots. They were late in the shot clock, long shots. The one thing is when a team does play zone, they're vulnerable to defensive rebounding. But Steven Adams, he is just up. There are times he comes up and attacks the middle of the zone. There are times he comes back and he's the base in a 2-3. That guy's a good player. And why do they do the zone so much? Is they don't want the pick and roll. They don't want Steph Curry involved in an action on the pick and roll. So they just zone it. And they're good at. The other thing is Draymond. And Steve was talking about this in the last Kroichek. Them putting Fred VanVleet on Draymond is when he comes to set that high drag screen, which has been the signature of the Warrior office, the split cuts, the zone takes that away in the baseline. But going back before even Durant was here, the most efficient play in the NBA was Draymond setting a high screen for Steph. How do they handle that? If they blitz Steph, you go to Draymond. He's so good playing 4-on-3. Yeah. But they just switch it. And then you have VanVleet, in the action, so they can just switch it where Amen Thompson, VanVleet come together. VanVleet goes on to Steph. Amen goes on Draymond. And he's so long. So I think they'll be fine. But there are a couple of things they got to clean up. Who are they going to start? We're assuming it's Steph, Pods, Draymond, and Jimmy. Who's the fifth Warrior, and what do they do when the Rockets go to that zone? And they go to it a lot.
And the bottom line is Jimmy Butler's got to find a way to get involved. And it wasn't just him that was shut out. I mean, it was everybody. But I couldn't help but think in the first quarter when the Warriors were essentially living on the perimeter and their offense and all those long rebounds were allowing Houston to do what they do well, which is not really get set in the half court, just use their athleticism and speed, go downhill. They were getting a bunch of easy looks and then went on that 15-0 run right away to make it 20-8 into the first time out. Well, just thinking about, the Warriors and how they can kind of handle things, I think Jimmy Butler needs to get the ball and kind of just calm things down a little bit too. And then Anthony Slater, I saw this yesterday. Yeah, he said both Steph Curry and Steve Kerr said the Warriors need to get Jimmy Butler the ball more in Game 6. And they said he got lost in the shuffle in Game 5. The thing with Jimmy is there's nothing complicated about how he plays. You just have to get him the ball and get spaced. The spacing is the other element of it. Would you start Gary Payton II? That's something we're going to get into with Ron Kroichek as well. But on the other side, let's catch up with Matt Mayoko. We have not talked to Matty since the draft because he was sharing food with Brandon Pajemski on the little food poisoning bit.
Damn.
So, I know. We'll catch up with Matty and, we'll give him a hard time. But going to be great to finally talk to him because we have not done so since the 49ers had a lot of relevant storylines, which, of course, includes George Kittle's contract extension. Matt Mayoko with Pop and Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back to Papa and Silver. Great to be with you on a Friday. Great to catch up with our good friend who you're going to see on the stream in just a second. There he is right in the middle. Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, going on season number 31 of covering the San Francisco 49ers. What a seasoned vet. Matt,
when was the last time they won a Super Bowl again?
Yeah, that was 32 years ago.
Oh!
32 seasons ago. Jinx. How was that? So you jumped on the beat the year after Steve threw 6, Jerry had 3, and they got the monkey off the back. That must have been an amazing time, huh?
It was. I mean, I would go to, so during that time, that was before the Raiders moved back. So I was covering the team. I was doing like prep sports and, community sports, and I was the backup beat reporter. And then when the Raiders moved back in 95, that I was at the time, that kind of jockeyed some people around. And so people who were on the 49ers beat went to the Raiders beat, and that opened up the 49ers beat for me. And so that was 1995, first year, full-time year-round 49ers coverage, and they haven't gotten rid of me since.
And now it's 2025. Wow. It's a lifetime.
25.
So we haven't spoken to you since the draft. You were a little down last week, so we talked to you before the draft. We just had Upton Stout on, and let's do it! What energy from that guy. There's a chance he could walk in as a starter. We'll see, but if with Demo and Renardo, we'll see how it all fits. But just give me your thoughts, broad picture on the 11 draft picks.
Well, the first 5, those guys, that checks a lot of boxes right there. You knew that at minimum 2 defensive linemen, but more than likely they needed 3, and they got them within the first 4 rounds of the draft with Williams, with Collins, and with the West. And then, the Dre Greenlaw, replacing him. And, you think about it, really not replacing Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw didn't play last year, one half of one game. So what they got, though, was a player that very much fits that mold of just kind of playing with his hair on fire, going for the kill shot, somebody who plays with a tenacity and a ferocity that was lacking from that position last season. No question about it. And then you mentioned Upton Stout. 49ers haven't had a true nickelback since K'Wan Williams, and this is where he steps in. And that way, the 49ers can keep Diamador Lenore on the outside and have Upton Stout play, 67%, 2/3 of the snaps. He'll be on the field, theoretically, and those are the money snaps. So if the 49ers get what they expect out of those first 5 draft picks, each one of those guys is either a starter or a very significant contributor.
Matt, just for the first pick in particular, at number 11, Mykel Williams, we were going through a lot of your mock drafts over the offseason. Tyler Warren was available at 11. They did not take him. Will Johnson fell all the way to the second round, and I know he had an injury that had some teams concerned, but just what was your reaction to Mykel Williams, the pick, being a little bit of a project? It certainly addressed a need, and also to combine it with the fact that somebody like a Tyler Warren was on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very meat and potatoes draft. It was a draft where on the 49ers board, it's where best player met biggest need. And for Mykel Williams, he's a young guy, 20 years old. And, you look at one of the guys that I was, mocking to the 49ers was Shamar Stewart. And if you look at the measurables, very similar. The height, the weight, the speed, not quite as twitchy as Shamar Stewart, but Mykel Williams is a powerful, big guy with long arms, and there's a lot of room to grow there. And the one area that, I think really convinced it for the 49ers was, the behind the scenes stuff, the captains, being a captain, being a team leader, all those things that he did at Georgia, and the versatility he showed. He never really was able to just play one position and master it. And so he does have that ability to slide up and down the line. But, definitely, when you hear people in that building talk about, he was the best run setter, best edge setter in this draft was Mykel Williams. And then the kind of untapped potential, or at least I should say untapped, because he did put up some sack numbers at Georgia, but a guy who has a lot of room to grow and should get better and better as a pass rusher. So definitely a 3-down player that the 49ers got right off the bat.
Yeah, and Greg mentioned that the tight end, Loveland went earlier with pick before the Chicago Bears. He's a different player than Tyler Warren. But they did not want to go that way. They wanted Mykel Williams. That's the guy they targeted. They actually wanted to trade up to get him. I do want to ask, in combination of George Kittle getting his contract extension, and now he's the highest paid tight end in pro football until somebody else passes him because there's so many good ones. Diana Rossini was talking the other day about, and it kind of just goes on. They make it out to be news, but there were some teams, talking to John and Kyle about maybe trading for George Kittle. A second-round pick would be the return. There were some good tight ends available in the second round. Had you done that, you could have taken Tyler Warren, number 11, gotten an extra second-round pick, taken another defensive lineman there. Do you think that the 49ers seriously considered trading George Kittle? And then, obviously, at the end of the time, and by the end of the week, they already gave him a contract extension. So what was the pivot point there?
Well, I think that they would be seen as two-faced if they did that, because, they were talking throughout the offseason of, we want George Kittle here. We want him to retire as a 49er. And so if you're putting that stuff out publicly, and, it's the locker room sees that stuff. The locker room reads that stuff. And then if they were to turn around and trade him, then who in that locker room could believe anything that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have to say? And they could spend it however they want. But no, I just think that, when you kind of stick that flag in the ground and you say, this is the guy who's going to be around, we want him to retire as a 49er, you got to follow through with that. And it's the same thing, I think, with Brock Purdy. They've said what they want to do. They've said that as long as we're here, we want Brock Purdy here. Kyle Shanahan, as long as I'm the coach, I want Brock Purdy to be the quarterback. And so if they then turn around and lowball him to the point that a deal can't get done, then that reflects poorly on the entire organization with the two football decision makers at the top. So now I don't think that the 49ers could have ever really been tempted to trade George Kittle. I'm sure you can make an argument that maybe that would have been the best thing for the organization, for a guy who's on the wrong side of 30. And at some point, you have to kind of figure out where you want to go with the organization. But, there are some things, Bill Walsh always had the theory of you get rid of a guy a year too early rather than a year too late. I think generally that is probably the best way of handling business, but you also have to make exceptions for certain guys who are worthy of exceptions. And I think George Kittle is somebody who's worthy of an exception.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, wrapping up hour number 1 here on a Friday. So the difference between George Kittle and Brock Purdy is that George Kittle did get his contract extension done, and Brock Purdy still has yet to do it. Now, Diana Rossini put out there this morning that she's saying she's hearing Brock Purdy, the extension is more imminent than some of the rumors and chatter might suggest, and the fact that he's showing up to the offseason program is a really good sign that he feels good about how the negotiations are going. On the other hand, Brock Purdy, notoriously said in the exit interview, he doesn't want a lot of drama. He's the kind of guy that probably would show up to the offseason program regardless of how things are. So just kind of being more around the team and the day-to-day, what was your reaction to hearing that? And do you feel like, the negotiations are going well by everything you've heard to this point?
Well, I think negotiations are, they're going the way they always go. One side shoots a little bit on the high side, the other side shoots a little bit on the low side, and at some point, there's a give and take. I think the difference with George Kittle is he's already gone through this, and he got his life-changing money, with the 4-year extension that he signed previously. And so, absolutely, when I saw what Trey McBride signed for, which was $19 million a year, my thought was, this might be difficult then to get Kittle done. But George very clearly wanted to get this done. He didn't have to settle for a deal where it was $19.1 million, and that includes almost kind of a phony year of $22.5 million at the end. So that was kind of window dressing just to push him over, average per year that Trey McBride signed for. I think with Brock Purdy, it's a little different because this is his first bite at the apple. And, the agent who doesn't have a whole lot of, big name, big money guys, he's going to want to not leave anything on the table. And it's a matter of where the sides come in. If the 49ers are saying, 50, 51, and Brock Purdy's side is saying 60, 59, whatever, where does that meet? And you kind of think, at least I'm of the opinion, that they'll meet somewhere right there in the middle, somewhere in that, whatever the number is, 53.5 to 55. I don't know, somewhere around there would probably be the sweet spot. Now Purdy's side would tell you, 55 is the deal that was signed by so many other quarterbacks who maybe not are even as accomplished as Brock Purdy. And those deals were signed when the salary cap was much lower, and that therefore it constituted a higher percentage of the salary cap than what Purdy's contract would. But, the 49ers are saying, hey, look, everybody's playing under the same salary cap right now, and 55 is 55. So, let's get to work here. So we'll see where this thing plays out. I don't think anywhere near panic time on either side.
And one thing about Brock, he's not holding out. He's not holding in. He's playing golf with his teammates. He's there for the start of the OTA. When they actually get on the field, it'll be interesting on May 27th, and the mandatory minicamp isn't until June the 10th. So there was one other piece of news that came out right around the day when the day 3 of the NFL draft ended, Matt, and Malik Mustafa. We kind of knew when he left the last game of the year in Arizona in the second quarter something was up, but we didn't know the full extent of the injury. He tore his ACL in school in 2022 when he was at Wake Forest, and the graft that was placed in his knee actually tore, during that Arizona game. So what are you hearing as far as a timeline for Malik Mustafa? And then they did draft Marquise Siegel, lightning quick safety. You can play in the slot as well. A guy ran a 4.37. They did sign a couple of veteran safeties, Richie Grant, most recently of Atlanta, Jason Pinnock, who most recently was a Giant, but Robert Saleh knows him from his Jets days. They've lost, obviously, Talanoa. You've got Jair Brown. So just give me the state of what the safety core looks like right now.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly insulated themselves a little bit. When they signed Jason Pinnock, I kind of found that interesting right from the get-go because this is a guy who started every game for the New York Giants the past 2 years. So for him to sign and move to another team at the outset of free agency kind of led you to believe that, he felt like he was going to be a starter or definitely have that opportunity to be a starter with the 49ers. So right now I'd say, it's pretty clear the starting safeties are Jair Brown and Jason Pinnock. And then Siegel has that kind of flexibility. He can play free. He can play strong. You mentioned he can play nickel. He can play dime. He can play corner in a pinch. He might have a role week one as the 49ers dime back. And then the other guys you mentioned, Richie Grant, Saran Neal's probably more of a special teamer, as is George Odom a special teamer. But, Malik Mustafa will report to training camp, be placed on the PUP list, I would imagine, like Brandon Ayuk, maybe on a similar kind of time frame. Brandon Ayuk's surgery was, a couple months earlier than Mustafa, but there were more stuff in
November the 15th, I think his surgery was.
Yeah, and so then with Mustafa, this is a clean ACL. So it's less complex than the MCL and some cartilage damage that Brandon Ayuk sustained. So those two might very well be on a very similar time frame as far as starting on PUP, and then after 4 weeks, now that window could open, and it's a matter of how the person is practicing and playing and feeling before they get on the field.
Matt, one of the draft picks that intrigued me the most was the running back Jordan James out of Oregon, because this is a position that in a Kyle Shanahan offense has always been a good one to watch. But then when you consider J.P. Mason getting traded to the Vikings and Christian McCaffrey being so up and down with the injuries last year, even Isaac Guerendo, who showed flashes, also would get hurt. So have you had a chance to watch this kid much and kind of see what type of player he could be? When we had Larry Kruger on, he kind of compared him to Elijah Mitchell a little bit with the explosiveness and also lack of fumbling. But, on top of that, he was selected in the magical round 5 that has done so well in the Lynch Shanahan era.
Yeah, they even if they had a third-round grade on him, they weren't going to take him in the third round. That's where running backs go to die for the 49ers. But
that is the sermon around here, Matty. You might say.
Is. Yeah.
The trade sermon.
I almost said the same thing, and we would have Ty Davis Price that comment.
Very good.
Anyway, he's sure-handed. He impressed the 49ers when they went up to the pro day in Eugene with his ability to catch passes. I think he caught like 26 balls his final season at Oregon, but just a super reliable guy and a little bit outside of the mold of what the 49ers have looked for. It's not the breakaway speed of Raheem Mostert or Isaac Guerendo. It's more of a kind of a measured, find the hole, stick your foot in the ground, get up the field. So he's not going to be breaking off 45-yard runs or anything, but he just seems to be a very solid player and somebody who does have an opportunity to make a contribution year one. Because, as we saw, I guess 2023 with McCaffrey, that was about the only time the 49ers, it seems like, have had a running back who stayed healthy. And then, of course, he got injured later in the year, and that carried over into the offseason. But, 49ers historically have needed 2-3 running backs. Last year they needed, 5 or 6, it seemed like. So he definitely has an opportunity. And I think it's a very easy transition for Jordan James, or maybe more easy than others, just because his style appears to be so well suited for this outside zone running scheme that the 49ers have.
Without a doubt. He is made to run. He's undersized, 5'9", 208. The guy can catch the ball. He doesn't fumble. He's a really good blocker, and he's in the sweet spot of that 5th round. But the 7th round has also been kind to the 49ers as well, with 3rd and Juwan and Brock Purdy. So Connor Colby, and a lot of debate on should they have taken an offensive lineman, a swing tackle earlier. They took Connor Colby with pick 249, played a lot of games at Ames, Iowa. And those guys know how to run the football. They run the outside zone. Larry Kruger loves them. I love his athleticism. I am concerned about his pass protection a little bit. But give me your thoughts on Connor Colby. Could he push? Dominic Pooney in college played more on the left side. So if you wanted to move him to left guard, Connor Colby, who made most of his starts at the University of Iowa at right guard, could be a plug-and-play player. So give me your thoughts about the guard, the interior line, and then, the swing tackle. After the draft, Kyle and John did go out and get DJ Humphries, who has started a lot of football games, most recently for Kansas City. So is the O-line set right now, or do you see them upgrading between now and the start of training camp, or maybe even around Labor Day when it's cut-down time in the NFL?
There is an opportunity for them to get another veteran in here, but I think it's pretty well set, with the only real competition being, or the only real question mark being, at left guard. And, is that going to be Ben Barch? I would say that he's the favorite. I think Connor Colby is somebody where if the 49ers envisioned him as a starter, they wouldn't have waited until the 7th round to get him. And even take a guy who's basically a redshirt quarterback ahead of him. So I think that Colby will be one of these guys that they see some potential in, and that maybe, he's a year away from really kind of asserting himself. And they'll get him in, they'll put the pads on him and see what he has to offer. But, I think the addition of DJ Humphries, something 49ers certainly had in their back pocket for a little bit. He started a lot of football games in his career, and last year, coming off the ACL, he played for the Chiefs in that first game that he suited up for, Week 14 against the Chargers. He played 60 snaps, and he just wasn't in football shape, and hurt his hamstring pretty well, and never really got back on the field. I think he played one half of the final week of the season, but he was at least healthy enough to be active during the playoffs. He suited up for the Super Bowl, did not get on the field, but it's a nice insurance policy to have somebody like DJ Humphries, because if, something were to happen to either Trent Williams or Colton McKivitz, I suppose, then Humphries can slide in there, and you would expect him to be able to at least hold his own, just because of all those years of starting football that he's played. And he isn't that old. What is he, 31 years old, I believe it is. So, it's as long as he's healthy, and now he's more than a year removed from the ACL surgery that kept him out for most of last season, I think it's a pretty good bargain that the 49ers have, and a pretty good backup plan.
Yeah, Chris Furster loves him, and he does great out well. So we'll see. He played well in the snow in Buffalo. All right.
You're talking Barch.
Barch, yeah, as well.
Ben Barch.
Yeah. Warriors tonight, Maddie.
Yeah.
Well, what are you feeling here? They're not going back to Houston for a Game 7. They close it out tonight?
I think so. Yep. That's my that is my prediction here. What's the point spread? Anybody have that?
I don't gamble, brother. I can't do that.
I'm going to guess.
They just need to win by a half a point.
Yeah.
100 to 99.5. Or 99.6 will make them like their, body temperature.
Okay, I didn't know that they do that in the.
No, I don't know. We know what the line is. They just need to win. What are you going to put money on the game and try to cover that? What do you?
Well, you guys have talked me into it. Now that you got me thinking.
I don't know. How many points for Curry tonight?
I still have
30 for 30. Can we go 30?
I still have 2 more years of college to send a child through, so I can.
You got another one going? I thought she graduated from where? New Hampshire?
Well, she's graduating in a couple weeks.
Nice. I remember when she went there. We were in Philadelphia. It was her freshman year. I remember that.
It was. Yes. It's time flies, Greg.
Damn.
Greg's.
Yeah.
Greg's.
So, all right. Yeah, we can go 30 for 30, and how about 35 from playoff Jimmy, and send the Rockets back home. I don't want to deal with the Game 7. I don't want to deal with it anymore. And when's your next Giants game, by the way? They need a little help, too.
Yeah, I had tickets last night that I had to give up because our little friend group arranged a night at House of Prime Rib.
Whoa!
And it had been a while since I've been there. So
that's a full meal. That is a big meal.
If I seem a little sluggish today, you know why.
So he went House of Prime Rib over watching the Giants lose to the Rockies. I think you won last night. That was good.
I think so. Oh, you know what? My next game is Sunday. Yeah, I have tickets to the Sunday game. So my seats are pretty much right underneath the press box on the the third base side of the press box. It's down a few rows. So looking forward to taking in the game Sunday.
Final game of the 4-gamer with Bud Black's Colorado Rockies. Speaking of the Warriors, the Niner players love going to Warrior games. They're all and Joe Lacob, the owner, gives them the seats right next to him. We saw McCaffrey and the use checks there, and I wonder, a lot of the Niners are in town for these OTAs. We heard Trent Williams is here, Nick Bosa is here, so the Warriors are loved by the 49ers, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, I think they're loved by you know what? They were loved in the Bay Area before they were good. You know, even when they were bad.
We believe every time? Were they?
I think so. Well, you would know more than anybody, Greg.
I didn't feel the love as much as Niners and Giants, I got to say. Even the A's back then, it was...
Wasn't that always a sleeping giant? If the Warriors could
that was Sleepy Floyd. But they made the playoffs what? Was it 1 year out of 17 and we had a We Believe? I don't know. I mean, they were. The thing is, the Bay Area loves pro basketball. It's the only team. There was 2 NFL teams, 2 baseball teams. A lot of people play pickup basketball. They love basketball, but the Warriors they got popular because of Stephen. Come on.
Well, of course, but I mean, got more popular. But I think every football player thinks. I mean, the 49ers have a hoop in their locker room. So every football player thinks, oh, whatever. If I'd stuck with basketball, I could be playing in the NBA. Whereas, and every football player watches basketball and goes, oh, my God, it looks like so much fun. There's not a basketball player in the world who looks at football and says,
Anthony Edwards.
Like so much fun.
Anthony Edwards.
Okay.
Yeah, he's different.
Very few.
Who's the best Niner hooper? Ayuk's always shooting, but Trent Williams goes on and on about how good of a hooper he is. Was Trent Williams, could you imagine him setting a screen or facing you up?
Yeah, that would not end well for anybody.
That's kind of what he does on the football fields. He set screens.
I'm trying to think this current team. It was Ronnie Bell was a really good basketball player. I think he turned down like scholarship.
He did. He
offers
played in
basketball.
college. He did play in college.
Yeah.
He was a point guard. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think who now would be that guy.
Did Ricky Pearsall play basketball? I think Ricky would be really good at basketball.
Ricky probably, yeah. He definitely has
jump.
the shiftiness,
He can jump.
Guard
He's got hops.
mentality. Yeah, crash the boards a little. Yep.
Awesome. I think we're going to have to do a KNBR basketball pickup game with all of our, regular guests too as well. So
I think you need to ask the Niners. You need to do that it's a future column for here. Who's the best Niner hooper?
I wonder if Michael Williams played because he kind of has that power forward kind of body.
Got long arms, brother.
Where he can mix it up. Yeah. So he's my starting power forward, I think.
I think I'd also take Upton Stout just for the sheer energy and relentlessness.
Let's do it!
Yeah, he would be picking up full court and just harassing the guy coming up, bringing the ball up the court.
100%. Matt, appreciate you coming by as always. Good to catch up this week. We'll do it again next week and see if there's any more news.
All right. See you at the yard on Sunday.
We'll be there. Thank you, Matty.
Matt Mayoko, as always, a couple of items to get to. Let's see. First, we've got, the texts were going away. 415. Not every third-round running back can be regular Joe, parentheses, Williams and Flail. Hey, Joe Williams is actually a fourth-round pick. Item number 2 is Don Nelson is going to be coming by the show at 11:30, so very soon. We'll do a very quick reset on the other side, and then talk to Nelly before we get to Ron Kroichek. It's Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After 29 years of coaching the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich is going to step away from coaching and move into a full-time role in the front office. 5 championships and one of the all-time greats. So as the Warriors and Rockets get ready for Game 6, today is also a day to tip your cap in respect to Coach Pop.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've got breaking news out of the NBA. Greg Popovich will no longer serve as the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Popovich suffered a stroke back in November, which is the last time he appeared on the Spurs bench. The 76-year-old Popovich will reportedly move from the bench to the front office in a full-time role as team president. It closes the book on Popovich's iconic coaching career in San Antonio that includes 5 NBA titles since he first took the reins in San Antonio back in 1996.
Yeah, that's the big news coming in this morning. Greg Popovich has missed a lot of last season. We knew about the stroke that he suffered and everything. But now, after 29 years as the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, 5 championships. And how about this one? 18 consecutive 50-win seasons. He's going to be moving full-time into the front office. First and foremost, his health is the most important thing. I'm glad to know that he's doing well enough to take on this front office role full time. But Pop, I know you know the other Pop very well. And, I mean, this is the end of one of the great eras of basketball.
He's one of the very best that's ever done it in all of professional sports. He's the Belichick of the NBA, or maybe Belichick is the Popovich of the NFL. A lot of commonalities in Pop. The first time I ever even knew who he was 1988-89. He was an assistant coach for Larry Brown in San Antonio. We were playing the Spurs at the old Hemisphere Arena, the baseline bums, and we take a shot of Larry's huddle, and there's an assistant coach literally putting his index finger into the chest of Willie Anderson and hitting. I'm like, who's that coach that's hitting Willie Anderson? He's a badass. That is Greg Popovich. And we are going to talk to Nelly. The great Don Nelson, and Don brought him out here in a role that, like Belichick for Bill Parcells, I never even heard about it. Nelly was an offensive mastermind. Nelly, one time, coached defense pretty well in Milwaukee. When he got here, he never did it. He wanted to be Doug Moe. But anyway, he hired Greg Popovich to be a defensive coordinator with the Warriors. I'm like, you think Chris Mullin's going to listen to you talking defense? Chris just leaks out after a jump shot. He goes high five and runs up the floor. But anyway, and then Pop went to San Antonio, and when I lost the Warrior job after I joined the Raiders, literally an hour after I was let go, or I wasn't going to have my contract renewed, Don Nelson called me. He was with the New York Knicks then. And he said, you want to go to San Antonio? And I said, with Pop? He goes, yeah. I go, sure. He goes, we'll hang up. 1 minute later, Greg Popovich called me and said, I want you to come here with me. And he said, what do you want? I said, just match my Warrior contract. The cost of living is going to be a lot better in San Antonio. So we went there right away. And you got to understand, Greg Popovich was not Greg Popovich in San Antonio then. He just fired Bob Hill after David Robinson missed a year. He was wildly unpopular. He was the GM of the team. Then he took over the coaching reins. And we had some battles, I got to say. He was just starting out. He wanted me to call him Pop on the air, and he wasn't quite Pop yet. He was Popovich, son of Papa. That's me. But he was trying to ingratiate himself there. We had some back and forth. Hank Egan was his number one assistant who coached him in college, and Mike Budenholzer was the other assistant who went on to win a championship, a great coach. And there was one game when I would always set the lineup, like Avery Johnson at point guard, Mario Elliott big guard, Sean Elliott at small forward, David Robinson at center. Where's Tim Duncan? Where's Tim Duncan? Well, this is what I'm saying on the air. Jerome Kersey's in the game. Why is Duncan not in the game? So I remember going in the locker room the next day and Pop in front of everybody. Why did you mention that? I'm like, well, just enlighten me. What scenario would you not want Tim Duncan on the floor? Where is he weak? I mean, when he first got in the NBA, he couldn't handle the double team. One practice, he figured that out. And he diced double team. They're like, why? And he got all mad. He stormed out of the room. And then, after he left, Hank Egan and Mike Budenholzer said, we asked him the same thing. Why would you take Duncan off the floor? The irony is Pop has 5 NBA championships. He could have had 6. He took Tim Duncan off the floor for a defensive rebound in Miami that Chris Bosh got. But Dunk was not on the floor for that faithful Ray Allen 3. But he's the best. We knew this day was coming, and he was very kind to me and my family. I could tell you a million stories. Danny Manning's agent called me one time in my hotel room in L.A. He thought he was calling Greg Popovich's room. And he says, hey, Pop, you think Nelly would like Danny Manning? We trade for him. I'm like, does he like Danny Manning? That's Don Nelson's wet dream. He wants to run, even though Billy Owens, he runs his whole offense through the point forward like Paul Pressey. He loves Danny Manning. All right. And then, 5 minutes later, I hang up. Pop calls just laughing his ass off. Like, you knew that was not you. I'm like, I didn't know when I hung up, I realized he was calling for Popovich's room. He got me. So anyway, he started out defensive mastermind, the two towers of David and Tim. Everything was 4 down, 4 up. 4 down was Duncan in the left block. 4 up was Duncan in the right block. Pop, you're a genius. I could call that play. Get the ball to Duncan in the post. And we space out of it. But it was the high-low and how, David went up top. And then he opened up the game. He's not just a defensive coordinator, a defensive coach. He brought the three-point corner shot into the NBA. People did not shoot corner threes.
Yeah.
Because if you missed, you couldn't get back defensively. The only guy who was allowed to shoot in the baseline was Akeem Olajuwon out of the Dream Shake. But that 3 ball is 22 feet. It's not 23.9. So he brought the drive and pitch, and it was mainly Tony Parker with Tim Duncan on a side pick and roll, not in the middle. And then it was Manu Ginobili who drove Pop nuts. Just drive, break the paint, and pitch to shooters in the corner. And Sean Elliott, our friend, Shino Black, made the ultimate one on Memorial Day to beat Portland. So what a career he has had. We are going to talk to Nelly. I thought that Nelly would be the lifer. And Nelly's not. We'll get him on, and we'll see where he's at. The Nelly Cush is kind of keeping down, everything together. Pop has been sharp. This stroke, though, was bad.
Yeah.
He couldn't watch Spurs games this year live. His blood pressure would soar. He'd get so animated that he would be in bad health. There were times he was going in the arena, getting on players unannounced. And I'm not sure actually what he's going to do in the front office. He may not. It was a bad one. And then he had an incident in a restaurant right after the regular season ended. But, the ultimate 5-time NBA champion. I remember Avery Johnson making that shot at Madison Square Garden. I got a ring out of that, to win the first championship. And then, to reinvent themselves with Tony and Manu and Kawhi, the way he entrusted Kawhi to ice Kawhi. He never ran offense like that, but he was a brilliant tactician. He was tough. He was old school. He would chew guys out. I remember him coming in to play the Warriors when Steph was even he had a 2-3 rule. If Steph made 2 threes, timeout. He was not going to let that happen. Like, just stop the game. And he would get after you, I need a little nasty. There was no one like Greg Popovich. I will say, and we'll bring Nelly on. Nelly's the one that brought him to the Bay Area, and it's the reason I got to know Greg Popovich and became a worker with him in San Antonio. I didn't think he would pass Nelly. I thought he had the 5 championships. That's enough. Nelly never got to the NBA Finals as a coach. He won 5 titles as a player, but Nelly never got to a finals. I thought Don was the winningest coach in the history of the NBA. He passed Red Auerbach, Lenny Wilkins. I thought he's not going to be a championship coach, but, Nelly invented a lot of things we're seeing in basketball, like the Warriors going small. Nelly started all that. And I just thought, okay, Pop, you got all the rings. Let Nelly keep the winningest coach in the history of the NBA. But you know what? Damn, Popovich lasted too long. He was out 29 years. He got to 1,422 victories. And that first year, after he fired Bob Hill, he was 17-47 that first year. Then a string, as you mentioned, 2 decades of winning basketball, won 62%. So no one's ever been like him. He's different. But the guy who really knows him as well as anybody, and now they share a place in Springfield, Mass. Don Nelson is the guy that first acknowledged Greg Popovich, an assistant coach, brought him here. Then he went back to San Antonio to become the GM and ultimately become the head coach and become a 5-time NBA champion. So we reached out to a lot of people today, but there's one guy we want to hear from on Pop, and that is Nelly Cush. If he's awake now or playing golf, it's weird. In Maui, it's 8:30 in the morning, so who knows what Nelly.
Well, he did text me. So he might be playing golf, but he's awake, and we'll get him to join next.
He's sitting the Nelly Cush. He's with Willie's right now.
Don Nelson on the other side, the second all-time winningest coach behind, of course, Greg Popovich. on Papa and Silver, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Hey, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or violated by your rights in any way, well, just know that your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about these rights. Over the past year, well, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, Waymos, buses, you know the drill. There's people and vehicles all around us. So please be careful. And let's work together on making the Bay Area a safer place. But feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver, here on a Friday. We knew we were going to have a lot to get into today, Papa, between the 49ers and Upton Stout joining the show, Warriors Game 6, Giants losing to the Rockies. But then this morning we also learned about the other Pop, Greg Popovich, stepping down from coaching after 29 years with the San Antonio Spurs. So we had to reach out to the one and only Hall of Famer himself, Don Nelson, the second all-time winningest coach. And we know him very well here in the Bay Area as he spent 11 seasons here with the Warriors. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Don, thanks so much for the late notice. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here with you. And how's it going this morning?
Hey, it's going great. It's a beautiful day here in Hawaii, and I hope it is there as well.
It is, Nelly. How are you? Greg Papa here, and we wanted to reach out to you right away because you're the guy that...
Hey, Pop.
Hey, Nelly.
Good talking to you.
You got coffee? What time's tea time today? You playing today?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to play after I talk to you.
I kind of had a thought. So tell me about, I remember seeing Pop coach with Larry Brown in San Antonio for those years. Then you brought him out to the West Coast. It was right when Saintly, Gary St. Jean left, became the head coach in Sacramento. And as I recall, you gave him the title defensive coordinator, which we didn't even know what that was in the NBA. But what was it? What did you see from Pop in San Antonio through Larry Brown that you wanted him on your staff, Nels?
Well, I never even met the guy when I called him up and asked him to come in for an interview. But I used to go early to the games, the game day, and watch him work with the players, and thought that he was really a talented assistant coach. And when Larry got fired and he was available, I called him up, and I was looking for a guy, and I thought he'd be a good fit.
Don, what about Greg Papa? Greg Papa's my co-host, Greg Popovich.
Son of Papa.
Yeah, son of Papa, of course.
Yeah.
One thing we brought up in the last segment was just the reinvention and the constant reinvention. 18 consecutive 50-win seasons with the San Antonio Spurs. I mean, what impressed you as another one of the all-time winningest coaches about the way that Coach Pop was able to just constantly reinvent with different great players around him?
Well, he has skill as a coach. I mean, the guy not only worked hard, he was great with players. He's a totally honest guy, a professional guy, and it's hard to find guys that are totally committed like he was. I felt lucky to have him, and when he asked me to help him, get that job in San Antonio as a general manager, I was kind of confounded because I was going to lose what I consider the best assistant coach in the league, but yet, I wanted him to do well and have a better career than an assistant coach, and so I helped him get that job in San Antonio, but I was pretty sad when he left, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Red McCombs was the owner of the San Antonio Spurs then before Peter Holt took ownership, and he came in initially as GM. Bob Hill was the coach, Nels, as you know, and then he made a change, and he took over as the head coach. Just talk a little about the evolution of Pop offensively. When I was there those early years, it was all, 4 down, 4 up. It was all Tim Duncan in the box, left and right, a lot of post-ups. And then he gets Tony Parker. He gets Manu Ginobili. He opens up the drive and kick game. He starts to bring the baseline, short corner 3 into the game. Just talk about, because we think of him as a great defensive coach, and he was, but he was also a brilliant offensive coach who adapted to the way the game was changing, Nels.
Well, when he was a player at the Air Force Academy, he didn't have an offensive game. He was just he was a bulldog on defense, and they put him on the best player and stuff like that. So, that's the way he was brought up. Really, he didn't think that much offensively, but he was going to figure it out. He was a very intelligent guy, one of the smartest guys I think I know. So he was going to figure it out when he had the talent. The next move was to increase that offensive load on some guys other than the big guys.
Being here in the Bay Area, Don, and I think what's something that's so great about having Steve Kerr and a Greg Popovich protege is that, even someone my age or just the younger generations have been able to learn a lot about someone like Greg Popovich through Steve Kerr and the way that he's coached the Warriors and built up this thing into a dynasty. And so, there's a lot of qualities that are necessary as an NBA head coach. And you know this well. It's not just the X's and O's. There's a lot of ego management. It's a business. Things are always changing. And I guess what I want to ask you, and maybe this is putting you on the spot for a single thing, but is there a most underappreciated quality that Coach Pop had as a head coach?
Well, both of them, both he and Steve Kerr, Pop was the voice, really, of the coaches. He came out politically and said things that most guys were afraid to say, made his commitment to what he considered was the right and wrong way to run a country, and and his disagreement with our president now, with the Trumpers, who found some reason to put a convicted felon in the White House for a second term. He let us know about that and how he felt about it. And what I really appreciate about Steve Kerr, not just his skill, because I'd vote for him for Coach of the Year every year if I had a vote, but he's taken over really for Pop. We don't have Pop's voice anymore. He doesn't get on TV. He can't communicate his thoughts. But Steve Kerr has kind of taken that position, and I really respect him for that. His opinion on how our country is being run at this particular time, and the voice of most coaches in the league who really want to stay quiet more than anything. I think it's really important to have Steve Kerr take over for Pop in that position as the leader of the coaches.
Well, that's well said, Nels. You're exactly right. It's one thing for Steve to say it in California, a blue state. For Pop to do it in Texas, a red state, it doesn't always go over as well. I came to the Warriors, and, you got me the help to get the job in San Antonio, then came back. And a lot of it was what I call what Steve Kerr did initially, and he's doing it even, all these years later, 11 years, is what I call the San Antonio system, which is just the ball movement, the body movement, the good to great, the good to better to best as far as moving the ball. As far as the way the teams play, do you see a little of Pop's San Antonio Spurs in Steve Kerr's Golden State Warriors, Nels?
Well, if you recall, that's the way we used to play when Pop was my assistant.
Totally. I remember well. Yeah.
Kind of offensively the same way that he ended up coaching. Of course, when he had the two big guys and he didn't have very many skilled players at the smaller positions, he coached a little differently when he started. But as soon as he got Tony Parker and Ginobili and those gifted small players, he kind of took over that ball movement that we were doing in the Bay Area early and winning a lot of games doing it.
Without a doubt. So just your thoughts on Steph. He's got great players around him, but it was you and Larry Riley that found him. And we had Larry on, right when he got his 4,003 in the NBA. Just think about that. That guy's made 4,000 threes and beyond, Nels. And, we were talking to Larry about how, the Currys really did not want to play for the Warriors. They wanted to play for the New York Knicks, and Larry kind of knew that. But just go back in time, because you were the guy that saw greatness in Steph. I'm not sure you saw this much greatness, but you're the guy that brought him to the Bay Area, Nels, and here he is 16 years later at age 37.
Well, what I saw in him was another Steve Nash, which, I thought was a great point guard, and I thought the Steph could be that good. I didn't know that he could be MVP of the league. Nor did I think that Steve could have done it, but I saw something special in the guy, and I was right. He was my guy the whole way. I was shocked when he was there. If you recall, in the draft that year, there were 3 point guards taken ahead of him. I mean, we never dreamed that we would get him. I tried to move up to get him in the draft that year and didn't have any success doing it. But there he was, when we picked, he was right there, and he was my guy the whole way.
Last couple minutes here with Don Nelson, just kind of looking toward the present, and today with our show, Game 6, it's going to be the big storyline. What similarities do you see most between the Warriors and the way they've been able to keep this thing competitive for over a decade and the way that the Spurs were able to do it under Coach Pop?
Well, one of the great games that I've seen Steph play, certainly, in his senior moments here as he's getting older, was a game they played without Butler. I mean, they tried to, keep him scoring at all. I mean, they did a great defensive job on him. When he ended up with 33 points that game, carried the team. I mean, I didn't think that they were going to be able to win alone to do a performance like that. That was one of the greatest games I think I've ever seen Steph play. I mean, an important game like that. Now, I know he's had a lot of them, so I can't tell you that I haven't seen other ones like that, but for a big game, a step-up guy, that game was real special to me because I think that Houston has a better team. I'll be quite honest with you. I mean, they're younger, and they're making mistakes and stuff like that they'll have to live with till these guys mature. But Houston is a terrific basketball team. I mean, those guys are really good. and they're going to be good for a long, long time. So I hope we beat him, but that team is going to. If they keep that team together, they're going to really have a good team for a long time. They'll have a team like the Warriors could have.
Are you watching the Warriors just about every game now that we're in the playoffs? Are you able to catch almost all the Warrior playoff games now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You love it. You love it.
I can't wait for the game.
Yeah. And if Steph wins one more, Nels, he'll tie you as a player. You had 5 NBA championships with the Boston Celtics. Got to ask you, because I just started to get in the mood for playoff basketball. I started watching the Celtic City, this 9-part HBO documentary, and you're in it, and the big shot you had to beat the Lakers in 68-69 in Russell's last game. Are you watching Celtic City at all, Nels?
Yeah, I'm enjoying that. I really think that's a good program. Not just the fact that I was in it, but during the Bill Russell era and the Dave Cowens era, we won the championship with both those guys. And I'll tell you, people don't realize how hard it is to win a title because there's so many good teams in the league, and to be on 5 of them is pretty special. And hope that Steph can get that 5th one this year.
Yeah, we're all going to have to start that with tonight as step 1, trying to get rid of the Houston Rockets with a 3-2 lead at home. It's a big one. Coach, thanks so much for coming by with us to not only talk Warriors, but also your connection with Coach Pop and all the history there. So I know you're loved here in the Bay Area for everything with the Warriors, but also we appreciate your insight on one of the greatest to ever do it.
Hey, you call me anytime. I'll go on with Pop. No problem.
Love you, Nels. Tell Miss Joy we say hi, brother. Love you, brother.
Take care.
Thank you, man.
Don Nelson, got to go catch that tea time, and very grateful that he came by our show today. All right, so we did have Ron Krojcik scheduled for 11:50. We moved him back about 5 minutes or so we could talk with Nelly, and now we will catch up with Ron Krojcik on the other side. Nelly's saying he thinks the Rockets are a better
Isn't that
team.
interesting?
Let's get Ron's thoughts on the other side. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, almost at the midway point for Papa and Silver, although the day is just getting started. Great to catch up with Coach Don Nelson in our previous segment. We also had Matt Mayoko on last hour. We also had Upton Stout, and we're going to keep the guest list rolling along because everybody wants to talk to us, whether out of will or force, on Papa and Silver. And I don't know which one it is for Ron Kroichik, who's joining us right now on the UMA guest line. But either way, always great to catch up with Ron. I'm sure I will see him in about 6 hours or so, getting ready for Game 6 and everything. But you can read him in the SF Chronicle, as I've been doing. And great to catch up. What's happening, Ron?
That's quite a list to follow Mayoko and Nelson. I don't know. I'll do my best.
And Nelly was in rare form. He had a big mug of coffee, and the Nelly Kush was flying, and took on a lot of people. One thing he said that was interesting to me, I see the skill in some degree, and certainly the length and the youth and the athleticism, but he thinks the Houston Rockets are a better team than the Warriors, Ron. Do you see it that way?
That's an interesting view. I don't know. Yes, to your point, you see they're going to be a better team in a couple of years, yes. I don't know if they're a better team now. They were the way better team, obviously, Wednesday night. They made the Warriors, frankly, look old, I thought. But that was the only game of these 5 where I felt that way, and it looked that way. I don't know how well they play together. There's still a lot of get it to Sengun and let him do his thing, or Thompson in transition. The Warriors still play together better than the Rockets and better than most teams. But that youth and length and athleticism can be overwhelming, as it was Wednesday night, and as it could be tonight. I'd be surprised, but they're going to be very good. Thompson the other night, I think, showed what he can be. Not just this elite defensive player, which he kind of already is, but he can, score and finish in transition. He could be an all-star for many years.
Ron, you wrote a great piece about how the Warriors must heed the warning signs to avoid having to play a Game 7 in Houston. And as far as it went on Wednesday, I don't look at Game 5. I would imagine you don't, and most of the people that are around the team. I don't see it as a problem in terms of the Warriors being rattled, and I don't think it's going to, affect their confidence, right? Like, that is one area where their age and experience is going to play a major advantage. That said, I think it is fair to say there are warning signs such as fatigue because of the older age. I think that the lack of shooting is something that really bit them in the back when you look at how the Rockets were able to just get going. And then also foul trouble is another element. 4 fouls in the first 4 minutes. 2 went to Steph, but, the other night in Game 4 when Draymond Green got into foul trouble, that's when the Rockets really got going, and Sengun was looking like all-star Sengun as opposed to a guy that wasn't ready for the moment. So just kind of want to get you to expand on some of the warning signs and where the Warriors need to take care of business the most in 6 hours.
Well, your point's very valid on defense, and when they're not fully engaged, or they're being a little lazy, they get in foul trouble. They reach and most of those fouls they committed in the first quarter the other night were not necessary. They weren't like contesting at the rim, or they were not good fouls, and it was very avoidable. And I think it frustrates Steve a lot. The other warning sign I have, I mentioned it in what I wrote Wednesday night off the game, is Steph's thumb, I think, is probably bothering him more than he's letting on and the Warriors are letting on. When's the last time you saw him get picked twice cleanly off the dribble? the way Thompson did. And some of that is how good Amen Thompson is, but Steph's a pretty damn good dribbler and ball handler. So that to me is a warning sign. Like maybe he's really not, close to 100% with his ball handling because of his thumb. He missed a free throw short, which I mentioned in my story. As a sort of Steph free throw connoisseur, I don't think I've ever seen him miss a free throw short, literally. So I think that's a little bit of a warning sign. I mean, his shooting obviously has been, it was fantastic in Game 3. Hasn't been so great the last two. I think it shows up in ball handling probably more. Buddy Hield, like you said, they don't have enough shooting at times. I mean, you get good buddy or bad buddy. And when he's shooting well, as he did in Game 4, he's valuable. But he wasn't in Game 5, and that's a problem because they don't have a lot of shooting. Podziemski and Hield really need to be their secondary shooters. And if Steph can't do it every night and at the volume we're used to. So, there are some warning signs. I still think the Warriors probably win tonight. I think they're, as you said, they're too savvy and experienced. I think they recognize they need to get the ball to Jimmy Butler more because he's the antidote for, mediocre shooting, right? Is get him the ball, get fouled, create better shots, create easier shots. So they're too, Steve Kerr's too smart. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler are too smart, too savvy, too experienced. They'll figure it out, I think.
Steph Curry's thumb, and I agree with you. It's showing up periodically in shooting, but I think just watch him, Ron. He when he brings the ball up without any pressure, he dribbles with his left hand a lot. When he got picked by Amen Thompson one time, he put it in his right hand, and he just didn't have the strength. The ball got picked, and Amen Thompson's long. He had one bounce pass to Podziemski that Thompson got that was just, where are you going with the ball? And I think what he was saying was he was looking ahead and he was trying to set it up. I think it's more in his handles. But I want to ask you about Amen Thompson. And we had Brandon Payne on, and you've written about it. I mean, going back to Steph's summer camps, and Jalen Green was there, but from San Leandro, the Thompson twins come. And I think there's ways to get him off of Steph by running Steph off screens and just splatter him with a screen. He's a skinny guy, but he's long. Well, my question is, and I go back, I thought Avery Bradley, when he was in Boston mainly, guarded Steph the best of anybody legally. Patrick Beverly was just an irritant and just did things that were illegal. I think if you ask Steph, I think he mentioned Drew Holiday as the guy that probably got her than the best. But just Amen Thompson, when he's on the ball and Steph's bringing it up, his length, his ability to reach around him and take a dribble right off the court. And I'm not going to say anybody's a Steph stopper, but is he guarding Steph Curry as well as anybody has in recent memory?
The last two games, yes, I would say. It's a fair question. I mean, as you point out, he brings something those other guys didn't, that incredible length. And it's very rare. That's why he's so prized. It's very rare to have a guy who's 6'8" and that long also have the foot speed to move laterally and keep up with a guy like Steph. But the way Steph's always dealt with super quick, super athletic guys like that is this amazing handle and his amazing ability to dribble the ball, so smoothly with either hand. And I think that brings us back to his right hand is not normal. His right thumb is severely compromised, his ball handling. And I don't think it shows up at the shooting as much as it does in the ball handling. That's my sense from watching him. Who was it? Someone was on, I was listening to last night, was saying you really need your index finger and middle, your other fingers more than your thumb in the shooting motion. I didn't shoot often or well enough in high school to remember, but I think that's accurate. But it seems to me the thumb is showing up more clearly in the ball handling. And we've all seen how swollen it looks. He had it very heavily wrapped at that press conference Wednesday night. He was holding it underneath the table, very obviously, so people didn't see it. So, and to his credit, to the Warriors' credit, they're not using it as an excuse, but, let's be honest, it's clearly affecting it. And as I wrote the whole story on the other night, Dylan Brooks is not helping the healing process. So.
All right, we'll get to Dylan Brooks in just a moment after I tell everyone that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Ron Kroichik on the UMA guest line with us. So Game 5 and really Game 2, although Game 2, kind of didn't go to plan with Butler getting knocked out, but Game 5 especially, that was a great display of how the Warriors can kind of play into the Rockets' hands and really work in Houston's favor. As far as the other way and what the Warriors can do to have the Rockets play into their hands, what would you say are the top items of that list? And I understand that some of this might have to do with drawing fouls, how things are called, if Steph's getting calls when he gets up for shots, or if, he's getting calls when he's getting held. But in terms of what they really can control, what can the Warriors do on this little reset on their home floor to kind of play into Houston's hands that can make them unravel some?
Well, I think go through Jimmy more, as they said they will. Jimmy's the antidote for being too much of an outside shooting team, right? I still flash back to the Game 6 in LA when they lost to the Lakers 2 years ago, and Steph and Clay were not, did not shoot well. And in the press conference, Steph acknowledged they needed to be more diverse on offense. They need to have other ways to score. Doesn't mean you don't shoot threes, but you have to not only rely on threes. And Butler, Chris Paul provided some of that last year with his mid-range jumpers, but Jimmy Butler's even better, a better solution, because he can get to the rim and he can get other people to the rim and he can get other people wide open threes and mid-range shots just because of the way he plays. So I think you'll see them go through Butler more tonight. That's one thing they can control. To our earlier conversation about Steph's ball handling and Thompson's defense, play Steph off the ball more. That's going to require Podziemski to handle the ball more, which comes with some risks, but he's
Pat Spencer, brother.
Well. Or no, Jimmy. Just let Jimmy handle the ball more.
I would agree. I don't think Jimmy doesn't seem to bring the ball up much, but maybe he should more, or go to Jimmy quicker, but don't leave Steph sort of, isolated against Thompson bringing the ball up the court, because with his current, with his physical state and his thumb, that might not be based on Game 5, that might not be the best idea. But this is all stuff I'm sure the Warriors have thought about, right, and talked about and realized after seeing what happened Wednesday night. Wednesday night was such a stark difference from the first 4 games, because even the Warriors' one loss was not that lopsided, was not that dominating, and obviously Butler was out that game, most of that game. So, and they didn't really have time to prepare, for playing without him. So I think the Warriors will address all these things. I think they will come out much sharper. I don't think they'll blow out the Rockets, but my guess is they'll find a way. And the Rockets also shot out of their mind Wednesday night, which very unlikely to happen tonight.
Yeah, so the Warriors had a walkthrough, and they had a film session yesterday at 3 o'clock, and they worked on the zone. Houston's zone is clearly bothering them. And they like to use it with the 2 bigs, the triple bigs, really, because it's Şengün and Steven Adams. They play Jabari Smith at 3. But they jumped into a zone earlier, even when Steph was on the floor, before they went double big, and it bothered the Warriors. They took a lot of long and late shots. I read a note where the Warriors were the worst team in the NBA against zone defenses this year. Wow. I remember one game where they really did struggle against Miami's zone. Now, that was, Jimmy was not here. Jimmy wasn't even in Miami. He was being suspended. But are the Warriors bad against the zone? They've been good against the zone some in this series, and then sometimes they have not. So how do they crack this Ime Udoka zone defense?
Yeah, I haven't seen that stat. That's interesting. They get, they're so reliant on movement that I think the zone disrupts that. But it was very noticeable the other night that they were, beyond stationary. They looked uncertain and tentative. Obviously, the way you beat a zone is you get a guy in the middle, get him the ball. And they try to do that, but they just didn't look sure of themselves. And some of that's maybe Houston's length and size, because like you said, they're not just playing zone. They're playing zone with specific personnel that gives the Warriors problems. But if you get the ball to the middle and you move the ball and you're spaced properly, you should still get at least open jumpers. You know, you got to make some outside shots, and it can't be just Curry. But yeah, they do seem to have problems with zone. I think it just messes with their fundamental principles of, you know, moving the ball, moving and player movement and off-ball screens. And it's much easier to run the kind of offense that has carried them for 10-plus years against a man-to-man. Because zones, you know, when this started 10 years ago, zones weren't even being played pretty much. And now it's a much more – I mean, there was stress the other night, I think, when both teams were playing zone. And I remember thinking, wow.
Yeah.
When's the last time you saw that in the NBA? Pete Newell would be going, oh, my God. Because Pete Newell always said, rightly so, it's the highest level of basketball in the world. Let them play whatever defense they want. You know, if you're good, you figure it out. And he's right. They should. I mean, it was ridiculous that zones were illegal for all those years. But you should be able to figure out how to attack it. And, you know, teams don't play zone very often, so what that leads to is teams aren't necessarily very good at attacking it. But I imagine the Warriors will be better at that tonight.
Yeah, we had Nelly on earlier. Don Nelson's the one that literally wrote the rule for zone defenses in the NBA, and then he came up with a way to beat the zone defense that he wrote the rules. So he was so ahead of his time. All right.
No, he's great. I talked to him maybe a month ago when Steph was on the verge of 4,000 threes. And, Nelly's one of one, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the best. All right, so starting lineup tonight, and Steve was open to making a change. We know they're going to start Steph and Pods and Draymond and Jimmy. Buddy Hield is the one. And I think when Jalen Green was handling the ball up top a lot, Buddy could guard him. But last game, they used a lot more motion in their offense.
Right.
And they set him off screens, and then Buddy's not a lock and trail defender. So, Steve, when you guys asked him about it on the conference call yesterday, was open. Well, we'll see. They may take Buddy out of the lineup. Do you think they will? I know how much you like GP2, Gary Payton II, because if you take Buddy out, who's going to guard Green? Well, GP2 can do that. The issue with starting Moses Moody is Şengün guards him, and he just can't move. Now, I kind of like Şengün on Pods, so maybe they won't go that way. I don't know who they'd put on Gary Payton II. But give me your thoughts, because GP2 can guard Jalen Green, obviously, and he also is so good as the screener with Steph in the pick and roll and coming out of that and going in and dunking and creating an action. So it is Steph, it is Pods, it's Draymond, it's Jimmy. Who do you think the fifth starter should be and will be?
It's a great question, because I thought, you know, it worked when they started Buddy in Game 4, but I thought it was a big defensive risk, because he gets lost on defense. He's really generally not a very good defensive player. He was in Game 4. But to your point, they were using Green differently. And once you send Green in motion, Jalen Green, you know, there's more chance of Buddy getting lost or making a mistake. So Buddy's in there for offense, right? I mean, if Buddy's in there, you're saying the Warriors are saying we need to figure out improve our offense. GP2 is obviously a defensive choice because he's, very good on the ball. The other thing about GP2, as you point out, Greg, Papa, is that he plays extraordinarily well with Steph. And Kerr is always wants to put Payton on the court when Curry's on the court. So you solve that a little bit if you start GP2. It might mess up your second unit rotation, so I don't know how that becomes kind of complicated. But Moody is sort of the in-between, right, where he hasn't been making shots in this series until last game. But, over the last 2 months, the reason that starting lineup's worked is Moody gives you, not Payton-like defense, but better than Hield on defense. And he also is a threat to shoot. Again, he hasn't been most of this series. So that's the question I think Kerr has to deal with is, did the second half, Game 5, resurgence of Moses Moody in a very low-pressure environment with the game out of hand, does that indicate maybe he's rediscovered his shot? And if so, do you put him back in the starting line? Because that would sort of align the rotations better, and then you got Payton and Hield and, the guys coming off the bench at the time that they're used to and with the combinations they're used to. So to your point, if it were me, I wouldn't start Buddy. I would start Moses or GP2. I'd probably start Moses because that lineup has worked for a bigger sample size.
But the problem is Şengün guards Moody, and it just doesn't work. I mean, Moody's not a movement guy. It's just I thought the Warriors had figured it out, but why is Şengün guarding Moody, giving Moody so many problems?
Right. Well, I mean, it comes back to he needs to make open shots. I mean, he's had open shots against Şengün. He just hasn't made them. And he made them, at a decent clip for most of the second half of the season. Not a great clip, but good enough. So you're right. I mean, this particular matchup in this particular series has been kind of an issue with Moody. But I don't know. I don't think he starts Buddy again. I think the question, in my mind, the question is, do you go back to Moody or do you try to mix it up and try Payton, to set that defensive tone? And I mean, the biggest difference in the Warriors the last game versus the previous games, in my mind, was their defense. And it was, pretty good, really good for most of 4 games, and then really bad on Wednesday. And if you look at, the last 2 months, since Butler got here, their defense went from 10th in the league to 1st. And if you look at what happened in L.A. with the Lakers, why are they done? Because they don't play much defense. So it's easy to focus on who's making shots and how the Warriors' offense is functioning. But most likely the way they win tonight and the way they advance deep in the postseason is playing their best defense. So that's why I think if the decision comes down, in the end, I think you lean toward defense.
Ron, we always appreciate you coming on with us. The good news is, even though we don't know what the starting lineup's going to be, we have the next 105 minutes or so to just completely yap about it on the air. And always appreciate when you come by with us. And if the Warriors get it done tonight, or if it has to get to Sunday and they advance, we'll have you on again at some point in the postseason, because I always love reading you in the Chronicle.
Well, I appreciate that. I have hotels in Minnesota, Houston. We don't know where we're going next, but somewhere.
When are you flying? If they win tonight, the game would be Monday. You leave Sunday for Minneapolis. If they lose tonight, you got to leave tomorrow for Houston, huh?
Correct. Yeah, if they lose tonight, I would fly late tomorrow, like late afternoon. Just get in, just get to Houston tomorrow night. And if they win tonight, I would fly Sunday morning.
And if they lose tonight, that game Sunday is a day game, right? That's on ABC.
No,
right?
no.
It's a night game?
It's 7. I think it's 7:30 Central, so 5:30 Pacific.
Oh wow! Okay, that helps.
I think that's
that
right.
helps.
There's been so many.
I thought ABC was going to take Game 7.
How about we don't have to worry about it? That's my goal for the end of the night.
It would simplify things, frankly, if they won. I'm not speaking, and I'm not a fan, obviously, but it would simplify the logistics if they won. But that doesn't mean anything. So we'll see. It'll be. It feels like you've read. We've all. The reason I love covering this is it feels like you've read 82 chapters in a book, and then an extra 83rd chapter in the play-in game, and now 6 more chapters in the play. It's like we're getting closer to the ending of the book, right? And you want to see how it ends, and so it's fascinating to me. I think whatever happens tonight's going to be really interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Dylan Brooks doesn't give a damn about Steph Curry's thumb, I don't think he's too worried about Ron Kroichek's travel logistics, unfortunately. But we care at least.
Based on his answer to my question in the press conference the other night, he really doesn't give a damn about Steph Curry.
Now, that's obvious. You see, but I loved when he said Steph was playing tentative. Whoa! That's the last thing you want to say to Steph Curry. He was playing tentative?
Well,
Watch me now.
It's funny you mention that, because obviously my story the other day, and I had Coach Brooks in the locker room, was going to talk to him, and unfortunately I brought him to the podium, so it was a public game. But when I asked the question about hitting his thumb, obviously that was my story, right? And that whole debate, and Kerr took it to another level with the whole thing about the NBA rules allowing it, which I thought was really interesting. But to your point, Mr. Papa, when Brooks said that, about the words he used were that the question was about Thompson's defense, and he was talking about how rattled it made the Warriors, and he was referring to the Warriors in general with that quote. And at the end of the answer, he said it made their best player timid.
Timid. Whoa.
And it was funny, because if I wasn't so committed to the thumb story, you could build a whole story around that quote, right? And I ended up ending my story with that, because I thought it was really pretty bold of him to say that, because history tells you that when Steph Curry has a bad game, or when someone calls him out that way and says he played timidly, he's going for 40 or 50, and I didn't want to say that in print because I'm not a cheerleader and I'm not rooting for anybody, but I'm just going on history here.
Yeah.
And when you kind of poke the bear like that, you better watch out, because I would not be surprised if Steph.
But remember, Dylan Brooks does not respect anybody until he gives them 40 per 2023 with Memphis.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Dylan Brooks is sort of his own category, but I thought that choice of words was very interesting, and I guarantee you that those words were relayed to Mr. Curry.
Are you kidding me?
I would not be surprised at all if he's like 8 for 12 from 3 tonight.
And he doesn't do the night in games when you're in a playoff series. You wait until you eliminate them. Wait and see what he does tonight and how timid he will be when he goes night on Dylan Brooks.
Well, yes, if they play better and if they are close to winning, it will be a vigorous night. It won't be a timid night. I guarantee you that.
Ron, appreciate you coming by.
I got to get ready to go to Chase, boys.
What's that?
I got to get ready to go to Chase.
Go. Goodbye. Clean up. Get in the shower. See you there, brother. See you there. Have fun tonight.
Thanks, Ron.
All right. Bye-bye.
He is Ron Korchik of the San Francisco Chronicle. Let's go ahead and take a timeout. We're a little bit behind the clock. Reset it on the other side. Keep it right here and get ready for Matt Thomas at 12:50. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Game 6 at 6 o'clock on Warriors ground. Warriors take on the Rockets, look to shut the door on their season for good at Chase Center tonight, while the Rockets, after a comfortable Game 5 victory, are looking to come in and send this back to Houston. We'll be diving into all the storylines on Dove's OT. John Dickinson, myself, and Kyle Haar. Tune in after the final horn.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, Papa and Silver? Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday. Got a couple of 1 o'clock elements to share with you. At 1:15, we're going to have Glenn Kuiper come by, talk about a little bit of the Friday podcast they got going on.
Friday Night Kipes. Dwayne and Glenn together, and this week it is featuring David B. Fleming will be appearing. They go up after the game is over, and they finish up the wrap. They go up and do a little podcast, sit around the Gotham Club, and have some Manhattans and talk about the game a little bit. So we'll get Glenn on to preview that, and obviously he knows Justin Verlander well from the American League and how dominant he was. He's still pitching really well, but damn, bad luck. Do want to ask him about Matt Chapman and what he's seeing there. Chapman had a better game last night, but just overall where the team is at. I mean, I know you thought they'd sweep Colorado. Colorado won coming into the series. And the Giants have, well, they actually was later in the game. They had a lead when Freeland was out of the game, but Tyler Rogers didn't have a good game. Anyway, first little adversity of the year. They have their first 3-game losing streak after going to San Diego. So they're 0-3 against the National League West, and that is how a playoff spot, a wild card spot will be secure. They've got to win against the West, and you got to take advantage of Colorado, obviously, but those 39 games against the Dodgers, D-backs, and starting 0-2 against the Padres, not good. Been a rough week.
The 5-0 plan quickly turns to a 4-1 plan after the Giants drop it last night. See if they can end up getting 3 out of 4 against the Rockies. Robbie Ray is going to be on the mound tonight. And, of course, what's going down at Chase Center and been a big story today. 1:30, so an hour from now, Walter, you're back in studio, and you've just been begging to whip it out. So we're going to let you do that at 1:30.
Friday happy hour, whip it out? Wow.
Yeah, so it's going to be a nice way to bring that back. You know, we were doing
Let's do it.
Let's do it. You know, we were good on the Wednesday schedule, and then all these Giants day games were happening, and then I wasn't here this Wednesday, and I'm like, you know what? Let's make it happen.
We don't even have a show next Wednesday. The Giants are going to be at Wrigley Field for a day game.
I think we start pregame at 10:20. Yeah, I'm not coming.
I got to do one of those 20-minute shows? You serious? I can't even say my name in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Let's. I don't know if we got a commercial break in there, too, by the way. Usually we got one around the 10 o'clock, or sorry, the 10-minute mark of the hour. I don't know if we got to deal with, I mean, at that point, it's like 14 minutes of talking total, so that'll be a fun one.
Let's get Steve Stone on to do the leadoff man with Steve Stone before Harry Carey on WGN. That's why they love those, what is it, a 120 start in Chicago, right? 120.
Yes, 120 start.
10:20 pregame, 11:20 game, our time, 120 in Chicagoland.
Probably won't have anything on the back end either, but you never know. So, by the way, Brian Witt, I'm going to give him credit for this note. So 12 years ago today, the 6-seed Warriors won on their home floor to clinch a first-round upset over the 3-seed Denver Nuggets. That was George Karl. That was Andre Iguodala's Nuggets.
That was Game 6?
Game 6.
I remember the ending of that game. They could not inbound the damn ball. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. How many times they turned the ball over in the fourth quarter of that game, and at the very end, we're waiting to do Warriors post-game live. I'm like, are they going to lose this game? Could somebody inbound the ball? I got an idea. Let's get Andre Iguodala to be a Warrior, and he'll inbound the ball for us because we don't have anybody.
Yeah, that's what happened. 18 years ago tomorrow, the Warriors won Game 6 on their home floor to clinch a first-round upset over the 1-seed Dallas Mavericks, the We Believe team.
Oh, we should ask Nelly about that. He's the one. Nelly put the play in when he coached Dirk. 1 up was the play where he took it at the elbow. Steven Jackson went 1 up his butt and was all over him. Dirk won the MVP. He put a hole in the wall at Oracle. Remember where he throw a trash can or something?
Chair. And yeah, when we were out there at the All-Star weekend in Oracle for the practice, walked by in the tunnel, saw the chair.
Still there.
Shirt up there. Dirk had signed it. It was great. So that was a great memory. Still got that picture on my phone somewhere, and I'll find it. But
1 up.
Matt Thomas is going to come by at 12:50. We'll talk to Glenn Kuiper. So it's called Friday Night Kipes?
Friday Night Kipes.
Okay. Glenn Kuiper's going to join us at 1:15. Walter's going to whip it out at 1:30. Then we'll get you ready for Dirty Work. Dirty Work, once again, out at Harmonic Brewing. You know, they got to carry that show past tip-off. It's a 7:15 first pitch for the Giants tonight, so they're taking the show all the way to 6:15, which means award-winning Diamond Notes.
I just do Warriors play-by-play. By the time you get a good chunk of the game will be underway, right?
Yeah, that's right. And if you're Copes and you got to do Diamond Notes, I think you're done at 6:43. So we'll have a lot of guys out there tonight, though, and it's going to be fun. So let's go ahead, take a little time out now, reset the clock a bit, talk to Matt Thomas coming up at 12:50, and then we'll get into some baseball talk with Glenn Kuiper. It is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for hanging with us, Papa and Silver. Matt Thomas of Houston Rockets Radio is going to stop by in about 10 minutes. By the way, 49ers announced Ross Dwelly is back on a one-year deal.
Love Ross. George Kittle will be happy.
It's totally tight end season, man.
He's a good player. I know his mom is. I remember at the end of the year, we lost the playoff game, the championship game in L.A., and Ross's contract was up, and she was crying on my shoulder that my son's not coming back. I think he did sign back for one more year, but then he went to Atlanta with Charlie Warner. Ross Dwelly is a very different player than Charlie Warner. Great hands. He was a first baseman growing up in Sacramento. Catches everything, and he's gotten to be a much better inline blocker. Not great. He's more of a screen setter like basketball player. For a while there, when Kyle Juszczyk was out, they would use him as a fullback, and he had no idea where to go, where to block initially. With Juszczyk, the running back, the halfback just follows Juszczyk wherever he goes. Or sometimes they do the split flow, and you're designed to go the opposite way. The running back, whenever Ross Dwelly was blocking, don't follow Ross Dwelly. He has no idea where the hell he's going, but he got to be an effective blocker. Remember when Trey Lance got hurt? And Jimmy Garoppolo came in off the bench, and he threw a touchdown pass to Ross Dwelly right away. So they love him. Brian Fleury loves him. George Kittle loves Ross Dwelly. I always thought he'd come back here. Great hands. And obviously, and Luke Farrell, they have an inline blocker that is George Kittle's equal and maybe even better in pass pro. So to get Ross Dwelly back as a movement tight end, that's a great signing. He loves being here. From Northern California, he just fits in the room.
Before we get back into basketball, Matt Thomas, the Giants, Glenn Kuiper is going to be coming by at 1:15. I'll let you all know that it is time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, speaking of Giants baseball, they're going to look to see if they can get 3 out of 4 against the Rockets. You can go anytime tonight through Sunday. You can go Sunday and hang out with Matt Mayoko. He's going to be out there. Of course, Game 6 tonight and possibly Game 7 to watch, which we would find out would be at 5:30
Yeah,
Pacific.
I just texting with Raymond Ritter. So if there is a Game 7 in Houston, it'll be a 7:30 game Central Time. Of 5:30 time, our time. I thought for sure. I mean, the Warriors are facing, if they have to play that game, Steph Curry's facing elimination.
Yep.
You would think that would be on ABC. Now, Indiana and Cleveland are going to play a game on Sunday. I would think, I don't know how the networks look at it, but is ABC even broadcasting on Sunday? They have some other event this weekend? Because you would think the Warriors-Rockets Game 7 elimination game would
Kentucky
be the ABC.
Derby, that'd be a Saturday. That's on
Saturday.
NBC
No,
anyway.
that's NBC with Tirico. And anyway, I guess ABC will take, right now that game is TBD for Pacers and Cavaliers. I mean, we're getting to the point of the calendar on the weekend where there's only one game. That's why the Warriors are tipping on. Keep in mind, the game is at 6 o'clock tonight. It's a funky start time. Game 5 was at 4:30 our time, 6:30 in Houston. So the times are ever evolving. ESPN's doing the game tonight. It's a 9 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock game tonight. But it's the only game on the NBA calendar tonight. And tomorrow, we have a Clippers-Nuggets Game 7. Yeah. And I watched Game 6 last night. What a performance by James Harden.
Don't you feel like that series had 7 written all over it from the get-go?
Yeah, but and the other part of me says, the Clippers blew them out in Game 3, and then Game 4 they came charging back, and Denver wound up winning on the Aaron Gordon dunk at the dunk-off, which was really, that's never happened before in the history of the NBA, and they guarded Joker so well, Zubats did. Zubats can really guard him. He guards him extremely well, and St. Louis guy, the Frenchman, Nicolas Batum, can guard him as well. I I think either one of those teams, whoever wins Game 7 tomorrow night, could beat Oklahoma City. But anyway, that's a 7:30 game. So we have no Saturday basketball during the day. It's a night game, 4:30 our time, but on the East Coast. So I am surprised. I kind of thought ABC would take the Warriors-Rockets elimination game. And is ABC even broadcasting NBA games this weekend?
That's a good question. And if it's going to be a night game, maybe they're hedging their bets that there is no Game 7, period. Let's see. Left on the Bay Area sports calendar, we got the Giants, we got the Warriors, of course. Kentucky Derby is going to be on Saturday at Churchill Downs. That's right. Exciting 2 minutes of sports right there. I'm going to pick
the most exciting.
The most exciting. I'm going to pick horse number 11. I don't know anything about anything. I'll just go with 11 right off the bat.
What's the horse's name?
No idea.
Mint Julep? That's the most exciting 2 minutes on Kentucky Derby Day is drinking mint juleps.
The Earthquakes are going to play the Portland Timbers at PayPal Park this Saturday, so no ABC basketball, but you can get your Quakes fix in and go to the largest outdoor cocktail bar in the country. And then nothing going on with our Valkyries here as I'm representing them today. Although Caitlin Chen, one of their draft picks, went and threw the first pitch out yesterday. It was a good pitch.
How'd she do?
It was a really good pitch. I was impressed. So, yeah, they're getting training camp up and running right now or something. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, we'll see if the Warriors and Valkyries are going to have any kind of overlap. The hope would be, for the sake of the Bay Area, for fandom, and for the radio, that the answer is yes. But it all's going to start with 6 o'clock tonight to see if that's even a possibility. One person who wants to keep working, but not for the Warriors, for the Houston Rockets, is Matt Thomas, their radio play-by-play voice, and he will join us on the other side. It is Papa and Silver. Matt Thomas next, then Glenn Kuiper after that, and then Walter. Get ready to charge it up, baby. Walter's Whip Around 1:30 on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, Giants fans, let's just forget about last night. Elliot Ramos homered. It was 1-0 early, feeling good about it. And then the 5-25, now 6-win Colorado Rockies come back to take it 4-3. Still 3 games to go in this series, but the Orange and Black suffer their first 3-game losing streak of the year. Is it time to panic? Sound off in the YouTube chat.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back to Papa and Silver. Got another hour 10 before we pass it off to Dirty Work there in Thrive City out at Harmonic Brewing. Getting ready for over 4 hours as the Giants have their first pitch tonight at 7:15. Pregame's going to start at 6:15. And even before that, at Chase Center, inside that building, with a 6 o'clock start time, it will be the big topic of the day. Game 6, Warriors and Rockets. Time to bring in Matt Thomas, the radio play-by-play voice. Matt, I know you were on when I was out a couple of weeks ago, so great to be with you and do this for the first time. Greg Silver, and of course, you know Greg Papa by now. How's it going, and how's the Bay Area treating you, all this back and forth?
All right, several things. Number one, I just had lunch with Craig Ackerman, the television voice, and he says that you guys put him on and the Rockets win. Y'all are scammers. You're putting me on thinking the Warriors are going to win tonight, so I'm onto your little act here.
Last time you were on, I think, was before Game 1, right, man? And the Rockets lost. So that's, exactly. That's why we scheduled you. Yeah.
And second, Greg Papa, I want to tell you this, and I don't want to age either one of us.
Oh, boy.
But I'm 52, but I'm going to age us.
I got 10 years on you, brother. I got 10 years.
30 years ago, when I was first in the business, I was working overnights, and we got a satellite dish at the radio station, and I happened to pop on Sports Channel, where one night you're doing the Warriors game, the next night you're doing the A's, and I'm like... I want to be Greg Papa when I grow up. So congratulations on your success, and you are a small part of the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing today.
Thank you. And I listen to you often, and you do a great job. You also, one thing I did want to do my whole life, I did it when I was doing Syracuse with Sean McDonough and the crew. We did AAA baseball. And I also was the PA voice of MacArthur Stadium, and I did the scoreboard. Before you became the voice of the Rockets on radio, Matt, you did PA in the arena?
Yes. I was the PA announcer during the championship days in 1994, 95, 96. Then I left to do a play-by-play career. The Rockets brought me back in 2015 to do half PA, the home games, and then Bill Worrell. Bill.
I love Bill.
Yeah. Bill was only doing road games, home games on television, so... The radio guy, Craig at the time, would go to television, and I would do road radio play-by-play and home PA. And for those of you that are good Golden State fans, remember Game 7 many, many years ago when I might have been a little rude towards the Warriors in Game 7. It's one of the most YouTube-played clips, I think, in recent sports history. Just go back and find Warriors PA announcer Game 7.
Oh, yeah.
What did he do?
Honestly, can I just say, my absolute favorite was like, you do the starting lineup, and then just were like, wait, I haven't even gotten to the coach. And it was just the simplest, quickest. I know he's got 9 letters, but you made it sound like about 4. Steve Kerr.
My daughter, I've got 3 children. My youngest is 17. She says, Dad, you're on TikTok. You're ridiculously famous now. I'm like, I said, Carly, I've been in this business for 30 years. People know me around the country as a play-by-play guy, as a talk show host. I don't need you telling me that TikTok made me famous, because that's the kind of year like here, gentlemen.
Insane. So was that the Game 7 you're talking about, when they missed 21 consecutive, or was it 27? I lost track.
Keep going, Greg.
Was that it?
27 missed.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. So you did the Heart of a Champion Houston Rockets teams, huh?
With Rudy Tomjanovich and Akeem, yes, absolutely, yeah.
So how would you introduce Tomjanovich? And the coach of the Rockets, Rudy! Did you go Rudy T or Rudy Tomjanovich?
I did it, and I sold the Orlando Magic, and before that, the New York Knicks. I mean, my claim to fame, frankly, as a PA announcer is just really downplaying. Like I would say when the pregame warm-ups, I'd go, now welcome to the court, the Indiana Pacers. So I think the rest of the PA announcers around the league over the years have bitstolen me.
Yeah.
To this day, people still ask me, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, come on, Looney.
Out of the University of Texas, 6'9", Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant. By the way, I think he's grown 2 inches since then. Yeah.
So the greatest PA announcers in the history of the NBA, and I love John Condon in New York. When that was Clyde Frazier. The Knicks lead 37-35. Who was the old guy in Philadelphia at the Spectrum?
Oh, gosh.
Dave Zinkoff. Zinkoff.
Julius.
He was Irving.
Yeah.
By NBA in Philadelphia, city of Philadelphia rules, there is no smoking allowed in the Spectrum. If you must smoke, don't exhale. It was so classic.
I'm like a kid in a candy store talking to you guys.
How about Lawrence Tanner? You got to love Lawrence Tanner. Laker girls.
I love Ray Clay.
Ray Clay, from Chicago.
Mad respect for Dave Roberts, who just retired as the Jazz announcer. He has been the only PA announcer they've ever had in Salt Lake City.
Loved him. He and I were good friends. Love Dave Tanner.
Yeah, so good guy. Good guy.
So we're talking to a sports historian, former PA announcer, radio play-by-play voice, and TikTok
Matt
star.
There you go. See, Greg knows
having lunch with Craig Ackerman.
Yeah, I get it. We're on here.
I always wanted to be a PA guy. I could do it. I could do that.
All right. So Matt, just on the Rockets, as I try to at least be disciplined in asking a question here, Jalen Green has sat down and talked about not having been himself. The quote is, "I don't think I've played good at all for real. I had one game at the crib, which was pretty good. But overall, I really haven't been myself, but that's okay. First time experience, just got to get back to being aggressive and stop overthinking." And as someone that's always going to see it from the Houston Rockets perspective, are Jalen Green's inconsistencies in this series, does that have a lot to do with how the Warriors are defending him or maybe lack thereof at certain times? Or do you think that Jalen Green, just as a young player, talented player, it's a lot more to just do with himself and how streaky and inconsistent he could be at times?
Yeah, especially against Golden State, some of his best games have not been, unfortunately, against the Warriors. He had one really good game when we saw you guys close to the end of the regular season here in San Francisco, but the 39-point game was special. He was hitting shots. He was creating things. He was going to the free throw line. He was doing all the little things that I think Jimmy Butler, as an asset to the Warriors, does for the Rockets. And he just hasn't been there. He's been, I don't want to say an innocent bystander because he still has the ball in his hand quite a bit, but the aggressiveness is just not there. And Ime Udoka, guys, as you saw clearly a couple times in this series, he can sense it. And even though he is one of the stars, he's one of the most highly compensated players on this team and soon to be a part of a $100 million contract, he's made the decision. If I don't see it in his eyes and I don't see it in his motion, and he doesn't do things without the ball in his hand, I'm pulling him. And I think there'll be a very quick trigger for him again tonight. You got Jabari Smith and Tari Eason, who are two very good guys coming off the bench, super aggressive, can steal the basketball, can knock down a three when necessary. I really think Jalen's got to score more than 20 points tonight to make a difference in this game. I can't envision them winning 2 games against the Warriors, much less tonight, if Jalen's not involved. I'm rooting for him because if you got to know Jalen at all, he's such a nice kid and a really affable young man. But, man, this disappearing act has been profound, and that's why the rumors of the future of the Rockets, whether it involves Giannis or Durant or Booker or anybody else you want to hear, largely revolves around Jalen Green, because I think a lot of folks are like maybe a different place and different time for him might help him. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but ultimately you will be judged by what you do with the lights are brightest.
All right, so the Houston Rockets, there are a lot of teams that played with 2 bigs in the history of the NBA, but the Twin Towers, and we see Akeem at your games, and Ralph Sampson. And this lineup where you go not just double big, Matt, but you go triple big, because you bring in Steven Adams with Şengün, and then Jabari Smith is playing small. And usually Jalen's not in that group. It's Fred VanVleet and Dillon out front, and you play a lot of zone. So my question is, and I was texting Craig this the other day, do you guys always play this much zone? And the answer was, when we go to this lineup, the double, triple, big lineup. But I also see you guys playing zone. Like the other night, you jumped in a zone early. Even when Steph was on the floor, when the big guy, Steven Adams, didn't come into the game. Are you playing zone more? And do you have a feel? I can't figure out what the hell zone you're in. 2-1-2, 2-3.
No, it moves around.
Yeah.
And ultimately, Greg, I would say this, first 45, 50 games of the year, we hardly saw it. I think he may had to be convinced by his assistant coaches to do so. And the reality is this. I'd rather have the ball in Quentin Post's hands trying to jack a 3-up ball up. I'd rather have Jimmy Butler shooting the outside 3. I mean, you know how good he is inside 15 feet, but the 3-point shot's not his forte. If I'm going to take my chances on Moses Moody beating me or Gary Payton with a side pocket 3, then I am trying to watch Jimmy navigate the waters of the mid-range, watching Steph curl his way through a bunch of backdoor screens and Draymond Green. I'm not surprised by it. It is a little confusing, but the reality is not only has it been effective, but on the other end of the floor, guys, Steven Adams keeps possessions alive with all the tap outs, all the offensive rebounds. And for a Rockets team that's been about 42% from the field and 34% in the three-point range, you kind of need those second and third chance opportunities. And that's why I have zero problem when I see Şengün and Adams both on the floor at the same time.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, play-by-play voice for the radio for the Houston Rockets, Matt Thomas, on the UMA guest line with us. How much of the Rockets ticked up their physicality compared to the regular season? Because you get the term playoff basketball thrown around a lot, and I know that it is different and everything, but this also kind of is who the Rockets have really been. It's the reason they won 52 games in the regular season. So, yeah, there's probably a little bit extra, and I know that there's a history with some of these guys in the Warriors, but, you know, how much has it escalated compared to your average regular season game when this is sort of who they've been all along?
Not a change at all, Greg. Not a change at all. This is who they have been since the beginning of training camp. This is how they've been since Ime Udoka. You are the vibe of what your coach brings to you, and that's why it's so funny because, you know, Ime does a weekly segment on my show, and the fan in me wants to prod him about, God, Draymond's doing this, and Pat Spencer's headbutting people, and Trace Jackson Davis is pushing people around. What does that bother you? And he's like, not really. I mean, he knows Draymond very well from their Team USA days. Dylan Brooks doesn't get bothered by it. Dylan Brooks was asked the other day on the podium about, are you going after Curry's hand? And he's like, well, if I had a bad ankle, I'd expect him to come after me. There is much more respect with these two teams than perhaps the on-court demeanor would show. Now, there have been a lot of flagrant fouls. There have been a lot of technical fouls. There's going to be a scrape, I guarantee you, tonight. But at the end of the day, they're ridiculously similar. And that's why this series has been so interesting, is because these two teams haven't changed who they are. The physical style of basketball has been who they have been since day one. So to say that the Rockets have amped it up, no, I think they just kind of matched what maybe has been presented to them, and that is obviously Draymond Green doing what he's done since he's left Michigan State, and that's been maybe the greatest instigator in the history of NBA basketball.
So we're mulling over a Warrior lineup change. And we talked the other day about Ime making a lineup change and ad nauseum, and they didn't do it. He's going to roll his five, I think. You said that before the series started with us, that he's going to roll his five.
Yep.
The Warriors have been... Moses Moody being guarded by Alperen Şengün, Matt, has taken him off the floor. The Warriors just can't get action with him. So they went to Buddy Hield. But I thought your movement with Jalen Green in Game 5, not just using him to bring the ball up and trying to beat Buddy, who's a better on-ball defender, but moving him, taking him off screens and actions, and Buddy's not a great lock and trail guy. So if the Warriors do make a lineup change tonight and they don't start Buddy Hield, we know what you'll do if Moody goes in, Şengün goes on him. But if they have someone like Gary Payton II start the game, how might they match up with that? And I guess I'm leading to Fred VanVleet has been a problem in this series, not just making threes the last couple of games, but you guys have him on Draymond a lot.
You know what, Greg? Here's the thing.
Yeah.
VanVleet will go against centers. So will Dylan Brooks. We play Wemby 4 times a year being in the Southwest Division. Those guys are on him constantly. I have never in my entire life of covering and or calling NBA games have seen 2 wings like Brooks and VanVleet guard anybody. I mean, it's literally interchangeable parts. And back to your original point, if I'm Golden State, I'm putting Buddy Hield out there. I no disrespect to Gary Payton and the way he was cutting to the basket earlier in the series, but Buddy Hield's much more of an offensive presence to me in my mind than Gary Payton is. And I know that Steve always is trying to alter and change lineups. The best lineup, I think, is a lot of Podziemski out there, a lot of Buddy Hield, obviously Draymond at the 5. And ultimately, to me, you got to make sure that the third guy tonight for Golden State doesn't make a difference, at least from my perspective. I think Curry's going to get his points. I think this little 2-game, I wouldn't even call it a slump, but just non-traditional Curry is going to come back. I think Jimmy Butler is going to have a much better game. I think he has to have it, although does the body hold up? Ultimately, I can't watch Brandon Podziemski make 6 3-pointers. If he does, the Golden State Warriors are winning this series.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a series of X factors beyond the stars for both teams. And I guess that's sort of going to lead me to this next point, Matt. So if you told me going into Game 6 that 2 of the games would be blowouts, 3 of the games would be close down the stretch, and the Rockets would have a 3-2 lead, I would say, well, I expect the 2 blowouts to be the ones where the Warriors just so clearly don't have it, because that's kind of been, even with Jimmy Butler, It's every 4th or 5th game where they just look old or they don't have it or they just fade down the stretch and there was nothing there. But if you can, have your back against the wall, that's when the experience of these guys really shines. So if it's another nail biter down the stretch, like we saw with the 2 at Chase Center, and it comes down to the Rockets having to, have more late game execution than the Warriors, who's got to be the guy, if not the guys, to step up in that moment? Because we know the Warriors have different options. On one end of the floor, it's going to be Draymond Green. On the other end of the floor, it's going to be a lot of Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, and maybe you get your fringe guys that really tip the scale like a Gary Payton II in Game 3. For the Rockets, I mean, who do you look at the most as having to step up and really grow up in the moment?
What a loaded question. Defensively, I still think you have to make Steph Curry's life miserable. I think you have to do everything in your power to get away with much contact without getting the whistles, to get within foul trouble. So that makes it that's Amen, that's Dillon, that's Freddie to a certain extent. On the offensive side, Alpe's going to have to just be able to go after Draymond and not be afraid of him. Get the fouls, get to the free throw line, make the free throws. That has been a huge issue. It has been, I've never pounded a Chase Center piece of wood more in my life than watching the Rockets miss all those free throws earlier in the series. So I would think Alpe can be the guy, but clearly, as I mentioned earlier in our conversation, if Jalen doesn't put up at least 20, that's putting a lot of pressure on Fred VanVleet to knock down threes, and he's done so the last couple of games, but still, guys, this is the worst shooting percentage Fred's had in a long time. So the chances of Fred giving me 3 straight games of 5 to 6 3-pointers, I'd love it personally. I'm not betting with it. Dillon's been really consistent. I don't imagine the bench of Tari and or Jabari making a huge difference in that kind of situation offensively. So to me, it's Alpe with the spin moves. His footwork is good. There's nobody except Draymond that gets in his way. And I think you've got to go to him early and often. And for him not to settle for the mid-range. Sometimes that 14-foot, 15-foot shot is a floater, doesn't finesse. I want him going right at Draymond Green because I think, frankly, and I thought about this as we landed the other day in Houston, the Rockets athletically are a significantly better team than Golden State. But Golden State's got the playoff pedigree. It's got the greatest jump shooter in the history of the NBA. It's got one of the best enforcers in the history of the NBA. And Jimmy Butler is playoff Jimmy. So if you can just literally, and I hate to use a sports cliche term, run him out of the gym, Amen Thompson needs to make Steph Curry's life miserable, and I think he can do that. And if that's what happens tonight, with Alpe going to the lane and not being afraid of going in Draymond and get Amen Thompson that dunker spot, I think the Rockets have a legitimate chance of winning this game.
You mentioned playoff Jimmy, and before he got here, we didn't think there was any way in hell this team was going to be in the playoffs. They were wandering aimlessly. And then Jimmy comes, and it flipped the whole year. They were 25 and 26 when they made the trade, and now look at him. So we've been talking since he got here. Greatest midseason NBA acquisitions that resulted in a championship. Pau Gasol going from Memphis to the post-Shaq Lakers. Like, how do you allow that to happen? And all of a sudden they're winning titles. But we were going back, and you went the Rockets for a long time, and you did the PA. During the Rudy Tomjanovich, the Heart of a Champion run. Clyde Drexler.
Absolutely.
February 14th, Valentine's Day of 95 with Tracy Murray, and they're going back the other way to Portland was Otis Thorpe, another player, and a future one was turned into Randolph Childress. I mean, you've been around this league for a long time. As far as mid-season acquisitions that resulted in a championship, Pau, Clyde the Glide going back to Houston to reunite with Akeem. Who else are we missing? And then Jimmy Butler right now. They got a long way to go. They've only won 3 playoff games, Matt. But, I mean, as far as midseason acquisitions that resulted in the championship, this is kind of like Clyde the Glide.
It is, absolutely. And the crazy thing about that team back in the mid-'90s was the Rockets were the 6th seed going to the playoffs. When he got to Houston, the team was better. In terms of highlights and whatnot, but their record didn't necessarily indicate that. They were a 6th seed that went on to win the Western Conference and ultimately the NBA championship. But the Clyde boost was definitely needed, and it hurt because Otis Thorpe was a guy that the Rockets had helped to win the first championship. It also moved Vernon Maxwell out of the starting lineup, and a guy that was really disgruntled after that. So, Greg, the only way you can judge Jimmy Butler is on playoff Jimmy is what he does in this series. I mean, you tell me. If they don't win this series, I don't think you can necessarily say it's one of the greatest midseason acquisitions. I do believe that Jimmy looks like he's as happy as he's been for a long time. But guys, we all watched enough Jimmy Butler over the years. At a certain point, he's going to get disgruntled. Now, that's for a different issue and for a different time. But right now, he looks like he's happy. He's in a good spot. I think he wants to show the Miami Heat what they were giving up. I think he also wants to show Kevin Durant that maybe this was a better place for him to come as compared to him saying, no, I don't want to go to Golden State. So, I think he's been fantastic. I think it's rejuvenated. I've said from day one, this Golden State team was never really a 7 seed to begin with. You had all that fluctuation in the last month of the season. So time to wait a little bit, I think, before we start deciding how well this thing goes. But from what I've seen of Jimmy Butler, he's what he does. 15-foot and in, automatic. Double-digit free throws, automatic. The Rockets cannot allow him to get to the free throw line 10 times tonight under any circumstance.
Well, it's going to be certainly a great one to watch. Less than 5 hours to go, although who knows with the national TV. Maybe it's exactly 5 hours at 6:11. Either way, Matt, have a fantastic call tonight. I'm glad we got to do this, and I got to be a part of it this time, and really appreciate you coming by. We'll do this again whenever the next time the Rockets and Warriors inevitably face in the playoffs.
Well, call me on Astros-Giants World Series, too. You know.
Wow. We're going there? Is that what we're going?
Well, I mean, you did sweep the Astros early in the year, but it was April. Who cares, right?
It was so long ago, I forgot.
When do the Niners and Texans play? I don't even know that in the rotation for a while.
No, it's
we're playing them this year. We love the staff there. D'Amico Ryans is a friend. We love those guys.
Yeah. When is it? The game? Is it here or is it in Houston?
I should know that.
I should know that too.
I think it's in Houston. I'll look.
Do y'all do 9 hours of schedule breakdown talk before the?
We are May the 15th. After the schedule comes out, we pull out a red marker and a gold marker, and we go through those. So what should we do when we get to the Texans game? Is that the Niners win or a Houston Texans win, Matt?
See, I'm not a big Texans fan, so I'm frankly indifferent. I mean, I want them to win because my audience likes them to win, but I grew up with the Oilers, and so when they left me back in the 90s, I kind of was void of a football team. So, the Texans have been around since 2002. They have never reached the AFC Championship game. So there's a lot of folks that are very cranky that this team is really good. C.J. Stroud is excellent. You've got, obviously D'Amico's done a great job. We've got Will Anderson, who's just been a fantastic defensive player. Derek Stingley's an all-pro now. But it's still, you can't get over the hump, and it's quite frustrating for those folks in Southeast Texas.
Why'd they fire our guy Bobby Slowick as offensive coordinator? You got a thought on that?
I think he and CJ got sideways, and, when it's player v. coach, the player always wins.
By the way, the game is in Houston. You are both correct on that. Yeah, I mean, hey, never been to an AFC championship, but you did have a 24-0 lead, and then that was the high point of Deshaun Watson's career.
Yeah, and then the Texans got 3 draft picks for him. That was nice, at least. So they at least got fat and happy off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Texans ended up in a great spot after all that. So anyway, I digress on that. Have a fantastic call, Matt. Really appreciate you coming by, and looks like we'll get you for the next round of Giants, Astros, or Niners, Texans. We got you for everything.
Just call me in October whenever. Talk to you guys later.
Thank you, man.
Matt Thomas.
He's fun.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Walter, we have the audio of the great PA. Yeah, let's hear that on the way out. Glenn Kuiper on the other side. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Number 35, Kevin Durant. The other forward is 6'9" from UCLA, number 5, Kevon Looney. The center, 6'7" from Michigan State, number 23, Draymond Green. And one guard, 6'7" from Washington State, number 11, Klay Thompson. The other guard is 6'3" from Davidson, number 30, Stephen Curry. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After 29 years of coaching the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich is going to step away from coaching and move into a full-time role in the front office. 5 championships and one of the all-time greats. So as the Warriors and Rockets get ready for Game 6, today is also a day to tip your cap in respect to Coach Pop.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So the morning show, Murph and Marcus, thinks they're really cool because they get to talk to Kruk 3 times a week, which, to be fair, that is really cool. They also get to talk to Dwayne Kuiper once a week, which, to be fair, that is really cool. But we get a Kuiper of our own. We get Glenn Kuiper, and you can catch him every single Friday night for Friday Night Kuipes. That's right. Do a little recap of the Giants. And Glenn, he's coming in on the UMA guest line. Greg Silver, Greg Papa here with you. I'm so thrilled to have you on. I'm sorry that we got to do this, though, at what would probably be the low point of what's otherwise been a really successful Giants season to start.
Slump buster.
All right, I'll be the slump buster today. I'll do my best.
Friday Night Kuipes. Friday Night Lights gives way to Friday Night Kuipes. I love the artwork with you and your brother Dwayne. Dave Fleming will be on the night. This is in the Gotham Club right after Friday night games.
Yeah, Dwayne and I came to the Giants with this idea in Giants Enterprises. We thought it would be something fun and maybe something that the Giants have not done before, I guess. And it was also something that Dwayne and I wanted to do together. We've both, been in the business for a long time, but we've actually, believe it or not, never really done a show together or a podcast or anything. And we just decided that, we wanted to do something this summer. And so it's fun. It's just kind of a round table, just kind of shooting the bull with baseball people. And it's at the Gotham Club after every Friday night home game. So starts about 20 minutes after last pitch. And it's just for Gotham Club members, obviously. But who knows? Maybe it'll lead into something bigger. But it's a lot of fun. It's really just storytelling, and I think baseball fans, they love good stories. And last week we had Krukow and Will Clark and Dave Dravecki, and boy, the stories flowed, and we were up there a long time. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we hope that it continues to grow, and we hope that people like it.
Yeah, so that's actually what I was going to ask you next, Glenn, was just what you envision with the personality of the show being. Do you expect it to be a lot of contemporary analysis of the current Giants team and everything that's been going on this season, or do you kind of like to mix in a lot of stories from memory lane and your time with the A's and everything Dwayne's done with the Giants and kind of get a little historical on us?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I think when we talked about it this winter, Dwayne and I, the thought was really to not spend that much time on the game that we just saw, or what is the team doing? How do they play? How did they look that night? Because that to me is just a regular post-game show then, right? It's just, we're going to break down the game, the final score, who did well. That's not really the object of the show. The object of the show is to just have some fun and talk about, the game, but also just talk about baseball in general. And with the Giants, they have, great history and great players. So there's a lot of different ways that will go with the show and literally kind of go with the flow. But it's not necessarily going to be based on that night's game. That's not really, what our thought was. Tonight we're going to have Dave Fleming on, and, we'll venture into the world of broadcasting, right? And as you guys know, you can tell a lot of good broadcasting stories. Right. Some not so great, but that's beside the point. But so we'll have some fun with that. So there'll be maybe a little theme on, but we'll try to get some players to come up. And quite frankly, if anybody wants to come up and can get into Gotham Club, if a player comes up or a front office executive, we'll put them on. So it's just really kind of a free flowing thing. With, not some, format scheduled, who knows how long each show is going to be. We just want the people there to walk out of there and say, man, that was a lot of fun, and not worry so much about whether the Giants won or lost that night.
When are you going to have by far the most talented of the Kuiper brothers on? Jeff Kuiper, your brother, I wanted him on the show to talk behind the scenes. And you were talking about you've never worked with Dwayne. Before I did Giants pre and post, you did Giants pre and post before, right?
Yeah.
Before you went to the A's, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But never really, an actual sitting down right next to Dwayne and doing a show like this. But yeah, I mean, we did a lot of pregame shows for the Giants, which was super fun. But it just this type of format where it's just he and I, and we're talking, and quite frankly, we tell people, and it's really the truth. And Greg, you know it. I mean, you live out by us, but this is not a lot different than what Dwayne and I do
in the morning over a coffee.
Most mornings, right? And it's really true. I mean, we sit and have coffee, and whether it be Starbucks or we have our spots that we like, and we sit and talk sports and talk work and talk family and how's everybody doing? We do that 3-4 times a week, whether it's the season or in the off season. So this is not a whole lot different. But you will not see our third brother Jeff, who is the most talented.
What?
And is the nicest.
Why not?
Jeff's behind the scenes for a reason. He's very shy, and you could pay him you could write him $1 million check to come up there and sit with us and talk, and he would turn it down. He just does not like the camera. It's not his thing. And so he may come and visit, but he is not going to come up there, which, you know what? I wish he would, because you could have a lot of fun explaining to people how, these broadcasts work, but that's just not, he did not get I like talking in front of people gene that I guess Dwayne and I did.
Talking to Glenn Kuiper here. You can catch him every Friday after the home games with his brother Dwayne. Friday Night Kipes, great name, and certainly something I'll be checking out as well. So I know you said you're not going to get too deep into the show itself about the game you just watched and focusing on the present, but I do kind of want to just get your larger picture view of what you've seen out of the Giants to start this year. Now, they just had their first 3-game losing streak, but still 19-13 overall. They've had double-digit wins when trailing by more than 2 runs. They've been really clutch. The offense, I wouldn't say is great, but it's certainly opportunistic. Do you think this is something that they can continue to sustain, as some players have been kind of hot, some been a little bit up and down, and you imagine that it's all going to, shuffle around at some point in terms of slumps, who's not slumping, but yeah, just kind of want to get your general overview of what's been a pretty pleasant start for the most part in the Buster Posey era.
Yeah, it has been a good start. I will admit this to you guys, and you may have felt the same way. I was sort of annoyed last night. The game was annoying to me.
Absolutely.
And I was there, and I watched it, and when I left, I was annoyed.
About what? What were you annoyed about? Verlander not getting a win? Yeah.
That they lost to the Rockies 4-3. It was just that simple, guys. I was just annoyed. But listen, I like to probably wait till the 50-game mark to really, start thinking about what do they need, what do they don't need. I like their pitching. I think there's enough pitching. They got a lot of depth there, which is good. So I'm not really worried about that. I would say the offense is something to keep an eye on. I'd like to see what the offense looks like when guys sort of get up to their watermark, where even if it's their career batting average. I mean, Bailey's hitting 155. I mean, he's not a 155 hitter. Wade's hitting 123. I mean, these guys are better hitters than that. I'm not saying they're 300 hitters, but I think they're better hitters than that. Chapman's average is down. Adames' average is down. So I'd like to see what the offense looks like when guys get a little closer to maybe their career average. But maybe that doesn't happen, right? And if that doesn't happen, well, then you probably need to think about, doing something with the offense. But I would say that at this point, they may need a bat at some point. I mean, that's just an early evaluation. And we'll see what happens, in the next, month or so, and how does it look on June 1st. But I think there's enough pitching. I'm going to keep a close eye on the lineup and see if these guys can get going a little bit. But another bat is not out of the question. That's what I would say.
And obviously first base would be the area you could upgrade. And now with Tyler Fitzgerald going on the IL, you got to look at that whole right side of the infield. So can't wait to check it out. When I'm not going to be there tonight, but we're going to the Warrior game, but I'll be there at the Gotham Club. Love the Gotham Club. I remember hanging with you and Cole Kuiper watching Justin Verlander's first home start. We watched from the Gotham Club together. Opening day, the home opener. We had fun.
Well, you know what, Greg? We're our next show after tonight is May 16th, and the A's are going to be at Oracle, and Will Clark's going to be back in town. He's going to stop up, but Dennis Eckersley's going to be our.
I'm going. I'm going. Get me in the Gotham Club.
Yeah,
Get me in the Gotham Club.
That'll be super fun.
That's my spot. So I love you on the weekends. We'll get Friday night Kipes. We'll check out after games of the Gotham Club. I love you in the weekend with Marty and Carrie. But you also have a YouTube channel now, the Glenn Kuiper Show. How do I get that? You're everywhere, brother.
You know what? At some point, you just throw yourself out there, Greg. So yeah.
Don't I know it? 5 kids later, you got to throw yourself out there, right?
It's been fun. It's called the Glenn Kuiper Show, All Giants. It's my YouTube channel, and it's really just covering the Giants and the rest of baseball. Try to do a live stream once or twice a week. Throw a bunch of videos out there about different stuff that's going on in baseball. So, the YouTube stuff is a big deal, and I've learned a lot about it. And, guys that we all know have been a big help to me. Larry Kruger has, told me a lot about how it all goes, and Marty's been great, and Damon Bruce and Brody Brazil. These guys have all helped me a lot kind of get going with this. So, so check it out, Glenn Kuiper Show, All Giants, on YouTube. So I appreciate you guys letting me mention that. But it's been fun, and I'd love to have you guys on there as a guest. It'd be we could catch some laughs.
Only if Jeff Kuiper comes on with me, and I want that $1 million check, by the way. I'm not turning that. I'm not turning that down. What's wrong with him?
Audio only, maybe. Probably no video.
Okay, all right. I know when he gets on Talkback working games with him, he's not shy. Would you shut the F up? What's wrong with you? My brother doesn't talk as much as you. Stop.
No, he doesn't. And then if he yells at you too much, he feels bad. He feels guilty.
I know. He'll apologize. But in the moment, he'll yell at you. So. You're the best, bro. Friday night Kipes with Flem tonight. Dwayne and Glenn together. Can't
Absolutely.
Wait.
Appreciate it, Glenn.
Thanks a lot, you guys. I appreciate it.
Stay in touch, bro.
Glenn Kuiper there on the UMA guest line. Friday night Kipes. Good to be checking that out. Yeah, you got to lure Jeff in there. That's a good call.
By far the most skilled. Are you kidding me? I love when they refer to people that are on camera or on the microphone as the talent. It's like nobody else on this production has any talent. We're the least talented ones. Jeff Kuiper is the most talented.
And then they wonder why we get egos, too. I mean, come on. Yeah.
Speak for yourself, brother. I have no idea.
Yeah, Walter's the talented one on the show. Speaking of
He's
Walter,
ready to whip it out?
Are you getting ready to whip it out?
Friday, whip it out?
And that's how I think we're going to kind of close this week here before we hand it off to Dirty Work.
All Warriors, Giants 9, all Warriors? We're whipping it out all Warrior style.
A Game 6 whip on the other side. Walter, get ready. Well, I'll try to get ready, but I know I never am. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on? Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the state of California. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than a quarter of a century, 25 years. Yeah, we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in all sorts of no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the chaos around us in the Bay Area, please be careful and let's work together in making this region a safer place. But if you need the assistance, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and best of all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, here's the good news for everyone. If you're listening and you're thinking, wait, it's Wednesday? No, the week is almost over. It is Friday. And it does feel so empty without the third member of our team, Walter Icabalseta.
Didn't the fancy voice guy screw up your last name again? Is that pronounced correctly? Who the hell is that?
Every single time.
Icabalseta. Even John Miller. No, John can't do it either. The only name in the history of mankind that John can't pronounce is Walter.
You know when our Digital Boys did the Saturday Night Live video to promo the draft party? We kept joking, they should have just kept going back to Walter's name, like, Walter, Anyway, what you got for us today? Good to have you.
Yeah, great to be back. It's kind of been a while. We've been in hibernation. I don't think we've done a whip around since baseball season started because,
is that true?
The short day Wednesdays, we haven't had time to do it. So glad to be back.
But it's a Friday. It's not a Wednesday whip around.
Yeah, it's a Friday. So
what is it, a Friday fondle? What's the alliteration here?
I think what we have to do, we have to not limit ourselves to just one day of the week of whipping it out. You can whip it out 24/7, 365.
You going full Monty? Is that what it is? A Friday full?
What 100%?
Yeah,
and so the
I don't know
topics.
why we imposed restrictions anyway. You can whip it out every day of the week.
Oh yeah, no, appreciate you guys letting me back on here, and let's just get into it because
it's all Warriors. Any Niners?
All basketball for the most part.
All basketball.
Yeah, all basketball. Yeah, so then maybe that changes.
So it's not just Warriors.
Yeah, so we're gonna start there.
So we have 24 seconds to shoot. Are we going 30 seconds to shoot? The college? What
Well, I'll give you 30 seconds. We'll go college rules. We'll go
only 30, not a minute. All right.
Okay.
All right. 30 seconds.
Yeah, because it's a shorter segment here on a Friday.
Okay.
Okay. So let's get into it. So we were talking about Coach Popovich. Obviously, the news came down. He's stepping down from being the head coach, and a historic run for Coach Pop. So it got me thinking this morning. I was talking with Silver. who would be on your Mount Coachmore, your Mount Rushmore of coaches?
Just in basketball?
Among all sports. Who would be your four guys? Yeah, I know. It's a loaded question. It's a loaded question. But I think it's a good
only
one.
get four?
You only get four. I can crank this up to a minute. However much time you guys need.
I can't do 30 seconds.
Yeah, we got to go a minute for this one.
We'll go a minute. Maybe we should just do basketball. You bring, now you got to get into, come on.
I mean, I think it makes it more entertaining if you do all sports.
All right, it's your Friday full Monty. You want to go first, brother? I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
That is so just four coaches in the history of American sport.
Okay, 60
coaches,
seconds.
Managers.
Starts
Let's
now.
go 60,
oh,
go.
Man. Shoot. Okay, this is insane. I'm going to go with Bill Walsh, keep it true to the Bay Area, and he never had a 24-year-old girlfriend that was taking over his life, so that gives him the tiebreaker in that regard.
How do you know?
Oh, that's true. It wasn't public enough.
He had a weather girl in Sacramento that was, anyway, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Yeah, we're on a time crunch here. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I will go with Mr. 11 Rings, Phil Jackson, on the basketball front, just because of what he did with multiple dynasties. Now I don't know enough about hockey to even give this a fair shot. What do I go baseball-wise? Oh, my gosh.
So you're going to go e-sport? That's probably the smart one to do.
The time crunch is just killing me right now. You know what? I'm going to go with the ultimate homer pick, and I understand that, Bruce Bochy, the way he did it with the 3 in San Francisco and the 1.
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. Come on.
Yeah. We're going to go Boch, and then that leaves me with one more. How about...
You're over a minute, bro.
Yeah. Time's up.
Wow.
Excuse me.
So
it was hard.
With all due respect to my friend Greg Popovich, I'm not going to pick him. So I think the way we have to do it is go the 4 major American sports and pick the best in each category. So in professional football, I would go, and Bill Walsh would be there, but I'm going to go with the guy that bypassed Bill Walsh and hired Tiger Johnson, Paul Brown. Whether it was high school football, Ohio State, obviously with the Cleveland Browns in the All-American Conference when they came into the NFL in 1950, and he started everything. The speaker helmet, filming of games and practices. Paul Brown, number 1 in professional football. I got to go with Arnold, even though I didn't like that little leprechaun. I go Red Auerbach in basketball. 938 wins was the yardstick forever, and these guys just coach more games. But the guy won, and Russell won a couple, but Red put the team together. Scotty Bowman in the NHL, he won everywhere except Buffalo with the Sabres, Bowman. You're killing me. And in baseball, I'd go with the little professor, Casey Stengel. Once he got to the Yankees, there was a dynasty built, so that's where I would go. Sorry, Pop. He's upset.
It's been a while since I've been firing off all these things.
I actually banged the table and broke something here. I don't know what I broke.
Well, it has to go to Papa. Silver, did you even give me four people?
I decided I'm not going to overthink it. And the fourth
I picked like every guy that coached before Greg was born.
Yeah, the fourth one, I'm going Vince Lombardi. We're going to go with the guy that was the trophy's named after.
Curly Lambeau won more championships in Green Bay than Vince Lombardi, by the way. And the stadium's named after him. Anyway.
You're not wrong.
You got to go Paul Brown.
All right, so I'm going to go. I'm going to go Papa on that one. Just historical context. I mean, he nailed it. He nailed it on the head. So let's go over to.
And
what's
when you're doing
a
whip it out, you want to nail it on the head.
Oh yes,
that's the spot 100%. You want to nail it.
So let's focus on what's going on tonight.
What's going on tonight, Giants?
Game 6. No, Warriors? Game 6, baby. Yeah, we're Game 6. We're getting ready to go.
All right.
Chase Center. Yeah. I want to get your guys' thoughts because tonight, what is your confidence level that the Dubs pull it off tonight at Chase Center?
I'm going to say 85% confidence because the Warriors have always been a team, but more so in these later years when Steph, Draymond, a little bit older, now you got Jimmy Butler as a 35-year-old himself. They kind of need a little bit of that kick in the ass. Like their backs are sort of against the wall, and it's not an elimination game, but everybody understands the stakes. And to Marcus Thompson's point yesterday, this one kind of is the season if you want to have hopes beyond just this round. You don't want to go back to Houston, even if you win that one. It's on the road. It's tiring. You go straight to Minnesota. You're going against the hungry Wolves team. Anthony Edwards doesn't give a you-know-what right now. The playoff acumen, the late-game execution of a Steph Curry, a Jimmy Butler, a Draymond Green, guys like Gary Payton II who have done it before, I believe will be enough in the end. That to say, It's going to be a fight start to finish. I don't think it's going to be a comfortable win, but I think the Warriors will understand what's at stake and do enough. I am 85% confident.
Not tonight. They are not beating the Golden State Warriors tonight. They can come in here and win. The Warriors played Houston 5 times the regular season. They beat them 3 out of 5. They've been forced to play them an extra couple of games here because they undercut Jimmy Butler. This series would have been over in a sweep if that didn't happen. It's still 3-2, so we're going to play an extra game. I was surprised, and I respect Don Nelson as much as anybody, and he coached, learned that at the head of Arnold Red Auerbach, but he thought Houston was better. But Houston is not the better team. Houston has a lot of growing up to do, and like Herb Brooks and Miracle, not tonight. And it's not like we're playing the Soviet Red Army, but it's not tonight. You had your nights. You won game 2 because Jimmy fell. You won Wednesday night. That's not us. You are not coming into Chase Center and eliminating the Golden State Warriors. So I am 100% confident this is not the Rockets' night. Not tonight, Houston.
I can't compete with Herb Brooks, bro.
Hey, Papa just fired me up. Like the texter that called in for Upton Stout.
Yeah.
That they wanted to run through a wall. I want to run through the glass right now.
Should have dropped a let's do it.
Yeah, you should have. You dropped the ball.
Not tonight, brothers. Just fly back to Houston. Don't even land. Take your bus and get the Ime. And Dylan Brooks, have fun tonight, brother.
Well, the way you started
Steph is timid? Did he say Steph is timid?
He did say timid.
It's going to be a tempest tonight. He's going to go off on it.
The way you started it when you said not tonight, I was like, oh, my God. Are you saying we're getting a game
not
7?
Tonight. You've had your nights. No more. Get a tea time tomorrow morning. You're done.
I like it. I got to go, Pop. The confidence. I want to run through this glass. That's 2-0. Sorry, Silver.
Just don't bleed, and it's fine. Yeah.
All right, so let's wrap this thing up because we're up against it. Matt Barnes was on yesterday. I thought this was a funny way to kind of go into the weekend, get the juices flowing. But Matt Barnes came on KNBR airwaves yesterday. He said he wanted to slap the S out of Dylan Brooks. Who would be one person? A free pass for anybody that you could slap in the sports
It'd be
world.
Matt Barnes. I think I'd slap Matt Barnes.
Who would it be? Who would you slap?
I'm not
free
slapping
pass.
anybody.
I don't think I want to slap anybody either.
Oh, come on. You got to slap somebody. Come on.
Was it a hand slap or like a Wednesday whip it out slap?
It's a whip it out slap, yeah.
Okay.
How many people want to slap Matt Barnes, by the way?
How many people want to slap me for this segment?
He played in every team in the state of California, Matt. We love Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes. He's you want to go? Who do you want to slap?
I'm going to give an answer. I will give an answer. Not a violent person. I don't want to slap any person. I will slap the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
What do they say?
When they hate on Walters Wednesday, Thursday,
I don't see
Friday.
anything of it. I see it.
No, right now they're being good.
They love it.
But
they love the whipper.
Every once in a while, something pops up on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line that makes me want to just take that screen, rip it out, and give it a fat old whip it around slap. That's what I'm going to go with, Walter.
So you want to slap the screen, not the textures, just to clarify.
I would like my hand to go through in some kind of science fiction way and just give it a nice little slap.
Fantastic.
I am positively Gandhi. I am non-violent. I'd rather fast than slap anybody. I don't like. We got a LeBron James question. You know who, and it wouldn't be Charles because I do like Charles, and I think a lot of his bit is contrived.
Curated,
and he says things that aren't really true. But the one guy in probably all of sports, I really don't want to slap anybody. I wouldn't do that. I'd get in a war of words with him, though, would be Stephen A-hole. And it's like,
name.
bro, what are you watching? First of all, when he talks about any other sport but basketball, it's like, what is he talking about? And then when Cuomo puts him on his show and he talks politics, it's like he wants to run for the presidency of the United States. He's driving me nuts. But Stephen A-hole, it is just nonsense after nonsense with that guy. And then when he talks about basketball, I bet you Bob Myers, and Bob wouldn't slap anybody. I bet you Bob wouldn't mind slapping. And Bob's in the studio tonight. So I think it would be Stephen A-hole. One of the greatest interactions, I know I've gone over a minute, So you can dock me and give Silver a point. I don't care. So we're in Toronto, and there's like all these NBA greats are on the floor in Toronto before the Warriors play the Raptors. And who's doing all the talking but Stephen A-hole? It's like Julius Erving is here. Bill Russell was still alive. I'm like, can you stop? And I want to hear them talk. You know what I said to Stephen A-hole? You know what the best thing about you on TV is? And he said, what? I said, the mute button.
Fantastic.
And then I did a walk by. So I would not slap him.
I want to be very clear about something. I hope Greg Papa slaps me.
I have no idea who I am. But that guy, honestly, could he analyze a basketball game if he didn't give him a box score? I have no idea.
I need to analyze a game.
When he talks about the other sports, it's like, why? And how much does that guy make? I'm jealous. He makes like $20 million. How much they pay that guy?
I worked in Philadelphia for 17 years.
Anyway,
great answer. Great answers. Great way to end the week. And real quick, nobody asked me my answer.
Who would you slap?
I would probably want to slap Patrick Mahomes. 100%. He deprived me of 2
Don't
Super Bowls.
slap him. He's going to get a personal foul on Walter Balsetta, first down Chiefs. Don't slap the guy.
I still haven't gotten my ring, my Super Bowl ring in my lifetime. I needed one. He deprived me twice. So
how about Jackson Mahomes? At least he's had stuff off the field where you're like, that's not cool, man.
Very good.
How about Dylan Brooks? What if when the horn goes tonight? Did they shake hands when Houston's eliminated? Like they don't do it like hockey, what they all line up and shake. But does Draymond go over and hug him? Does Jimmy Butler slap right in his big face? You don't want to get suspended for the next game. But how do they, when this is over, do they act like we're bros and we were just playing hard, or it's like I want to slap you?
Hopefully we get that answer tonight.
Hopefully. We'll have to see.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
This is not Houston's night.
Hey, Walter, very well done, and appreciate the good banter as always, because...
What's the final score, by the way? Was it a shutout?
I stopped keeping track.
2-0, I guess, yeah.
The third one didn't count? I didn't get an empty net goal at the end?
Yeah, we can give an empty netter. I don't care. All I know is...
no, that was fun.
This was fun. It was always good to break it up, and... man, we got to get this whip around going a little bit more. You're right. We can't just restrict it to Wednesdays. And this next Wednesday, we got a 20-minute show. So let's wrap it up on the other side. Get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work and see if we can come down from the great energy. Because I hope Greg Papa slaps me in the face.
Mute button.
On the Sports Leader.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Game 6 at 6 o'clock on Warriors ground. Warriors take on the Rockets, look to shut the door on their season for good at Chase Center tonight. While the Rockets, after a comfortable Game 5 victory, are looking to come in and send this back to Houston. We'll be diving into all the storylines on Dubs OT. John Dickinson, myself, and Kyle Haar. Tune in after the final horn.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Wow, what a day on Papa and Silver. Lots and lots and lots of action, and it's going to continue on into the weekend. We had Papa here. We had Walter here. What a fantastic whip around. It always brings out just the all-time silliness. We had a great week, and we were all back together for the final couple of days. So we'll see what happens Monday, Papa. We'll pick it all up, but...
Walter, what's your level of confidence? You asked us. I think the Warriors roll tonight. Greg's going 85%. We don't want a Game 7 in Houston.
I think Monday when we come back, we're going to be talking about the Timberwolves.
Timberwolves?
Okay.
All right, bro.
All right. Big thank you to all of our guests today, which was a lot, and it started with Upton Stout. Let's do it! Let's do it! Matt Mayoko, Don Nelson, Ron Kroichik, Matt Thomas, Glenn Kuiper, and of course, thank you to Walter for not only the production, but for whipping it out and giving us good energy to go into the end of the week. It is time.
Warriors!
It is time to take it out to Thrive City. Copes, Depop,
play.
Harmonic Brewing, right at your alley from 2 to 6:15. Giants baseball starts at 7:15. And if basketball's your jam tonight, 6 o'clock tip. If you're in the area, be in your seats, wear your damn shirts. And if you're watching from afar, we'll tune into Dubs OT afterwards, where we'll be out there hanging out, having a great time. That's going to do it for Pop and Silver. We'll catch up with you 10 a.m. Monday. Let's hand it off to Dirty Work. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. We are live from Harmonic Brewing.
We're back, baby.
And get this, you ready for this? Harmonic open. They're open right now.
Well, they gotta be.
They're open for food. They're open for beer. They're open for drinks. They got TVs on. You got the games on. When they start, of course, it's middle of the afternoon, so not quite yet.
Right. Well, we got a 6 o'clock tip tonight.
We do have a 6 o'clock tip, so make sure you set your schedules accordingly. I had my landlord this morning. He texted me. Shout out Ron, dude. My guy Ron. Who, by the way,
Ronnie.
Everybody needs to get themselves a Ron. Ron's my landlord. This guy will hit me up in the middle of the week and be like, hey, man, I baked a pie. You want half a pie?
Oh, what a nice landlord.
Dude, how nice is it for a guy to be like, hey, I got some pie for you? And he's done this not like 2 or 3. He's done this like 6 or 7 times.
What kind of pie are we talking?
Dude, he dropped me off half of a pie last week, maybe about a week and a half ago. It was I'd never even had this. It's the second time I've had it from Ron. I'd never had it prior to Ron. It was an apple raspberry pie.
Okay.
Dude, it was, I almost said the F word. It was
freaking amazing.
It was blanking bomb, dude. It was insane. He one time hits me up, and this is a couple weeks ago, around my birthday time, and he goes, hey, Adam, dude, he didn't even know it was my birthday. He goes, you want a piece of cake? I got some extra cake. I was like, sure. He didn't have some extra cake. My man was out at Susie Cakes in San Francisco.
Whole cake?
Picked me up a big slice of red velvet with the cream cheese frosting. I was like, this is unbelievable. Just leaves it outside
this
my
guy
door.
Sounds like a saint.
In my apartment. Last night he texted me, and he goes, hey, man, would you like a full loaf of banana bread? Hell yeah, I would. As a matter of fact, I do want a full loaf of banana bread.
So is Ron a baker and he's just testing out like all of his creations on you?
Well, he bakes a lot. His girlfriend bakes a lot, and so they'll shout out to Sissy, his girlfriend. She's a sweetheart too.
Ron and Sissy.
Yeah, and they'll drop off some. They'll drop off some pastry or some desserts for me. Dude, Ron one time went and bought like too much ice cream. at like Humphrey Slocum.
You can never buy too much ice cream. You put it in the freezer, it will stay fine.
Well, he said, I don't think I'm going to eat this much. And he's like, do you want some ice cream? I was like, sure. I thought it was like a pint. Dude, it was like one of those like half-gallon things of ice cream. Still got some of it left.
So he just gets too much food and gives it to you.
Or, yeah, he either makes it, picks up too much, is gifted it, whatever. I'm happy to
Regardless, the man is very generous with his food.
Get you a Ron. Ron today texts. I wake up to a text from Ron this morning, and it was funny. It was a screenshot.
What a delicious landlord.
What a delicious dessert from my landlord. It was a screenshot of his you can screenshot on your iPhone or whatever.
Yeah.
And he had screenshotted. He was making me aware of what time the Warriors play tonight. It said, I could see it on his phone. It said, "Hey Siri, what time is the Houston Rockets Warriors game tonight?" And then it says 6 p.m. is when the game tips. Everybody set your schedules according. It is not a 7 o'clock or a 7:30 tip. It's an early 6 o'clock tip tonight for Game 6. That's how you remember it. Game 6, 6 o'clock, right here at Chase Center.
Well, here's my question. How many people actually go to work on Fridays anymore? I mean, usually
us.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the Cumulus, headquarters, no one really goes in anymore on Fridays. So
pretty soon there won't be a Cumulus headquarters.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or KNBR headquarters anymore.
But like, I think the norm for like a work week right now is usually you go in your office Tuesday through Thursday, and then you get to stay home Monday or Friday. Or that was the Tom Tolbert schedule.
It was actually it's funny because that sort of became the post-COVID schedule for a lot of people.
Yes.
When people who did return to their offices returned, a lot of people are given like the Monday and Friday off, and we see it in the city, like being where we are with the office.
It's usually pretty empty on Fridays.
And you get it's at the station at KNBR. Tim's probably the only guy sitting there right now.
Probably.
Walt got his ass out of the chair and got his ass out of the building as soon as he could. There's usually nobody in our office on Fridays, and there's like you can see it on the streets. There's like nobody traffic-wise, at least outside of our building. On a Monday or on a Friday. I think less so on Fridays. But you're right. Tom Tolbert kind of had the COVID schedule going.
He did.
Pre-COVID.
So my thing is, for everybody out there that's going to the Warriors game tonight,
unless it's too windy, then you won't make your way in. Like I think Tom will make it in tonight, regardless of the wind.
I think so.
I think he'll call the game. Yeah,
I think so. There is no excuse. Like I remember a few years ago, it might have been a 5 o'clock tip with remember the Kings and the Warriors. It was a Game 6. It was going on, I think, day 2 of the draft. And it was at 5 o'clock here, which is unheard of for the Bay Area. And I understand 6 o'clock Eastern, so that would be 9 o'clock, Eastern. Everybody's getting this game at that time, and they want this, with this being the only game tonight, they want this for, a mass audience, and having it at 10 o'clock Eastern's too late, so I understand all that. So there's no excuse for Bay Area fans, for anybody showing up to the game tonight, get here on time. I don't care about the shirts. If you want to wear the shirts, that's fine. Just get your ass in the seat. The Warriors need you. We need you. Get your ass in the seat at 6 o'clock. I don't want to see empty seats. I want to see this whole place full at 6 o'clock.
First of all, can I tell you, I hate that command or that demand.
I did it right
I hate
now.
everything you just said.
Why?
Make sure you're here. We need you. I need you. The Dubs need you. Every time something like it happens with the Niners all the time.
So you're going to call me out?
I'm calling you out, yeah. I'm not liking you.
Calling out the morning show, calling out me.
All right, relax. I didn't call out ass on the morning show, all right? Who knew the morning show would be so sensitive about talking about Jim Nantz?
I guess.
Anyway, the notion that this happens every time there's like a Monday or a Thursday night Niner game because it's a 5:30 kick or a 5:25, 5:15, whatever it is. Actually, Sundays are 5:15. You get like a 5:25 or something, right, on a Monday or a Thursday. And they're always like, hey, make sure you're in the seats early. The team needs you early. They got to get out. I'm like, these guys are making like $40 million a year. They need me to be in my seat wearing my free T-shirt.
But wouldn't you say basketball is a little different where the environment in the arena, you need loud noises?
I mean, yes. You'd like the arena to be full. You like people to be in their seats. That said, I don't think people are not going to their seats. I don't think anything that you just said inspires anybody one iota.
Come on, that was my Braveheart speech.
I don't think anybody's more inspired. Like, dude, I heard on KNBR, I better be there by 5:40 because I got to have my shirt on.
Otherwise, I'm going to call you out.
Well, our guy Bonte Hill last night, I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah.
He tweeted out, actually I should find it. He said exactly what you just said. There's no excuse. Game's at 6 tomorrow. There's no excuse to not be in your seats. I got to find this tweet. Because it made me laugh.
Well, it has been a problem in the past. When you have earlier tips at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, sometimes the fans don't show up. And I wonder why that is the case in a post-COVID world.
Shout out to great Bonte Hill. He said, tomorrow at 6 p.m. tip-off at Chase Center, there is no excuse for that arena to not be packed.
Because he knows.
Rocking and rolling. And I retweeted, I said, no excuse. How about having to do award-winning Diamond Notes until 6:43?
Well, you're taking care of that tonight,
I get special dispensation for, you're still going to be here till 6:15.
I am. I will.
So you're not. So everything you just said doesn't apply to you.
I guess you're right.
So if
So yes, everybody be in your seats at 6 o'clock, except for me, because the show goes until 6:15 tonight.
That's
God,
exactly
the timing sucks.
Yeah, well, Giants playing the Rocks over there. How about being at the Giants Rocks game tonight?
You think it's gonna be a little empty?
Tim and Meyer.
I know who's going. Young Tony's going to the Giants Rocks tonight.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Is that what Murph told him to do? If Murph told him to do it, I'm sure he did it. Young Tony running around KNBR like he's a part of, like it's like a Trump cabinet comp to Murph.
I'll meet
like
you at the boathouse.
The last 100 days have been so brilliant. Everything you've done for the KNBR audience. Young Tony, you don't have to suck the teat for everything. You know what I mean?
Lord.
You're allowed to have your own takes. You can do your own thing, bro. Right. You can do your own thing, brother. Anyway,
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. I then followed it up. I said, dude, I refuse to set foot in Chase Center without allowing the good people to know who's hot. Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar. Locally and family owned for 63 years. Game at 6 o'clock tonight. We'll catch up today with Mark Spears, 2:50. Yep. He's going to join us. 3:50, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. 4:50, John Dickinson. 6:15, Giants and Rockies pregame.
There you go.
Got to tell you, it's a bit of a letdown. Thinking about the Dubs game tonight, and then thinking about having to they better win tonight. Not the Warriors. The Giants better beat the Rocks tonight.
Warriors better win, but yeah, you don't want to. At this point, if you lose tonight, you split the series, and nobody wants that. I asked you yesterday
if the Giants and Rockies play a game.
If they lose one game, how bad it would be, and
I think I said you can lose one.
Yeah,
I said they're a big league team. You know what I mean? That's what happens.
Right.
They get paid to play ball too. They're 6-25 now. They're not a good team, which means you should be hammering it. I don't know if you saw this too. I forget who it was, but Buster Olney tweeted out. There was an article on ESPN where they gave their first month grades to all teams. Giants got an A.
Okay.
Giants were an A team, and they said this seems sustainable based on the bullpen pitching. And he said basically what they point out is they're where they are right now, and I know they lost the game badly last night. He says, but the Giants are where they are right now without Verlander having a win, without Willie Adames hitting any sort of stretch of success. And he's gotten a few hits in the last couple of days and driven in a couple of runs, but Patrick Bailey's hitting. He's on the interstate still. He's hitting under 200. It's been really a tough go for him. But the thought was they've had 5 walk-off wins. There's some magic with this team. They do have some starting pitching. They've got a great bullpen, and they're playing a better brand of baseball. And the thing I hated immediately is like the 2021 Giants who won 107. I was like, pump the brakes, my guy. That's not where I'm going yet. Don Solano ain't walking through that door.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? With his silver slugger.
But there's things right now that kind of show a blueprint for maybe a backslide.
That said, D-backs are playing well. Yeah. I think they lost yesterday. Padres are dangerous, man. Padres may legitimately have the best bullpen in the National League. Not that leagues matter whatsoever anymore, but the game last night, absolute letdown. And it's probably the first time all season that the team has pissed off the fan base, I would think.
Yeah.
Quality of the team you were playing.
Tyler Rogers.
Not scoring enough runs. Yeah, and Rogers has been dominant this year. He's one of the best relievers in the game. And I know he frustrates people because he's not a blow-you-away dude. He was getting knocked around last night.
Yeah,
and he felt bad after the game. I saw his post-game media session where he was talking to the reporters and said it sucks to lose a game for JV like that. You hear the bullpen now being like, we're a month in, Verlander doesn't have a win, and he's pitched well enough to win.
He's got screwed.
He's pitched well enough to win 3 of them.
Yeah.
For sure. He lost. They blew the game in the 9th inning in Anaheim.
Game, yeah.
Last game they didn't score enough for him. I think his last starting 2 runs allowed or something like that.
Right.
They lost 2-1. This one not a great offensive performance, but still they probably should have put up more. Kyle Freeland settle in a little bit after the early innings, but probably the first time this year where the fan base is, and rightly so, frustrated. I'm not too down on it because I go, that sucks. I'd really like to win the next 3. I said a split would not feel good.
No.
A split would not feel good about a team coming in.
So it's a must-win for both teams tonight.
The red-hot Rockies have won back-to-back games.
Yes, they
have.
have.
That? Don't forget, the Rockies just survived having the worst record to start a season in the first 30 games in the history of baseball by picking up their 5th win.
Yeah.
We should have asked John Miller about this yesterday because I want to say he was a broadcaster for this team.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, though. Thank you, John. The Orioles, who started a season 4-26, and it was in the 80s. I forget what year it was, 81, 83, somewhere in there. They started the season 4-26, and they lost their first 21 games of the year.
Oof.
3 weeks and didn't win.
That's the reverse of the Warriors starting
24-0.
Jesus, it's a terrible start.
Well, you remember that year? You might have been a little bit too young. How much younger than me are you?
2 years.
2 years? You graduated 09 in high school?
09, yes.
So, I guess I would have been like 11. You might have been like 9. I don't know if you'll remember when the Warriors won 19 games.
Yes.
I think they won 19 and 21 in back-to-back years.
Yeah, different times. They play in San Jose that season.
I can't remember. I don't even remember. They were
that was in the 90s. Yeah.
You're talking about the year was that the 01s? They did the renovations before the All-Star game.
They played at SAP for a season.
Before
Either
the
way,
All-Star
the
game
Warriors were terrible back then.
Yeah, they had the Mark Jackson the center.
That's right.
And Mookie Blaylock was on those teams, right? I mean, it's incredible where the organization has come. Anyway, imagine the vibes between here at Oracle Park tonight, between Chase Center at the Warriors game and Giants and Rocks down at Oracle. I'd like to get that W just as much as I'd like to win here for the Warriors, although this one carries a little bit more weight.
I would say so.
Would you?
I would.
How you feeling today? Yesterday you were like 80. Yesterday you felt 85% sure in the Dubs.
I'm 100% sure tonight now.
Oh, you're confident.
I am confident.
So you're not going to waffle at all today?
I'm not waffling. There's just things that happened simultaneously with the loss that I wasn't a fan of. I didn't like their attitude when the game started, or even when they were losing the game, to be quite frank. I don't like that the Minnesota Timberwolves have a head start on you. Just those things. But I anticipated this. I anticipated them winning in 6. Whenever you're the lower seed and you have to beat a higher seed,
they got the one on the road.
I usually go 6. That makes sense. So, yeah, it's all set up for them. I mean, I'm upset with the fact that they were kind of lackadaisical, but Steve Kerr knows this team better than I know them. So if they needed the rest, they needed the rest, and they'll come out tonight, and they need to do it tonight. There is no, we'll go to Houston and we'll close it out. No, you have to win tonight.
You giving me Rocky 3 with Paulo?
There is no tomorrow.
There is no tomorrow.
There is no Sunday.
There is no Game 7.
Treat this like a Game 7 tonight.
That's
honestly.
I'm going with you. I'm in on Apollo Creek because, again, like we said, I'm not trying to comp it in terms of the ability of them to win this year relative to 2022. But what you pointed out numerous times is it mirrors 2022 in how they lost Game 5, and I wouldn't say in blowout fashion, but the starters got blown out. The starters were losing by 30.
They were down by 30
for a majority of the game.
I just don't know if we could do that anymore. Like that's on me for comparing it to 3 years ago.
I'm more situationally though, because then you said the following year when they have to play Sacramento. The following season, you pointed out, they also had to squeeze every bit of juice, every drop out of that rag to get through the Sacramento Kings after losing a Game 6. You needed 50 from Steph in Game 7. They win that. You also had a suspension from Draymond in that series. It was a different fashion. Again, I'm not mirroring it exactly. I'm not saying it's identical. But that's what you're looking at, is if they lose this game tonight, you're losers of 2 in a row, and you have to win Game 7. And if they win Game 7, I'm not going to be a pessimist here today because I'm looking for the W tonight and I'm feeling good on a Friday.
They should get the win tonight.
Word harmonic. If they were to lose this, even if they were to win it in Game 7, I'm pessimistic in general about the Minnesota series. I don't feel great about it.
There is no tomorrow.
So, that's what I was looking for.
There is no tomorrow.
Tell him, Carl.
There's one more, by the way, I think, too. I think that's the scene where, because he yells at him, there is no tomorrow, when they're on the beach, right? He and Rocky are running.
Yeah.
And he's like, we'll do it tomorrow.
Incredible workouts they had together.
Yeah, dude, he's like running on the bench. Beach starts yelling at him. But when Rocky, I think the scene Tim just played is when he's back in that hotel room.
Let's do it tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
That's the fade, dude, because Rocky's staring in the mirror and he hits the side of the sink, dude, and he just hears Apollo yelling in his head, there is no tomorrow.
What's the matter with you?
Got yourself a stew going.
Oh, man. Don't forget when Rocky's in the pool in that scene and Paulie comes down there, or racist Paulie's down there, and he's like, he's all mad. They're training. Where are they? Like in somewhere in Southern California.
Yeah.
And he goes, you can't train him like a colored fighter. He's got no rhythm. Tim in my ear. We got to go. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Tim's back at our headquarters. And Tim, we got a bone to pick with you. You're gonna have to iron out when you're going to
just one. I heard a bunch of it yesterday. Jeez.
Oh, so you were free enough. You were free enough to hear a lot of the show. You just weren't free enough to be here.
You know what I was doing. I was a chauffeur, and what do chauffeurs do? They listen to the radio because they're in their car.
All right, Argyle. When we come on back, Adam Copeland, Depop.
Argyle did a lot.
Argyle did a hell of a lot.
There is no tomorrow.
When we come on back, we'll tell you how you can win tickets to Disturb with Daughtry. Who knew that was going to strike a chord? Greg Popovich, by the way, steps down. He is no longer the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group.
The Giants dropped Game 1 versus the Rockies after a rare late-inning meltdown that cost Justin Verlander his first win in a Giants uniform. It's the first 3-game losing streak of the season for San Francisco as the team looks to bounce back tonight with Robbie Ray on the hill. For all things Giants, keep it locked to KNBR 680, the man that sucked leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. We're live from Harmonic Brewing. Jesus, you going to sniff into the mic
Sorry
like that the whole
about
show?
that.
Did you blow your nose?
Yeah, allergies are, again, kicking my ass.
All right.
Anyway.
At least you're here.
I'm here.
Unlike Jack Loader, who would have taken the day. Anyway, we're live from Harmonic Brewing. Warriors, 6 o'clock tonight against the Houston Rockets in Game 6. Is the expectation Kuminga will be good to go if they get blown out again?
I don't give a damn about Kuminga.
Yeah, no, now
just get the win
You're
tonight.
finally coming around, and I like that. You're kind of with me now, where I'm like, I haven't cared about Kuminga at all. How long was I sick and tired of talking about Kuminga?
I know, but it's a talking
back at
point.
the turn of the year, the start of the 2025 calendar year, I was frustrated talking Kuminga.
I know, he's just so polarizing, though, with the fans.
It's so funny that he's polarizing. It's kind of like Brandon Belt was that way, but Kuminga's more polarizing in like the potential of what he might be.
I know, but he never
There's
fulfilled
nothing
that potential.
tangible to be like, this is fantastic. Like, the trajectory hasn't gone.
He flashed a few times this season, but the way that the fans clamor for him anyway, I don't want to go down that road.
We won't go down that road. Let's talk about this. Greg Popovich steps down. This is per Shams Charania today. After 29 seasons and 5 NBA titles, Greg Popovich has stepped down as the Spurs head coach. He'll stay in the organization as the team president, which probably the right move. He's also dealing with some health stuff this year, of course. Popovich was a Warriors assistant with Don Nelson in 92 to 94. Popovich, he suffered a stroke. Were part of the health issues back in November. He did not return this season as head coach. Mitch Johnson served as the interim head coach. They're going to remove that tag and make him the overall official head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, which I saw a note. Popovich, now that he's no longer the coach, the longest tenured coach in North America in the 4 major sports. You know who it is?
Mike Tomlin.
That's it. 19 years. Mike Tomlin entering season 19 as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. End of an era. I mean, think about this. 29 seasons. We were just talking about how old we were. Like, I was, 7 years old when he became head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. I was talking about that like when Tom left the show. Tom started when I was 6 years old on KNBR. He's been here damn near just as long as the head coach of the Spurs. One of the staples in the league, one of the most familiar faces and familiar names, and one of the best dudes I think you could hope to be running your organization. To turn a place like San Antonio into a winner. I mean, a place that you lived in Texas for years. I did,
yeah.
A place that is not viewed as a hub of really anything when it comes to sports greatness. He built it from the ground up.
He did. And when I think of the 3 best coaches in the 3 major sports, to me...
3? You're eliminating hockey?
I am eliminating hockey.
Okay.
When it comes to baseball,
That's on the
football,
cold
basketball, sorry. When I think of baseball, football, basketball, personally,
Hockey.
I think of I think of Bill Belichick, I think of Tony La Russa, I think of Greg Popovich. All 3 similar guys, all champions, all kind of surly with the media, but all, very similar in their styles. And with Greg Popovich, I mean, I felt like I had a connection to him just because my dad was around him a lot doing Spurs games. Tom knew him very well.
I used to call the Spurs.
Used to call the Spurs games. But, no, I mean, I remember I remember being in San Antonio for Spurs games. My dad was calling games. I mean, Pop, a lot of people didn't like the fact that he came at the media. I never thought that. I thought that he was just having fun. I loved his interactions with the media. I remember him and Ray Ratto getting into it. And just the sideline interviews.
What did he and Ray get into it about?
It was when the Warriors and Spurs were playing a few years ago, and he asked him a question in the postgame, and Pop was doing his usual stuff. He was like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. And he brushed Ray Ratto aside, and Ray just, like, they had their battles, but it was fun. There was mutual respect. And even like we were talking about the other day, the manslaughter thing, where he was comparing
when
Zaza Pachulia.
When Zaza ran into Kawhi's leg, he's like, the people were like, it wasn't on purpose. He's like, you know what manslaughter is, right? Still go to jail for that if you kill somebody you didn't mean to. I'm like, whoa, Jesus.
But even that, like, he acted like he was so pissed off about that. And then I remember the next day, Ray Ratto and my pops coming up to him being like, you didn't really take that seriously, did you? He goes, no, I was just trying to get a rise out of the media, and I wanted the refs to be on our side. So we did that stuff. I mean, coaching the Olympics every 4 years. Being outspoken about politics. I mean, he fought for a lot of things in the NBA. I mean, the all-time wins leader. Greg Popovich, in my opinion, is the greatest basketball coach of all time. And one thing that I was a little
greatest
disappointed...
coach you've ever seen, yeah?
Well, yeah, during my lifetime. I mean, I think that the San Antonio Spurs, their performance against the Miami Heat in the 2014 NBA Finals is the best basketball on both sides I've ever seen. And the Warriors basically copied that. With the ball movement and the way they played defense, the way they were dominant to win 2 games in Miami. I remember watching that game, and I'm like, God, this is the most beautiful basketball I've ever seen. And I hope only Steve Kerr could bring that brand to the Golden State Warriors. And he did. And, the fact that Steve Kerr is a Pop disciple, I mean, I feel like everything we saw in the San Antonio Spurs from 99 and 2003 when they won the championships, we're seeing right now. He took that, Spurs culture is more of a thing than I think Heat culture. So Steve took that, what he learned from Popovich and what he learned from Phil, and brought it to the Warriors. But one
culture-wise, for sure. Yeah, good.
Well, one thing I am a little disappointed in, and I'm not saying that the guy doesn't deserve the job, Mitch Johnson. He filled in for Pop this year, and he's more than deserving of being head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Obviously, he got a win against the Warriors the last remaining regular season games. I am a little disappointed because Becky Hammon was on that staff for years, and I thought that was going to be a turning point in sports where a woman was going to be in the NBA. She was right there with Popovich for years. And now she's coaching, I believe, the Aces still. So I was hoping that would happen, that transition. If you act like she didn't have the respect of the players, that's not right at all. And Greg Popovich loved her and always envisioned her taking over. So
she ran the Summer League team, I think, for the Spurs, too, a couple of times.
So I wanted to see that happen, but, she has a good job right now with the Aces, and Mitch Johnston's taking over. But I have immense respect for Greg Popovich. I think, obviously, he's the best basketball coach of my lifetime. And I just love the way he handled the media. He was goofy. He was surly at times, but I just loved everything about him.
Yeah, it's interesting that so many of these tenures have come to an end. Tony La Russa retired and then came back, which probably should have just stayed out of it. It's probably not. It
was a bad end.
It was a bad end to come back with the Chicago White Sox.
But would you agree that all 3 of those guys? I think they're all friends actually. But would you say that Tony La Russa, Bill Belichick, Greg Popovich, all great coaches, all kind of similar dudes?
Yeah, I don't think La Russa had the same sense of humor or relatability that Greg Popovich had. Because while Popovich was surly, like you said, and would be chapped at times, he also had a lot of touching and thoughtful and hilarious moments. I can't really remember any funny moments with La Russa when I was a kid. Belichick's sort of the same thing. Like, anything funny with Belichick is because we think it's funny, not because
it's more awkward funny.
Not because he was meaning to be entertaining. He just took his job and what he did so seriously. What I would say about all 3 of those guys, and specifically Popovich and Belichick, is you mentioned it, the culture, the Patriot way was the thing with Bill Belichick, right? And it's do your job. It was if you're here, you're expected to do certain things to remain in the league at this position, and that's how they found success. And when you find that sort of those parameters or those sort of restrictions and strict sort of ways of thinking that they put on their organizations and their teams start to compound and you find success year after year after year. How many years in a row the Spurs win like 50 games? It seemed like it happened every single season.
Always a contention.
What's interesting about the Spurs, too, is how many people would tell you said, I thought it was beautiful basketball with the Spurs. I think you're the only guy I've ever heard call Spurs basketball beautiful because more often than not, people refer to Spurs basketball as boring basketball because they just sort of did things the right way. They didn't do things flashy. The best superstar they've ever had, the big fundamental, was his nickname, right? They just did things the right way. They operated the right way. They drafted the right way. They had a culture of the organization. Everybody knew what their job was. So I'm with you in that he got the most, I think, out of his players and built a system where he knew how to draft into it. The same exact thing could be said about Bill Belichick. Baseball's a little different. I know you lump La Russa in there. You think La Russa's the best manager you ever saw?
Just in my lifetime with the A's and Cardinals.
But you didn't really see him with the A's, did you? You don't remember it all that much. You left for St. Louis in like 97.
I know that Joe Torre won more. I know that Phil Jackson won more. I just lump those guys. Like when I hear stories of Tony La Russa, he's just revered in baseball like that. And I know he didn't have a good ending with the Chicago White Sox. But if I'm putting a
start with the Chicago White Sox,
exactly.
He bookended it with 2 pretty S teams, yeah.
But what I'm saying as far as like beautiful basketball, I'm talking specifically about 2014. I know that they were very boring for most of the time with Greg Popovich.
And I was okay with it. I wasn't bored by
it. At
their
the end of the day, they won.
Yeah, exactly. So what I would say is, it's funny, you said La Russa. I was going to go with that too. You mentioned Joe Torre. In my mind, like La Russa, one of the all-time greats, of course, 6 pennants or something, 3 in each league, 3 world championships, I think, are the totals for him. Yeah. My thought was always the 3. It's tough for me to pick a baseball manager as the best. I mean, Bochy's up there now based on postseason and 4 World Series titles. For me, I think I would say that I would lump sort of a few guys together from my childhood in baseball. I would go Bobby Cox is on that list for me.
Okay, all right.
Even though I got one. Bobby Cox, one of the all-time great managers. Tony La Russa. Dusty is now on that list, the longevity, how he did it. And Joe Torre was the other one that you mentioned. But you're right, there just aren't many basketball coaches who are doing it at this level, certainly not for this long. But with that much success, we talked about, it probably won't ever happen again. I would wager that in our life we don't see another NBA coach one team for 29 years.
No, not at all.
I'd say there's no chance.
Yeah, I think that
with the way that we've taken away credit from coaches. Yeah.
Well, exactly, and we'll see if Steve Kerr's here longer than one more year that's left on his contract, and then we'll see how long Eric Spoelstra's with the Miami Heat. But yeah, when it comes to basketball coaches, it's interchangeable right now.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, where the Warriors tip off with the Houston Rockets at 6 p.m. tonight. How imperative is the win? I'd say it's the most important game they've played in 2 seasons, probably.
Yes.
Forget the play-ins, forget whatever happened last year and trying to get out of the play-in. Most important game since they took the Lakers on in the playoffs a couple of years ago. We'll talk about that one next, and we'll tell you how you can win tickets to Disturbed with Daughtry. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Dirty Work from Harmonic Brewing, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, where the Warriors are getting ready to take on the Houston Rockets at 6 o'clock tonight. Giants baseball 7:15. We will have pregame for you right here at 6:15 on the Sports Leader award-winning Diamond Notes. All a part of that. That's why I'm not walking into Chase until 6:45 tonight.
All of you need to be in your seats at 6 o'clock except for us.
Except for us. I'll be sitting here in Harmonic watching the first quarter and change on the TVs in here. They are open, by the way, Harmonic Brewing. People in here, come by, have a beer. Great food. You going to get a quesadilla?
Oh, of course I am.
Going to get one of those deals?
Missed out on Monday.
Who else is coming down today? Marcus coming down?
Marcus coming down.
Walter coming down?
I don't think Walt's coming down. Young Tone's coming down before he goes to the Giants game.
Did he get permission? From Murph? Murph said it was okay?
I believe so.
Murph said it was okay for Young Tone to come down?
We also got John Curley in his slacks coming through.
John Curley in his slacks? You think he's in slacks when he gets here?
Oh,
freshly pressed.
Wasn't he in jeans?
Yeah, actually, he might be in jeans for the game.
I don't know, man. Yeah, casual Curly.
Casual Curly.
On a Friday. Imperative that they win tonight. Again, if this game,
If
this series goes to 7, I'll still give them a shot, of course. Of course.
But I don't like it.
Some guy tweeted at me because I tweeted out the other day after the Warriors won. I said, same old sorry-ass Rockets, you know what I mean? After game 4.
By the way, that video we put up on social media with you and I, like calling out the Rockets and Dylan Brooks, God, that would backfire in our faces if they lose.
Yeah, I heard. Well, yeah, it would. It would bad. I heard from people in the streets too who are a big fan
the
of that
streets
video.
calling?
The streets were calling. Yeah, they like to take down a Dylan Brooks. But some guy came at me yesterday, tweeted at me, some Rockets fan, waited till yesterday and then said, "Man, you're scared." I said, "Dude, I have Steph Curry. I'm like
Bone
scared."
Crusher. I ain't never scared.
Scared? I have Steph Curry. What's there to be scared about?
Yeah.
If there's any one guy I want to hitch my wagon to in the NBA, it's that guy in a game that they have to win.
Absolutely.
There's nobody else.
No, that's why I know I was waffling yesterday, but with 100% confidence, I think they take care of business tonight because they know they have to take care of business tonight. They can get on a plane and go to Houston and play a Game 7. They can, and I think that they have a good shot to still win that game, but you don't want to be in that situation. You don't want to have to come right back around, maybe come back here, then go to Minnesota and start that series on a Tuesday. Get it done tonight, and they put themselves in this position. They were so blasé with the game on Wednesday night that they were like, all right, we'll see how it goes, and it didn't go well. And I really don't like how the Rockets have played in Toyota Center. They've been dominant. In this series, it's been three close games by the Warriors and 2 blowout wins by the Rockets. And I just don't want to go up. Even though the Rockets are not a more talented team, they are definitely a younger team, a more athletic team, and they have more intensity when they're at home. The Warriors need to match their intensity from the get-go tonight. I think the confidence level in Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler was all evident after that loss. I think they know that they let one go, and they were kind of cool with it, but they need to get it done tonight because they know losing tonight basically puts you in jeopardy of losing the series, obviously.
I'll tell you what makes me concerned about about this game is Pat H is not going to be in the house.
Did he already tell you?
I think he said he wasn't coming tonight. Pat H, if you're there, I mean,
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, now I give it 95%. It was 100%. I was 100% before they win tonight. Without Pat H,
I got you.
Drop down a little bit.
Pat H is this season when he shows up to a Dubs game at Chase Center in his Kevin Durant jersey, 10-0. 10-0. I kind of would like. I sort of feel like if they lose tonight, it's on Pat H.
I would say so.
So Marcus Thompson joined the Gregs yesterday. He'll join us today. Marcus Thompson joins us this afternoon at 3:50. Mark Spears at 2:50. We'll talk to him in about 10 minutes. Here's what Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, had to say on Greg and Greg yesterday on the Warriors having to win Game 6.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, they've already hurt themselves. Now it's just about mitigating how badly they hurt themselves because in the end, it's just more minutes for Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond. And it's not nothing that they're playing this extra game. And now they're either playing Monday in Minnesota against a rested Timberwolves or they're going to Houston. Like, this is everything. This is the season right here because even if they go to Houston and win in Game 7, they're going after, what is this, like 4? That would be 4 straight every other day games. And then going into start the next series on every other day. Like, this is punitive every extra game they play. This is the burden of having 335 and up year-old star. So this needs to be the best game of the season to date. Perhaps Houston bails them out and plays a poor game. They've put together a few solid games. And the last couple have been really good. They're probably due for a stinker, but they just can't bank on that because teams get up. They get up for the Warriors. So I think this is the season right here. This is the must-win game for whatever ambition they have, however far they want to go. It begins with them winning this game on Friday.
Again, for me, it's about what it means if they don't win this one. Your chances are much slimmer going to Houston and winning. It means you'll have lost back-to-back games. Also, it's about what it means for the exhaustion of the team. Like Marcus just said, it's every other game for every other day for like 4 days. This team is not built to find success, I feel like, in that sort of schedule.
No, definitely. And I never love it when you're up 3-1 and somehow that team forces a Game 7. That means momentum is swinging back in their direction. So, yeah, everything that Marcus just said, it's imperative they win tonight. They have to win tonight. They put themselves in this situation. They have to get it done. And he nailed it with their age. They're not, like I know I compared it to a few years ago, but they're not the same team anymore. They are older. So playing every other day is taxing on their body. And if they have to play a Game 7 and go to Minnesota, I don't like their chances. I don't even know if I like their chances in that series altogether. We'll get to that another time. But, yeah, it's extremely important that they get this done tonight. And you have to anticipate that the Rockets are going to come out with their best because, honestly, they played really well the last 2 games. And it may not have been, just incredible offensively on Monday night, but Wednesday night, they came out unbelievable. It was actually like perfection the way they shot. I can't anticipate that same thing happening, but it's 2 games in a row now that we said Fred VanVleet to shoot his ass off, And Alfred Şengün has been dominant in the post. So they have to have answers for that. But really, it's just Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler just replicating what they did in Game 1. Just do that. You know, we need a 30-point performance from Steph Curry. We need about 25 points from Jimmy Butler. We need that tonight. And with them being well-rested, I anticipate that. We need Brandon Podziemski to step up. I need more. But at the end of the day, I just need a win. However you get it done, it doesn't matter. If it's a nail-biter, which I anticipate it being, I don't see it being a blowout tonight. I think both teams know the urgency of tonight. The Rockets need to stay alive, obviously. The Warriors don't want to go back to Houston. It's going to be a tight game, and it's going to be nerve-wracking. But in the end, the Warriors need to prevail. Our guy Antonio checks in on the YouTube chat and says, "Hey, Derek, Flonase, brother. 2 snorts a day, allergies will go away." I got her right next to me. Go Dubs. And then Barbs checks in, the great Barbs. What up, Barbs? How are you? She says, "It does work." And then True Blue says, "Derek does have Flonase. He's just been using it the wrong way." I got it right here, people. I got it right here. To which Barb says, "Maybe that's the problem, dude." Antonio said, "That must feel weird." Is there a wrong end to put this in? That's a little side. Okay, Derek. All right, bro. All right, we are giving away for the last time today some tickets to go see Disturbed with Daughtry May 10th right here at Chase Center. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at KNBR.com. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Excuse me for a second.
Pops on the mic.
Stop all the booing and let these guys play. It's got no class. It's not who we are. Knock off the booing.
Pop telling the fans to lay off Kawhi Leonard. But that's not San Antonio.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen that.
I never heard that last part. Well, I don't know if I've ever seen that. If you hear that between 3 and 6, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win tickets to go see Disturbed with the morning shows guys. Daughtry. With Jim Nance. He'll go see Daughtry when they come to Chase Center on May the 10th of this year. All right, we'll take a quick break. Mark Spears is going to join us, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer, talking about the necessity that the Warriors have to win this game. By the way, did you see the video clip that came out at the end of the Minnesota Timberwolves-Lakers series where LeBron and Anthony Edwards are dapping each other up at the court? There's a video, and they pull away, and LeBron says, now go take out Steph. And he was like, go get him. All right. I was like, did not see that. I was like, LeBron thinks Warriors are winning this series. LeBron's like, yeah, Houston ain't getting past the Dubs. LeBron told Anthony Edwards, go take care of Steph. By the way, MCL sprain for LeBron James. We need to know that information today because he's going to keep playing, right? He's out 3 to 5 weeks. Who cares about that in the offseason? They said 3 to 5 weeks? Yeah. Dave McMiniman, or however, yeah, exactly. However Kendrick Perkins says his name. Yeah, had a report today saying if LeBron James were still to be playing, he would be out 3 to 5 weeks. Well, he's not, and it doesn't matter. Exactly. We're from Harmonic Brewing. Excuses: broken hand, MCL sprain. I don't give a damn. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer, joins us next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors look to send the Houston Rockets to Cancun tonight in a critical Game 6 at Chase Center. Catch John Dickinson immediately following the game for fan reaction, taking your calls right here on KNBR, the Rockets offseason vacation leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. We're live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, getting ready for a 6 o'clock tip. Warriors and the Houston Rockets. 6 o'clock for Game 6. Warriors can eliminate the Rockets in advance to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll talk about all that with our guy, Mark Spears, who joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line, ESPN, and Anscape.com, and he is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Mark, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's up, Mark?
Oh, man, just here across the street from Chase Center, about to head in and see what could be an interesting chapter in Warriors history.
It could be. We were talking about the comparisons, and again, it's different rosters, and they're older, and obviously it's a much different team. But we were talking about how when they won the title in 2022, they eliminated Memphis in the second round, wasn't it? It was a second-round series?
Yep.
And the same sort of thing happened. They got blown out by like 40-plus in Game 5, came back and won it at home in Game 6. Now, we said if they were to lose tonight, which I mean, makes everything a whole lot more difficult long-term and just having to win on Sunday in Houston, it would feel to me a little bit more like 2023 when they had to take on the Sacramento Kings and lost Game 6, had to win in Game 7, but I said to Derek, they had to wring every drop out of that rag just to get by Sacramento, and they just didn't have the firepower or the size to take on the Lakers. That's kind of how I would feel if we end up in 7.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then you're going back to their place. You could have fans drive from here to Sac and get tickets, right? Are they going to fly to Houston and try to get tickets at the Toyota Center? Probably not.
No.
You know, like not in the first round. To me, I think tonight's the season. in terms of a lot of things, not only moving on, but wanting to compete against the Timberwolves. I mean, because if they win, does it start on Tuesday?
If they win, it would start on Monday.
Monday.
Yeah, but you still, there's still like 2 days off. If they play Sunday and win, there's a day off, and it's just a lot, man. And if there's any like silver lining with this loss the other day is that, Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, all of them played under, I believe, 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They didn't play big minutes, and they certainly got a lot of rest for tonight, which is an earlier tip, short time, and so I don't think the Rockets are going to shoot the same. Typically, the bench plays better at home. Where are the Rockets mentally in terms of this situation? Like, can they fight off the Warriors for 3 straight games? It's really, really hard to do. And so, I tend to think that history will likely repeat itself. But, you're also dealing with a team that does have some vets on there, like Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Adams, who I'm sure will have the Rockets mentally ready for tonight.
Well, I'm with you. After the Warriors went up 2-1, and I want to say it was maybe last week that you said that to us, after they were up 2-1, and you said, I just can't see Houston winning 3 more games. Like, I just didn't think they'd have the firepower. Now, they had the firepower in Game 5, and you mentioned it. They shot lights out. Now, I looked at the numbers. Going into that game, they played 16 quarters in the first 4 games. They had scored more than 30 in a quarter twice. It was like a 31-point quarter and a 32-point quarter. They did it 3 times in that game in Game 5. I'm still of the belief that they had to shoot lights out. They had to play a game where the Warriors did not play well and shoot well. They opted out of the game early, like 5 minutes into the second half. I'm still of the belief that they're not going to have the firepower to do again in Game 6 what they did in Game 5.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's weird that the underdog, that they're the underdog with the 2 seed. And that the pressure actually isn't on them. And the pressure's on them for survival, right?
Sure.
But I think the pressure is not on them in terms of expectations. I think most people would assume that tonight's the night that it gets done. And this is when I think the Warriors have to show their mettle, show their veteranship. I don't know if that's a word, but I just made it up. Jimmy, and Jimmy Butler's been there before too. I heard Tim Legler said that this is a game where Jimmy can't play with feel and let the game come to him. I do think it's important for Jimmy to be aggressive for a couple reasons. The main one is to get these guys in foul trouble. Get Dylan Brooks in foul trouble. Try to give Amen some fouls, maybe even the big Turkish star some fouls. You got to get to the line. You got to get them in trouble. You got to get them going to their bench earlier. And I just think for them to shut the door, playoff Jimmy needs to show up in the first quarter, not the fourth, right? Like, if it's a tight game, I like the Warriors' chances, but I'm really curious to see how they come out. And the Rockets also seem to have a different confidence in Houston than they do playing in San Francisco.
Mark, how did you think the Warriors approached Wednesday night's game? I kind of thought they kind of went into it with, like, let's see what happens here. Like Steve Kerr even said, like, we're not going to chase this one. In recent years, I know that they've been in the playoffs so many times and they've been there, done that. It just kind of feels lately that like Draymond referred to a game during the regular season as a scheduled loss when they had to play the Denver Nuggets on a back-to-back, and that's how I kind of felt they treated a playoff game on Wednesday night. Did you get the same sense?
This is different. This is playoffs. There's days off in between. There's a reward at the end of it. It's just not another day in the NBA. There's just ramifications with losses. So, one thing you don't want to play with is games here, right? Like, You're at home, get it over with. Just get it over with. And this is where you see, like, what vets really have, where basketball IQ really sits in. It's a Friday game. Basically, you chill tomorrow, travel Sunday, and get started thinking about Minneapolis. Like they just, I just think that Minneapolis, meanwhile, is resting. They're banged up a little bit too, but this helps them out. And I actually think Minnesota's probably the favorite in the upcoming series, regardless to who gets there and when, because of the rest. And I do think that, for Steph, he has to be assertive early as well. I know the Warriors feed off their crowd. Will it be different at 6 o'clock with traffic Friday? I'm guessing based on this parking lot and me being almost at the top for the first time since I started parking here, that there's a lot of people here early trying to get in and voice their power in this game for the home team.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer joins us every week talking hoops and NBA. Switching gears here just momentarily, Greg Popovich, the announcement today from your colleague Shams Charania, says he's stepping down as head coach. We know he suffered a stroke back in November and was not coaching for the remainder of the season, was not on the sidelines. He's going to become the president of basketball operations solely in San Antonio. Just your relationship with Pop, the legacy speaks for itself. What I was saying to Derek is what's crazy to me is 29 seasons. I'm 36 years old. I was 7 years old when this guy became head coach of the Spurs. I don't really remember basketball or professional sports without him. And maybe to that end, I don't think in my lifetime we're going to see another coach in the NBA stick with one organization for 30 years. The way coaches cycle around now and the way that systems are different and it's just more uniform in the way that basketball is played. I'm not saying there's no value, but it seems that because it's such a superstar-driven league, we're not seeing as many coaches stick in one place for as long as we used to. Yeah. I can't imagine that there's somebody else who ever touches what he did.
Well, Spoelstra will probably be around for a long time. I think Kerr will be around as long as he wants to be around, but I do think that Popovich is the greatest coach in NBA history from a couple different standpoints. One, unlike Phil Jackson, unlike, Auerbach, he coached in a small market. There were no expectations. And they obviously drafted well. He certainly had something to do with it. And he got the best out of those guys. They developed guys. He got the best out of old vets. And he's also just, to me, one of the best human beings that I ever met. I know a lot of people see him as a squirrely guy, and I certainly have felt that before in press conferences. Yeah. But he's extremely intelligent. He really cares about, people other than himself. He said a lot in terms of, equality and helping people of color and calling out things that are wrong. And so he's just, I asked him one time, I said, hey, man, can you run for president? Are you going to run for president? You know what I mean? And I think one thing that's kind of cool for me from a personal standpoint, he, basically when I got into the Hall of Fame, he got into the Hall of Fame the same year. Mm-hmm. Certainly his circumstances were a lot different than mine, right? I was on the JV program of it. He was on the varsity program of it. But after my speech, he came up to me and he's like, man, that was a great speech. And that certainly meant a tremendous amount to me that Greg Popovich thought I had a great speech. And later that night, I got a call from one of their PR guys, an urgent call. He kept calling me. I'm like, why is this dude calling me right now? A guy named Jordan. And Jordan, I picked up the phone. He goes, hey, man, you know that part where you thought thank certain people in the Hall of Fame? I'm like, yeah. He's like, Pop would like to use that part. Can you send me a copy of that? And I'm like, wow. Yeah. So the next day, Popovich actually used it in his speech, used that part that I had. And so I could say I was part of Greg Popovich's speech. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you were. He ripped you, man. He ripped you.
Yeah. And but it's a huge loss. He changed a lot of lives. He made a lot of lives better. He was a phenomenal coach, and no one did it better than him.
Well, Mark, we know you got a lot of work to do. So busy, you can't even stop by Harmonic to say what's up to us. But we'll see you inside, bro. We'll come in as soon as the game gets rolling. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Have a great time. Should be a fun one tonight, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, brothers. I'll see y'all in a second.
All right, man. We'll see you soon. Mark Spears, the great writer, ESPN and Anscape.com. And I got a real quick. I got an update here, and we don't have an Adam Copeland mistake of the day sounder.
Uh-oh.
But if we did, I got to raise my hand to the scores table. Remember I told you the video clip of Anthony Edwards and LeBron James?
Was that fake?
Somebody tweeted at me and said, Copes, you got Centel, bro. It was NBA Centel. Dude, when you're scrolling Twitter, they get you, man. It wasn't even anything that good to be Centel on.
You got to see the R. You got to see the R for Central.
Yeah, the A, too.
That too. I can't spell. Either way, yeah, I've been Centel many times. But to the point that Mark was making about Greg Popovich, I mean, yeah, he just – the interactions he's had with so many people in the NBA, like Mike Brown. Like Mike Brown, Pop disciple, the whole situation with him getting pulled over by the cops. Remember that? Where he was the acting head coach.
For the Warriors, yeah.
Warriors head coach, and Greg Popovich is pulling up beside him, being like, what the hell's going on here? Like laughing at him the whole time. But, Tom's relationship with him in the past. I mean, I know that some media members didn't care for Greg Popovich because he would give these, he clapped back. It's like, that's a stupid question.
Kind of curt answers to it. He didn't want to do he hated the quarterly interviews. Or like after the first quarter.
Because all of them were the same, where it's like, so coach, how do you get back in this game? Well, we got to score more points. The whole thing was stupid.
Quarter, yeah.
The whole thing was stupid, and he knew that. He just wanted good questions. It never, honestly, I've seen a lot of people ask him really good questions. He's like, now that's a good question. I'll answer that. You have to come with really good questions sometimes. If you come in with the same mundane, like, hey, you're down 3-1 in this series. How do you get back in this series, coach? He just goes, well, obviously we got to score more points than the other team. What the hell kind of question is that? So he's the same with Belichick. Like, Belichick is the same way, where it's like, I understand the media.
I think Belichick was to the nth degree of what we're talking about. Belichick didn't want to answer any question.
Yes.
Not just dumb ones that you felt were low-hanging fruit at the end of a first quarter, but he did have that air about him.
Well, no, but if you asked about punting or something with NFL history, Bill Belichick was all about it. Remember that one thing we played years ago? We went on like a 20-minute rant about like the history of punting or whatever. Yeah. Like Greg Popovich, if you ask him a really good question, he'll entertain it and he'll respect you for it. But most of the time, that was people that he liked. Like it was David Aldridge or
Craig Sager.
His relationship with Craig Sager was amazing because Craig Sager was a buddy, and he was definitely supportive of him when he was going through.
Well, and he was respectful, of course, but he was also respectful. Yeah. He respected what he did within the game, and I think a lot of that has to do. I think a lot of coaches feel that way. You get to a certain point, and they start to respect you differently. They view you as somebody who understands the game, and you're not there to do anything but your job. You're not there to try to get the best. If anybody, by the way, I'm watching my guy Monty Poole walk in.
Oh, Monty?
There he is. Look at him.
Nice. Oh, looking good.
Big old Monty Poole looking sharp, dude. Get the chains on. Look at him, dude. I'm waving to Monty. Throwing up some deuces to Monty there. I thought it'd be funny, actually. Our guy True Blue checked in and said it'd be pretty funny if you could see Mark Spears behind us in the background on the phone doing the hit.
You just do what he's ESPN.
He's like, I'm outside of Chase Center. I'm just.
I don't want to come inside and say what's up. I just like, kind of being a creep from the back. But real quick on Greg Popovich, I can tell one story. I never really interacted with him besides answering the phone when he's coming on with Tom. But one time I was with my pops. It was a Warriors Spurs game, and this was right after they lost the finals to the Miami Heat. And I'm backstage by the locker room, and Jim Barnett comes to Greg Popovich.
Backstage? You mean like in the tunnels?
Yeah. In the tunnel. And Jim Barnett and Greg Popovich know each other, so he was cool ripping him and everything. But Barnett comes up to Popovich and goes, I got to say, the way you handled that loss last year to the Miami Heat, the most gracious I've seen a person being defeated in a long time. And it was gut-wrenching, the way you guys lost. I mean, gut-wrenching. Ray Allen.
After the game 6.
Ray Allen with that last second three, gut-wrenching. But the way that you handled it, Pop, amazing. And then Pop goes, thanks, Barney. I really don't want to relive that again. I'll bring up every time you lost a sports Emmy. How about that?
Sports Emmy. It's pretty good just hammering in the worst moment of his career.
It was terrible, though. Last second three, Ray Allen. Just rips your heart out,
Was that the first time he had lost an NBA Finals, too?
First and only time.
How about that?
Yep.
So 5-1 in the NBA Finals.
5-1. And I got to say, Popovich was so funny. Remember when they beat LeBron, and LeBron had the infamous not 5, not 6, not 7?
Yeah.
They win the championship. It's his 5th, and you see him count going 1? No, not 2. 3? 4, 5. He was mocking LeBron on the stage. Incredible.
I'm down with that. I can get down with that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We are live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City, where people are here. They're open. They're drinking pops. I like this on a Friday afternoon. Sun's out. Beer's out. You ordered a quesadilla. Is it ready?
Not yet.
Your thing isn't buzzed yet?
They're working on it.
They're working on it.
It's all good. Hey,
all right.
We got time.
They're working on quesadillas.
We're here till 6:15.
Well, one of you are. I'm here till 6:40, 3:30.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
With your award-winning Diamond Notes. We will take a quick break. We do, by the way, we are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country, joins us at 3:50. John Dickinson, who's going to join us at 4:50.
And he owes you a beer.
He's already here. He came by, didn't buy me a beer.
There's plenty of time.
He already left.
I know.
Is he coming back or is this by phone?
Well, he's got to talk to Steve Kerr.
I'm going to bring his ass back here with a beer, too. Cheeks.
Although I don't think Steve Kerr's talking until 4 o'clock.
Cheeks.
Well, we're talking to him at 4:50. So we'll get JD's update from what Steve Kerr had to say when he joins us at 4:50. When we come on back, for the first time this season, I think the Giants really let down the fans. I think it's the first time the fans were real irked.
3-game losing
by
streak.
a Giant loss.
Yeah.
3-game losing streak, and they lost to the lowly Colorado Rockies, a team they had a lead against in the 9th inning or in the 8th inning. We'll talk about it next. Giants fall to the rocks. You got to get the next 3. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Warriors head coach Don Nelson joined Greg Square today with praise for the illustrious career of Greg Popovich, who announced today he would no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Catch Nelly and all of our interviews at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now he's swinging. It's a high fly ball to right. Waiting for it is Moniak. It comes right to him. And the Colorado Rockies, for the first time this year, have a winning streak.
Dirty Work here at Harmonic. Warriors getting ready to take on the Houston Rockets. But let's talk a little Giants baseball. The Giants officially have an NL West problem. Well, not really. I mean, the Padres
officially, huh? That
officially.
They haven't seen the Dodgers till
Three losses
June.
in a row to the NL West.
Don't see the D-backs or the Dodgers yet.
I know. But yeah, I mean, last night was bad, and I know that we talked about it before. If they lost one game in the series, you would have been okay with it. You don't want to split. You don't want to lose this series to the lowly Rockies but last night only had 5 wins. But I mean, yeah, I feel bad for Justin Verlander. He's been so close to having victories. He should have got one last night. Tyler Rogers let him down the 8th inning.
Yeah, and Tyler, look, that's what I was saying the other day when we were talking about the fan interfering with the ball.
Yeah.
And people were calling in saying, well, dude, one game can determine if you're a playoff team or what your seed is or if you win the division.
This one game against the Rockies can determine everything.
You know what? The one game that I look at when I go, you lost the division or you lose a playoff spot by a game, it's never something like that. I look at a game like this where you had it in hand, your bullpen is nails, and you let it get away from you. You had opportunities with guys on base. You didn't get enough guys into scoring position yesterday to give yourself an opportunity. You get a leadoff home run from Elliot Ramos. By the way, I don't know if you saw this. Hardest hit ball of Elliot Ramos' career to this point was that leadoff home run for him last night. Nice to see him leave the ballpark. Matt Chapman got a knock last night, too, a little flare into center field. Adames was getting on base a bit, so frustrating to say the least. But John Miller was saying to us yesterday on the pregame show, on our talkback with him, he said, the Giants are averaging about 3 runs a game over the last handful of games, and that's really more to the problem. It's not so much to me about the NL West. It's not. I don't look at it the same as I do like football, where you're getting those 6 games against your division opponents, and they mean more than every other game. In baseball, like we talked about it when the season started, will the NL West games mean maybe less than some of the other games when you're going to face opponents from other divisions who are likely going to be vying for the same wild card spots you are? Now, when you're as good as the Giants have been through the first month, you want to maintain that sort of status quo, and you also want to beat up on teams that are inferior to you. They didn't get the Braves beat off them by the Padres, but that's a really good baseball team, San Diego. They don't really lose at home either. That's going to be tough when the Giants have to see them 11 more times. But if you look back to like 2021, and the Giants won 107 games, part of the reason was, I want to say, I think back then they were still playing 19 games. Didn't they go like 18-2 or something, or 17-2 or something like that? They against the Arizona Diamondbacks, like they really hammered every team in the division that was inferior to them. So it's more to me about beating up on teams that you're supposed to beat and not allowing teams to beat you when you have an opportunity to win. Rodgers let the game get away from him. Obviously, he's frustrated. There's going to be games like that. There's going to be 8 or 10 games for even quality teams where you go, we should have won that game. For me, it's less about how they gave it away and more about not getting enough done offensively, which has now become a trend over the last week or so.
So what's your biggest concern right now? I mean, is it anybody in particular or just the fact that the bats aren't going?
Yeah, at some point, I mean, it's tough because there was an inning last night where they got out of a jam. I mean, Patrick Bailey played an incredible defensive game last night. Matt Chapman had a pretty damn good defensive game last night. Their positions in baseball, second base is one of them. And Christian Koss had a ball get by him last night. It was frustrating where he just didn't square it up and try to stab at it, and it squirts by him into right field. But what Patrick Bailey does for you behind the plate, it's tough to view his at-bats as like an automatic out or like, man, you're not going to get any production out of this. But I think it's how I feel, and it's how a lot of fans feel right now. He's got like 9 ribs for the first month of the season. He's on the interstate, and he's not putting together hard-hit at-bats or quality at-bats. He's not making tons of contact. It does feel like when he comes up, there's a big hole in the lineup. Without Tyler Fitzgerald at the bottom, you're losing some speed down there, and the lineup doesn't roll over quite as fast. To me, it doesn't feel like. You like to see Jung Hoo Lee in there, but again, you get a leadoff home run from Elliot Ramos. Luis Matos, another guy. I saw somebody yesterday say Luis Matos is a zero-tool player, which I don't agree with. Obviously, he's not had a good start to the season. He's also a guy who's a young player, and we used to say, when it's a young player, you want him to develop, you got to have him out there. He's got to get consistent at-bats. He's also just not thriving in the role that they've got him in. They're not hitting left-handed pitching at the rate in which you'd like them to. They're now 2-8 in the 10 games, which they faced a left-handed starter, and they were getting the better of Freeland early in the game and probably should have put up more runs. So the timely hitting has been there, and they've had opportunities to do so. There are holes in the lineup, and they have yet, we talked about it yesterday, yet to get to a point in the season where you've got like 5 guys clicking at once, right? Adames historically has not had great starts to the season in his career in the month of April and even into the month of May. I'm not so concerned about him. He's playing a good shortstop. Same with Chapman. I think that stuff will level out. I think it's going to come too. That said, there's other spots. The bench is not very good. The bench is not they're not a deep offensive team.
They're not.
They're not very productive off the bench. Christian Koss is not a guy I have any much confidence in. Brett Wisely comes in. He gets after a Wilmer Flores knock and gets caught stealing. By the way, Wilmer's so damn slow, dude. Just unbelievably slow. You see him going first to third yesterday?
Yeah, he's slow.
What a slow.
We've established how slow he is.
It's overwhelming how slow he is at times. But on the days where they're playing the platoon, where they're like, we're seeing a lefty, let's go to our left-handed lineup, which is the right-handed lineup, but the left-handed bats, they generally will pull Yastrzemski.
Yep.
Yastrzemski was in there yesterday in the 5-hole. Had one of the most brilliant catches you'll ever see, running catches in the outfield last night. Which
Elliot Ramos with a great catch, too, last night.
Elliot Ramos with a great sliding catch on that bloop into left field. So the defense is there. I don't have much faith in Luis Matos. Don't have much faith in Casey Schmidt. Don't have much faith in we'll see what happens with Wisely, but in Christian Koss, don't really have faith in what Pat Bailey can do at the plate right now, though I feel better with him behind the plate. Sam Huff is not a guy who's getting it done. So now we're talking about 5, 6, 7 guys who just aren't offensively inclined at all, and yet your team is still playing pretty good baseball. It's just a team that's going to have to win the one-run ball games. You got to protect home field advantage, and you've got to win the games on the margins. Yesterday they didn't protect the one-run lead, and they let it get away, and they lose by a run. So, frustrating to say the least, but, there's not one fix. There's not somebody coming right now. What's his name?
Oh, look who showed up.
How about that? Bonte rolled by. Did he just pop in real quick, say hi?
I guess so.
Did he wave? He didn't even look at me.
No, didn't even look at us.
Did he peek in and wasn't able to see us? Or is
he's checking out the new barbecue joint.
Oh, he's going to check out and see if that barbecue spot's open.
I don't blame him. Actually looks pretty good over there.
Fiskew Barbecue. Anyway, it was frustrating yesterday. It's the first time this year I was like, hot damn. They kind of pissed me off in that loss.
No, I mean, I totally get it. I mean, that's a team that you should beat, and they've I mean, the Rockies have lost 12 consecutive games at Oracle Park. Look at this guy.
What's up, brother? Good to see you, Bonte.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
No,
it's too late. It's too late.
I was quoting you on Twitter earlier. No, we're letting it fly, dude. We can do whatever we want, dude. We can do whatever we want. How about last night? We were talking Giants ball. First time all year Giants have pissed me off.
First time all year?
I was like really, really irked about that loss.
What's pissing you off more? Patrick Bailey's batting out?
Dude, you walked in while I was, you walked in while I was mid. I was like, it's the bench. It's nobody on the bench can hit. The defense wasn't where it needed to be. Christian Costas letting balls squirt by him. I got Brett Wisely getting thrown out.
The excitement for Willie Adames is dissipated?
Yeah, the excitement for Willie Adames, it's bleeding now.
Look at me, Bonte. Did you ever think me talking Giants baseball? Look at this.
Ever since he showed up, man. Ever since Derek showed up.
Oh, yeah, award-winning Diamond Note. See, he knows.
He knows. I told you, I'm not setting foot in Chase Center tonight until I tell the people who's hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, locally and family-owned for 63 years. Yeah, I don't know that there's any one thing right now. They're I won't say lucky. It's fortunate that they are where they are right now, wins and losses-wise. The strength of the team is the bullpen, so when the bullpen gives it up, it's frustrating. When you're averaging like 3 runs a game over the course of a week, you can't expect to win a lot. First 3-game losing streak of the year, and they've dropped 3 in a row to NL West teams. I can't be losing more games than the Rocks.
No, I mean, and that's the thing, is you can't lose to mediocre teams right now. When you're next week, you have to play the Chicago Cubs, Minnesota Twins, and then Arizona comes here. So just get it done. I mean, how much would you freak out if they lose the series? I mean, I know it's one series in a 162-game season, but like pretty bad with how lowly the Rockies are.
I'm not going to freak out, but it would be eyebrow raising.
Yeah.
It would be cause for concern to be like, all right, something's got to change. And as I said to you, like 3 weeks into the year, 2 weeks into the season, I'm okay waiting to give guys an opportunity in the lineup to sort of figure things out. I'm not big on tinkering real early on when you want dudes to be everyday players. That said, like when you're a month in and you're hitting a bit of a skid, it's time to start to evaluate where you can go elsewhere. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. He's from the KNBR headquarters in downtown San Francisco. We are outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing where the Warriors are getting ready to take on the Houston Rockets in Game 6. That game tips off at 6 o'clock. When we come on back, more on the Warriors. Is Steve Kerr, now that Greg Popovich has stepped down as head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, is Steve Kerr now the best coach in the NBA? 808 KNBR. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Harmonic, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb back in the San Francisco studios. Just catching up with Bonte Hill.
I tell you, Bonte trained me at KNBR.
Yes, he did. I've heard that story, yes.
I remember when he told me he was leaving to go work with your dad. I was like, he was like talking to me about something. He's dropped me off at home one day, and he's like, dude, I got to tell you something.
And little did he know it was the worst mistake he ever made in his career.
I'm going to work with Greg Pop. I was like, what are you doing that for?
Got to put up with his son producing the show, too.
So when I met Greg, he was like, hello, Bonte. I mean, Copes. That never happened. I mean, I made that part up, but it does seem funny.
Yes.
Seems like it would fly. Anyway, Steve.
It's not the first time we made that riff.
So you know what? I said this earlier, and I planted that flag. I said, I don't know that Greg Popovich at 29 seasons, I said, took over when I was 7 years old. You were 5 years old when Greg Popovich became head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. I said, I don't know that we'll ever see another head coach in the NBA coach for 29 seasons with one organization.
No, I don't see it happening.
Now,
I mean,
Mark Spears said Eric Spoelstra is going to be there for a long time. And how long has Spo been there now? He took over in
2006. I want to let me confirm.
Give me a year on Eric Spoelstra. Like, if we're coming up on 20 for Spo, I might be wrong on that. I do not believe Steve Kerr.
Actually, you know what? It might have been LeBron's first season there.
I do not believe Steve Kerr is going to crest 20 years with the Warriors. I just don't see that happening based on the level of success.
Okay, he's been with the Miami Heat since 2008.
So since 2008. So the 08-09 season. So still, we're talking like 18 years, right?
God, not to mention he's been an assistant coach with them since 1997. So he's been there for quite some time.
Well, don't forget he was like the video room guy, right?
Exactly,
so he's worked his way through the ranks to become a head coach. But as a head coach, like, he's a guy who I could see that happening with. Because, again, if he got fired or he was released or decided to go elsewhere, he'd be the first guy anybody called.
No, absolutely.
I could also see him, like, you know, if the Celtics wanted, Brad Stevens might have stayed as the head coach for as long as, I mean, he took over after being at Butler, back-to-back national championship appearances, loses both of those, but becomes the head coach of the Boston Celtics and now is the president of basketball for the Celtics, and he'll probably be in that role for as long as he, I mean, it could be like a Danny Ainge type thing for him where he's there for 20 years. Because he was such a young coach, I could see that happening. Greg Popovich at the time, a pretty young coach in terms of taking over as a head coach.
Yeah, you know what I actually could see happening? I mean, like, did you see Bam Adebayo the other night being like, they asked him, like, what they want to see change with the Miami Heat organization. He was like, well, you can ask Pat Riley about that if he's not, in a bad mood or whatever. It seems that Pat Riley's act is kind of wearing thin on people.
I feel like Spo is going to become – that's what I'm saying. Is the only reason I see Spo not being the head coach for 30 years is if he decides in the next few – and Pat Riley's getting up there. I mean, he's got to be in his 80s, right?
Yeah.
If Pat Riley at some point steps down or they ask him to retire or whatever, Eric Spoelstra is logically the next person to take over.
Oh, definitely.
And we're not really in the era of basketball anymore. Same with football. Football's gone with that too. It's part of why, like, Mickey Loomis, the longest tenured general manager in the NFL, is
exactly at 80. Pat Riley.
So many guys in the NFL, the big time guys. I mean, I think to Mike Holmgren and Andy Reid and guys like that, like, they all have general managers, but Holmgren was the dude, he was like president of the team, right? Bill Walsh was like operating in acquiring talent, and even when they had a general manager and they had, like, Dwight Clark became the GM of the team, like, Bill Walsh was still the guy kind of calling the shots.
No,
right?
definitely, yeah.
And football personnel is such a big deal where the coaches, the GM have to work in tandem with each other, but it is a fair question. Like in football, who gets final say? Is it John Lynch or is it Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I mean,
feels to me like it's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I think people behind the scenes would tell you it's Kyle Shanahan.
So I wonder that in the NBA, where now you don't end up, and you used to have more of that. Remember, the reason Steve Kerr ends up the head coach of the Warriors, or one of the reasons, is Stan Van Gundy wanted all of it. Stan Van Gundy wanted to be president of basketball, and he wanted to be the head coach of the team. Pat Riley stepped down from being president, not stepped down. He walked out of his office and told Stan Van to kick rocks, and then he led the Heat to a championship. He decided, I'm going to coach the team, and we're already mid-season. I wonder how much president plays a role within season relative to out of season.
Yeah.
And general manager stuff is in play there. Like, the Warriors right now don't have a president of basketball, do they?
They do not.
They just have a general manager.
Yeah,
but
Mike Dunleavy just has the title of general manager.
But Bob Myers was both the president / GM. So that role kind of works in tandem. But, same could be said about, like, Farhan Zaidi was the president. He was, Pete Patella was here. Scott Harris was here.
It just means you're in good standing with the organization.
But now general manager for the Giants means a little bit different. It's organizationally how you decide to set it up. I feel like I can't imagine that that's not the next role for Eric Spoelstra.
No, I would agree. But as far as, I'm like, Greg Popovich is getting the title of president now, and I don't really know how involved he's going to be with the future of the Spurs. I think that's just them. It's kind of like with Bruce Arians being a part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, even though obviously Greg Popovich has accomplished a hell of a lot more with the Spurs.
Is Arians still there with the Bucs?
Arians still has a title with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but they just kind of...
That guy just loves football, man.
Exactly, but they just kind of put him in a room, and he's like, okay, when you want to show up, just let us know what you think about the football team. And that's, like, honestly, you kind of hear stories about how Pop, I don't know if he really wanted to go away. Like, I heard, like, he tried to come back. Like, I remember, I thought that he was going to retire, actually, a few years ago. Remember when it was the middle of the Warriors-Spurs series, and unfortunately his wife passed away.
Yeah.
And I thought at that moment, okay, maybe he's not going to do this anymore. He doesn't have Tim Duncan in there. Kawhi Leonard wants to get out. He wanted to get
that
traded.
long hair out. All
Yeah,
that,
he wanted to get traded to. He wanted to get traded to the Lakers, but they traded him to Toronto. So I do wonder how involved he will be with the organization. I'm surprised Popovich stayed with the Spurs as long as he did, but when you have Victor Wembanyama and he's so good at coaching French players, it rejuvenated him to stick around and be part of the organization still.
So good at coaching French players.
He is.
Because of Tony Parker?
Tony Parker.
Who else?
That's about it.
They wanted him there because he's so good with he's so good with the French.
He is.
One guy.
Boris Diaw.
Thank you, Boris Diaw.
Forgot about Boris.
He's got rings, Diaw.
Yeah.
He's hanging banners. Yeah.
But I think that obviously Greg Popovich as a coach totally rubbed off on Steve Kerr. I think that the way that they play, the style, is definitely reminiscent of Steve Kerr. Like, whatever, I think of Steve Kerr on the sideline, get him mic'd up on a TNT game, be like, I need some nasty, I need some physicality. Never heard Steve Kerr actually say those words, but he's kind of, said pretty much the same thing. Like, it's the same style of basketball, and, I will say this too. I commend Greg Popovich for being in the state of Texas and how outspoken he was in politics. If he didn't like something, he let it be known to the media. Like when Trump got elected, he was all over that.
Frankly, I'm not a big Spurs guy.
Exactly.
Was rooting for Allen when he hit the three. I told him, don't bet on the Spurs. Here comes Allen. I knew back then. Allen. That's where I was going, dude. Waiting for that.
But honestly,
called that one.
I mean, like the fact, like Greg Popovich, with his ability to, tell the media his displeasure with what's going on in the country and the world, I don't think Steve Kerr is able to do that unless Greg Popovich lays the foundation for that.
Yeah, Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich walks so Steve Kerr can run.
No, I mean, do you just disagree? Like,
no, not at all.
I think that with how outspoken he was, and obviously, I mean, no one came down Greg Popovich's road. Like nobody on Fox News is telling him stick to basketball. Greg Popovich was given an open forum, and people respected him for it. Same thing with Steve Kerr. He spoke out, and people look to Steve Kerr now to speak out on these issues the same way that Greg Popovich was able to do that. So, in so many ways, Steve Kerr is the ultimate Greg Popovich disciple in the way that he is, the style of basketball, the way that he plays, taking over for the Olympics as head coach, how he feels about politics, the fact that like Mark Spears telling Greg Popovich you could run for president. How many times have we heard that with Steve Kerr?
How many times have we heard it with Stephen A. Smith?
Well, yeah, a little too much.
There were those shirts, Popovich Kerr for president.
Exactly.
Going around. Remember that? They were like it was like a ticket that they were thinking about.
So to answer your question, as far as is he the best coach in the NBA now that Steve Kerr that Greg Popovich has stepped down? Absolutely. I just don't know how long he's going to stick around. I think that there's 1 year left remaining on Steve Kerr's contract after this season. I think we all anticipate that maybe next season is going to be Steve Kerr's last year. It may be the same deal where he's put up to the front office as a president of basketball operations, whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, Tom has floated that idea out before.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something Steve would want. I feel like that's true, that he would stay maybe tied to the organization. I don't feel like he's leaving to go coach anywhere else. That would actually be a huge shock to me if Steve Kerr left here and went elsewhere.
I didn't see that at all.
Steph Curry.
I think as long as Steph is here, that he wants to be here, but I think their contracts don't line up in that way. Yeah, I don't see Steve Kerr leaving the Bay Area and wanting to go someplace else to coach a superstar.
See, like in baseball, they used to do the thing in the Giants. I've always said this about the Giants, and I've loved to grow up in the Bay Area and be a Giants fan, where you get the Hall of Famers. I got to see the 5 Hall of Famers that were like the legendary guys from the 60s around all the time because, I mean, and we just started losing them in the last few years, but McCovey, Mays, Cepeda, Marichal, Gaylord Perry, they would come to things. They'd be here. I mean, I was at the Gaylord Perry statue unveiling, and he was there. I was at the McCovey statue unveiling, and Gaylord Perry's there, and Juan Marichal's there. Like, you get to stay close to those guys, and what they would say is they were all special assistants to the general manager, special assistants to the president. I do think when a player or a coach like Steve Kerr or Eric Spoelstra or Brad Stevens, and Stevens different because they moved him up to that role. But if you're decidedly done with coaching, and Popovich an example of this, I think that they know that your mind and what you've built is so respected that you don't want a clean sever. Like, look at the Patriots, right? Bill Belichick wasn't done.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick was like, I'm not done. Bill Belichick would have coached the Pats until he died if they wanted him to.
Right.
He would have been there until he was like, I'm officially finished with my life in football. I don't think that's anything that Bill wanted to go be a president of football or move off of the field, as evidenced by doing a little bit of media and now taking over a college football team, right? I'm not even past the idea that Bill's done in the NFL. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's out of the question, especially based on the parameters and the structure that he put in about his son's heir apparent nature with the North Carolina Tar Heels. So is Steve Kerr the best coach left in the NBA? It's, we're in an echo chamber, and it's tough to argue against that. Show me the coach with as much winning culture and with as much success in the NBA in the time that Steve Kerr's been here or before. And Eric Spoelstra is the only other one that comes to mind. I would say Spo is the best in the East, and Steve Kerr's the best in the West.
Hands down. I mean, just look at the 4 championships. And that's why I don't understand when people come down Steve Kerr's road for not playing Kuminga or his rotations. The man has been there, done that. And I understand that, the argument sometimes is, well, anybody could coach this team. Really? I mean, we've seen so many superstar, teams, like super teams put together that have failed. Steve Nash was handpicked by Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to take over the Brooklyn Nets.
And then they traded for Harden, and he took off the fat suit, and then he had 3 superstars.
And you would have thought that a superstar of Steve Nash's caliber could have handled those 3 guys. He couldn't. Mike Budenholzer, Frank Vogel, all tried to coach the Phoenix Suns. It failed miserably. Steve Kerr has a way with people, a way with coaching that most coaches don't. I don't think that he was a bad coach by any means, but Mark Jackson cannot get the same results out of the Golden State Warriors that Steve Kerr could.
And what part of that is culture.
Yes.
Part of that was that was a lot of what was talked about with Mark Jackson losing his gig was the culture that was created. Like if Joe Lacob buys the team and the culture was what it is with Steve Kerr, and I'm not talking just success with Steph Curry, but if the culture were different, I don't know that they would have moved on from him because you don't necessarily want to rock the boat
exactly
in that way. The interesting thing about Steve Kerr potentially moving into the front office is he's already done the gig. He's already been a general manager.
Exactly.
He was Steve Nash's GM with the Suns.
And that's why I
put together some damn good teams, too. Steve Kerr, the GM of the Suns, they had him and Marion, and they might have gone and got Shaq at one point when he was there. Amari Stoudemire's there. They've got Steve Nash. I mean, they had some really good teams. And Al Gentry was a head coach there at one point. One of my favorite Kobe moments ever is Kobe hitting that fadeaway jumper, classic Kobe turnaround fadeaway baseline.
I remember,
Al Gentry calls a timeout, and Kobe ran by him and tapped him on the ass as he ran back to the Laker bench. And Gentry kind of shook his head and smiled. And I'm like, Kobe's like, sorry, brother. Got you, man.
I want to say Lakers had a 3-1 lead in that series. They coughed it up. Steve Nash came back and won that series.
They had back-to-back years where they had really good series against each other. The one where Nash got hit in the face.
Yep.
The NBA where amazing happens. There was one where they used to put it on the side of and it was Steve Nash's nose bleeding, where Steve Nash's nose happens. I mean, I'm looking at current head coaches in the NBA. Ty Lue, it's funny, too, because I don't think Ty Lue is at the level of Steve Kerr or Eric Spoelstra. I do think Ty Lue's a good coach. I do like what Ty Lue's been able to do.
And he's turned into a good coach. I thought initially when he took over the Cavs, they won that championship because LeBron and Kyrie was amazing. He's developed into a good coach.
Everybody wins because of what players do, right?
Yes.
It's players make plays. So what I would say is it's interesting when a guy coaches, and maybe I have to get my off of this stigma with Steve Kerr. Maybe I don't have the stigma with Steve Kerr, but it's sort of how when Luke Walton coached the Warriors in the midst of that 24-0 start.
Yeah,
and everybody's like, "Whoa." Anybody could have coached them that well. Steve Kerr's not doing anything. They're a dominant team. They got Kevin. Neither here nor there. Whatever. If that's your take, you're obviously not. It's low hanging fruit, and you're not really in tune with what's going on. You're not watching the games. You don't understand. Now that said, was it easier for Luke Walton to take over that team than if he were the first year head coach taking over a team that was rebuilding? If he took over the Kings or something, it wasn't not the same level of success.
Or even the Lakers when he took over for LeBron and had to establish that culture.
What I'm getting at, though, is that when coaches, and Eric Spoelstra's one of these, it took me a long time to think Eric Spoelstra was a really good coach.
Yeah.
Because I just sort of lopped him in going, he's just sort of a yes man for LeBron. He'd never been a head coach. He's just a guy that's there to keep LeBron happy. I kind of had that fear, if I'm being honest with you. I had the same fear in 2007 when the Giants hired Bruce Bochy. I've made it known I did not want Bochy hired. I was like, this guy's a 500 manager.
Yep.
I didn't know what he was capable of and how good he was, and he hadn't had great levels of success. Had won a pennant once with the Padres and got swept by the Yankees. I think they got swept by the Yankees in 1998. But I was like, my feeling was they couldn't go get somebody who was going to be such a different attitude manager, such a different type of guy to be Barry Bonds' manager for the final season or however many more years he was going to be here. And so part of me was like, did they just get some some chill, laid-back somebody who was just going to deal with Barry's crap. And as we got to find out, Bruce Bochy was so much more than that. And keeping your clubhouse and your locker room together and in unison is a major part of that.
Right.
Steve Kerr has done that in an era where coaches are dispensable frequently, it seems like, or disposed of frequently by the NBA. Now, is he the best coach left standing right now? In my mind, without question. He's got the titles and the numbers to prove it. That said, Eric Spoelstra proved that to me in a much different capacity, in that post-LeBron, not only do they hold on to him, he thrived. Yeah. He's been back to the NBA Finals. He's been back to the Eastern Conference Finals. I do believe in the culture that Eric Spoelstra's built. I was joking the other day that after they got the Heat lost Game 3 by 40-plus and Game 4 by 50.
There is no Heat culture.
Getting swept. I said, so Heat culture was just Jimmy Butler, huh? Maybe some of that is overblown, but there is something to be said about a stable person at the top of that organization. I mean, hell, how many different bosses have we had? Myself included in the time that we've been here at KNBR. Culture changes and evolves, and it trickles down from the top.
No, absolutely, and that's why I think...
We're talking Holer culture now. You hear this?
Holer culture.
KNBR's Holer culture. And Holer just met her. Anyway, Ty Lue, I think, has emerged in that same capacity to me, where I think I've gotten rid of the LeBron stigma from him, and I do believe that he's a good coach.
Absolutely, and let's be honest, how many coaches in the league could handle Draymond Green? And I understand, like, a lot of coaches deal with a lot of crap, but, like, through the years, 10-plus years now with Steve Kerr being head coach, everything that Draymond Green has put him through, he still wants him at the end of the day. So no one understands this group as much as Steve Kerr does, and they don't want anybody else. And he understands them to a point where he knows what's best for them. Greg Popovich was like kind of the originator of load management. So he knew, okay, it's not a good time for these guys to play.
He's the first team to get fined for the healthy scratches. I think they went to Miami the year after they lost to him in the finals. It was like early in the season, and he sat Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili, and like didn't play him at all. And I think they fined the team like $100,000.
They did, because it was on a nationally televised game.
Yeah, and Pop's like, I don't give a damn if you want to see a rematch of the finals from last year. This game doesn't mean anything to me.
Exactly. So Steve, like, we all may question what their lackadaisical nature in Game 5, but Steve Kerr knows this team better than us. They are an older team, so maybe he thought it was the best interest that maybe they kind of go in with, we'll see what happens, and then let's rest. They're 35-plus. Come back on Friday night, close this thing out. And I think he learned that from Greg Popovich. Understand your players. They're veteran guys. I mean, he coached Tim Duncan until he was well in his late 30s. Yeah. So he knew how to manage superstars. He learned it from Pop. It's to say, like, Steve Kerr, anybody could coach this team, I think you're out of your mind. There's only a person that could have coached or been around Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich that could definitely control this team.
I just like how you talked about Bruce Arians is still with the Bucks. I said, he's still got a title with the Bucks. You're like, yeah, they just stick him in some room. Makes me think of when I was on Murph and Mac all the time. We used to always play Murph brought my attention to the Rodney Dangerfield joke where he goes, when you're too old, when your family talks about you in front of you. Yeah. People come over, they go, what are we going to do with Pop? Pop's just sitting over
right there.
Pop can't stay here. He's just sitting in the corner dribbling. Put him in the garage. We got company coming over. That's how I felt about Arians. They're like, just put him in the garage, dude.
Kinda.
Give him something to do. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Tim is back at our KNBR headquarters in San Francisco. We are live outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing, right outside of Chase, where the Warriors are taking on the Houston Rockets in Game 6 coming up at 6 o'clock. You know what it's time for? We do this on Thursdays and Fridays because, as you're aware, Derek, people don't have internet.
They don't have internet.
People don't have phones.
Nope.
They don't have calendars. And they do not know what is going on in sports in the Bay Area unless I tell them on Thursdays and Friday afternoons, which is why now it is time, drum roll please, the Bay Area Sports Calendar, which is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, speaking of Giants baseball, you want to talk about an energy letdown from the Warriors game tonight, hopping on over on the to 3rd and King over watching it. How many people are going to be at the Giants-Rocks game tonight?
Not a lot.
Not. Will the Warriors outdraw the Giants? Probably not. I don't know if they'll outdraw them. But Giants and Rockies tonight. Giants face the Rockies all weekend. Catch Dave Fleming's rage for Dinger as the Giants look to avenge last night's loss. 7:15 first pitch tonight. There's a couple of 105 starts this weekend. I will be out there certainly on Sunday, maybe tomorrow as well. How about this? First time this is cropped up on the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar. Ted Ramey's San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the Portland Timbers tomorrow at 7:30 in San Jose at PayPal Park.
Shiver
the world's
Timbers.
longest outdoor TED. World's longest outdoor bar. Ted will drink you under the table at halftime. It's the longest.
That's
Ted.
a big Ted.
It's the longest Ted you'll ever meet.
Awfully big Ted.
Moving on here. Maybe you're not into Warriors. Maybe you're not into Giants.
What's wrong with you?
Maybe you're not into the San Jose Earthquakes with Ted Ramey. Well, get this. Tonight, you can catch Jigsaw Dating. It's a San Francisco singles ping pong event from 6 to 8 tonight at Spin in San Francisco on Folsom Street. Mixer-style mingling with local singles, free ping pong, and a complimentary welcome drink.
Okay.
Mr. KNBR is shaking his head. I'll be there.
Honestly, I've been to Spin. Not a bad place.
No, Spin's tight.
Yeah.
That's all you had to contribute.
I mean, I'm not gonna say like I'm gonna go to
You
Spin.
said, I'll tell you what,
I'll tell you what. I've been to Spin, good place. Went there like, I don't know, 8 years ago. Haven't been back, but it's a good spot.
Hell of an endorsement from Dirk. I'll tell you what, I've been to Spin.
I'll tell you what, been to Spin.
Not a bad place.
Not a bad spot.
I'll tell you
We'll be there tonight.
I've heard of it.
Oh, man. That's your Bay Area sports calendar for Friday, May the 2nd. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live outside of Harmonic Brewing. We're inside Harmonic Brewing, outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Rockets coming up at 6 o'clock in Game 6, and we'll talk about it with the best sports writer in America. It's Marcus Thompson. He joins us next on Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
San Francisco 49ers third-round pick Upton Stout joined the Gregs today with tremendous energy and discussed how thrilled he was to join San Francisco after his official visit with the team. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Upton Stout leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. Nice day out, too. Sunny out here. We are right outside of Chase Center in Thrive City at Harmonic Brewing, where the Warriors are taking on the Houston Rockets. 6 o'clock tip tonight. Derek demanded everybody get to their seats by 6 o'clock. Even though he won't be there because we're on the air until 6:15. We do it every week with the greatest sports writer in America. It's Marcus Thompson. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Marcus is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. A proud partner of Giants Baseball. Marcus on the Yuma Guest Line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, bro?
What up, Marcus?
Wait, it's a 6 p.m. game?
Oh, yeah.
Where you at?
I'm just messing with y'all.
I know you're messing with me. I know. You know when it was.
How we feeling? I know where Derek stands.
Well, Derek's probably, nervous? Waffling on whether or not he thinks they'll win?
Not today, Marcus, not today. Maybe yesterday, but not today.
I asked him yesterday how confident he was in a Game 6 win, and I was like, I'm in, bro. I was like, Steph Curry, Game 6. Now, what's interesting is this is the first – how long since they've played a Game 6 without Klay Thompson?
2011.
Yeah, 20. No, there wasn't no playoffs in 2011.
Well, I know,
on, bro.
but since he was drafted.
That's what I mean. I mean, it's 07. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's a new-look Warriors team, and Mark Spears was just saying to us, they need playoff Jimmy not in the fourth quarter. They're going to need him the whole game today.
Yeah, they can't mess around. You know they will, right? You know they're going to mess around.
Yeah, of course. Play with their food,
offer.
man.
No, not tonight.
Yeah,
Come on.
Not tonight. Tonight is it. I do feel like I do think it needs to start with Steph. And if that means it ends with Jimmy, that's fine. It could be the other way, except Steph, like aggressive Steph, really just messes with people, right? It really ruins the defensive scheme. So, obviously it's better for all of them to play their best, from tip, because then it's probably a comfortable win. But, yeah, to me, it's Steph and Jimmy. Pick one. I think Steph needs to start really aggressive just to force them to really be locked into him. But Jimmy, it makes the most sense for Jimmy to finish because they're just not going to let Steph beat him. Like, Ime Udoka has been traumatized by Boston and what happened in Game 4 and 6. So he's just not letting Steph do it. That opens it up for Jimmy, and this is where Jimmy can become a Warriors legend.
Would you change anything tonight with the starting lineup? I mean, Buddy Hield didn't look great in the last game. Maybe have Moses Moody start again or possibly go big. Would you change anything for tonight's game?
Yeah, I'd probably just go back to Moody because it's the one they know. They've worked it a lot, right? They kind of got their vibes down. Moody's shot has been, pretty questionable. But
yeah,
what we do know is he's going to play defense. And if he could just hit a couple, right, that's pretty good. And then Buddy, if he doesn't make them, now you start worrying about, what's his value out there on the floor. So with Moody, he's at least going to, get after it. So I'd probably go back to the lineup that has won the most since Jimmy got back. But I wouldn't be opposed to Buddy. I do like the idea of spacing them out and making them guard. But you just got to go. You can't be around there passing it on the perimeter. You got to take these dudes off the dribble.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, nice enough to join us. We do it every week with him, courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Steph's thumb. I mean, the photos came out of that. Somebody we got an up close look at Steph's thumb. That thing looks gnarly. Somebody said Steph's hand looks like Shaq's feet, and they did a side by side of his.
Not even close though. Shaq's feet are.
That was gnarly. I mean, this thing's been bothering him all year. I mean, it's clearly a factor, but how severe do you think it is for him right now? And where do you come down on the Dylan Brooks situation where people are talking about him coming after the thumb? I sort of think it's a gamesmanship thing. Not that you're necessarily trying to injure somebody, but if you know somebody's not 100% in what part of their body, don't you kind of go with that part?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything. I don't want to say malicious. To me, that's just part of the game. You're out there with a massive damage on your thumb. Yeah. I might bump into it. I don't know. So I think Steph understands that as part of the game too, and I do think also part of it is Steve Kerr trying to protect his guy, right, by making this a public thing. I don't know if I was Steve Kerr, I'd have done this. I'd go to Phil Jackson route. I'd be complaining about fouls every press conference, eating my fines, and just making it the story. So they gotta watch Steph. But I think his thumb is fine. I tried to ask him about it after the game just to get like some, what's his real thoughts away from the cameras. And he was just like, dude, why y'all asking me about this? Like, I don't understand. I dropped 36 with the same dunk, right? To him, it's just been something he's been dealing with so long. I think where it bothers him the most is the handle. I think especially because Amen Thompson is so long and athletic, like he's got to really be on point with that thing around him. And it feels like if it's messing up anywhere, it's the handle. But his shot still looks pretty good. And he doesn't seem to be like, you can see him messing with it and fidgeting with it, which is why it's like, hey, what's up with that thumb? But the shooting percentages are pretty good.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. So, Marcus, we're all in agreement. We heard you yesterday with the Greg saying how imperative tonight's game is. They have to win. You feel good about a Game 7, but with their age and playing every other day, not ideal. But do you feel like, we've seen it during the regular season and honestly during the playoffs the last few years, this team will kind of kick it when they don't need to, or when they don't have to win a game. They kind of lax. Did you kind of get that vibe a little bit on Wednesday when they went into Houston and kind of like had the we'll see approach of the whole game? Did you kind of feel like they weren't as intense as they needed to be to close out the series?
Yeah, that's a little bit comes with like old age, and Steph and Draymond kind of set the tone for this. So hey, we're not going hard till we have to, right? And if the other team wants to wet the bed, we'll take it. The problem is teams just don't wet the bed against the Warriors. It's the Warriors. So you're getting A games, right? You're getting peak performances. So I think it's a little risky tonight just because now Houston is so confident and so comfortable. They're shooting over 50% the last couple of games. And remember, offense was their issue. So they found a level of a comfort zone. So, the Warriors at home, man, they love the crowd pleasing three, and they love jacking them up in the moment. And that stuff tends to work against you when you, as Steve Kerr say, play with the basketball guys. So, to me, they kind of need to figure out, they need to bring their road game home, where it's like, let's take smart shots, get into the lane, kick out, instead of going for the dagger and the big moment shots, because that always gets them in trouble in these type of games.
Did you talk to Draymond after the game in Houston about his reaction to Trace Jackson Davis and Pat Spencer? Because he seemed to be enjoying all of it. I thought that might have lit a little bit of a fire. Like, yeah, these boys playing with some attitude out here.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to do it if the other guys did, right?
Yeah, right. You shouldn't have to do it, right?
If needing Trace Jackson Davis to be the enforcer, something went wrong. But I do think they liked it, right? Like Draymond loved it while you're sitting on him, and especially because it was to the defense of someone else, right? Like it's like Şengün, you're not about to walk up on my point guard, right? Yeah. So that's what they like. That's kind of the spirit. And oddly enough, I think that might have lit a fire under them, right? I do think that probably made them OG say, all right, like there you go right there. We need to model that, right? And in that sense, if it worked, then Trace probably is a bit of a hero because you had to fight in that one, and Houston's gonna make you fight. And if Trace is willing to fight, not that like Trace is soft, but he just doesn't play, right? So
yeah, right.
Like the guys who are playing needs to be the one like doing the most fighting. So if you don't bring that Trace Jackson level of energy, it's kind of indicting.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line, just steering away from the Warriors real quick. Greg Popovich stepped down today after 29 seasons as San Antonio Spurs head coach. Did you have any interactions with him while covering the league? And, me and Coach were talking about it. I think it's going to be very rare for a coach to coach for that long, for almost 30 seasons.
I said, I don't know if we'll see another coach in my lifetime go 29 seasons with one team with the way coaches seem to be. We talked about it with you a couple weeks ago. Like, they seem to be more dispensable now based on the superstar nature of the league.
Yeah, I think it's somebody who's already in place and maybe like 15 in. You know what I'm saying? And then
Spoelstra is like the one I was thinking. Spoelstra maybe.
Yeah, that's institution. And, the money was different when he started. Yeah. Like the money explosion changes everything, right? It wasn't always like this. So I just don't see it. And because the money's so high, because these teams cost so much, winning is so much more valuable because it's the way you make money. It's playoff games, right? The cachet. Like, you can't mess around and just spend 6 years at the bottom. So, and the coach is the easiest to go. I just don't think we'll see it again. Especially like, it's not even just that Pop was there for a long time. He was such a central and integral figure, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he like really made being a jerk cool, right? And it's because people know, like, he actually is like a really nice guy, and they've heard so many players talk about how much he cares. But yeah, I've asked him the wrong question I actually think I asked the right question, but he tried to play me like it was wrong a couple times. You got to be on. There's nothing like asking Pop a question. Like, you going back to J school, you writing that down. Like, all right, no, yes or no. That thing is like writing an essay. By the time you finish with it, you done went through the 7th iteration. Then they calling you forget what you said because he's staring at you, and now you back to the first one. Yeah, right. So it's like it's quite an experience dealing with Pop, but he's such a like beloved figure. It's gonna be tough to see somebody like that again. Not just time wise, but impact and philosophical. Like kind of like grasp on the game. Steph was talking the other day about appropriate fear, and I'm like, Steph Curry, who's never been coached by Greg Popovich, is using a Popovich term. Like, that's how significant he was or is. But why Mitch Johnson, though? Like, out of this spot, like, all these people have been rumored to be Pop's replacement for years. People have been buying, and it's like, Mitch Johnson? Like,
I know.
What?
Yeah.
I wanted to at least write a story like Steve Kerr is, like, rumored to be, like, give me some clicks out this thing. They ain't even let me work. Just like, all right,
Becky Hammond,
Michael
Malone.
Give me something.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, like, throw Chris Paul names out there. Let's get something.
Chris Paul for head coach.
In the most Spursian way, they just turned it into the most ho-hum transition to sour ever. It's like, oh, yeah, we hired Mitch. That's our guy. It's like, okay, the whole Spurs tree out there waiting for the job, and the dude that I don't know gets it. That's insane.
Exactly, it's totally Spurs. I mean, it's right up the Spurs alley to just go with Mitch Johnson. He could have been named like John Smith. That's the only difference. Is it could have been somebody more plain than that. But you're right. I mean, I thought not for sure, but I did think unless Becky Hammond got an offer somewhere else, and she coached in the summer league and whatnot for them, and was sitting on the bench as an assistant, now the head coach of the Aces, and she's making $1 million a year in Las Vegas as a head coach. I did think maybe Popovich, if he ever became president, would go a route like that, just because you talk about being the figure that he is and what he stood for and how he spoke about change and whatnot across the NBA and in everyday life. It is very, very San Antonio Spurs. Do you think Pop had to sign off on Mitch Johnson removing the interim tag, though?
Do you think Mitch Johnson had a chance if Pop didn't?
No, of course not. No way. We didn't know who he was.
Pop recommended him. Yeah, Pop was like, this is the guy right here.
This is my dude.
How'd you like to be Mike Budenholzer, right? Like, you get fired, you're like, oh, man, perfect. I'm free in time for my predecessor's job.
I can go home, yeah.
Nope. Mike Brown was like, hey, I mean, y'all let me go and sack, but at least you know what I'm saying? At least I get to go be Pop's successor. Like, nope.
It's tough to call it recency bias. It's tough to say recency bias because he's been around for so long. And to your point, like, it's why part of the Tom Brady argument is the best quarterback stands for me because of how long he did it, how much the game evolved and changed, how he won in different eras. Like, that all plays into it to me. But, like, Mark Spears was on with us earlier, and he said he thinks Greg Popovich is the greatest coach in NBA history. And I said, it's tough for me to go with anybody before I was born and didn't see. Certainly best coach of my lifetime. Where do you have him?
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, you could make the case for Phil. He did a three-peat with with two teams, right? But, I mean, his teams were loaded. And, if you want to make a case against Pop, I guess he had the same dude and won 5 titles with it. I don't know, man. Just influence and impact alone, right? And the reverence that you have for him. Like, you can put the numbers and all that stuff, but you just talk to people around this league about Popovich, and you just don't run into many guys who got something to say that's not reverential, right? Like, he's just been a significant figure in this league. Like, this dude hates three-pointers, and somehow he was able to transition so his team, could be a good three-point shooting team, and they got a quality offense. Like, to be able to do that over the eras and have old people singing your praises and young kids singing your praises, like, it's just tough to top that. That's a pretty strong legacy to go up against. The other person I can think of, if you're thinking of like, greatest coaches of all time, has got to be. I mean, that's tough. I'm not.
It's tough to go like hour back. Bill Russell's up there. I guess.
I was thinking me. I'm kind of undefeated at the East Lake YMCA. My team.
Oh, okay.
We don't really. You know what I'm saying? I'm undefeated. Our offense is complex. Yeah, I think I can give Pop a run for his money. Low key, I think I can though, for real.
I think it's funny. Like people mentioned Phil, and I'm like, yeah, all the titles, of course, Phil. But you just said some three-peated with two teams. What's even more alarming about Phil is he three-peated 3 times. He three-peated with the Bulls, then he three-peated again, then he three-peated with the Lakers, and then he went back-to-back again with the Lakers. 11 rings, and he never won one and didn't win another one the next year.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's
and
tough. He may be the one.
A lot of people don't like Phil either, so he did it like with beef. They had to run him out of town. Like that's even more. He didn't do it like, well, hey man, it's all good here. It was like, yeah, you know what? I'm clashing with ownership while I do it. A little degree of difficulty. I don't know. It's a tough one. I'd probably go with Pop though, but it's a tough one with Phil. He's definitely up there.
And I'm putting Melo on the bench, and that. Beefing with ownership, and Melo's coming off the bench. Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, ESPN, or not ESPN, I almost did the Mark Spears thing. The Athletic, best sports writer.
Oh, we all
in the
look
country.
alike, folks? Is that what you're saying? We all look alike?
Stop, dude. You can put that on me? That's my line on the show. We're supposed to stick together.
I know, right?
There's only 1.5 of us going on right now. You know what I mean? We gotta stick together. We got 2.5 of us on the show today with Mark Spears. Marcus, we'll talk to you later, bro. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, keep it cool out there, Derek. Don't be wilding on the Warriors fans.
I'm not wilding.
Just quit waffling, bro. Get some
syrup.
I'm
not waffling. I told you 100%. 100% confidence. They're winning this thing tonight.
You got all high when you said it, though. All right, we'll talk to you next week.
That was peach.
You said,
right.
no. I'm not worried about it. No, I'm good.
That's how I sound? How dare you?
That's how I heard it. We'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
All right, deuces.
Later. Marcus Thompson.
Let me say this in the most calm, cool, collected way. 100% confidence the Warriors win tonight.
Does anybody believe Derek? Is this the most positive everybody's heard Derek? People like to come down on you for being negative all the time.
How am I that negative? I'm not even that negative. I just keep it real sometimes.
Got to be negative about that take I just gave.
What? That 100% confidence?
No, about the negativity towards you.
Well, I don't care for it. I'm not that negative.
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. We're live from
the new Ray Ratto here.
I don't think you're the new Ray Ratto. I don't think anybody's thinking that. We are live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Houston Rockets coming up at 6:00 tonight. Did you put some football stuff into our show tonight?
I did.
Look at you, man. You can't get through a month of May without talking football.
We got some stuff.
Derek got to May 2nd. He's like, we got some stuff we got to get into. Diana Rossini talks, and you know what it's about. Brock Purdy. She's like the only person with any Brock Purdy insight.
That's not true.
Mike Silver,
beat writers that cover the Niners.
Yeah, I said what I said. Jordan Schultz.
Schultz.
Diana Rossini spoke on the latest Scoop City about the 49ers and Brock Purdy. We'll tell you what she had to say about that contract negotiation next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants dropped Game 1 versus the Rockies after a rare late-inning meltdown that cost Justin Verlander his first win in a Giants uniform. It's the first 3-game losing streak of the season for San Francisco as the team looks to bounce back tonight with Robbie Ray on the hill. For all things Giants, keep it locked to KNBR 680, the man that sucked leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work, live from Harmonic. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb back in the studio. Steve Kerr addressing the media right now, rocking a Greg Popovich shirt. We'll turn that audio around as soon as we could get it, probably next segment, saying that Popovich was a huge influence on his life. Let's talk a little football, though, Copes.
What do you got, Derek?
Nothing.
It's May 2nd. The draft's over. What do you got, football?
Oh, we got always something
We
with
don't have
football.
anything. Seems weird, like the sun's out, it's May.
Yeah, we're talking football, baby.
All right, what you got?
Yeah, get ready. In 2 weeks, we're doing a whole schedule release show.
No, we're not.
Oh, yeah, we are, baby.
Actually, that's big for me. I gotta book some flights when that schedule release comes out.
See? You're invested.
I wouldn't say I'm invested. I would say that people in my life who want to schedule things now, much like your life, well, not as much like yours, much like your dad's life, now you better not schedule anything in the months of August.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
My sister waited months to schedule a baby shower for my niece because she wanted to make sure I could be there. And we had to wait for the Niners schedule to come out. I was like, I know who they're playing. I don't know when they're playing them and when we can do it. But yeah, I'm going to book some flights to get out to some of these NFC West games this year.
That's what happens, man, when your life is tied to the pigskin.
Yeah, well, your life is like invested in the pigskin.
Damn right it is.
All right, what you got? What do you want to give me now? What is this?
All right, Diana Rossini was on the latest edition of Scoop City, and from Diana Rossini saying there is some chatter that a Brock Purdy 49ers extension is far from complete. But the sense that I get is that we're closer than we think. Just look at Purdy's president, San Francisco's OTAs as evidence.
You're saying look at San Francisco's presence. Look at Purdy's presence at OTAs as evidence. I would say the bigger story to me. First of all, let's dissect this real quick.
Okay.
That she's hearing that because we're hearing that they were maybe getting a little bit closer. Maybe there were some offers out there.
Maybe.
It seems like every time we hear from her, it's like they're getting close. Not as close as we think.
Yeah.
But maybe they are closer than we think. I don't know what anybody thinks how close they are.
This is a very slow time in the NFL where insiders just give any details or nuggets they can find possible.
Let's go like 1 to 10. If 10 is that if 10 is the contract being signed, and 1 is he's leaving and he's not signing a deal, right? If like 9 is like they're on the verge of it, they're hammering out the details and it's about to be done. I don't know where anybody thinks they are. I would imagine they're probably in like around 6.
I'd say 7, yeah.
Okay, so she goes, but they may be closer than we think, even though they may be farther apart. If there's no hard evidence coming out on this, and there's no real hard reporting on exactly what the deal is, I can't really imagine thinking about how close a deal. Hell, we thought George Kittle maybe was further away.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden the news breaks like, by the way, Kittle's got the richest contract for a tight end in the NFL. Happened fast.
Yeah, I think what she's basically saying is any day now. We could pop up next week, and out of nowhere we get the alert from Adam Schefter.
The update is that there's no update. That's every update.
Basically.
The update is that there's no update.
Yep.
What I would say is I didn't even put as much into Brock showing up to camp because into the OTAs. Matt Mayoko said that to us, too. He said, I wouldn't shock me at all, really, if he showed up. Boy, I'm just looking up. I see Tom Thibodeau up here, a highlight from last night.
He needs to let it go.
He's holding on to that hair, dude.
I know.
That little comb over on top is
Pull the Derek Papa, man. Just shave the whole damn thing off.
It's getting real tough. It's getting real tough.
Oh, God. He looks like Doug. Like there's only like a little bit of lines on top.
Doug's hair is just those 4 lines coming across.
Or Homer Simpson, we just got the curly cues on the top.
Exactly.
Just let it go, Thibodeau.
In terms of the 49ers OTAs, I think the bigger surprise is Trent Williams does not show up to stuff like this.
I know.
And he did.
They're setting the tone. They want all the veterans there. And
George Kittle doesn't show up to stuff like this, and he did.
I think because they
Nick
know what
Bosa shows up. Like they had everybody of significance in the building for OTAs, which to me, I would hope. I mean, my interpretation of it, and I would like to believe this to be true. Again, I don't know what the inner workings are of the conversations over the offseason or what Kyle said to guys or what coaches said to guys. But all these guys have the right to say, you know what, no, I'm going to show up when I want to show up. I'm going to focus on my own thing and blah, 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 blah. They didn't find success last year in many facets of the game, due in large part to injury. But I would say execution for Nick Bosa, not where it needs to be. Again, they're paying him like the richest player they have for years at his position, the richest non-quarterback until Myles Garrett and Max Crosby got their deals this year. I'm like, you got to start producing on the field and on the stat sheet in the way that the top paid players do. The fact that they're all there to me is a positive thing. It's better than having them not all be there. And if they weren't, I wouldn't put too much weight into it. The fact that they are there to me means a little bit something about knowing where they are, not just in their careers, but in this window of time and the opportunity that they believe they all may still have.
When you are going to the Super Bowl and you're playing games in January and February, then OTAs is like, let me get more rest. The fact that they went 6-11 last year and had a very disappointing season, they understand what time it is. They need to get there, need to get focused. So, and I'm agreeing with you. I did not think that either way with how the contract was going, I think Brock Purdy was going to show up. So we're inching closer, whatever it is, whatever the update is, it's an update on the update. Regardless, I think we're getting to a matter of days when this thing is finalized and we get news on it. But, like, I don't know, whenever it happens, it happens. It's just this will be the same thing. Now that the draft is over, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about this every Monday. What's the latest with Brock Purdy's contract? That's not the biggest thing that came out of Diana Rossini's podcast. The interesting thing was she said George Kittle got the contract extension, 4 years, highest paid tight end in football.
Yeah, this is the most intriguing thing that came out of this podcast. Go ahead.
So she says that the night before the draft, some team inquired about George Kittle, and they offered the 49ers a second-round pick for him. Now, at 32 years old, at 31, he's going to be 32 this upcoming fall.
Entering his 9th season with the 49ers and in the NFL.
That is very interesting. I would not believe that a team would have offered a second-round pick. That is surprising to me. And the fact that the Niners declined that says that they have faith in this guy. Obviously, they gave him a contract. But
they said this was the night before round one?
Night before round one, yes.
Oof.
I'm kind of surprised they declined it. I thought that maybe they would have negotiate a little bit and be like, all right, that's enticing, a second-round pick. Okay, and he is an aging player. He had a great season last year.
Would you have taken Tyler Warren in the first if that were the case?
Yes.
If you
or Colson Loveland.
If you got in a 2, I think it's on the table.
Oh, wait, no, Colson Loveland went the pick before.
He went the pick before that, yeah. He went before Warren.
Tyler Warren, yeah. I'm just surprised. I mean, on paper, that sounds like, 32 years old. Yeah, maybe second-round pick.
Other thing is if you make that trade, because Warren went before the Niners picked anyway.
No, Warren went at 14.
Oh, he went 14. Okay, so the Niners had 11. So if the Niners don't make that play, I wonder how much that changes the first round of the draft. If the Niners trade George Kittle for a second-rounder the day before the draft, everybody knows you're tight end hunting now, right?
Yeah, but in the first round? I mean, obviously the need was there regardless.
The best tight ends were there in the first. I mean, Kittle was a 5th round.
I know.
Right? The best tight ends, though, at least on paper this year, were in that round. And
definitely.
Tyler Warren felt like a fit for the offense.
Definitely, but there were some people out there that were saying this was a deep tight end class. So you could have got the guy from LSU. You could have got other guys. But they would not have been a George Kittle. So at the end of the day, they made the right move hanging on to this guy because he still produces. But you don't see many teams declining a second-round pick for an aging player. So
and then paying the player for 4 years.
Exactly.
At the richest at his position.
But, like, I think fans are happy about this, obviously. He's going to be around for the team. He's going to finish his career with the 49ers.
Presumably, yeah.
Yes, but you don't see, like, I think a lot of organizations would have picked up the phone and said, second-round pick? I'll do that deal, gladly. But the Niners, Obviously, you see something in George Kittle. They're still building this franchise around their, I guess, their stalwarts, like the guys that have been there for the longest time. They're going to build this team around Brock Purdy. They're going to build it around Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams,
Fred Warner,
Fred Warner, and even Diane Rossini said I would not be the least bit surprised.
If Fred Warner got a deal?
Yeah, this offseason where he becomes the highest paid linebacker in football. So
he's the best linebacker in football.
They're building this team around their cornerstones of the franchise and letting other guys go interchangeable parts. But yeah, that's telling to me that they still believe in George Kittle if they're willing to let a second-round pick go that was offered to them on the table.
Yeah, I'm not shocked they said no. Yeah, I guess the options are if you can get that kind of value for him, and then you're going to pay, because that's the thing is they had to have been in negotiations anyway, right? They had to have been getting close to a deal, so it wasn't as simple as, well, screw that, we'll just pay him now. Like they wouldn't have hammered that out overnight.
Yeah.
So that offer comes in while they're probably already close to a deal. I wonder if they get that offer a couple weeks before or a month in advance, if it changes things once you know what the dollar amount is, and you can do your pre-draft stuff a little bit differently.
Or if negotiations went bad.
It also throws a wrench into your draft plans the day before the draft, which changes a lot about the makeup of your roster and somebody that you're penciling in for 17 games. So I'm not shocked by it, I guess. I think I'm more surprised that somebody would have offered a 2.
I am a little surprised.
I'm more surprised at that than the Niners not taking it and signing it.
I mean, with the value,
it's not a full rebuild. This is it's a reset for sure, but it's not a full rebuild as evidenced by the guys they keep handing money to.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, with the way that trades go down, when you have to pay a player, teams don't want to give up a lot of draft compensation. So, let's say like Jalen Ramsey's on the trade block. Most likely, he's not going to go for a second-round pick. No. He's going to get
a fourth.
Exactly. He'll get traded post-June 1st because that's when all the stipulations are in contracts. But it probably will be a fourth-round pick because you have to take on that salary. Now, the counterpart,
second-rounder, somebody would still have to pay Kittle. Would be
exactly.
The thought.
But it's not that much money. It's $19 a year.
Exactly. And if the Niners had made that trade. If the Niners decline that trade and don't sign Kittle, then there's a chance he walks at the end of this year, which is probably the more likely of scenario. If you didn't sign him to the extension, you'd probably have to be – I would have believed the Niners were not planning to bring him back.
Yeah.
That would have been my thought. If they didn't sign him to the extension and they didn't accept a trade, they would not be planning to bring him back at the end of the year. And then you're just letting him walk for nothing, right? So the options are keep him and have some production you would hope for the next 3 to 4 years, or let him walk or get nothing, or take a second-rounder, and then all bets are off.
Yeah, definitely.
So I like to believe they did the most sure thing they could have.
No, definitely.
They created with as much, I don't want to say instability, but with as many questions as there are about so many other positions on the roster, you'd just be adding one more big one to an important position to this offense.
No, absolutely.
And they're already light at the position on the roster.
I mean, they had the best scenario possible with either signing him back or trading him. I thought it was just going to be like, let's let it play out and he leaves a free agency. The fact that they were given offers to trade him and declined that and gave him a contract, best case scenario.
Yeah, I think that's best case. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, we're live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. It's filling up. People are happy to be here. People are excited. Our guy Rod showed up, bought us a couple of beers.
Thank you, Rod.
Rod over here. Rod's the man, dude. Rod's a big listener.
Well, they should be here. It's an hour and a half before tip-off.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's a 6 o'clock tip. We're an hour and a half from tip. Our guy Rod buying beers. Everybody hanging out here at Harmonic, eating their quesadillas, much like Depop. We will take a quick break. When we come on back, we got more for you on what Steve Kerr had to say. Steve Kerr just met with the media.
He's wearing a Greg Popovich shirt.
Lean in here, Rod. Lean in here, Rod. You
What's
can
going
get
on,
camera.
Rod?
There's our guy Rod. There we go. It's our guy Rod buying us brew.
Getting really comfortable up against my shoulder.
I think Rod saw me when I walked in the door here. He was sitting over there and he goes, "You're the crazy guy."
That's how people know him.
That's my guy. They call me the wacky and crazy dude. Steve Kerr just met with the media before the game, and he did talk about his impact, or the impact that Greg Popovich had on him and his career. We'll hear from Steve Kerr what he thinks about this one. Coming up next, John Dickinson joins us right here in about 20 minutes from Harmonic at 4:50, talking Warriors and the Rockets, and then we'll get you a Sound Swore Pop, some of the best Greg Popovich sounds. Your shoulder.
Yeah, he was up against my shoulder really tight.
Was he? That's our guy Rod. He bought you a beer. Let it go. How about JD? JD better come in with beers. Rod bought me a beer.
JD will buy a beer at 450.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Cheeks. When we come on back, updates from Steve Kerr, his thoughts on Greg Popovich stepping down as head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Plenty more to come. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Copeland, D-Pop. We are about an hour and 30 minutes away from the Warriors tipping off for Game 6 against the Houston Rockets. Steve Kerr right now just addressing the media wearing a Thank You Pop t-shirt, talking about how the man influenced him. Let's hear a little bit from Steve Kerr.
Say thank you to Pop and to the Spurs organization for everything that they meant to me in my career. I know this is a pretty emotional day for the Spurs. It is for the entire NBA. The number of people Pop has influenced, number of coaches in his coaching, it's just incredible. But Pop is one of the most important people in my life for many, many reasons. And most of them go way beyond basketball. But it's a sad day. It's also an encouraging day, I think, because I think this is a natural transition for him organizationally to move into his next role. I think it also gives him the space and the time that he needs, to recover from, the health issues. And so I've got a lot of mixed emotions today, mainly just my love for Pop, my empathy for him, what he's gone through.
Yeah, that was the end of the cut there. Steve Kerr talking about his love for Pop, the impact he's had. You said he was wearing a Thank You Pop t-shirt?
He is, along with Ime Udoka. He's wearing the same exact shirt because Ime played for Popovich and was an assistant on his coaching staff.
Boy, they got that thing done fast, huh? Those
they
shirts?
Did, yeah.
Who got their shirts done faster, them with the Thank You Pop or me with the Baby Gravy Shannon Sharp t-shirt?
You got that done pretty fast, huh? You're proud of that t-shirt.
Oh, it took me a week. Yeah, I'm very proud of it. Shout out my guy.
So
Brett.
right now.
Shout out my guy Brett at Gino and Carlo. Only two of them made in existence. Baby Gravy. We're rocking it.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I told him, you give me that to me. I'm wearing it the first day I get it. I picked it up yesterday.
And you did disappoint.
I might wear it for a week straight.
It is on your chest.
I might not ever wear another shirt. I might just wear this forever.
What, are you going to be Bart Simpson in every episode of Dirty Work?
Yeah. I'm going to wear this until it falls off of me like Tom's AC/DC shirt, dude. Going to be pecking holes in this thing. Did he check in on anything else, or was it just on Popovich?
Well, he said we're ready to give our guys heavy minutes, and they're ready for it. That was a direct quote from Steve Kerr. So the expectation probably is with them resting.
Steph and Jimmy both more than 40, like we saw earlier.
I would say so. I think with the urgency, with them wanting to close this series out tonight, sleep in their own beds, not have to fly out to Houston quickly, and just get ready for the Minnesota series, I would see it's probably going to be 40-plus minutes for Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler tonight.
Tip-off at 6 o'clock tonight. Key matchups for this series, for this game. I mean, Jimmy and Dylan Brooks got into it a couple of games ago. And what was interesting to me about what Marcus Thompson said to us, too, is, and Mark Spears said this sort of in conjunction. Spears was on with us first, all available, KNBR.com and the app. But Spears said to us, it's got to be a game where you can't wait for playoff Jimmy to show up in the fourth. It was great that he took over in that fourth quarter and had 14 points and really helped them close that game out. But what he said is it's got to be like Steph early or Jimmy late, or have Jimmy the entire game and maybe Steph can be the one late. But he said the difference in a series like this and when Steph is on the floor is when Steph is aggressive and he's aggressive early in the game and he decides he's going to shoot early and he's going to attack early, it changes and dismantles defenses in a different way because then they've got to maintain all the attention. I mean, I don't know if they come out again, the Rockets in a 2-3 zone. I'd imagine if they do, you got to get Steph the ball. You got to allow Steph to try to shoot your way out of the zone so that their defense has to collapse and change the way they go about it. It's great when they can play inside out and Jimmy can go in, can attack early and dish to Steph, but what they need is Steph to disrupt the defense so that Jimmy has the ability to take over in the paint later in the game. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
No, I mean, I agree 100%. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with the same lineup with Buddy Hield because I think they just want to bludgeon this team with threes.
If they think they're going to come out in a 2-3, I think you have to. It's not the starting lineup I had ideal for tonight.
Probably not, but I think that they want to just run this team off the floor. I think that the way that they started in Game 4, where they were up 16-2, I think they want to have the same kind of intensity where it's Steph landing threes, Buddy Hield landing threes. If they don't go the Buddy Hield route, I'm cool with that too. If they have Moses Moody starting again, I mean, that was a bread and butter for the majority of the time where Jimmy Butler was a Golden State Warrior. So I'm cool with that. Whatever they decide to do tonight, I'm okay with.
I think they start with. I'm with you. I think they start with Buddy and they close with Gary.
That's fine.
Because I like the idea of a starting lineup with Steph, Dre, Jimmy, GP2, and Moody.
Yeah.
But I also think that maybe you go a little different in size early.
Well, I also wonder, have they worn their welcome out with, I mean, it's great that Buddy Hield had his defensive performance, as great as a defensive performance as he did on Monday, but we're not getting that again. It's not the expectation.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about the Rockets offense. If you think Buddy Hield was an outlier, then why isn't the Rockets offense an outlier?
Because we've seen 2 consecutive games from Fred VanVleet. As far as like the consistent shooting, I don't see Dylan Brooks scoring 24 points again. I don't see Ahmed Thompson scoring 25 points. But you're going to get intensity. You're going to get physicality from the Rockets tonight. They want to keep the series alive, obviously. So it's just about matching the intensity. With how long the Warriors rested against the Rockets in the last game,
they're more fresh. Again, they were playing.
I expect them to be intense.
You didn't get huge minutes from the starters from the Rockets. But again, the fact that they were in there with 4 minutes to play in the game against the Warriors, who were down 13 or 15 at the time, and they still had Şengün out there. They still had Dylan Brooks out there. You still had
Ahmed Thompson.
Ahmed Thompson out
all
there.
The starters.
They played their starters against Pat Spencer and Trace Jackson Davis and who's that guy? Braxton Key.
Braxton Key, my man.
Who's that guy? On the Warriors roster?
Basically, everybody. Oh, sorry, that's not a Warrior player. But I was like, who's this guy? Kevin Knox, Braxton Key.
Yeah.
Everybody on the roster played except for Jonathan Kuminga, who is healthy tonight.
Ooh. All right. Well, if they get blown out again, we'll see him. Starting lineup. We'll see what happens, and we'll get that to you as soon as it becomes available or known to us. But I'm sort of with you. I could see them going Steph, Dre, Jimmy. Would you go Buddy and Moody? Is that who you'd roll with?
Buddy and Moody as far as...
No, I mean the starting lineup.
Tonight, I would go with...
I don't think they're going to start with the same lineup to close. That's generally not how it works for them.
No.
I think the closing lineup, the best closing lineup for them, especially if it's a tight game and in these places where they need defense, the best closing lineup, Steph, Dre, Jimmy, GP2, and Moody.
Yeah, but they might go big with... maybe not. As far as the starting lineup, I'm cool with Moses Moody starting tonight. I think that Buddy Hield...
I'm just saying, if it's Buddy Hield, who do you start alongside him? Is it Buddy and Moody or the other two guys?
No, it would be Steph. It would be Draymond. It would be...
Oh, Pajemski, of course. I don't know why I'm thinking about Pods. I was saying GP. I meant Pods and Moody. That's who I was doing.
Yeah. So, but as far as like the closing lineup, I mean, it all depends if you want to have size on the last possession. If Steven Adams and Şengün are out there, which... I mean, that was telling on the last game at Chase Center. The fact that Jalen Green wasn't on the court, it was Şengün and Steven Adams. They're two bigs. They didn't rely on Jalen Green. In order for them to stay alive tonight, Jalen Green needs to be the guy that the Rockets expect him to be. So, but I just don't have faith in this Rockets team. I don't think that they're winners. I think that there's a lot of, scrappy guys, young and up-and-coming guys, and this is not their moment. This is not their time. This is what the Warriors do. This is why they basically kicked that game on Wednesday night. They knew that they needed to win this game. So I'm not happy with the lackadaisical nature that they had on Wednesday night, but if it's for the greater good when they close the series out tonight, I'm all for it.
I'm the greatest good you will ever have. Is that a Frozone line from...
We're going to Incredibles here?
I think I'm going to Incredibles, yeah.
Where's my super suit?
Where is my super suit? Why do you need to know? Where my super suit is, woman.
Incredibles, the first one's really good. People love Pixar movies. Never was a Wall-E guy. Never was a Ratatouille guy. Incredibles, really good.
Ratatouille's a hell of a premise for a movie.
I know.
Come to my fine dining restaurant and eat food cooked by a rat.
And... Isn't the whole point the rat controls them by pulling the hairs on top of their head?
Yeah, the dude's a total fraud.
I mean, I'm a big Patton Oswalt guy, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, the guy was a total fraud.
Wait, who does Patton Oswalt play in
the
that?
rat?
Is he does the mouse talk? Oh yeah, he does. He's narrating.
Oh, come on, it's a Pixar movie. He's talking.
No, but I'm saying I think he talks to the other rats. I don't think he talks to the.
Oh no, he doesn't. Yeah.
What'd you say, Tim? What was that?
Remy.
That's the rat's name?
Yes.
Remy the rat.
His name is Remy, guys.
Tim, you have big knowledge on
guys,
Ratatouille?
Be serious for a minute. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, I mean, Ratatouille is fine. Whatever.
Tim, favorite Pixar? What do you come down on it?
I mean, I like The Incredibles. I'm an Incredibles guy.
Okay. Incredibles, I think Incredibles predates Ratatouille. I could be wrong.
Yeah, definitely does.
But I'm pretty sure Incredibles was the first human character movie of Pixar.
I believe it was also the
Like,
first one that got a PG-13 rating.
No.
Incredibles PG-13?
No, Tim, it
Tim,
was
you're
not.
full of it. No way. I don't buy it. Tim, this is fake news.
No chance in
I want a
hell it was
mistake of the day if
PG-13.
Tim's wrong.
It's not. I already know. I need to look it up.
I would say, I mean, I'm a big story guy. That's Pixar pre-Disney, too.
We're talking Toy Story?
Yeah, story.
Yeah. Well, you're just going. I love Cope. Sometimes will just drop off the first word or something. So like we're talking Batman. I love me some man.
Yeah, me and my brother and my buddy and I have done that for years about the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy, where we'll go, yeah, do you like Begins? I like Begins. I like Rises more.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But we're just man. What the hell are you talking about?
I like Begins. I like Night. Yeah, I like Night. I like Rises.
What? Yeah, Rises. Yeah.
Yeah, Rises is good. Yeah, I like Story. I like Cars. I like Nemo.
Nemo's solid.
I can get down with some Nemo.
I like to
don't think I
correct
ever saw
myself
Nemo
here.
2.
It's not the first PG-13 rating. It was the first PG. Most of them are rated G. I just had the rating wrong. Sorry.
Oh, so go ahead, Tim. Hit it.
I'm not. Well, all right, I'll hit it.
Yeah, I wanted one today. After Tim bailed on us yesterday.
Yeah, we definitely need to get into when Tim is doing this bet. It will be a whole segment we do later.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this later. Knock that off, Tim. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Well, Tim's back at the studio.
And John Dickinson is in line right now to buy a beer. We'll see who it's for.
JD's in line to buy. Dude, how about JD just getting in line? I like that. I like JD lining up for this. He's actually buying a beer, isn't he?
Yeah, I love it.
He doesn't know I get him for free. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We're at Harmonic Brewing. We are just over an hour until Warriors tip off against the Houston Rockets in Game 6. 808 KNBR. Hit us on the text line and on the YouTube chat. How you feeling? Level of confidence for this game. Derek, you still revving at 100%?
100% confidence the Warriors close this thing out tonight.
I told you, I'm with you, though, from earlier in the show. I was at 100% they were winning this game.
Did I stutter Jack Loader? 110%.
And then I found out that Pat H wasn't going to be here.
Okay, 95%.
In his Kevin Durant jersey. Pat H 10-0 on the year when he shows up in his Kevin Durant jersey.
Where the hell are you, Pat H? You have a crap foot? Where the hell are you?
By the way, Pat H checked in on the YouTube chat earlier, and he's like, how quickly they turn on me. And then True Blue, so somebody might have been rocking, or True Blue said it happens fast, huh?
Bro, have you listened to this show? We turn on each other every day.
Now I got to turn my back on you. Tim was off yesterday. I just turned on him for 4 hours.
You did
When
really.
we come on back, we'll
turn your back on Jim Nance, too.
The whole damn station did, geez.
Dude, the whole damn station turned their back on me once I turned my back on Jim Nance. Who knew that was going to rock the boat? Look, and I'm just not beholden to my guests. You know what I mean? I'm not like young Tony, who's just like, I'm clamoring for approval from another host. I don't care if Derek approves of
Nance
this.
send them cases of wine. They're gonna defend him. That's the way it is.
Hey man, if you crap on Nance, you won't get any quarter zips from Vineyard Vines. Which none of us,
John Dickinson,
which none of us could afford anyway. As my guy Tim checked in, one of our loyal texters, Tim said Jim Nance's Vineyard Vines are Cole Haan. It's all kind of the same. We'll talk to John Dickinson next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors look to send the Houston Rockets to Cancun tonight in a critical Game 6 at Chase Center. Catch John Dickinson immediately following the game for fan reaction, taking your calls right here on KNBR, the Rockets offseason vacation leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, and our guy John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground, and his boots are actually on the ground under the table right next to me.
That's true.
Here at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, where a lot of people have come out and are getting ready for a tip that goes out. What do we tip? In about an hour?
About 6:10, I believe, tonight.
6:10. That's
okay.
Okay, so we got a little bit more time. I like that.
right.
As a man who's got to do award-winning diamond news till 6:43, I like having a little extra time.
God, the timing sucks.
Yeah. Well,
and Derek planting his flag early.
I mean, blame the Lakers. Really blame
the
Lakers.
I blame the
that.
Lakers.
Because this game would have been later. This game would have been at 7 had the Lakers just won Game 5.
That's all we needed. And but unfortunately, LeBron 2-12 in his last 14 playoff games.
And MCL sprayed.
Oh, somebody said he was wearing a boot. Did somebody say that?
I did not see that.
Somebody said he might have a boot on. I was like, that has nothing to do with your MCL.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Keep one in your locker just in case you get beat 4-1.
Maybe that was NBA Centel also. Maybe he wasn't really in a boot. Anyway, John Dickinson with us here at Harmonic Brewing. So we've been just talking about the feeling of this game, the importance of this game, the magnitude of this game. But relative to that of Game 5, we've seen the Warriors kind of, I don't want to say lay down, and I don't want to psychoanalyze. I say this all the time, but it didn't feel like they came into that game with the intensity of closing out a series in the way I anticipate they will tonight.
I think you're right about that. And I think the way to put it, and the way I've kind of put it in my head is, and I've said this, I've used this term, like they are big game junkies.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're big game junkies. And part of being a big game junkie is the fact that you almost can't get it revved up unless you feel threatened.
Yeah.
And they feel threatened. They did not, 3-1, you're up. They didn't. Really, and I know Jimmy Butler got hurt in Game 2 in Houston, but up 1-0, and Copes, you said this, like I remember telling you, I think they were as focused as I'd seen them, at knowing that they wanted to get up 2-0. And the Jimmy Butler injury, I think, took that away immediately.
Of course, it changed everything, and you saw how they managed Game 3.
And the Rockets were playing well, and then you saw how they managed Game 3. But I think to that point, that was the one to play with, and they let it go. And so really, it's interesting as you start to look at the trends, which you really can't do till you get 4 or 5 games into a series like this. The Warriors have won the close ones. The Warriors have also won, you could make the case, the 3 games they've had to have and lost the 2 games they didn't have to have.
Yes.
And so that here we are 3-2, and it's interesting. I mean, you can pick which one of the 3 is the difference in the series, the one they got in Houston, the one they won without Jimmy Butler, or the one they just somehow found a way to win when Steph Curry didn't have a great game in Game 4. Pick whichever one, but one of those 3 is, that's the difference, that they won all of those close games, and that's one of the distinct advantages that they have over the Rockets. The Rockets are a terrible finishing team, batting close games. It's been part of their DNA all year. The Warriors have been pretty good at it post-trade.
But, JD, you've covered this team for a long time, and they've done this in the past where I go back to the Memphis series in 2022 or the Clippers.
Whoop that trick game.
Yeah, whoop that trick. Or 2019 against the Clippers. I thought they messed around in that Game 6 where they could have closed it out. Or was it Game 5? It was Game 5 where they were at Oracle. They messed around in that game just a couple years ago.
Game 6 against the Kings.
Yes.
2 years ago. It was on a Friday afternoon. It was an early start.
5 o'clock tip.
It was an early start game, and they had just won an incredibly dramatic and physical game in Sacramento in Game 5 to win their 3rd straight in the series. They trailed 0-2 in that series.
Yes.
The only time in the Kerr era the Warriors have trailed 0-2, and they were able to come back, take the 3-2 lead. But then, again, a game where I think they felt comfortable enough in that situation to let go, and they got down big early. I mean, the place was half full at tip-off, and they got demolished that night. But they felt, I think, that in some ways that was a game they either were just going to automatically get by showing up, or it was going to be a game that they didn't need because they still had Game 7 in their back pocket. The difference there, though, is they won an emotional and taxing and dramatic Game 5. That didn't happen in Houston in Game 5. And also, you're talking about now, if you lose tonight, going halfway across the country again to have to play Game 7 on the road, not just a 90-minute bus ride up the street to play a Kings team that I think they knew they had in their back pocket in a big game.
So let's say hypothetically that they do lose tonight, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think that they've They've set this thing up for them.
They're gonna have to play well, though.
Well,
let's be honest. Everybody kind of.
No, I know.
You got to play well to win this game. That's the one thing I'll say about the Rockets. Not to cut you off, but I think, and I don't know what you guys say, but I look at Game 4. Game 4 for me is the game where the Rockets proved that they had a little bit more in the tank than I thought they had coming into this series.
Yeah.
They took a couple of punches and kept coming back and really put themselves in position. That was the game that changed my opinion of them to where, hey, you're not in their head. You're not just going to roll the ball out and it's a clinch game at home and it's automatic. You're going to have to play freaking well, because I think the Rockets can look at it from their standpoint and say, Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 5, they've played pretty well in all of those games to a certain extent. Just in the 2 games at Chase Center, they haven't been able to close.
Well, yeah, it's all the Warriors' wins have been close, and take the 10-point win out of it. I still think that game was close.
Yeah, but they ended up.
Yeah, but the Rockets blowing them out. So let's say they do lose tonight. What's your confidence level of them winning a Game 7, where they're an older team right now? They're playing every other day. They could, win on Sunday and have a Game 7 win. But right now, just with how older they are and every other day, I don't like that scenario at all.
I wouldn't bet against them, but I wouldn't bet on them. Yeah, in that situation, I really wouldn't. And I think the one advantage, we've talked about the advantages that the Warriors have in this series: best 2 players, experience. I think experience helps in all the pivot points of different series. But the advantage that the Rockets have is youth, energy, and as the series went on, the games were going to become more close together with 1 day off in between, plus the travel. And I think you couple that with the fact that the Rockets' Copes are so confident in the way that they've played these last 4 games. I think that's the part that, again, has been kind of under-discussed, is the fact that I don't think the Rockets fear the Warriors anymore. I think there was a little bit of doubt early. I don't think there's any doubt. I think they know if they play well, they're going to at least have a chance to win at the end of the game.
Talking to John Dickinson, JD will be here at Harmonic Brewing after the game for Dubs OT tonight, following the Warriors and the Rockets in Game 6, which tips off in about an hour, or an hour 10 if you're talking to JD. He says it could be closer to 6:10 tonight. My take on the Rockets, and I've been saying this now since they won a couple of days ago by 15, is that I cannot imagine they have the firepower to do what they did in that game against the Warriors if they play their best. Now, Jimmy getting extra rest at the end of that game, Draymond getting extra rest, Steph getting extra rest, I feel like that's the best elixir for this team following a game like that. Is it's not like they lost a tough one where they grinded it out and were close to winning and closing it out, and then you have an emotional down. It's that they got blown out. I think it's the best kind of loss they could have before a potential closeout game. I pointed this out to Derek. I said, if you look at the 16 quarters the Rockets played prior to Game 5, they scored 30 points in a quarter 2 times in 16. They did it 3 times in that game against the Warriors in Game 5. In my mind, they just don't have the firepower to do it.
I agree with that, and it has been, every third game, basically, if you look at it. They did it in Game 2, then they couldn't do it, and then they did it. It's been the 2 home games, which, again, is another thing to don't let it get back there, because they've played much better the last 2 couple of home games. But, no, I'm with you. I think the Warriors have to be better defensively. They have to be better defensively, regardless of what. I mean, they got to be better offensively too. But even if they're not better defensively, even if they're not better offensively, being better on defense, they can still win the game.
Yeah,
they can still grind out a 97-96 if they have to against this team. What's not going to happen potentially is if you give up 110. You give up 110, you get beat 110-104. That's where, that's the scenario where you can't. I mean, we talked
about last week potentially there being another game in this series where both teams score fewer than 100. It hasn't happened, but it was on the table, I think, specifically after Game 1. So when you pointed out Game 7, you said I wouldn't bet against them, but I wouldn't bet on them. For me, it's less about Game 7 because all I care about in the Steph Curry era, and this is 3 months ago when we're sitting here talking before the Jimmy Butler trade. I remember we were all here. Yep. You were sitting right there, JD. And I said, I'm sick of talking about Kuminga. Why are we doing this? I said, what are we even talking about? Who cares? If you don't get me Jimmy or you don't get me a big-time player, I don't want Zach LaVine. I don't want who else were they talking about?
Vucevic.
I said, none of that changes anything for me, right? None of that changes the Steph Curry era of going all in to get one more title. So for me, it's not just about winning this series. It's about maintaining championship pedigree. If they lose this game, win or lose Game 7, I think the championship chances have diminished or they're almost gone. Because if you're comparing it a bit to what happened in Sacramento a couple of years ago where they need to win that Game 7, Steph goes off, I don't think that Minnesota is necessarily the same team, but in terms of size, just like the Lakers were much bigger than the Warriors that year, I don't think after having to get through 7 games with the rest that they're going to see that they've got a great shot to get through that series. To me, it's less about losing this game and what happens in Game 7 and more about what it means for the long term in the postseason.
I think that's another great point, just when you look at the fact that if you win tonight, you get the extra day now, too, which is something that you didn't think was going to be in play. I mean, there were a lot of scenarios where regardless of what was going to happen tonight, win or lose, you were going to be playing on Sunday. To know now that you have the carrot in front of you to get the extra day to kind of gather yourself. Minnesota's still going to have the rest advantage. I think you could make the case the Timberwolves are a more souped-up version of the Rockets, right? They've got the length and the size and the youth and the athleticism and all the things the Rockets do, only with good basketball players.
And a killer.
Up and down the roster, and a star. And a young superstar that's already beaten a bunch of other stars. I mean, you look at the names. I mean, from Durant to Booker to LeBron now, and Luka and all of that. I mean, you look at the guys he's been able to take out, and Jokic. Curry's like the only big star he hasn't taken out in the last 2 years when you really think about it. So, yeah, I mean, the next series I think is going to be incredibly difficult when you look at the way that the Timberwolves played against the Lakers. Impressive as hell. We can get to that if the Warriors get through tonight or get through Sunday and maybe spend a little bit more time focused on the matchups and all those things. But I'm with you, Copes, also on put to bed maybe the championship for this season if they can't find a way to win tonight, because I do think you're going to be more taxed in the next series, and even if you get through that, you're still going to have OKC or Denver or the Clippers, teams that have given you trouble, Denver and the Clippers, and OKC, who's this historically great team that nobody's going to believe in until they actually do it.
Right. And Steve Kerr in the pregame press conference was talking about how he's going to need a lot of guys to play a lot of minutes tonight, so you would anticipate that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are going to play probably 40-plus minutes, which
if needed.
If needed, but if they lose tonight, it's not going to bode well for them for Game 7.
It would not.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantee Steve's going to do that.
Nope.
He said he was open-minded to doing it, depending upon how the game went.
Okay, but as far as the starting lineup, we saw Buddy Hield start the last 2 games. Where do you think they go? They think they stick with you think they stick with Buddy Hield? You think they go with Moses Moody off the bench, or maybe go a little bit bigger?
Yeah, I mean, Game 5, the way they played the rest of Game 5, I feel like it's kind of a one-off, and Buddy played well in the 2 games here. So I kind of think they stick with the lineup. You could also potentially go with Quentin Post at the start. I think Moses Moody, this is going to sound funny because this is always a conversation, I think Moses Moody needs to play more than he's played in the last handful of games. I think, and maybe what he did with the bench guys at the end.
Yeah, 24 in the last game.
Yeah, and a lot of it was with that bench group in the fourth quarter where he really just was clearly the best player on the floor for the Warriors, so he just kind of, all right, I'm going to try to do it. I'm going to be the alpha among this group. He's playable. And I know there's some things with the body type and the athleticism, and he kind of is a little bit of a tweener in this matchup against the Rockets. I think he needs to – the Warriors don't have enough bona fide, know they're in the rotation every night players to where Moses Moody, who was a starter, to an 18-3 clip in the regular season. Like, if Moody he can start, he can not start, but Moses Moody needs to play 25-plus because he's somebody that's shown he has the ability to hit a couple of big shots, even in a game where he doesn't play well like Game 1, and he has the opportunity to make a hustle play or get a rebound. And a lot of times the hustle plays and the rebounds can help you win these games that are a true fight down the stretch. So that's one thing I'll say regardless. And I'm not going to don't call me crazy on this one. I think you could even get away with playing Pat Spencer like 4 minutes.
Whoa, you're crazy.
I really like he's two different times.
I'm with you.
2 different times he's gone into this series and made a positive impact.
Immediately, comes in, gets a bucket. Yeah.
Immediately, he's completely been unfazed in both times that he was in the game, and the headbutt obviously and all of that. Again, I think it's different when teams kind of know Pat Spencer's maybe coming into the game, and maybe the Rockets know that now. But again, I think they did have a little portion of their film on, hey, if Pat Spencer's in the game, we're going to just throw this dude all over the gym and make him tap out. And Pat Spencer wanted no part of that. Hey, all right. some fan taking pictures
dude,
here.
It's our guy Greg Silver, dude, taking pictures. Looks like the Fonz. Can you do it when we go to commercial break? Yeah, we'll do it in just a few minutes.
Yeah, in like 2-3 minutes.
In like 2 to 3 minutes after I asked John Dickinson while the Fonz is here taking photos. Greg Silver.
Yeah, where are your aviators, bro?
Yeah, would you rolling on a motorcycle, bro? Dude, I've been meaning to ask you this. Who wins a fight between a gorilla and 100 men?
I feel like 100 men.
You're with me.
The gorilla.
What's that?
The gorilla.
Everybody tries to tell me you can only get like 6 guys on the gorilla at one time. And
What do you mean? No, you can't.
I'm like, dude, if I get, we're gonna dogpile this guy, this gorilla.
Yes.
We're gonna claw at his eyes.
You guys are underestimating the strength of a gorilla and how big he is, too.
You're underestimating the strength of 100 men.
What kind of men are we talking about?
As I
100
said,
of us? I don't think so.
48 Derricks, 48 Copeses, and 4 Tim Webbs. I don't know how we
Ain't taking down that
You
gorilla.
might be in trouble.
Derek, you got to go low. It's sort of like
That's fine.
It's sort of like the Seinfeld thing. You think we could build a cabin? No, but 2 men could.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, real quick, JD.
Sure.
You cover the NBA for a long time.
I like that question.
Yeah.
I've actually been waiting to answer that question.
Good. I've been waiting to ask you specifically on today's show.
Richard really had a very good answer for yesterday. He had like Jane Goodall being a factor in
He was
the
like,
whole
you got to get her in. She can talk the gorilla down and get in its head a little bit. He was like, you got to get Goodall there.
Yeah, exactly.
And then somebody texted in and said, you think Goodall ever made it with a chimp?
Ridiculous. Okay.
What's that shirt say?
You're not getting that. It says baby gravy. You're not getting that on Deb's OT.
No, you're not.
Okay, real
Although it does get a little blue when Greg Silver's here.
When the Fonz Silver shows up.
Greg Silver just starts dropping.
He has no idea what
F-bombs
that reference is.
Calling out management. Greg probably does know who the Fonz is.
I don't know. He's more of a Laverne and Shirley.
Greg knows. Greg
Yeah.
knows who the Fonz is.
He's a squiggy guy.
Schlemiel.
Yeah, of course he does.
Okay, real quick, JD. So Greg Popovich stepped down today.
Yeah.
You've been covering the league for a long time with the Kings and Warriors. You've had some run-ins with him. Just your thoughts on Greg Popovich and the way he treated the media in his tenure.
He had his shtick.
Yeah.
I was never really down with it, but I mean, really, like he had his shtick. Like he got me a couple of times in Sacramento. I mean, I asked him when I was covering the Kings like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I asked him about another. I think it was Peja Stojakovic. Asked him about, boy, Peja went off on you guys tonight. Like, would you? I don't talk about my own players. Like immediately. Like I only talk about my own players. I don't talk about the other team's players. Like all right,
pissed,
next question.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how did your players defend Peja Stojakovic then? Not very well.
Well, when Marcus Thompson told us that even he got like Popovich tried to body him, when then we were like, this guy just had it forever.
He got me there, and then there was. I'll give you another story in the one of the playoff series. I think it was the conference finals. I think it was the day that Kawhi got hurt when Zaza Pachulia closed him out. I think it was that game 1.
Manslaughter.
And the Warriors came from 25 down to win that game.
Yep. At the half.
In game 1 of the Western Finals. And I went down early to get kind of in position for the Warriors press conference. But the coaches for both teams come to the same press conference room.
Right.
Losing coach typically goes first. So I had gone down a little bit early when the game was decided, and this is over at Oracle, and I'm kind of sitting there. I'm kind of standing, waiting to kind of pick a seat, but I'm going to pick a seat pretty close. And none of the other Spurs reporters were even down there. Like there was like nobody. And Popovich came. I don't even think he went to the locker room. I don't even think he like addressed his team or anything. I think he went right from the bench to the press conference intentionally because he was hoping that maybe he'd miss some of the beat writers and reporters because he was so ticked off after the game. So he gets down there, and I'm basically the only person like there to even ask him a question.
Right.
Like one of like 4 or 5. And so I'm like, I think I'm going to have to ask. And like nobody wants to ask. And he's like literally looking at the 4 people in the room like, who's going to ask me? And so I had to step up and be like, what changed in the second half? Well, you watched the game. You watched the game.
I remember.
I go, but what do you think happened in the second half?
Yeah.
And he goes, what did you think? And I go, Coach, I really don't think people are as interested in what I think as what you think.
I remember.
And then he goes on and he's like, we stopped playing defense and Kawhi got hurt and blah, 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 blah.
You didn't ask the manslaughter question, did you?
No. I don't believe so.
Because we read that quote on the air randomly the other day, and
people started filing in.
I have the audio.
I don't believe so.
It was the next day when he said Kawhi Leonard's not playing, and someone asked him, so how difficult is it going to be with Kawhi Leonard not playing? He goes, come on, what kind of question is that? It's of course going to be difficult. Then he goes on a whole rant.
First of all, he said he didn't want to answer anything. He said, I'm done talking about this.
Yeah.
He pauses for a second, then he goes, like just because you have manslaughter, if somebody kills someone on accident, you still get in trouble, am I right?
He wanted to get a rise out of the media.
And then he goes, but I'm still down to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. So anyway, you had your
I don't remember what the second question was, but I had to follow up with the second question before one of the Spurs beat writers was actually in the room that he knew from covering 80 games.
Right.
Or 100 at that point because they'd played 3 playoff series. Those were my 2 most memorable Popovich moments.
John Dickinson not buying Greg Popovich's bit. I'll be with you here from Harmonic Brewing following the Warriors and the Rockets. Let's hope it's a celebratory night here at Harmonic Brewing following the game at Thrive City. Warriors tip off in about an hour. We'll get you the starting lineup as soon as we have it. You have it, JD?
Do not have it yet.
JD
do not have it yet.
Have it.
Not yet. Look, about 20 minutes or so.
All right, more to come. We'll take a quick break when we come on back here from Harmonic. Greg Popovich, a sound swore pop. I don't like when you do that.
Why not?
Because it's not a play on words anymore.
All right. It fits. It's on Popovich. You get the idea.
Rather a sound pop.
You bring something to the table.
I'm not going to do that.
All right.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. He's back at the headquarters at KNBR in downtown San Francisco. We are at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. We're about an hour away from tip. It's the Warriors and the Rockets Game 6. And this is the greatest show in America. It's Dirty Work. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Former Warriors head coach Don Nelson joined Greg Square today with praise for the illustrious career of Greg Popovich, who announced today he would no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. Catch Nelly and all of our interviews at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Pops on the mic.
Stop all the booing and let these guys play. It's our whole class. It's not who we are. Knock off the booing.
Pop telling the fans to lay off Kawhi Leonard, but that's not San Antonio.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen that.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing, and we are under an hour away from Warriors and Rockets tipping off here at 6 o'clock, 6:10 to be exact.
Is that exact?
That's what JD told us.
I guess I'll have to take you at your word, number 2.
Mr. Dickinson.
JD.
I trust John Dickinson when it comes to tip-offs.
By the way, anybody else notice that John Dickinson sat down? Remember we were like, oh, he's in line, he's going to get me a beer.
He got himself a beer.
When were we here, Monday?
You were here Monday, yes.
We were here Monday. John Dickinson walks in. Wasn't even doing a hit with us. Should we fix this camera?
Is it a little askew?
We're a little askew.
We got more space now.
My head's just kind of
Get away from me. Tim's head's just kind of floating around. So we did the show here on Monday, and then John Dickinson comes to say what's up. He walks over to high-five me, kicks a cord. The cord drags and knocks over my beer and my water. And then he's like, I got to get out of here. He's like, I got to go. And then he just dips out. So he comes in today, and he said, I'm going to get you a beer. I owe you a beer. I see him in line. We're like, I wonder who he's getting that beer for. It was for himself.
Bro, you had about 20 minutes to bring it up during the interview.
I didn't. I wanted to talk Gorilla more.
Cheeks.
With JD. Anyway, sat down, drank a beer. It's okay. My guy Rod got me a beer. I'm doing all right.
Okay.
Our guy Fonzie.
Rod came through.
Fonzie Silverelli. Greg Silver. Sitting here in a leather jacket. I've never seen Greg Silver in the leather jacket.
I've seen it before. He rocks it well.
He's rocking leather jacket, acid wash jeans.
Leather.
How about this?
Look at the leather, baby.
Look at you. Anyway.
Okay, so the consensus on the 100 men versus a gorilla.
Seems like there's no consensus.
Well, it seems like the people we've asked this week, people are in favor of the 100 men. And I'm like, you guys are really underestimating the strength of a gorilla.
You're underestimating what 100 men in one place can do. Everybody thinks that like you'd only be able to send 6 at them at a time. And I'm like, but if all of you run in at once, why couldn't you dogpile?
Dogpile a gorilla.
I'm not saying it's the right move. I'm just saying, why do you think that that's not a possibility?
I mean, because I just don't think you could have enough punches that could land that could hurt a gorilla that much.
Punches are not how you're winning
Eye
this battle.
gouging?
Eye gouging is the only way to win this battle in my mind. And Goodall.
Well, yeah.
You got my thing is,
Rich really had the best answer.
If you get to the gorilla's eyes, you got a shot.
Okay, what about genitalia?
You know, I'm telling you. Okay, hold on.
I'm saying you're gonna have to fight dirty to get this gorilla down.
I'm pretty sure when I looked up like gorillas in combat, like silverbacks, like they are built like their bodies are like armor. You know what I mean? They've like developed
exactly.
They've like evolved over time for combat.
So there's it's like nothing to them.
Are they? This always confuses me a bit. Are they an apex predator?
Oh, that I don't know.
I don't know. 808 KNBR. I mean, the problem is, Tim, you were with us yesterday. We had Jacob the Vigilante, Jacob Violante with us. He got a little loose on some John Elway riffs.
Oh, I heard the John Elway riff. I was like, the guy just fell off the cord. Jesus,
dude, I could not believe
that was by far the darkest riff we ever had on this show.
That's one of the funniest things that everybody's ever said. I think
he said it so nonchalantly. I was like, "What did you just say?"
Derek didn't even know what's going on.
I didn't know the reference.
Yeah, I was like, "Bro, you don't even know where he just went. He got darker than you even know where he just went." He came with some pretty good elephant knowledge.
He does know his elephants.
Did he say something about bulls and cows or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he said it. Yeah.
Look at Tim having time to listen to the show.
Yeah, just not time to show up.
I literally was sitting at the metering lines in the Bay Bridge, just like dying. Like, well, this is interesting. I wonder what Jacob thinks about elephants.
Nah, Tim's a better man than us taking his whole family to the airport.
Yeah, I'm not driving him to the airport.
Exactly what I did.
So, we need somebody with gorilla knowledge on whether or not, because like an apex predator, we're talking kimono dragons. You know what I mean?
Okay.
We're talking, I assume a lion is like an apex predator.
Bear.
Basically a predator, an apex predator, I believe, if I'm correct in my definition, something Tom would be helpful with too, because Tom's a big like Animal Planet animal guy. Pretty certain an apex predator, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there, it's fine. Just go with my layman's animal knowledge. It's something that is not hunted regularly by something else.
You could be right.
It's a top of the food chain. So you can have apex predators that are like all at the top. Like
this is not my expertise.
That's what I'm saying. So I would assume there's nothing that hunts gorilla except men.
Yes.
The most freaking most dangerous game.
I don't think anything.
Nobody says fighting a gorilla is the most dangerous game. Only man. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because the intelligence. That's what I'm saying. So all I know is that we got lots of gorillas in cages around the country and the world. I'm taking the man.
And the man got those gorillas to the 2 cent cages.
Now, I'm not saying they did it with hands free.
Well,
I'm not saying they did it weapon free.
So if no weapons are involved, I think we're up, S Creek.
Well, I also think that you should probably go man because, is the gorilla on a minutes restriction? He's going to wear out after a little while. You got 100 bins in there. Yeah, he's going to give you the full 42.
He's not playing 40 minutes. He's not playing 40 minutes.
He ain't playing Steph minutes like he's going tonight. Or he's at least his coach isn't open to it.
No minutes restrictions.
No minutes restriction. So, like when I was
coaching the gorilla,
when I was reading up on gorillas, and I don't know why I did this after this conversation started. I was like, "Is it possible?" I was looking at the bite force of a gorilla. I was looking at the force in which they said they could kill you with one punch. They've evolved over time to be ready and groomed for combat.
Yeah.
I saw something that said their genitalia have shrunk so that it makes it harder for them to be wounded in combat over time.
See, everything's in favor of the gorilla. His junk shrinks up so you can't attack it.
I don't know if that's a positive thing.
He doesn't think it's
well. In the art of battle, it is
shrinkage. If it's a thing.
Yeah, I know.
You're not impressed.
I might jump into a cold pool before we battle this gorilla.
That's the one time you don't want to have a long dong because then the gorilla just rip it off.
Okay.
Which they're known to do.
No, gorillas are not considered apex predators. While they are the largest primates in the world and can be formidable, they are not at the top of the food chain in their ecosystems. Leopards are a primary natural predator for gorillas, with humans also posing a significant risk.
All right.
There's only two things. Humans against a leopard. Who are you going with? 100
humans against one leopard.
All you got to do is
I like the humans.
All we got to do is get a hand on all four legs.
Exactly.
And we're yanking that thing apart. It's a pinata.
Exactly.
FEMA hates this. FEMA hates this.
The fact that we're talking about
FEMA, I meant PETA.
Yeah, PETA. the fact that 100 men are ganging up on one gorilla.
A little different.
It doesn't sound like, poor gorilla, but he'll rip us up in the process.
This is all just a what if. It's all just a what if. Nobody's actually going to battle. Richard really said, as long as I'm not one of the 100, I'm good.
Yeah,
or at least one of the first few. You'd lose some good men without question.
Of course. In this battle of whatever reason of taking on one gorilla.
So if we were to poll KNBR hosts or people that we've talked to, does it seem like more people agree with me on the 100 men?
I think so.
Because if you look
for whatever reason,
if you look on the internet more often than not, even our text that came in, overwhelmingly the listeners, from what we heard from, believe that the gorilla would win.
Yeah. I visualize it, and I see just a bunch of men be like, come on, and then this gorilla just ripping them apart.
Eric visualized it. Dirty work rolls
on. You got to play it out in your mind.
On a Friday afternoon. Why don't we take a quick break?
I'm playing it out in my mind tonight. I can't see the Rockets winning.
Why don't we take a quick break, because we'll come on back, and we'll talk. We'll do the Sound Swore Pop, all the best sounds from...
Just rolls off the tongue.
I'd say sounds from the sports world you might have missed, but it's just... I'll look back on some of the great moments of Greg Popovich's history. And some really funny and interesting stuff that he had to say. We'll get to that. Plus, we do have to set a date for Tim to honor his bet.
It's been too long, Tim.
Our KNBR headquarters moving to Levi Stadium. At least that's what I read in a couple of weeks. So
yes,
Tim's going to have to figure out how to do this unless he wants to. Somebody on the text line said, what's the update on Tim's bet? Is he sleeping at Harmonic Brewing tonight?
Ooh.
Which that'd be.
I think Tim would. That
wouldn't really be a punishment now, would it?
It'd be too good of a reward for Tim. I don't think that's warranted. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, a little sound soiree featuring great sounds from Greg Popovich, the best of his sideline interviews, his welcoming to Craig Sager, and when Tom asked him on the Run TMC broadcast a couple of years ago what his favorite animal was.
Great moment.
I don't know if Popovich would be down. I wonder who he'd take in the gorilla versus man battle.
He's taking the gorilla.
We got to ask Tom what he thinks. I'm going to text Tom, see what he thinks about the animal. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Dirty Work from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. It rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You're on Dirty Work. We're at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Getting ready for the Warriors and the Houston Rockets. Game 6 coming your way. It's a 6 o'clock scheduled tip, but we were looking, and JD said it's probably more like 6:10 for a nationally televised
It's
game.
never on time in the NBA.
Anyway, that's what we're looking at tonight for a Game 6, and he said really the Lakers hosed them. Lakers said they played, they'd get a little bit more time
They really
off.
did, honestly.
One of the most important parts of this, too, and not just getting the win, is as Mark Spears said to us earlier, they'd be playing like 4 games in a row on every other day of games, which is tough. You love the Warriors got some rest. I think entering a game tonight, you got to feel good about the amount of rest that the Dubs got in Game 5.
Yes.
It's a must-win in my mind for the Warriors.
Absolutely. It's
First
imperative.
time they've had a must-win this postseason.
So are you as confident as me in them to get the victory tonight?
Yeah, I'm 100%.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'd wager on it. I feel good about it. Again, like that texter, that the guy on Twitter said to me last night, "Oh, you're scared of the Rockets." I said, "Dude, I have Steph Curry with a lead, with a 3-2 series lead. Now, if they lose this game, I still give them a damn good shot to win Game 7. I still wouldn't bet against the Warriors. As JD said, wouldn't bet on them, but I wouldn't bet against them.
Yeah.
My thing is more about what it means long term and how that plays out for the postseason. That's where I come down.
I agree, and I think also that the Warriors, I mean, they would be up for the challenge for a Game 7, but I don't think that they want to do that at all. And I don't think that tonight they realize with the way that Steve Kerr's talking about in the pregame, about how every guy needs to maybe play 40 minutes tonight, that we need to have a lot of minutes, that they need to go all out tonight to close the series out. We'll entertain Minnesota when that series comes to play. I'm not really scared of the Rockets either. I think it's just a matter of the Warriors beating themselves. Are they going to do stupid turnovers? Like, that happened a lot.
Yeah, probably. In
Game 4
That's
where
just kind of Warrior ball.
I know, but it was tight windows and they were passing it, and Dylan Brooks or somebody else was coming up with the steal. Just play smart, fundamental basketball, and get off to a hard start.
A hard start.
Jesus.
What are you saying?
A hot start.
Gotcha.
Thank you. A hot start where they come out and make threes. Just have the same intensity that the Warriors, the Rockets had in Game 5. They should be able to win this game tonight.
Derek wants a hot start. I want a hard one.
There you go.
Let's get into, by the way, Giants baseball pregame coming up at 6:15. No excuse, Derek says, for you to not be in your seats unless you're sitting here like us at 6:15 doing award-winning Diamond Notes.
Yeah.
We'll get into that momentarily. Let's get into Greg Popovich. He stepped down today, or it was announced today that he's stepping down as head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, going to move to the front office and be the president of basketball operations. Who's that guy, Mitch what?
Mitch Johnson.
When Marcus Thompson's like, they really did the Spurs thing. They went with Mitch Johnson. Marcus said, the guy I don't even know. They went with him as the head coach. Yeah, Mitch Johnson, the new head coach. There have been so many great media moments with Greg Popovich over the years. I like hearing JD's stories on Greg Popovich.
I knew he had him, so I wanted to hear from him.
That was pretty funny. Him and Pop going back and forth. He's like, Coach, I really do think you should be the one to talk about this. Why don't we open up the Dirty Work Sound Soiree?
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
By the way, if you saw me just blowing a kiss out the window, that was at Marcus. That's who I was playing. Marcus the water boy.
I know, it caught you by surprise.
I know, because I didn't know you were going to throw it to me, Rowan. I was like blowing a kiss, and I was like, oh, it was Marcus. Sorry. Marcus blew me a kiss, so I blew one back.
Oh, that's cute.
Here we go. Greg Popovich and the Sound Swore Pop. I don't like it.
Sound Swore Vitch?
You don't have to. It's only a play on words when it was like Sound Swore Dre.
Or Sound Swore Clay.
That worked.
No, anytime where the whole soiree is dedicated to one person, I'm changing the title.
That's so dumb. The Sound Swore Pop.
Hey.
What do you want? The Sound Swore Fitch? No, I didn't want that one either. Sound Swore.
The Sound Swore Greg?
You should have called the Sound Swore Greg. That would have worked.
Nah.
Yeah, that one's better. That one's the Sound Swore Greg.
It's much better. I mean, come on.
Yes.
Jesus, I get nothing from the two of you when it comes to planning the show. Good Lord.
It's all about me. All right, Greg Popovich. My third favorite, Greg. It's first me, second me, and then third is Popovich. Fourth is Silver.
That would be accurate.
Here's Greg. He's his first two favorites. Greg Popovich in 2017. This is the sound we were talking about the other day, where we actually read the quote. Western Conference Finals, 2017, Warriors are going up against the San Antonio Spurs.
Yep.
They are getting the crap kicked out of them in the first half. A 25-point deficit at halftime in the first half. But late in the first half, Zaza Pachulia closes out on a shot from Kawhi Leonard. He goes down to the ground. He rolls into Kawhi's leg. Kawhi gets a knee sprain, exits the game, does not return in the series. Here's what Greg Popovich said the next day in reacting to Kawhi's injury because of Zaza Pachulia.
Pop, how much more difficult is it without him, obviously, against a team like Golden State, as opposed to
how much more difficult is it?
I mean,
how would it be if Curry didn't play? How much more difficult would that be? I'm not a happy camper, but that's a silly question. A two-step lead with your foot closeout is not appropriate. It's dangerous. It's unsportsmanlike. It's just not what anybody does to anybody else. And this particular individual has a history with that kind of action. If he would have played and they'd ended up winning, I go get dinner, have a glass of wine, wake up the next day, go to practice, and move on. But this is crap. And because he's got this history, it can't just be, oh, it was inadvertent. He didn't have intent. Who gives a damn about what his intent was? You ever hear of manslaughter? You still go to jail, I think, when you're texting and you end up killing somebody. But you might not have intended to do that. All I care is what I saw.
Ever hear of manslaughter? It's a hell of a line by Pop.
Dude, that was classic. And, of course, people don't know this, but the next day, Greg Papa and Ray Ratto come up to Greg Popovich after he said that. I said, were you being serious about the manslaughter thing? He goes, no, I was doing that for effect.
I was trying to hammer it home. He was not a happy camper, though.
Ever heard of manslaughter? It's the same deal that Cliff Booth says in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Ever hear of manslaughter?
Anybody kills you by accident, it's manslaughter. You go to jail.
It's a pretty good line by Popovich, dude. It's pretty funny. Warriors end up winning that series.
They did.
Yeah, Warriors in a sweep. You go, how about what kind of questions? How about if Steph Curry doesn't play? How much harder is it then?
He was pissed.
I love the big silence too from the media. Like, I'm not answering your questions, dog. That ain't for me to answer.
He had a 25-point lead. They blew it. That was their only chance to win that game in that series. Yeah, Pop knew the series was over at that point. I understand it.
Yeah, funny. Here's Greg Popovich. Here's the best of some of his sideline interviews and reporting.
Coach, you got to be very happy with the play so far the game from your guys coming off the bench.
Well, I think they're playing pretty well in transition, and we're making some shots, and we're ahead, so that's a good thing.
Do you like the pace of the game?
We have to have a good pace. If we play half court, their defense is too good. Our only shot is to keep the pace going.
Who's the one guy who has the third question? Did you just get two? My bad.
Back for the start of the fourth quarter, Coach Popovich, your thoughts on the third quarter?
We're behind.
Well, Coach, what were your thoughts when Tim Duncan went down? And was there any hesitation in putting him back in?
No.
Is there any concern that this might tighten up at halftime or maybe not allow him to play tomorrow?
I don't think so.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Greg Popovich of the San Antonio Spurs. A lot of emotion, obviously, tonight with DeMar's return. How do you feel he's performed in the first quarter?
He's done well.
All right, I feel like I've come out ahead here. Do you want to just end it on this one?
I was looking forward to a second question.
Okay, well, we can do that. Derek White has played for the first time in a while. How closely do you monitor his minutes?
Pretty closely.
Thank you, Pop. Appreciate it.
It's good fun.
Yeah, no doubt. Same here. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Pop, you're down your top 2 point guards, yet you're up 10 after the first quarter. What did you like about the way your team played?
The ball went in the hole, right? It makes a lot of things easier.
Champ, tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something?
Hold on, Tim. That is one of my favorites because some guy is trolling Popovich and he's doing like a 1950s report. He'll be like, "Excuse me, sir, can you talk to me about your butter and egg man?"
And Big D.
As the boys come back home.
Fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something?
Dude, I almost have respect for the reporter to go like full, like just troll there and be like, "Excuse me, sir. Yeah, this is with me, with the Gazette. I want to know, does Tim Duncan have the moral support from you and everybody here? Yeah. Kawhi Leonard, is he good to play?
Wait, did he call him
a butter and egg man?
I gotta hear him.
Champ, tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something?
Popovich reaction. He doesn't even bat an eye. He's like, am I being punked right here?
You think
he calls him champ? He calls him champ twice. He's called Popovich or coach. He's champ, right here. That may be my favorite
Popovich. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man?
What is it called? The Parisian torpedo?
I hope that guy was wearing a hat and a suit.
I hope it was like a corn cob.
Yeah,
hat,
exactly. And paper inside the hat.
As soon as he finishes, he goes, extra, extra. Truman drops the bomb. Like
the Parisian torpedo.
And he ran over to a payphone to get the story in. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, he has one of those straw hats that has the word press in it.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Oh,
Your butter and egg man?
Like he's a reporter in The Natural. Like,
yeah, exactly. Popovich is like, am I getting punked here? What the hell is this? That may be my favorite moment.
Popovich is serious as a heart attack.
Am I getting punked right now?
Your main butter and egg man? What the hell does that mean?
That took a lot of balls for that reporter to act like that.
Was he joking?
Yeah. I don't know the backstory, but no one talks like that.
I want to pull the curtain back a little bit on here because Copes has a pretty uncontrollable giggle right now. It's being pointed out not only on the text line but on the chat. But today, when Derek was rolling this in, he had his headphones on, so I couldn't hear what he was listening to.
Yes.
And it was the exact same giggle, just that like the whole time. It was incredible.
No, because it's just so silly. Like, that guy is talking like he's in the 1950s and Popovich. The video's even great, too.
Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something?
That's by far the best.
None of it makes any sense at all.
Champ, right here. Excuse me, sir, Popovich.
Why did we make that one last?
Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man?
Why does he have an accent?
Excuse me, sir.
Why does he have a 1920s?
Champ, right over here.
Why does he have a 1920s accent?
Is the series over? Can you help me out of one word? Yes or no?
Oh, that's so.
There's more.
That's so stupid. You set up this.
Okay, all right.
I'm done.
Even though Popovich has fun with the people that ask him the questions in between the games, in between the quarters, he always had respect for Craig Sager. So this is when Craig Sager came back when he was going through cancer treatment. This is Craig Popovich. Welcome you back, Craig Sager.
Welcome back to Memphis. I'm here with San Antonio coach Greg Popovich.
Are we on?
Yes, we are.
I got to honestly tell you, this is the first time I've enjoyed doing this ridiculous interview we're required to do. And it's because you're here and you're back with us. Welcome back, baby.
Well, thank you very much. I lay in the hospital for months hoping to do this again.
Now ask me a couple of inane questions.
Okay, with less than 4 minutes to go in this game, you benched your entire, in the first quarter, benched your entire first unit. Was that back-to-back, or are you upset with the way they played?
No, they were playing like crap, so we put in different guys. You'd have done the same thing.
You're shooting under 35%. Are you happy with the shot selection?
Happy?
No, you never.
Am I happy?
I've heard that before.
Craig, come on, get back in the swing of things. You too, baby. Love you.
That was nice, but in no way compares to what the Butter Egg Man had to say.
Oh, man, dude, that was so funny. Champ,
over here, champ.
Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man?
I've never heard Copes laugh like this on the show.
Wait. I gotta know. We know for sure, because this, like, the terminology is to clip the boys from Big D.
Dude, somebody was trolling him. No one talks like that. No modern day man talks like that.
That's what I'm saying, dude. What I'm saying is,
yo, butter and egg man.
Do we know for a fact that this guy was doing a bit? Because if he was,
only assume that.
I don't think he was.
You think that guy's talking like that?
Yes, dude. When you get to the
the Parisian torpedo.
When you get to the
God, we need to keep this around.
When you get to the NBA playoffs,
you get a lot of different characters asking questions.
You get so much like international media and people who have
Okay, hold on. You get international reporters.
Dip moment, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you get international reporters.
Francophile, the Parisian torpedo.
What's the music under it too? It's so stupid.
That's like a montage package.
Oh man,
package. But
oh dude,
no, but like Yeah, you get international reporters. You don't get guys like, it's like a time machine situation where somebody from the 1950s came back just for the NBA playoffs. This guy was obviously trolling.
Oh, dude. I don't know if he's obviously trolling, dude.
You think that was a real guy?
He had a pipe in his mouth.
Excuse me, champ. Champ, over here.
He's got a notepad. He's scribbling down everything he says.
Am I being punked or something?
Him answering just like total straight is just incredible. That's just because my reaction would be what your reaction is. I would just laugh at the dude, and he's like, "No,
dude,
no."
Pop as serious as a heart attack.
Am I being punked or something?
Oh my God, dude! I'm gonna think about that later and howl. I'm gonna be sitting on my couch this weekend and just think about it, and I'm gonna die laughing, man.
Oh, dude, I've loved that clip. I love that clip for a long time. I've never got an explanation if that guy's actually real or not.
I want to see if that guy's real.
We had somebody on the. I'm investigating right now, but they say that this guy does it at a bunch of sporting events. His name is Scoops Callahan.
Oh, the name's even better.
Stop, dude. Keep piling on.
His Twitter profile photo is an old-timey 20s reporter with a hat that says press on it. So.
Hold on, I gotta find this.
Callahan.
I gotta find this son of a bitch, dude. This guy's killing
me. We need
me.
him on the show on Monday.
Yeah, I want Scoops Callahan.
Even though this clip might be like 15 years old.
I don't care. I want Scoops Callahan on a weekly.
Scoops Callahan. That's a great name.
Dude, he is. He's like, his photo is like an old timey. He has the piece of paper in the cap.
Yep, Scoops Callahan. Excuse me, over here, champ.
Champ, is this for you? Excuse me, champ.
All right, shoot.
I don't care.
Should we do the last one?
Do whatever you want.
Okay, here we go. Last one. This is from a few years ago. Tom Tolbert asking Greg Popovich what his favorite animal is during the Run TMC broadcast.
All right, here we are with the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Greg Popovich. Pop, how you been?
Good, buddy. I've been well.
Does that count as one question?
No, you ask what you want.
Okay.
You're my man.
You like the pace of the game?
We're shooting too quick. We're coming out. We're on the road shooting quick. No passes into the offense. And if the other team's going to make threes, you're going to get your ass kicked.
What's your favorite animal?
Sea otter.
Big fan when they roll themselves up in kelp.
Yeah.
How about when they get the stone out and knock that shell in the stone?
That's the best part. And it stays right on their belly.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's how I eat my dinner. Coach, it's great to see you. Best of luck the rest of the season. Thanks, Coach.
That was my favorite part of the night when they did the Run TMC broadcast. You just saw how close Tom and Greg Popovich were. So, yeah, Pop's the man.
Yeah, you didn't like Mitch's off-color comments?
That wasn't my favorite moment of the night.
That was my favorite. Tom's question was my second favorite. Oh, dude. By the way, there's
Scoops Callahan.
I'm done. I'm done now. I'll never be the same again. I'll never be the same again.
Now that Scoops Callahan has come into your life.
Now that I know Scoops Callahan exists, I don't think I'll ever be the same person.
The name is great, too. So over here, Scoops Callahan here.
Champ.
Tim. One more time.
Yeah, so I found a supercut of Scoops Callahan. Unfortunately, I don't have time to edit it right now, but I can tell you he leads a bunch of his interviews things with Champ, including it one with Vince Young. So we'll go through that as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, last one. Last time. Let's hear Scoops Callahan interview Greg Popovich.
How do you get a credential, dude? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense at all.
One last time, Tim, play it. Yeah.
Champ, tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something?
He gave him nicknames. The Parisian torpedo.
What did he say before Parisian torpedo? I want to transcript
Franco Finn.
Is he called Franco Finn?
No, he's called Franco. It sounds like Franco Finn. You're Francophile.
Francophile, yeah.
You're Francophile.
I don't know what that means.
You're Parisian torpedo. Do you still think you can be the man and your cheese and egg man? And
he sounds like Rick Papa.
The best is those 1920s reporters. They all inflect up at the end.
Yeah.
So clip the boys from Big D. I don't know.
Tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still cook the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or
cook the boys from Big D.
I gotta look up butter and egg, man. We gotta take a break, dude. I gotta catch my breath. I gotta go for a walk.
I did not anticipate that throwing cups through a loop.
I was also like kind of loosely paying attention, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I was like getting ready for my diamond notes and stuff, and then I was listening to the
butter and
clips,
egg man.
Then I heard that clip, and I was like, this guy sounds funny. I heard what he was saying. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Good old Scoops
Some of
Callahan.
y'all man, butter and egg man, help you clip the boy. Clip the boy.
Clip the boys for Big D.
I was like, dude, the only person I've ever heard say Big D besides Scoops Callahan is Steve Fishman. Big D Dallas.
The boys for Big D.
It's dirty work. I don't know what the hell's going on. We're outside of Harmonic Brewing. We're in Harmonic
Scoops
Brewing.
Callahan, if you're out there, we need you.
We're in Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. Giants pregame coming up in about 25 minutes at 6:15. When we come on back, we got to set a date for Tim to honor his bet. I don't even care about anything anymore. Tim can do whatever
All you care
he
about
wants.
is Scoops
All I
Callahan.
care about is Scoops Callahan now. You broke me, dude. You broke me. Dirty work. It was the best show in America, but Scoops Callahan's not on it, so maybe it's not. It rolls on the Sports Leader.
Big D, Dallas.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
San Francisco 49ers third-round pick Upton Stout joined the Gregs today with tremendous energy and discussed how thrilled he was to join San Francisco after his official visit with the team. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Upton Stout leader.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.